After Silva left the spire, he quickly called on every member of the land camp. There was no reason to wait for an attack. After all, no attack would come. Every second he wasted waiting would be a second where Shira increased her power. Silva was done with being passive. It was time for him to become active and slaughter his enemies. As he gathered his camp, he walked past Shira without looking at her. Yet, Shira felt something different from Silva that made her narrow her eyes. Something has happened to that viper, Shira thought. He is backed into a corner and realizes that he is about to die. He will strike with everything he has. I can't become careless now. As long as I continue suppressing him, he won't be able to live for long. After a while, all beasts of the land camp had gathered before the mountain range leading to the hyena tribe. Then Silva turned to them with burning eyes. I have committed a mistake, he said slowly to his camp, surprising them. They had all thought that they had the best commander in existence. In their eyes, he had never committed a mistake. I have become too protective of you, Silva said. By wanting to keep everyone alive, I have not given you a chance to rise to power. By disallowing you from dueling sea beasts without my consent, I have stunted your growth. The beasts all remained silent as they listened to him. This won't happen again. Everyone wants to become powerful, and I have kept you from achieving that goal, fearing that you will die in the process. Yet, if I continue like this, none of you will ever achieve this goal. I have realized this, and I will do my best to rectify it. The camp remained silent. Many of the beasts didn't have the mental faculties to process Silva's words, but the smarter ones managed to understand them. Yet, they weren't angry at their commander. By protecting their lives, he was keeping them alive, and as long as someone was alive, they could reach supreme power. For this war, Silva said, I will only give you some basic commands and tactics. Everything else is up to you and your teamwork. As long as you all work together, no enemy can beat you. You should use your strengths to protect the weaknesses of your comrades. If no one can take advantage of your weaknesses, the weaknesses don't exist. Like this, you will all be powerful. Nearly all of the beasts in the land camp were looking up to their commander. Because of that, his words resonated with them deeply. Their morale started increasing as their fighting will burned. The mood in the whole camp changed. Earlier, they had not been scared or nervous. Silva's commands always protected them, and only very few beasts died. Because of that, such a war had felt more like practice and less like a war. Yet now they felt like they would enter a field of flowing blood. Today, Silva shouted, we will assault the hyena tribe with our basic configuration. The only instruction I have for you is to kill your enemy with everything you have. The more you kill, the more food you will get. The oracle will keep watch over the fight and will determine the food that everyone gets based on their performance. It's time to realize your dreams. Charge! Silva shouted as he was the first to charge over the mountains. Reaiowa! The camp roared in unison as their roars echoed throughout the horizons. They were all fired up and couldn't wait to get into a chaotic battle. Yet, in all the chaos, they never left their formation. The beasts with stronger defenses like tortoises, pangolins, rhinos, and such charged at the front. The beasts with incredible speed and attacking skills charged at the side, while the beasts that could attack from range charged behind the defensive line. Realize the strengths of your enemies, Silva shouted while charging. See which beasts are the greatest danger to your comrades and kill them. Beasts that are dangerous to your comrades might not be dangerous to you. Don't look at what beast is dangerous to you, but what beast is dangerous to your comrades. The land camp listened intently and remembered the words of their commander. His fiery motivation was igniting their fighting instincts, and they started to become one coherent unit. This was something that Shira wasn't able to accomplish. After charging over the mountains, the beasts charged over a wide land bridge. Orthar had already created this path for them. Since they were invading a land territory, they didn't need the earth movers to change the terrain. Instead, the earth movers would protect their comrades from dangerous ranged attacks. They quickly saw some scouts from the enemy that tried to flee. Silva didn't order anything, but he also didn't need to. The fastest members of the army charged at the scouts to hunt them down. Of course, they couldn't kill every scout. Yet, the more beasts they killed, the weaker their enemy became and the more food they got. After another minute, they saw the hyenas in the distance, quickly forming a defensive line. There were slightly more hyenas than there were invaders. On top of that, they had the advantage of positioning. The hyenas only needed to wait and attack while the land camp had to charge at them. The army didn't retreat and only felt more bloodlust as they saw their enemies. They only charged wildly at the enemy lines. They don't use any tactics. This fight will be easier than we have initially believed. The second general of the hyenas said to his army, "Just follow my commands, and we will be victorious." The hyenas showed that they understood the order and simply remained at their positions. After some seconds, the general gave his first order. "Fire hyenas, attack!" he shouted. The fire hyenas threw their fireballs to the front, directly into the middle of the camp. Bang! 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 Yet, all their blasts were blocked by walls that had been created by the earth movers. Seeing that his plan didn't work, the general changed his tactic. Would hyenas create a powerful wall to halt their charge? A huge wall of brambles appeared in front of the charging army. An army without someone commanding them would charge right into the brambles and injure themselves. On top of that, the brambles would stop their momentum. Suddenly, the front line of the land camp parted and slowed down. Then, the earth movers charged through the open gap. Silva wasn't commanding them, but their team leaders still lead their teams. The earth movers quickly stopped before the brambles at the same spot. Earth rose and split in two as a pathway opened between the brambles. The majority of the army charged through that pathway. The enemy general gritted his teeth. "Attack!" he shouted directly. The enemy was already too close to kill them from range. The hyenas charged forward, but their morale couldn't compare to the river tribe. The hyenas have seen two of their plans fail while the land camp felt unstoppable. Nothing was able to stand in their way. Bang! One fire hyena jumped up. From this position, it could see the back line of the enemy. Then, it gathered all its fire around its body to shoot. Bang! The sound of a collision could be heard as another beast charged through the flames and bit the fire hyena on the neck before it could shoot its projectile. They both fell down and hit the floor. "Kill them!" Silva shouted with an unrecognizable, burned head after he spat the corpse of the hyena to the side. "Reayawa!" The army thundered with all their power as they charged directly into the enemy ranks. Some beasts of the land camp died in the charge, but the formation of the enemy was utterly broken. The land camp still held their formation while the hyenas were just scattered around. Camp A, fall back. Camp B, attack the front and scatter dash, bang! The general couldn't concentrate on giving orders anymore as he had to evade a sudden attack. One of the faster beasts of the land camp had circled around the chaos and directly engaged him. The beast had realized that the general was dangerous to its allies. So, to protect them, it had charged at the general. Like this, the fighting became more chaotic. At this point, this wasn't a war anymore. It was just mindless slaughter. The war raged on for many minutes. Typically, such a battle would take longer, but the land camp was only interested in blood right now. They attacked with reckless abandon, overwhelming the defensive hyenas. By now, around 25 of the 60 beasts from the land camp had died. Yet, the losses on the side of the hyenas were way more devastating. They fell from around 100 beasts to just 30. The hyenas' morale had utterly vanished by now. They were killing their enemies, but, in turn, they were completely slaughtered. Ra'ea! And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. The panther that had ambushed the general had triumphed. The panther was injured all over its body, and even a leg was missing, but it stood triumphantly over the general's corpse. The hyenas grew panicked and started to concentrate more on defending than attacking. This only made their situation even worse. On top of that, around a third of them had started scattering in all directions. Another third realized what was happening and started laying down in submission. It was better to join a new tribe than to die. "Kill them!" Silva ordered atop another 2 corpses. The beasts were all shocked for a bit. This was unlike Silva. He usually accepted the surrender and included the enemy into their tribe to strengthen it. Yet, on this day he decided against that. The beasts immediately continued the slaughter crazily. They hadn't expected such a command from their commander, but that didn't mean that they didn't like it. In actuality, they preferred killing their enemy. In nearly no time at all, nearly every hyena was dead. Only a number in the single digits managed to flee. After that, silence fell upon the land. The beasts were exhausted and laid down to treat their injuries. Meanwhile, Silva looked at the remaining beasts of his land camp. 33, he said as he finished counting. Together with the 14 hyenas still in the river tribe and the couple of land beasts keeping watch over the other borders, the land camp only had a total of about 55 beasts left. Silva sighed as he realized that a lot of his companions had died. Yet this was what everyone wanted. He was giving his camp the freedom to decide their own future. Most of the relatively weak beasts had died, while most of the stronger beasts survived. The land camp's total strength had been reduced, but the average strength of the members had increased. Yet, Silva had other things on his mind as he looked deeper into the territory of the hyena tribe. The powerful matriarch hadn't shown up, even though her entire tribe had been killed. This made Silva feel uneasy. "Congratulations on the victory," Orthar said as he walked to Silva's side. "Including our own dead tribesmen, we have over 120 corpses to distribute. This means that, on average, every beast will receive about 4 corpses." Silva sighed as he looked at the resting land camp. The members of the land camp keep track of how many equally powerful beasts they had consumed. The land camp will gain more than one lord. "Why did you sigh? Isn't that a good thing?" Orthar asked. Silva sighed again. "I didn't sigh because it's a bad thing. I have won several battles and wars in the past. We always gained new companions, and the tribe grew bigger. Yet my army had never produced a lord before. I have always put the value of a new member over the value of a corpse. Yet that might not always be the correct path. I have followed our leader's advice one time, and my camp has become as powerful as never before," Silva said. "I don't know what to think about that. Have I truly been wrong?" Orthar chuckled a bit. "That is the difference between mindsets. By accepting new recruits, you increase the quantity of your army, but not the quality. In a fight with equal sides, quantity is incredibly important." "Yet," Orthar said, "by only focusing on quantity, you will never take a step forward. Your old way had stability in mind. Your goal was to not lose because winning can cost a lot. This time you fought to win. Your camp has paid the price, but it also received its rewards." Silva just absent-mindedly looked at his resting camp, but he was listening to Orthar. "You know," he said, "I could have created a distraction at the front. Then all their firepower would concentrate there. After that, I would have had 3 fast beasts assault the general, destroying their morale. I could have won this battle with less than 10 casualties while integrating over 50% of the enemy's army into our ranks. In theory, this result sounds way better. Instead of having 33 remaining members, we would have over 80. That's because you have the wrong goal," Orthar said. "You consider lords as leaders, not as soldiers. Yet, if the commanders are level 2 lords, why wouldn't it be possible to have level 1 lord soldiers?" Suddenly, Silva's eyes widened in realization. He had tried so hard to understand Gravis' mindset. Yet, he somehow wasn't able to completely agree to it. That was because he hadn't considered lords as soldiers. Lords had always been powerful leaders in his mind. Silva hadn't had the luck to see the Sand Kingdom. He was still rather young, and the Sand Tribe had already deteriorated before he joined the army. Yet, after listening to Orthar's words, his whole thinking had changed. Yes, why couldn't lords be soldiers? Silva released another sigh. "Thank you for your guidance, Oracle," he said. Orthar laughed a bit. "No problem. After all, that's my job." Then Orthar looked deeper into the hyena's territory. "Now, to do my other job." Silva looked at Orthar with determined eyes. "I wish you luck, Oracle." Orthar chuckled a bit. "Don't let Gravis hear that," he commented. Silva wasn't sure what Orthar meant, but Orthar continued speaking before he could ask. In the case that I don't return, I will transmit the contributions of each soldier to you. You should reward them appropriately. Silva narrowed his eyes. A beast that was able to keep another lord in check couldn't be simple. There was a real chance that Orthar wouldn't return. Then Orthar transmitted the contributions to Silva. After that, he started hovering and shot towards the core of the hyena's territory. This fight wouldn't be easy. After flying for about a minute, Orthar arrived at his destination. In front of him was a high-rank spirit plant. This was the tree that the matriarch always used as a resting place. Below the tree, as usual, laid the matriarch. As Orthar approached, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at him. When Orthar felt her gaze, his whole body shivered suddenly. He felt that her physical power was not that of a level 2 lord, but she somehow felt like one to him. The passive pressure that she gave off felt nearly unreal to Orthar. I assume my tribe has been killed? She asked calmly. Orthar took a deep breath. 14 are part of our tribe, while around 6 or 7 have fled the battle. The matriarch looked into the distance. A little over 20, huh? Their numbers had never been that low after they lost an invasion. I assume you have decided to prioritize quality over quantity. Orthar realized that something wasn't right. She had said that the numbers hadn't been so low in the past. This meant that her whole tribe had been killed more than once before. At that point, the lord of the attacking party would try to kill her with everything they got, including weakening her with their army. Yet, the matriarch was still alive. Slowly, the matriarch stood up. Orthar felt the pressure increase as he watched her. The number of survivors actually doesn't matter, she commented calmly. I have never bothered to increase the power or territory of my tribe in the first place. My children always wanted to do this, but I didn't care. Then, she stretched a bit. As long as I stay alive, I can always make a new one. Additionally, she said as she started walking towards Orthar, their real use is to lure a powerful army with a lord into attacking me. After all, the matriarch lifted her right front leg, and a violent blizzard gathered on it. No level 1 lord poses even a slight challenge to me. Bang! A mighty thunder echoed throughout the area as a lightning bolt hit the ground between the two enemies. After the lightning bolt vanished, Gravis stepped out of it with a smirk. The matriarch looked at Gravis seriously. She had never seen anything even similar to that. It almost seemed like that the beast in front of her had been just lightning a second ago. Yet that was obviously impossible. Meanwhile, Orthar looked strangely at Gravis. Gravis, why are you here? Gravis only smiled at Orthar. I want you to go through genuine life and death tempering, but there is a difference between life and death tempering and suicide. Your chance of winning is 0 if you fight her. I can feel her power, Gravis said. Orthar took a shaky breath. He had been overwhelmed by the pressure of his enemy. Yet he had believed that this was normal. Orthar had a lot of experience, but he hadn't fought many enemies that were a genuine threat to his life. He had just expected that this kind of pressure was normal for such dangerous fights. Well, if both of you come together, this might actually prove to be some sort of fight, the matriarch said calmly as she looked at Gravis. Orthar looked seriously at the matriarch. Gravis, do you want to fight together? He asked. Gravis only laughed a bit. Even though I still have my lightning fork active, she won't be even a slight challenge to me. Orthar was a bit taken aback. But your body, spirit, and lightning are only a third as powerful as your peak state. I do not doubt that you could easily win in your peak state, but I'm not sure that you can fight her with your lightning fork still being active. Gravis only shook his head slightly. Orthar, as soon as I regained unity, I have not been the same as before. How can humans fight the beasts if their bodies are 3 times weaker than the enemy's body? That's because humans have a particular weapon that beasts don't have. Don't forget that I can move my centers of power around however I wish. A look of realization appeared on Orthar's face. Right? I apologize. I forgot about that, he said. It's okay. After all, I am the only human in this world. You wouldn't find another beast able to do what I can, Gravis answered. Are you two done yet? The matriarch answered impatiently. She had watched Gravis and Orthar converse and grew annoyed. Orthar looked at the matriarch and then distanced himself from them. There was no reason for him to get involved. The matriarch noticed Orthar's actions and narrowed her eyes. Then, she looked at the calm Gravis. "Your body is weak," she said. "You have, by far, the weakest body of any lord I have ever seen." Yet the octopus stepped aside. "Are you really that foolish that you think you can beat me on your own?" Gravis laughed a bit and shook his head. "Matriarch, your isolation from stronger lords has dulled your senses. I feel that you have an impressive battle strength for your level, but if you continue to hunt for only weak lords, your battle strength won't improve. As soon as you become a level 2 lord, your battle strength might actually only be slightly above average." "What then?" The matriarch narrowed her eyes. "And what's that to you?" she asked with annoyance. She had also had similar thoughts. Yet she had decided on her path. Such a weak lord had no say in her matters. "I can tell you what it's got to do with me," Gravis said with a smirk. "I want to recruit you into my tribe." The eyes of the matriarch widened in surprise. "You want to recruit me?" she asked incredulously. She couldn't believe that Gravis was serious. Gravis nodded. "Exactly. My tribe is different from other tribes. My tribe isn't about getting as many beasts as possible or about gaining as much territory as possible. My tribe is all about increasing the power of the truly strong beasts." The matriarch listened to Gravis' words and realized that he was actually serious. Then, she burst into laughter. "Such a weak lord is talking about such grand ideas. Even if I were to consider joining your tribe, you would first need to prove that you are more powerful than me," she said with a sneer. "Yet, I can't imagine that happening with that weak body of yours." Gravis only had a third of his power, but one shouldn't forget that he had tempered his lightning and spirit far beyond what other humans could. Even though he only had a third of his power right now, his spirit, lightning, and body could be considered just as powerful as the centers of power of other humans in his realm. Starting at the Unity realm, even an average cultivator was able to put up a fight and maybe kill a beast at their equal power. Yet, what about Gravis' other strengths? His battle strength, will aura, punishment lightning, mindset, and some other things allowed him to even fight early rank Unity beasts or level 2 lords in the language of the beasts. And that was considering that he still kept his lightning fork active. Gravis laughed a bit and shook his head. "What if I'm able to suppress you in 3 different ways so that you won't even be able to put up a fight? Would you then consider joining my tribe?" he asked. The matriarch sneered at Gravis. Was this weak beast dreaming? How would that even be possible? "Sure. If you can do that, I'll do whatever you want," she said. Gravis smiled and nodded. "Okay, though," he said as he trailed off with a sigh. "You're really lucky that you're not a level 2 lord yet. If you were, I wouldn't even offer you to join my tribe. If you were a level 2 lord, I would just directly eat you." A massive pressure appeared as Gravis activated his will aura. Starting at the Unity realm, the will aura depended on the power of the spirit. The spirit was the medium that the will aura used to take effect on the world. Since his spirit was only a third as powerful as his peak, it would be significantly weaker. Yet, since Gravis was back in the Unity realm, he could just move his physical power and lightning into his spirit. Like this, his spirit was just as powerful as usual, and so was his will aura. The matriarch felt an unreal pressure press into her. She felt like she was encased in some powerful mud and could barely move her body. Her speed had been reduced by over 99%. Yet, she wasn't able to analyze all these things. The only thing on her mind was shock. "This is the first suppression," Gravis said as he slowly walked closer. The matriarch could barely move, and Gravis just walked over to her until only 100 meters were between them. This was only 3 times of the matriarch's body length. Whoop! The pressure disappeared, and the matriarch could finally move again. Feeling the control over her body returning, she quickly looked at Gravis with narrowed eyes. This beast was incredibly dangerous. Bzzzzzzzzz. Gravis moved all his power into his punishment lightning and summoned about half of it in his hands. Destruction lightning was already incredibly powerful for cultivators in the initial Unity realm. Yet, Gravis had punishment lightning, something that was way more dangerous. The matriarch looked at the lightning floating above Gravis' hand and felt its immense power. She had seen a lot of lords in her life, and many of them had been way more powerful than her. With her experience, she judged that this lightning was about as intense as the lightning of a level 2 lord. This gave her another incredible shock. She was only a level 1 lord. An elemental attack from a level 2 lord would be absolutely devastating to her. She didn't dare to get closer. All her instincts, heart, and mind were telling her that she would die if that hit her. That's the second suppression, Gravis said. Whoop! The lightning vanished, and Gravis moved all of his power into his body. Now, his body was just as powerful as the body of a level 1 lord. The matriarch had been too preoccupied with the pressure and lightning to notice that Gravis' body had become many times weaker earlier. Yet, as the power of his body increased, she noticed it, and her eyes widened. How was this possible? Now, time for the third suppression. Try to put up a fight, at least, okay. Gravis said nonchalantly. Bang! Gravis transformed into lightning and shot at her with unreal speeds. He hadn't used up any of his resources yet, so there was no danger in transforming. In less than a second, Gravis materialized directly before the matriarch. The matriarch panicked. This speed had been so fast that she couldn't even react. Yet, her combat instincts kicked in, and she swiped at him with one of her claws. Pack! Gravis' right hand easily grabbed her left paw. One shouldn't forget that their bodies were equally powerful. The matriarch didn't hesitate and immediately used her next 3 attacks simultaneously. Using 3 simultaneous attacks was very impressive, and that showed her incredible combat power. She used her captured paw and her hind legs as support to hit Gravis with the other paw. At the same time, her mouth shot at him with an intent to bite. Additionally, a very powerful icicle appeared on Gravis' right side and shot at him. Everything was happening at the same time. Bang! Bang! Pack! Gravis used his tail to parry the icicle. Something like this required incredible finesse and control, but Gravis had enough combat experience to do something like that easily. His other hand grabbed the other paw. Meanwhile, he lowered his head and headbutt her chin. The matriarch's head shot upward, and Gravis jumped forward while still holding her paws. Bang! The matriarch's body flipped, and she fell on her back. Gravis used that time to grab her throat with both of his arms and squeezed. The throat was one of the weakest parts of most animals. If he wanted to, he could tear half of her throat out with his claws, and the matriarch knew that very well. Her mind stopped working as panic and fear took hold of her. She was about to die. This was not a fight. It was like she was doing exactly what her enemy wanted. She hadn't felt this helpless in a long time. Bang! Gravis threw her body away, and she landed a couple of 100 meters away. Yet she didn't stand up. The shock she had received was too powerful. A seemingly incredibly weak lord had grown into a titan in her mind. She still couldn't process that everything was real. Convinced? Gravis asked from around 300 meters away. The matriarch continued laying on the ground for over 20 seconds. She required a lot of time to process what had just happened, and Gravis gave her that time. Meanwhile, Orthar floated over to Gravis with a sigh. I've underestimated your power, Orthar admitted. I apologize. Gravis just waved him off. It doesn't matter. It's normal that you wouldn't believe something like this without seeing it yourself. After all, if you believed everything you heard, you would only be naive. What was that? The matriarch asked in shock as she regained some control over her mind. The only thing on her mind right now was to understand what had just happened. That's a third of my power, matriarch, Gravis said, shocking her again. I currently have a technique active that lowers my power to a third of its peak, but I can deactivate it whenever I want. When I'm at my peak, I'm even confident in killing level 3 lords. First, the matriarch didn't believe that. After all, the concept that a level 1 lord could kill a level 3 lord didn't even exist in legends. Something like that just seemed impossible. Yet, as she remembered the frightening pressure and the powerful lightning, she started believing him. Gravis could probably also kill a level 2 lord with these two things, and that was considering the power he had shown just now. If he were able to triple his power, it wouldn't be impossible that he could kill a level 3 lord. It would not be easy but possible. The matriarch sighed. I don't deserve to be called matriarch by you, leader, the matriarch said in a conceding tone. Please call me Liza, leader. Gravis nodded. The fact that she called him leader meant that she had accepted to join the river tribe. Even though one could say that Gravis was the reason why 90% of her children had died, he never doubted her word. Beasts were different from humans. If a human killed the children of another human, the other human would never rest until the first human was dead. Yet, for beasts it was different. Sky had also accepted her parents' death without any problem. As long as beasts strived for power, it was normal for them to die. All beasts accepted that and didn't hold a grudge. In this sense, beasts had a simpler mindset than humans. What is your goal? Gravis asked. Excuse me? Liza asked in confusion. What did he mean with goal? Do you want to reach supreme power? Do you want to take revenge? Do you want authority? Do you want a powerful family? I'm asking you what your reason for becoming stronger is, Gravis asked. Liza sighed as she thought about her past. My main reason is revenge, but I also dream about becoming the strongest. Yet, my revenge takes precedence right now. Gravis nodded. I have expected something like that. Your approach to power didn't have a long-term goal in mind. I expected that you noticed that but chose that approach anyway. Liza nodded. Yes, I want to become a level 3 lord. Only then will I be able to take my revenge, she said. Gravis scratched his chin. If you don't mind, could you tell me more about that? Gravis asked. Liza thought about this for a while. If she told him who her enemy was, Gravis might think that the risk of offending such a power was worse than what she brought to the table. In that case, he might decide to just eat her directly. Yet, in the end, she decided to just say it. I was part of a tribe with a level 3 lord as a leader. When I was young, I wasn't outstanding at all. My combat power was below average, and the tribe demoted me to become prey. If I managed to win 3 fights, I would be able to rejoin the tribe. My first fight came immediately after the demotion, and, if I'm honest, I only won by luck. After that, I fled the tribe and never returned. Ever since then, I have fought many dangerous battles and managed to achieve my current power. Clap. Gravis clapped into his hands once. Great! I've been searching for powerful enemies to increase mine and the tribe's power. This comes just at the right time, Gravis said with an excited smirk. Liza looked at Gravis with a bit of confusion. But then, she remembered Gravis' previous words. He had said that his tribe wasn't about becoming bigger but about becoming more powerful. If that were truly his goal, such a powerful enemy would help a lot. Her nervousness vanished as Liza sighed again. She had been worried over nothing. What will you have me do? She asked. Gravis only looked at her with a smirk. I already have 2 very capable commanders. I also have 2 powerful counselors. I have 3 different positions in mind, but to find the best position for you, I need to know more about you. Tell me, are you interested in dangerous life and death battles? Liza directly nodded. Yes, the stronger I become, the better. Yet, I don't want to die before I can take my revenge. Right now, revenge takes priority over becoming supremely powerful. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. If the tribe were to annihilate your hated enemy without you, would you mind? Liza thought about this for a bit. No, I don't think so. I can already kill the officer that was responsible for my demotion. As long as I can see her die, I'm fine with not being part of the slaughter of the tribe. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Then why didn't you return to kill that officer? Gravis asked. Liza was a bit taken aback by that question. Had Gravis never been part of a tribe? That question just seemed stupid in her mind. Yet she decided to answer anyway. Because I can't just kill someone in that position. If I did that, the whole tribe would kill me. My revenge is important to me, but not more important than my life. Gravis had a skeptical look on his face. Then he looked at Orthar. Is that true? Are other tribes like that? He asked. Orthar had talked a lot with Morn, and Morn had way more experience in these sorts of things. Yes, normally it's not allowed for tribesmen to fight each other. That's because it would reduce the power of the tribe and bring unrest to the members. Gravis was a bit surprised by that answer. But that's so stupid, he said. Yes, I know, Orthar answered evenly. Liza was surprised by their exchange. Did that mean that the river tribe was different? Then how did it work? Seeing Liza's confused expression, Gravis let Orthar explain the rules and mindset of the river tribe. It wasn't that Gravis felt that it was beneath him to explain that, but that Orthar had much more experience in explaining the tribe's rules. After all, he had explained them to nearly all new sea recruits. Liza had a shocked look on her face. Wait, that means that I can just directly challenge another lord in the tribe, and you would let me kill them? Gravis shrugged. Sure. It would suck to find a new commander, elder, or oracle, but nothing speaks against it. Then, Liza looked at Orthar. So, I could directly challenge and kill him, and you would do nothing? Gravis felt his insides ache when he heard that. Orthar was his closest friend in this world. Yet, Gravis sighed. Orthar is my closest friend, but no one will stop or go against you if you decide to do that. Yet, you would need to fight him in an equally advantageous terrain to both of you. Water doesn't make much difference at your levels, but, at least, his chances of victory are a bit higher. Don't feel bad, Gravis. These are the rules and I have accepted them. If I die by them, I won't regret it, Orthar said. Gravis sighed again. He really didn't like this, but he had created these rules and he couldn't play favorites. If Orthar died to them, there would be nothing wrong with that. Instead, Liza was taken aback a little. Gravis would even allow someone from his own tribe to kill his closest companion. She had never seen a lord that was this neutral and fair. Then, Liza laughed a bit. Don't worry, she said. Why would I kill someone from my tribe when there are a lot of lords in the neighboring territories? Also, she said with a smirk as she looked at Orthar, a whole tribe would probably be a bigger challenge than him. Nearly every other beast would become angry when faced with such disregard. Yet, Orthar had himself entirely under control. He knew that she could kill him without much trouble. So, what was the problem with her showing disregard towards him? Orthar only needed to become more powerful than her. Power was the only truth. Gravis released a sigh of relief. Thank you, he said. I might allow it. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't hurt when my closest companion dies. Liza smiled back at him. You don't need to thank me. After all, we're part of the same tribe now, she said and then turned around. Anyway, Gravis looked with surprise at her. Where are you going? He asked. Liza released a heartfelt smile. I only need one more lord to become a level 2 lord. Since I see the death of my enemy approaching on the claws of the river tribe, there's no reason for me to stay complacent. The river tribe was to the west of the hyena's territory, but she looked towards the east. I'll go deal with the neighboring tribe, east from here. I'll eat the lord and send the interested members to the river tribe as prey. Most of them will be ecstatic when they hear that they only need to win one fight to join your tribe. Then, she looked back at Gravis. I'll be back in a day or so and then I'll be a level 2 lord. Meanwhile, think of a position that I should assume. I will take up that position as soon as I return. Gravis nodded with a smile. No problem. I'll inform the tribe about you and our future recruits. Have fun. Liza only smiled sweetly. Thanks. See you later, she said, and then she was off. Gravis rubbed the back of his head a bit. She sounded way more casual at the end. She has probably missed talking to equal beasts, Orthar said. Could be, Gravis said. Anyway, let's inform the tribe. Orthar agreed, and then they flew back to their tribe. Today, their tribe became much more powerful. Orthar and Gravis split up as they left the hyena's territory. Gravis went back to do whatever he was doing all day while Orthar informed the tribe about their new member and the recruits that would be coming in about a day. Silva was surprised and nervous when he heard the news. He wouldn't be able to keep someone so powerful under his control when they joined. Liza would be a level 2 lord and was way more powerful than anyone except Gravis. She surely wouldn't listen to him. Yet, Orthar calmed him down by telling him that Gravis wouldn't overlook something like that. Gravis obviously had his own plans for her. Putting her into a normal army was just too big of a waste. When Silva heard that, he calmed down. Yet, he was also frustrated at his own lack of power. He had gotten enough corpses to become a level 1 lord in this fight, and he would be able to eat them by tomorrow. At that point, he would finally become a lord, a dream he had had for a long time. Yet, as soon as he achieved that dream, an overpowering new member joined the tribe that Silva couldn't even think about controlling. One had to know that Orthar was the strongest member of the tribe beside Gravis, and Orthar had said that he didn't even have a chance against her, and that was considering that she was still a level 1 lord. It would take the land camp around 2 days to eat and digest all these corpses, and according to Silva's calculations, they would get 5 more lords in the land camp, excluding him. Luckily for him, Shira knew nothing about this. After all, the whole land camp was still inside the hyena's territory. This would be a mighty surprise for her. Like this, a day passed where the land camp only rested and ate inside the hyena's territory. Though it couldn't be counted as the hyena's territory anymore. It would become part of the river tribe in no time. In actuality, the fungus was already converting the new territory into theirs. A lot of wide and deep rivers could already be seen stretching through the land. A 100-meter-long beast shot over the resting land camp with incredible speeds. Most of the beasts didn't even notice it. Yet, Silva had already reached the level of a lord, and he had noticed the trespasser. Silva sighed. "The new member of our tribe just passed over us," Silva said as he scratched his chin with his new claws. Silva had seen the advantage that Arms had when he had fought Gravis back then. Ever since then, he had planned to change his body. Right now, his body was only around 100 meters long, half the length of his previous body. On top of that, he had 2 long and thin arms ending in powerful claws. His whole body was relatively thin, which would allow him to evade attacks easier and use it to grab his enemy like a constrictor snake. His long arms would be able to defend him from attacks and grab other parts of his enemy. The land camp waited for another day after this occurrence until they finally returned. They had to get everything ready for the new recruits. When Liza arrived at the spire of the tribe, most of the beasts were panicked for a second but then remembered Orthar's words. Their panic transformed into worship as they realized that their leader managed to subdue such a powerful beast. They had never seen any beast that was as powerful as Liza. Gravis talked to Liza and explained what he had in mind for her. "I think it would be best if you took care of all the new recruits and prey inside the tribe, land beasts and sea beasts. You just need to let 2 equally powerful beasts fight and oversee it." Liza thought about this for a while. "I can do that. I don't mind sitting around and watching some fights. It might even be entertaining." Gravis nodded. "Yes, that's what I thought. Right now, we need to get further into the continent. We can't remain at the fringes of the continent forever. After all, we need powerful enemies to become more powerful. As soon as we find some tribes with level 2 lords, you can join the fighting. Of course, I won't force you. After all, I also need level 2 lords as food," Gravis explained. Liza nodded with a smile. "Sounds good to me. As soon as the new recruits win the fight, they get transferred to the land and sea camp, correct?" "Yes. Just send them to their respective commanders. Of course, it can also happen that the current members of the river tribe show interest in a fight with a new recruit. It is also your duty to stop them from doing that." Liza furrowed her brows. "I thought every beast could fight every other beast," she said. "Yes, but only if they are members of the river tribe. The new recruits are not yet members. I don't want the river tribe to attack the recruits or prey because this couldn't be considered tempering. Every member of the river tribe has at least one genuine life and death battle. By fighting against the new recruits, the members of the river tribe would have it too easy." Liza hummed for a bit. "That makes sense. Your goal is not only to increase their rank but also to increase their battle strength. I guess that is the best way forward." "Exactly. There is no free food in the river tribe. Every member needs to fight a genuine life and death battle to become stronger. Only like this will they have the highest possible battle strength, Gravis explained. Sounds good to me. I'll get right to it then, she said. The 2 level 1 Lord Snakes are the commanders. Just ask them where the recruits are. Currently, the recruits are still under the commanders, so they know where they are. Just gather them all and let them fight. All right, bye, Liza said and shot away from the spire, right into the abyss that was surrounding it. She had already felt one of these lords and went to talk to her. Shira had also become a level 1 lord. Yet, her evolution was different from Sylva's. Instead of decreasing her size, she increased it. By now, Shira was over 1 kilometer long. On top of that, she had a new addition. Shira had decided that her most powerful weapons were her venom-filled fangs. As long as she hit an enemy with them, she would be able to win the fight. Therefore, she had grown a 2nd head. On top of that, if one head was destroyed, the other could take over for the body. With this evolution, she had duplicated her most potent weapon and had also gotten rid of a weakness. Shira didn't like it at all that she was losing the authority over her recruits to some new member. Yet what could she do? Liza's power was eclipsing hers. She could only accept the loss. Yet, she quickly recovered her usual, confident mood. After all, while Silva had been away, she had gone to work. When Silva returned, he would realize how close he was to his death. This provided her with an endless amount of comfort. Her impending victory over Silva was keeping her happy. What had Shira done? While Silva had been away, she had instigated one unfair fight after the other. With that, she had managed to kill every remaining member of the land camp. Her camp had eaten all the hyenas and border guards that hadn't joined the invasion. She might have also lost some of her powerful members, but that was no issue. On top of that, she managed to raise 3 other lords with these fights. Sadly, only 2 of the lords remained as the 3rd had directly challenged Shira. The fight had been brutal, but Shira had won against him. With this, she was already 1 step closer to becoming a level 2 lord than Silva. 1 day later, Silva returned with his remaining 33 members. Shira was shocked when she noticed that Silva and 5 other members were already lords. She grew incredibly frustrated when she realized that suppressing him would become incredibly difficult now. With the abundance of spirit beasts, it wasn't hard for Shira to find beasts that had a perfect counter towards other beasts. Yet, with only 2 other lords, she didn't have as many options. Shira quickly changed her plan. Now, she wanted to create as many lords as possible, even if it meant that the sea camp would fight each other. Yet, her plan was about to be thrown to the wind. As soon as the land camp returned to the river tribe, Silva turned to his soldiers. The sea commander has used all her schemes to kill our members. I'm also sure that she wouldn't have missed such a prime opportunity to give us another hit. Right now, we are probably the only remaining members of the land camp. All of our companions are probably already dead, he said. The land camp got enraged when they heard that. The sea camp wouldn't care about something like that. But the land camp had an attitude that reflected Silva's attitude. They saw their land camp as one being. They were united, and when someone attacked their comrades, it would be like someone had attacked them. The time to remain passive has passed. Now we become active, Silva shouted. The land camp listened to him with battle intent. It was almost like they were back in the invasion of the hyena tribe. Go wild. Shira can control some fights, but not all of them. Go crazy, Silva shouted. Go out. Find any member of the sea camp that you think is weaker than you, and directly challenge them. You have all gone through a bitter war and have experienced a powerful life and death battle. Half of our companions have died in this war, but you are the stronger half. You have proven your strength. So, what can some shrimps from the sea camp possibly do to you? Silva shouted aggressively. Raya! The beasts shouted aggressively in answer. Go out. Kill, slaughter, and feed. Then Silva took a deep breath. Fuck the SEA camp, he shouted with all his power. Some of the beasts were surprised by Silva's choice of words, but their battle intent quickly returned. Fuck the SEA camp, they shouted back. Go, Silva shouted. Raya! the land camp answered as they charged into the river tribe. Today, blood will flow, and chaos will reign. This day was one of the busiest days Orthar and Morn ever had. They had to approve of every challenge, after all, and the challenges just kept on coming. It was almost like the land camp had gone crazy, yet those two only smirked. The blood, death, and chaos inside the tribe would increase the power of the tribe tremendously. Only the beasts with the strongest battle strength would be able to survive, and these beasts would, therefore, also have an above-average battle strength for lords. Every single lord would have proven to be an elite beast. This was different from other tribes. Other tribes only had a certain standard for battle strength, and as long as a beast proved to fulfill that standard, they could fight the prey. After all, prey was there to be eaten, was it not? Because of that, the battle strength of these lords would be lower than the battle strength of the lords inside the river tribe. Xianxia grew nervous as one battle report after the next arrived at her side. She had no time to search for beasts that countered the beasts of her enemy. As soon as she found out about the weakness of one of her enemies, that beast had already won a second life and death battle. Weaknesses and advantages could only help so much. As soon as a beast went through many life and death battles, it would become powerful and experienced enough to counteract these weaknesses. At that point, individual power easily outclassed the inherent weakness of that species. Her head started hurting as Xianxia's brains worked overtime. The advantage of having two heads also came with the benefit of increasing the processing speeds of her brains. Yet, this wasn't helpful at all right now. On top of that, her advantage of having more recruits had vanished. All other land beasts were already residing inside other tribes, but that fact wasn't true for the ocean. There was an endless amount of spirit beasts willing to join the river tribe. Because of that, Xianxia always had more recruits than Silva. Yet, on this day, an army of over 200 land beasts had arrived, and all these beasts were willing to join the river tribe as new recruits. Obviously, these were the beasts of the tribe that Liza had visited a day before. Without their lord, they weren't willing to remain in that tribe. After all, one invasion from the ocean, and all land beasts would die. Like this, they all joined the river tribe. Additionally, Xianxia couldn't control the battles of the recruits anymore. After all, Liza overlooked that department now. As the day progressed, the sea camp became smaller and smaller. The sea camp still had their powerful members, but all the weaker ones were falling like flies. The battle strength of the land camp clearly outclassed the sea camp. Xianxia thought for a long time about this issue, but she just couldn't find a reason. She had no idea why every beast inside the land camp was so powerful. As more and more time passed, more and more of her camp died to the land camp. By now, her sea camp only had around 50 remaining members. Of course, the land camp also had casualties, but those couldn't be compared to the sea camps. In total, the land camp had only lost around 7 beasts. Meanwhile, this crazy slaughter gave rise to more lords inside the land camp. By now, the land camp already had 8 lords, excluding Silva. Yet, shortly after that, an even more devastating report had appeared. One of her 2 remaining lords had been killed by some panther from the land camp. One shouldn't forget that lords also counted as soldiers. Therefore, they could challenge any other lord to a duel. What is going on? Xianxia thought in frustration and nervousness. When the day had just started, she had been assured of her victory over the land camp. Yet, as soon as Silva returned, her dream had transformed into a nightmare. If this continued, the whole sea camp would be annihilated. On top of that, at some point, there would probably appear a lord in the land camp that countered Xianxia's power. When that happened, it wouldn't only be her sea camp that died. When that happened, her own life would be in genuine danger. As time progressed, the members of the land camp became fewer and fewer. When the next day arrived, only 12 members were left inside the land camp. Yet, all 12 of these members had already become lords. Like this, the slaughter stopped after Xianxia's last remaining lord died. It was only allowed to challenge beasts at the same rank. Therefore, the lords of the land camp only had each other, Xianxia, the Elder, the Oracle, and Gravis left to fight. No more sea beasts from the sea camp died. Yet Xianxia only had around 20 left. On top of that, she was the only remaining lord. Shira fell into despair. There were some beasts inside the land camp that could be a genuine danger to her life. The only reason why she hadn't been challenged yet was that her venom was a strong deterrent. Even if a lord won, they could very likely succumb to her venom if she hit them once. Yet Shira couldn't count on that fact. It was only a matter of time until a perfect counter to her became a lord. When that happened, her death would come. Shira feared for her life, and she had never been this scared before. She already considered fleeing from the river tribe. Additionally, she never trusted Morn and Orthar. There could very well come the time when one of these two decided to challenge her. After all, they also needed food to become more powerful, and those two were a powerful threat to Shira's life. Shira felt like she was completely out of her depth, with monsters all around her that were a danger to her life. Sadly, she didn't realize the irony in that thought. After all, Silva had had the same feelings towards her before he consulted Gravis. Shira couldn't find any solution to her current predicament. Without assets or power, her craftiness was nearly useless. She had relied on her craftiness for her entire life, and today was the first time when it had failed her. She stood before a crossroad. Flee or stay? If she fled, she would need to either establish her own tribe or join the tribe of another beast. Both options had problems. If she established her own tribe, she would need to completely rely on her own power. After all, there would be no other lord inside her new tribe. This meant that she needed to kill the enemy lords personally. If she joined the tribe of another beast, she would first need to search for a tribe that had, at least, a level 2 lord as a leader. Level 1 lords wouldn't allow such a dangerous snake into their midst. On top of that, she would need to join as prey, and that was hard. She would need to fight several brutal battles. The issue with finding such a powerful tribe was that these tribes didn't reside on the outside of the continent. She would need to travel a considerable distance into the continent. Of course, that meant that she had to go through the territories of other tribes. Like this, she would need to fight these tribes either way. Additionally, there was a massive issue with both of these choices, and that issue was the river tribe's insane growth. The growth of the river tribe completely shocked Shira. In just over a week, the tribe went from having no lord to having over a dozen. If she left for another tribe, she would sooner or later become food or prey for the river tribe. When that happened, enough time would have already passed for the river tribe to be many times more powerful than now. At that point, she could probably only join as prey, and if she survived, her strength would only allow her to become a mere soldier. In order to counteract this possibility, she would need to travel such a vast distance that it would probably take over a year of travel via the ocean. Yet, if she did that, she would still have to deal with the other issues. Shira felt like there was no way out. In her mind, it didn't matter what she chose. Only death remained. After hours of dealing with her despair, Shira finally remembered something. She remembered that Silva had been completely suppressed by her. Yet, as soon as he invaded the hyena tribe, he had completely transformed. No, Shira thought as she narrowed her eyes. He had already changed before that. After he passed by me, I felt the difference in his mindset. All of this happened just after he had gone to the spire. What happened in the spire that it changed him that much? She thought. As she thought about this, a realization slowly dawned on her. That viper had already known Morn for a long time. Morn wouldn't be able to change his mind to such a degree. On top of that, the oracle had stayed at the border to wait for the invasion. There was only one powerful beast remaining at the spire during that time. The leader, she thought with narrowed eyes. That viper has probably realized that his death was around the corner. Not finding a way out, he probably went to consult the leader. After their talk, his whole mindset had changed. Shira was currently at the bottom of the abyss and looked upwards at the spire with narrowed eyes. That viper had no way out, so he simply followed the leader. After all, his naive methods hadn't worked against me. Suddenly, Shira's eyes widened as she realized something else. Doesn't that sound just like my situation? She thought in frustration. As she continued thinking, her frustration grew. No, I can't. If I consult the leader, I would have only proven that my way is wrong. Then, all my efforts over these years would have been for nothing. Yet, Shira's grimace slowly changed into a frown as she looked at the ground. Prove that I was wrong? She thought, and then looked at the spire again. Now she only had an unsure expression. Haven't I already proven that my path is wrong by ending up in such a situation with no way out? Then, Shira's body shook in anger and refusal. After that, she shook her head in violent frustration and released a shout as her tail destroyed the wall to her side. After calming down, she looked upwards at the spire with motivation. So what if I lose the battle? She thought with anger. I'll accept this loss to win the war. Then she shot at the spire from the abyss. It was time to consult the leader. Shira quickly reached Gravis' cave and entered it without hesitation. She had a nearly manic look on her face, which came from a mixture of frustration, anger, motivation, and several other emotions. As soon as she entered, Gravis opened his eyes and looked into hers. After looking at Shira for a second, Gravis scratched his chin in interest. "Huh," he said casually, "seems like I was wrong." Shira hadn't expected these words to leave Gravis' mouth. In actuality, she was quite surprised. Didn't Gravis realize that admitting a mistake made him appear weaker to the beasts in his tribe? Admitting when he was wrong would create doubt in the lower members. If that happened more than once, some might even think that he was weak. Gravis couldn't possibly be serious. "Are you joking?" she asked unamused. Gravis only grinned as he stood up. Then he slightly shook his head. "No, I'm not joking. I was genuinely wrong. I've expected you to be a beast that would hold onto her philosophy until her death would come. The fact that you appeared here means that I have made an error." Shira still wasn't convinced. "Stop playing with me," she said with annoyance. "You know exactly that admitting a mistake would make you appear weaker in the eyes of others. They would think that you are not as intelligent as you appear and will lose respect in you." Gravis only continued grinning. He was actually enjoying it when he was wrong. Whenever he was wrong, it meant that he had another opportunity to grow. "So?" Gravis asked with a smirk. And again, Shira was perplexed by his answer. "What do you mean with so? Appearing strong is what allows you to keep firm control over the tribe. At some point, a member might think that you're weak and then attack you." Gravis only continued smirking and shook his head again. "That's the difference between you and I. Your words have shown that you have this whole concept of power backwards. That is also the reason why you are currently in such a dangerous situation." Shira only huffed in disdain. "Then please enlighten me," she said sarcastically. Gravis didn't mind her tone. "Hypothetically, if I were a stupid beast, would you be able to overthrow me?" he asked. Shira wanted to answer directly but stopped herself. She remembered how Gravis had even managed to subdue Liza, a powerful level 2 lord. This meant that his strength was, at least, above average for level 2 lords. When Gravis saw her hesitate, he continued speaking. "Assume that you have total control over the entire tribe. Everyone, including Liza, Orthar, Morn, and the land camp, would follow your every command. Now, let's assume that all of them are ready to throw their lives away to overthrow me. Would you succeed?" he asked. Shira thought about this. Yet, by what she had seen, Gravis could probably kill the whole tribe. It actually didn't matter how many beasts of the tribe attacked him. As she realized this, Shira's frustration grew. She couldn't find any way to kill Gravis with only these assets. Gravis saw Shira's frustration and kept grinning. Craftiness and intelligence help you in fighting against opponents that are slightly more powerful than you. Yet, as soon as the power gap widens, it becomes nearly useless. "So, tell me," Gravis said as he looked at her, "as long as my power is so much stronger than everyone else's, how would it be possible to overthrow me?" Shira remained silent, but she quickly found an answer. "Power doesn't remain static. Beasts die, and other beasts become more powerful. At one point, their power will be enough to kill you," she said. Gravis only shook his head. Shira hated it when Gravis shook his head like that. He acted like everything was in his control. Raising more powerful beasts requires time. Other beasts become more powerful, but so will I. My rank is a whole level lower than Liza's. Yet, my battle strength is so powerful that she would need to rise another level to become a threat. Rising to a level 3 lord requires a level 2 lord to eat about 8 other level 2 lords. That's a lot of resources. I require more food than others but only double the amount. Normally, I would need to eat 16 level 1 lords to become a level 2 lord. Yet, with my battle strength, why would I need to eat level 1 lords? I could just eat 4 level 2 lords to become a level 2 lord. At that point, Liza would need to become a level 4 lord, meaning she would need to hunt 8 level 3 lords, while I only need 4. Resources are limited, Shira. Even if I were to only take half of the resources of Liza, she would never be able to become a threat to me. In extension, by always fighting more powerful lords, my battle strength won't decline. To be frank with you, I'm not even interested in fighting level 2 lords. I only want to fight level 3 lords right now, Gravis said. Shira narrowed her eyes. Why would you do that? Didn't you say that level 3 lords could be a danger to you? Why would you put yourself into unnecessary danger? Gravis noticed that Shira grew more interested in the conversation. Where do you think my battle strength came from? Do you think this was handed to me? Shira didn't answer. When I started my journey, I had a battle strength that was equal to the battle strength of a low-rank spirit beast. With my power, I would have easily been able to reach that level by taking the safe route. Yet, what then? As soon as I would reach that level, my battle strength would only be average. I wouldn't be different from any of our soldiers. So, I went through an incredible amount of genuine life and death battles. 2 of my battles stand out as the hardest. I'll convert the power of my opponents to standards, you know. My first powerful opponent was someone that had the power of a high-rank energy beast. Back then, I could only be counted as a mid-rank energy beast. My chances of survival were lower than 10%. Then, Gravis smirked again. Yet, it wasn't him that attacked me. If I wanted to, I could have left without him chasing me. Instead, I went into the battle knowing fully well that I would most likely die. Yet, I survived. By winning this battle, my battle strength increased significantly. My second extremely perilous battle was against someone that was more powerful than a high-rank spirit beast, but not as powerful as a lord. Back then, I was at the upper border of a low-rank spirit beast. This was a jump of 2 entire ranks. By winning this fight, I had become even more powerful. These were the 2 most dangerous battles in my life. Yet, by risking it and winning, I have managed to increase my battle strength to such a level. Shira listened intently. She didn't know anything about Gravis' past. Orthar didn't really keep it a secret, but Shira didn't talk to him much. Morn, for example, knew most of what had happened to Gravis since he talked more with Orthar. When you look at the end result, I just appear like a monstrous freak that can't be judged by normal standards. Yet, if you hear my whole story, you will realize that my battle strength simply increased faster than my opponents. Of course, all of this is only temporary. Shira wasn't sure what Gravis meant. She estimated that Gravis' battle strength would probably even be powerful when he became a king, the rank above a lord. How could something like that be temporary? Gravis saw Shira's expression and guessed what she thought. My battle strength would probably also be good among kings, but what about emperors? What about the level after that? If I become complacent now, I would have already given up on my goal to become an emperor. By staying complacent, I would have put a border on my potential. Then, Gravis looked into Shira's eyes with a smirk. And that's exactly what's happening to you now. Shira had a skeptical look on her face. When you took part in the invasion, you have decided to attack the strongest beast in the enemy's army. Back then, you directly attacked Silva. Tell me, were you assured of your victory? Shira remained silent for 2 seconds. No, but I had to take the risk. I saw how his army almost worshipped that viper. If I allowed him to live, he would become a powerful enemy. Gravis nodded. Exactly. You took the risk. You weren't able to win, but your battle strength should have become more powerful after the fight. Yet, what about all your fights following those? Shira remembered the fights, and she noticed that every single fight had been easy, except for her latest one against one of 3 lords that had appeared inside her camp. That one had been the only difficult one. You have taken the easy road. The only fight that managed to increase your battle strength was your newest one. All other fights before that only increased your realm. When you had been a spirit beast, your battle strength had been outstanding. Yet, what about now? Shira fell into thought. Think back to 5 days ago, Gravis said. Think of all the members in the land camp. How many of them were powerful enough to be a danger to your life? One, Shira said. It was only the Viper. And what about now? Gravis asked. Shira remained silent for a while, and her expression deteriorated. 5, she said. Gravis nodded. Your battle strength hasn't increased, but your realm has. This means that, effectively, your battle strength has even decreased in comparison to your new enemies. What about when you become a level 2 lord? Wouldn't this trend just continue? Shira remained silent, but her face scrunched up in unwillingness. She realized that she couldn't find a counterargument. All the evidence showed that this trend only continued. This made her feel even more nervous about the future. Your path has come to an end, Shira, Gravis slowly said. As long as you don't step onto another one, you will soon die. In actuality, Gravis commented as he looked at Shira with a mocking expression. The only reason you're still alive is that Silva hasn't yet realized that he has already become more powerful than you. I keep a close watch over all of you, and I've seen most of your fights. With my experience, I'm pretty good at estimating the power of others. And right now, if Silva were to fight you, you would only have a 30% chance of winning. Shira's eyes narrowed again as she looked at Gravis. I don't believe that. Gravis only smirked. Silva puts the success and survival of his camp over his own life. This means that he didn't only aim to become a lord. Instead of finding food, he used these hunting opportunities as a method to get rid of the most powerful beasts in the sea camp. Your fights had been easy, but his fights had been difficult. This has increased his battle strength more than he realizes. As soon as he realizes that he is more powerful than you, he won't hesitate to challenge you directly. At that time, your life will likely come to an end. Shira's frustration increased when she heard Gravis. She didn't want to believe him, but deep inside, she realized that he was right. There might really be a possibility that the Viper was already more powerful than her. Yet, her pride made it difficult to accept that. After some seconds, Gravis continued speaking. To go back to my original point, you said that appearing strong is what makes a leader. Yet, I say that being strong is what makes a leader. As long as you have supreme power, it doesn't matter what others think of you. They might look down on you, but they can't do anything against you. And I am also pretty sure that I know why you have been complacent, Gravis said. You are too happy with what you already have. You don't dare to risk your life to increase your battle strength. Yet, you also want to become more powerful. Shira, you need to realize that you can't have both. Either you take it easy and forever remain at this power, or you take risks to become more powerful. There is no in-between. It's either the one or the other. Then Gravis turned away from her and looked at the wall. I've helped Silva once when he had come to ask me for guidance. I have given him this guidance, but I have also told him that, to remain fair, I would give you the same opportunity if you ever came to ask for guidance. Then he turned back to her. Back then, I didn't expect you to ever come to me for help, but as I said, I was wrong. I have incorrectly assessed your personality. So, right now, I will tell you what you have to do to get out of this mess. Shira remained silent. Back then, Silva was on the verge of death, just like you. Back then, I have told him that his weakness was that he placed the survival of his camp above its power. I told him that he needed to let his members go crazy. Like this, many will die, but many others will become powerful. He followed that advice, and now, a single beast of his camp can annihilate your whole sea camp. Yet, that was advice that was specifically tailored to him. The advice I will give you will be slightly different. Shira still didn't say anything. Silva has the advantage over you that his camp trusts in him. Because of that, he doesn't need to fear that his underlings become more powerful than him. At least, not until they are 1 or 2 levels higher than him. In your case, that is different. You do not have the ability to instill trust in your camp. Therefore, The only way to remain in power is to be the most powerful beast inside your camp without question. Yet, being the most powerful beast is also a powerful advantage in and of itself. Therefore, your only remaining choice is to risk your life in life and death battles. Tomorrow, I will make an announcement to the tribe about a new program. My help to you is to allow you to start on that program one day early. Of course, it's up to you if you accept it or not. Xianxia still remained silent as she listened to Gravis. The tribe has become too powerful for our current lands. All our neighboring lands only have one lord, but we have over 10. Using spirit beasts for an invasion is a waste of resources. I don't want more lords. I want more level 2 lords. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will allow the lords in our tribe to kill the lords of any tribe they can find. Xianxia narrowed her eyes. Yet, they are only allowed to go alone. Their battle strength is above average. This means that a one-on-one battle with a lord from another tribe wouldn't increase their battle strength by much. Only when they battle such a lord with the whole tribe attacking them at the same time will they truly be challenged. Gravis looked back into Xianxia's eyes. Fighting a whole tribe by yourself is easier than fighting the members of the land camp. Yet, it will still be dangerous. My advice to you is that you should fight and kill 3 lords alone. If you manage to survive, your battle strength will be even more powerful than Silva's current battle strength. You would probably be even more powerful than Orthar then. When you're finished with that task, you should kill 5 of the strongest beasts of the land camp. This will weaken the land camp significantly while making you more powerful. Of course, I won't tell Silva about what we have talked about today. I will only tell him that we talked, but not the contents of the conversation. If he realizes that you will become more powerful in a very short time, he will be forced to become more powerful himself. If he doesn't realize it, you would just directly kill him before becoming a level 2 lord. After all, you would already be more powerful than him at that point. So, in the end, it depends on him if he survives against you. And as soon as you become a level 2 lord, it doesn't matter what Silva does. He might be able to eradicate the whole sea camp, but he won't be able to kill you. As long as he can't kill you, the sea camp will just become more and more powerful. This is just like your current situation. You have more beasts inside your sea camp, but you can't do anything about the overwhelming power of the land camp. This will be switched in the future. Gravis looked deep into Xianxia's eyes. The only way to realize your ambition is to become truly powerful. If you're not powerful, no one will follow you. Why would a level 3 lord follow you if they realize that they can annihilate you with a casual smack? Gravis stopped talking, and Xianxia fell into thought. She realized that this was truly the only way left for her to realize her ambition. Without becoming more powerful, she wouldn't be able to control stronger beasts. Was she happy with forever remaining at her current standing? Of course not. After half a minute, Xianxia sighed and decided to go through with it. An hour ago, she had seen no path forward, but now, she had one. This path was dangerous, but it had a possibility for success. The motivation to become powerful returned in full. She hadn't always been this complacent. This had only started after becoming part of the river tribe. One shouldn't forget that Xianxia had had an outstanding battle strength when she had been a spirit beast. Such a powerful battle strength didn't come from playing it safe. The undying greed from back then had returned. When she had joined the river tribe, the greed had taken a back seat. Before joining the river tribe, it was like she had been hungry constantly. Yet, as soon as she joined, it was like she had eaten her fill. But now, it returned even more powerful than before. Gravis saw Xianxia's mindset change and smirked. Now, it all depends on you, Silva, Gravis thought. Your enemy has gone through a rebirth. Either you become more powerful or you will die. I won't save you a second time. If you die to Xianxia, it just shows that you are too weak to rise to power. I'm fine with either outcome. Suddenly, Xianxia smirked as she looked at Gravis. You know, I never asked for your help. You gave me this advice of your own volition. So, that means that I still dash home. An apocalyptic pressure appeared and pressed into Xianxia. Before she could even process that, a mighty hand clasped around each of her throats. Gravis' body felt way more powerful than before. Yet, what was even weirder was that the pressure seemingly didn't originate from Gravis. This powerful pressure felt like it came from outside, shocking her to no end. What was happening? Gravis pressed down hard on her throats and pulled the heads towards him. Bones were breaking, and flesh was tearing as his grip strengthened. Then, he looked deep into the eyes of Shira's heads with a severe expression. "Don't play this political game with me," he said with a severe tone. Shira felt like she was about to die. Fear was gripping her mind as she panicked. "I have told you about this, and if you didn't want my help, you could have left. There are very few things that I hate more than dishonesty. Don't forget that I can kill you whenever I feel like it. Never forget that I am in the same rank as you. I don't even need to break the rules to break your necks," Gravis said brutally. "I can drag you into an arena right now and tear you apart." Then Gravis sneered. "And sure, if you still don't accept the fact that I helped you, then listen. Right now I am offering you my help. That help is that I won't kill you right now. Do you accept?" he asked. "Why yes, I accept," Shira transmitted meekly. Gravis' sneer transformed into a smirk. "Good. Okay." Shira fell away from Gravis and screamed in pain. Gravis had torn one of her heads off. Very few beings had the privilege to feel the pain of losing an entire head. Most of them just died. "Fuck off, and don't you dare appear in front of me in the next week," Gravis said as he looked at her writhing body coldly. "Yes, I'm sorry," she quickly and quietly transmitted. Then, she slithered away with fear as panic still gripped her remaining mind. Gravis huffed again and went back to sit in the middle of the room. "With over 10 lords destroying all other lords, we should be able to reach the territories of a level 2 or 3 lord in no time. When that time comes, I can finally increase my power again. I haven't gone through any tempering since entering this world. Oh, how long I've waited for this." Gravis chuckled a bit as he went back to doing whatever he was doing all day. After Shira left the spire, she immediately flew to the south. She realized that she didn't have any time anymore. The leader had said that Silva was already more powerful than her, and, for once, she believed him. It would only be a matter of time until Silva challenged her. After all, Silva was ready to take this risk for his camp. Like this, Shira left the tribe, and she wouldn't return until she had killed 3 lords. If she intended to start right now, she would have flown to the west. After all, they had a direct neighbor there. Yet, she wouldn't go there in her current condition. First, she had to wait for her head to regrow. That would probably take some hours. A day later, Gravis gathered the whole tribe and told them about his new program. The reactions were mixed. The lords grew excited when they heard that. Initially, they had believed that there wasn't enough food for everyone. Yet this solved the whole issue. The spirit beasts, on the other hand, didn't like this at all. An invasion was the easiest way to become more powerful. After all, a powerful commander would kill the enemy and keep them alive. But why didn't the spirit beasts know that it was better to go through life and death tempering? After all, hadn't there been a devastating war some days ago? The reason for that was simple. Every spirit beast except for around 10 from the sea camp were new members. Every old member of the land camp had either died or become a lord. They had seen the effect of tempering. That was why they were so excited. The new members hadn't seen that effect yet. That was why they were unhappy about this development. A lot of them went to complain to the oracle or elder but without success. Yet, the elder and the oracle were able to alleviate their worries somewhat. When the lords went wild, a lot of spirit beasts would become homeless. When that happened, most of them would join the river tribe. Like this, there would be enough food. Sadly for the spirit beasts, the new recruits had to go through a real fight to join the tribe just like them. This meant that they weren't easy targets. This put the spirit beasts before a choice. There was no easy way to power anymore. They either had to go through perilous fights or leave the river tribe. There was no restriction to leaving, and all beasts knew that. Because of that, over 30% of the spirit beasts left the river tribe to join another tribe as prey. At least, if they managed to join another tribe, they could leech some food from the wars. Yet, the remaining 70% decided to stay. These 70% now knew that there was no easy way out anymore. They couldn't wait anymore and hope for a lucky invasion. And since they had no other way anymore, they immediately went wild with challenging others. By now, there were a lot more new members. With one dedicated beast, Liza, overseeing the entire process, one new member after the other appeared. Because of this, even though nearly all spirit beasts of the river tribe had died 2 days prior, there were more members now than ever before. As soon as the lords went crazy, there would be a gigantic influx of new recruits. Gravis had already foreseen this development and ordered the fungus to create 20 more arenas. They would need them all soon. Meanwhile, the lords asked the Elder and Oracle how they should proceed exactly. Gravis had informed Orthar and Morn about how he wanted things to be done, and they relayed the information. Gravis didn't see a bigger territory as an advantage but as a liability. If the territory were bigger, fewer beasts would congregate in one spot, and therefore there would be fewer fights. On top of that, they would need to send more beasts to overlook the borders. Because of all these reasons, Gravis informed them that they would only annex the one territory to the west. Currently, the river tribe was in the southern part of the continent. To the south was the ocean, while to the west and east were some fringe territories. Gravis informed the two that a width of 1,500 kilometers was more than enough. As soon as the territory to the west was annexed, they would only expand to the north. They needed to get closer to the core of the continent to find better food. On top of that, if the territory were too big, beasts would take longer and longer to get from A to B. Because of that, they would only expand north and keep their current width. After some annexations, they would also move their headquarters further into the continent. They would still keep the southern territories at that point, but they would only send some lords to keep watch. Finding these lords was actually not that difficult. At some point, a beast would feel comfortable enough to remain at its current level. These beasts wouldn't want to fight anymore and endanger their life. So, Gravis decided to make use of these beasts. As long as these beasts became lords, they could remain in these territories and rule over them like they were their own tribe. As long as they kept the steady stream of new sea recruits going, everything would be fine. In actuality, to these beasts, this was even better than actually having their own tribe. If they had their own tribe, they would need to be careful of beasts that became powerful enough to overthrow them. In that case, they would never dare to let another lord rise. Yet, they didn't need to care about that with their new status. As soon as a new lord rose, they would just be sent further inward. Gravis had planned this whole thing out. He would make a long street going far into the continent. As the number of recruits grew, and as the average strength of each soldier increased, he would create multiple checkpoints along the way. As soon as a beast reached the next rank or level, they would progress to the next checkpoint if they wanted. Yet, all of this was far into the future. Right now, the lords had heard something very interesting from the Oracle and the Elder. The whole expansion into the north only referred to the territory. It didn't mean that they couldn't attack other tribes to the east and west. It just meant that the tribe would just leave these areas empty. This meant that the lords had no boundaries. As long as they attacked a tribe alone, they could go absolutely wild. One lord could even just continue going in one direction until they became a level 2 lord. Additionally, some uninformed lords from other tribes or the ocean would notice that a new territory had opened up. Then, they may decide to invade that land and expand their tribe or create a new one. At that point, the food would have basically restocked itself without them having to do anything. The last rule only entailed that they should advertise the river tribe after killing the lord. This was not hard. In the case that the lords found a powerful territory with more than one lord, they had to report to the Elder or Oracle. After all, they wouldn't be able to take such a land solo. Though, if they were confident, they could try it anyway. After hearing all the specifics, nearly every lord shot off into the distance. They all scattered and tried to find a direction where no other lord from their tribe would go. After all, it was first come, first serve. Meanwhile, the lords of the neighboring tribes had no idea that an apocalypse was coming. No tribe expected that some newly conquered territory at the edge of the continent housed over a dozen lords. Meanwhile, these tribes only had one lord with average battle strength. There were only so many neighboring territories, and in total there were more lords from the river tribe than there were territories neighboring them. Because of that, faster beasts would arrive first. Slower beasts noticed that someone from their tribe was already fighting and just continued running further away. If the neighbors were already busy, they could always go to the neighbors. And with that, the river tribe expanded with ridiculous speeds. Couple of days passed. By now, the river tribe had been in existence for slightly more than 2 weeks. Yet, in these 2 weeks, it went from a tribe with no lord to a powerful hegemon that devastated the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Huge swathes of land were empty of any powerful beasts. Yet, weaker beasts that were usually ignored thrived. Where did the weaker beasts come from? Every tribe left the weaker beasts alone. After all, eating them wouldn't increase the tribe's power at all. Because of that, it was like there were 2 separate worlds. It was very similar to the world of cultivation and the mortals in the lower worlds. The weaker beasts just lived with each other. Occasionally, they would notice a mighty beast pass them. Yet, these beasts would only ignore them. Sometimes, the weak beasts would also hear and see these powerful beasts fighting. Yet, these mighty beasts never interacted with the weaker beasts. Only when a beast became a spirit beast would it be noticed by the tribe. Basically, 100% of the continent was occupied by tribes, kingdoms, and empires. These weak beasts just didn't know about this. Because of that, every weaker beast was living inside the territory of an organization without their knowledge. Yet, when strong beings fought, the weak would suffer. Due to that, there were still a lot of casualties among the weaker beasts. After all, who cared about them? Because of the vast empty lands without any tribes, these beasts thrived. No more fighting appeared around them. Sadly, these beasts were too stupid to realize the change. Even if they were smarter, they still wouldn't know the concept of a tribe. To them, it just appeared like all the strong beasts had vanished. Yet, what had the lords of the river tribe done in that time? How many tribes had they killed? In these couple of days, most lords only killed a single tribe. On top of that, 3 lords from the river tribe died in these fights. These fights were not without danger, after all. Ironically, due to that, the river tribe had even fewer lords than before. These couple of days were too short for the recruits to reach the power of a lord. Therefore, no new lord had appeared inside the river tribe. Yet, the surviving lords had become more powerful, even though their level or rank didn't increase. As said before, most lords only killed 1 tribe in this short amount of time. After all, they needed to heal themselves, digest the prey, and think about their fights. Starting at the Unity realm, there were no stupid beasts anymore. Therefore, they also reflected on their fights and what they could have done better. Of course, there were also some beasts that killed more than 1 lord. These beasts were Morn, Orthar, and the panther from the land camp, who had made a name for himself inside the river tribe by now. Yet, there was 1 beast that had already left to kill a 3rd lord. This beast was Silva. When the announcement about the new program had been made, Silva had noticed the suspicious absence of Shira. Normally, she should have appeared at such a momentous occasion. Because of his doubts, he had gone to Orthar to ask about her whereabouts. Orthar had only told him one thing, but this single thing made a lump form inside Silva's stomach. Orthar had only said that Shira had gone to Gravis to ask for guidance. Initially, Silva had been shocked since he had never expected that, but he quickly grew incredibly nervous. He had seen what Gravis guidance had done for him and the land camp. If Shira followed Gravis guidance, it would prove devastating to Silva and the land camp. When 2 beings fought regularly, it often happened that they knew their opponent better than even themselves. Shira and Silva had noticed the other's weaknesses and tried to use these weaknesses to their advantage. Because of that, Silva quickly realized what the worst-case scenario would be. Shira wouldn't be able to make the sea camp rise by itself. After all, the land camp had way more powerful lords and also more of them. As soon as a lord from the sea camp appeared, the land camp would directly kill them. Therefore, there was only 1 path left. Shira had to increase her own power so that she became powerful enough to directly kill Silva. Without Silva, the land camp would fall to Shira's machinations in due time. When Silva noticed this, he immediately decided that he couldn't take a break now. He had to become way more powerful to protect the land camp from an unfair death. Because of that, he killed 3 lords. His third fight had been the most difficult by far. The lord from that tribe didn't only have above-average battle strength, but the tribe had also attacked him with an impressive amount of coordination. Silva had only won by sacrificing nearly half his body to kill the lord. Luckily, as soon as the lord died, the other beasts stopped attacking him out of fear. Even though Silva had been on the verge of death, he still instilled incredible fear and respect among the spirit beasts. Healing that wound had taken him nearly a full day, but after eating and healing, Silva noticed that his battle strength was more powerful than he had thought. A couple of days ago, he would have firmly believed that he wouldn't be able to win such a devastating fight. Yet, he had achieved what he had thought impossible. After healing, he returned to the river tribe. Yet, a piece of shocking news reached him as soon as he returned. Xianxia had returned, and not only that, she had immediately killed 2 of his lords. The first one had average power in relation to the river tribe standards, but the second one was what truly shocked him. The second lord that Xianxia had killed was the panther. Silva considered this panther as the most powerful beast inside the land camp. The fact that Xianxia had killed him shocked Silva immensely. He had also estimated that the panther had the best chance at winning against Xianxia. Yet, such devastating things often happen suddenly. On top of that, Xianxia had made an announcement to the whole land camp after killing the panther. "I still have 3 more fights left until I become a level 2 lord," she had said. "Any lord from the land camp that kills one of my lords will have to fight me next." When Silva heard this report, his rage exploded. Xianxia was easily powerful enough to become a level 2 lord, but instead, she used these fighting opportunities as a deterrent. There were only 2 ways how Silva could deal with that. One way was that a beast needed to kill Xianxia. Yet, no beast inside the land camp was powerful enough to kill her, including himself. So that option fell out of the equation. The second option would be to sacrifice 3 lords from the land camp. If a beast fought without eating the carcass, it would constitute as mindless slaughter, and Gravis didn't like that. The beasts better eat their opponent, or Gravis would quickly get rid of them. Because of that, Xianxia would be forced to eat her enemies unless she wanted to go against Gravis. Of course, Silva knew that Xianxia wouldn't want to commit suicide. So, after killing 3 lords, she would be forced to become a level 2 lord. When that happened, she wouldn't be able to challenge level 1 lords anymore. This would force her to look on as the land camp completely suppressed the sea camp. Yet, this solution had 2 issues. One issue was that Xianxia would then count as the second most powerful beast in the river tribe together with Liza. On top of that, the road to power didn't end there. As soon as anyone in the land camp became a level 2 lord, she would just directly kill them. Like this, the land camp would be suppressed again. The other issue with that was that Silva wasn't willing to sacrifice 3 of his comrades to get rid of an enemy. He had had 12 lords before the new program took effect. 3 had died to the enemy tribes while 2 others died to Xianxia. If Xianxia killed another 3, there would only be 4 lords left. Of course, in Silva's mind, his feeling of responsibility and companionship far outweighed the potential outcomes in terms of priority. He could deal with the fact that his companions died in fights, but he could never force them into suicide. With this, a kind of unsteady and foreboding peace came over the river tribe. The lords of the land camp no longer dared to look at the sea camp. On top of that, Xianxia did something that made the urgency inside Silva's mind rise. Xianxia was forcing the spirit beasts inside her camp to fight each other. Silva had planned to keep the spirit beasts of the land camp away from the sea camp so that the sea camp couldn't challenge them. When Xianxia saw that, she forced the sea camp to battle each other with an absolutely frightening frequency. In just 2 days, Xianxia managed to create her first lord. Even worse, she showed no sign of stopping. She was fully taking advantage of the brief period of deterrence. After all, such deterrence couldn't hold forever. When Silva noticed that, he realized that there was only one path left. Because of the panther's death, a giant gulf in battle strength appeared in the land camp. No beast could be compared to Silva anymore. So, it was his responsibility to take care of Xianxia. He needed to suppress the sea camp and become more powerful than her in the process. Then, he would need to put his life on the line to kill her. This was his only way out. Yet, the new lord from the sea camp was too weak to pose a challenge to Silva. Killing the new lords wouldn't help him at all. It would only delay the issue. He needed something that genuinely put him through devastating mortal danger. So, he went to Morn to ask about a territory that had 2 lords instead of 1. Sadly, this conversation didn't take place. Because, insect, you have gone against the stone tribe and created an abomination of a tribe. Come out of your hiding hole and accept your death. A powerful voice announced from above the spire. Every member of the upper echelon noticed this voice, and they were also shocked by this visitor. It was a 500-meter-long shark, and it was flying above the spire. Yet, what shocked them wasn't its appearance but its power. This was a level 2 lord and early-rank unity beast. Oh yeah, Gravis muttered to himself as he remembered something. That one lord that I have killed before invading the Sand tribe said that she was from the Stone tribe. If I recall correctly, the leader of that tribe should be a level 4 lord. Oi, Liza! Gravis transmitted to Liza, who was over 100 kilometers away. Gravis' spirit didn't reach that far, but thanks to his lightning fork, he could talk to her anyway. A level 2 lord is standing above our spire. You want that? Gravis asked. Liza was a bit surprised. Already? That was fast, she said and then hummed a bit. I would rather see your power than eat them myself, she said. Gravis chuckled a bit. You don't believe that I can make myself more powerful? Eh? He asked. Liza only smiled a bit. I assume that you didn't lie, but that's quite a bold claim anyway. So yes, I would rather see it, she said. Gravis chuckled a bit. All right, sure. Just stay at the sidelines and watch. It's time I showed the tribe my technique anyway. Meanwhile, Gravis flew out of the spire until he stood before the giant shark. The giant shark was quite surprised by Gravis. He had never seen a beast looking even remotely like him. On top of that, this beast felt incredibly weak. This was, by far, the weakest body of a lord the shark had ever seen. Hey, I'm Gravis, the leader of this tribe. I was also the one that killed your officer. So, I think it's me you're looking for? Gravis said with a smirk. The shark only scoffed in disdain. Whoosh! A powerful, concentrated beam of water shot at Gravis with incredible speed. Gravis was flying, which meant that he had already moved all his power into his spirit. As soon as the beast showed an inkling of attacking, Gravis activated his will aura and shot to the side. The beam slowed down due to Gravis' will aura, and Gravis was quickly pushed to the side by his spirit. Humans could fly faster than beasts since they didn't have to move such a ridiculous amount of weight with their flying technique. Therefore, it wasn't hard for Gravis to evade such an attack. Sheeing. A hole was created that penetrated the whole spire. The water beam had been quite powerful. Probably no one but Liza could evade such an attack. On top of that, this attack had only been a casual one. The shark was shocked. Not only did this weak beast successfully evade his attack, but it also exuded some kind of pressure that made the shark move slower. The shark estimated that it could only use around 80% of his speed now. Oh, you want to get right to the action, eh? Gravis asked with a smirk. Sure, I can come to terms with that. But first, why did it take you so long to get here? I killed your officer like nearly 2.5 weeks ago. The shark regained his calm and looked at Gravis with interest now. Our tribe isn't close. Takes me about a week of travel to get here. Quite a waste of time, in my opinion. That's also why I don't want to hear any bullshit from you. Is this pressure the reason why you can keep so many lords under your rule? He asked. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Not entirely. It's just one of my weapons, Gravis said and then smiled at the shark. But thank you for giving us a time frame for when your colleagues arrive. The shark only looked at Gravis with boredom. Are you insinuating that you are able to kill me? Don't joke around like that. The only lords that can jump an entire level are divine beasts. And you're not one of them. Divine beasts? What's that? Gravis asked. He hadn't heard about this concept yet. The shark only huffed arrogantly. Stop wasting time. No one will save you, the shark said and then readied himself to charge at Gravis. Just accept your death. Bang! A powerful explosion could be heard as the shark shot at Gravis. This was not a casual attack anymore. As soon as Gravis would evade, the shark could change his trajectory and follow after him. With his faster speed, he would only need to chase Gravis to kill him. Gravis saw that and sighed. Man, I really can't temper myself like this. Even if my lightning fork weakens me, I still don't feel any pressure. That's probably because my life isn't actually in danger and that I can deactivate my lightning fork whenever I want. Well, time to give the tribe a show. Gravis flew upwards, and the shark followed after him. In less than a second, the shark would be able to swallow Gravis, even if he flew at his full speed. Hum! Hum! Two other pressures appeared and pressed into the shark, shocking the shark to no end. They felt identical to the first one and were just as intense. Yet, they appeared from each of his sides. Shouldn't they come from his opponent? The shark quickly noticed where these two pressures came from and stopped in shock. What did he just see? Gravis was in front of him, but there was also another Gravis to his right. On top of that, a third one was to his left. They all looked and felt identical. What the fuck was going on? The watchers looked with shock at the sky. Why were there three of their leader? Where did these other two come from? Shira only looked at the Gravises with narrowed eyes. I knew that something was up, she thought. Silva was impressed by what he was seeing, while Morn showed an incredible interest in what was happening. Even with his incredible amount of experience, he had no idea what was happening. Orthar only watched calmly. Meanwhile, Liza finally understood what Gravis meant when he had said that his power was only a third of his peak. She also grew a bit bitter as she realized that she had been helplessly suppressed by only one of these Gravises. Thank you for visiting, all three Gravises said at the same time. We're the rulers of this land, the Gravis force. They shouted as they all lifted one finger in the air in a heroic pose. The reactions from the tribe were mixed as they heard Gravis. A few of them felt like this was embarrassing, but most of them were impressed by Gravis' heroic speech. This was their leader, and their leader had just declared his dominance. Anyway, it's time for you to scatter, the Gravis above the shark said. Then, he started falling as he concentrated half his power into his punishment lightning. Meanwhile, the other two Gravises kept the will aura active to slow the shark down. Bzzzzzzz. A powerful lightning bomb was created on Gravis' hand. With his additional control, he could choose how much lightning and spirit went into the lightning bomb. This time, he decided to fill it with nearly everything he had. The shark roared in anger and shot at Gravis. He couldn't believe that something as ridiculous as this was happening. There had to be a trick to it, and he wouldn't believe that a level 1 lord could be a danger to his life. If he used all his force to attack, Gravis would surely collapse. Hum! The lightning bomb was thrown into the shark's mouth and then exploded violently. Boom! A 2-kilometer-wide explosion took place. Luckily, they fought high in the sky. Like this, the explosion wouldn't damage their territory or kill members of their tribe. The explosion was incredibly bright and blinded most of the onlookers, and the shockwaves hit the lands and shook them with their power. The shark exploded into many pieces. Gravis only smirked with a laugh. As I said, it's time for you to scatter. Get it? He said. His lightning bomb had weakened to only 10% of his power by the time the shark died. But as soon as the shark had died, no will was keeping its energy condensed anymore. Therefore, the explosion quickly transformed into some lightning bolts that shot at the scattered parts of the shark. The lightning bolts quickly burned the parts into dust, making the lightning even more powerful. In less than a second, the whole body of the shark had vanished. The lightning had grown many times more powerful after absorbing everything. Then, it simply shot at Gravis and was absorbed. Gravis took a deep breath as he felt power course through his body. Then, Gravis clenched his right fist and looked at it with a smirk. Eating will be way less bothersome like this, Gravis commented. When a beast ate another beast, they would absorb all the energy and power inside their body. What Gravis had done just now was no different. His lightning simply absorbed everything and returned to his body, where it distributed the harvested power. After seeing how easily their leader had dealt with a level 2 lord, nearly every beast was shocked into submission. This was the most incredible power they had ever seen. On top of that, they all were part of this mighty beasts tribe. Nearly all beasts were incredibly proud of being in the river tribe. Even Orthar was surprised by Gravis' power. Hearing and seeing were two entirely different concepts. Yet one question was upon every beast's mind. How were there three Gravises? This was Gravis' lightning fork. After seeing that even his foundation was liquidized when he transformed into lightning, Gravis immediately thought about his clone that he had met in the Heavens trial. Why not do exactly that, but different? Why not just make three bodies with a third of his power? Gravis tested it out and noticed that it worked without a problem. There was one Gravis but three bodies, spirits, and lightning. These bodies were not autonomous entities but were more akin to limbs. He had one awareness that controlled these three bodies like they were arms, only more complicated. When Gravis saw the result, he grew incredibly excited. Why? Because he had to waste a lot of time in the past because he only had one body. Gravis needed to increase his power, battle, control the tribe, learn smithing, search for materials, and watch the CMO. Nearly all these things required him to be in different places. So, after Gravis activated his lightning fork for the first time, he sent one body to search for materials with the fungus. When that body found materials, it would directly forge with them to get more experience. On top of that, he was getting some nice stuff out of these materials. Another body was simply keeping a check on everything. Every Unity beast could reduce their size by a factor of 10. Gravis was already small with a height of only 2 meters, but as soon as he reduced his size even further, he would only be 20 centimeters tall. Like this, he could walk all around his property without anyone noticing. Nearly all powerful beasts were over 50 meters tall. No one would notice a 20-centimeter tall, tiny lizard thing. On top of that, Gravis' weaker body became even weaker by 50% when he was that tiny. No one noticed him as he just traveled around his territory. The third Gravis sat on standby inside his cave. Everyone else was confused about what he was doing there all the time, but Gravis knew. He was simply looking at the CMO with interest. Everyone else only thought that Gravis was staying inside his cave all day, but that couldn't be further from the truth. With one body constantly roaming around and the other body digging through their whole territory, he traveled more than any other beast. To stop the lightning fork, Gravis only needed to convert 2 of his bodies into lightning and shoot them into the third one. Then all his power would be condensed into one body. This was the power of the lightning fork. Gravis landed on top of the spire. After that, his 2 other bodies transformed into lightning and got absorbed by him. The beasts were shocked when they saw that since this seemed way too magical. After that, he simply told Orthar that he should explain it to the tribe. After all, Gravis needed to regenerate his wasted spirit and lightning and then go back to smithing and watching the CMO. The upper echelon immediately wanted to ask Gravis about his technique, but he just directed them to Orthar. After a lot of explaining, Orthar managed to rudimentarily describe the technique that Gravis was using. When they heard that Gravis could actually transform into lighting, they were, again, surprised to no end. How would something like this even be possible? On top of that, a lot of beasts didn't even know Gravis' affinity. After all, he had only used it against the original leader of the Sand Tribe and then against Liza. His body just didn't seem to fit his attribute. He looked more like a darkness or fire beast. Orthar just laughed at that and told them that Gravis had started as an electric eel. A lot of surprises came today, and this was one of them. Gravis didn't resemble an eel even remotely. Yet, this fact gave the upper echelon a lot of motivation. If Gravis managed to create such an intimidating body as an eel, why couldn't they? After half an hour, peace came back to the river tribe, but that was only relative. A lot of lords that wanted to take a break went out to hunt again. Gravis' power inspired them, and hearing that he had been an eel only solidified their resolve. A lot of lords left the tribe again to fight more tribes. Meanwhile, the sea camp continued fighting crazily against itself under Shira's orders. Silva finally managed to talk to Morn and found a couple of tribes with 2 lords. He chose the easiest one since fighting 2 lords at once was incredibly difficult. On top of that, if there were 2 lords, one of them had to be powerful. Some days passed, and the land camp was insanely growing with the huge influx of scattered beasts joining them. Liza was busy all day, and there already was quite a significant backlog for new recruits. By now, the land camp had over 1,000 beasts, but many more recruits were waiting to join the camps. Meanwhile, the sea camp only had about 100 due to their insane fighting. Yet, they had also produced several lords who also immediately went out to fight tribes. In just 5 more days, the tribe expanded rapidly into the continent until they finally found a tribe that had a level 2 lord as a leader. The tribe was over 15,000 kilometers away, quite a far distance. Yet, one shouldn't forget that the middle world was huge. 15,000 kilometers was a long distance if one considered the size of a lower world. However, here it was only a distance that separated initial rank Unity beasts from early rank Unity beasts. How far until they reached the territories of level 3 lords? Orthar asked Liza if she was interested in that tribe. Yet, Liza declined. Liza wanted to become more powerful, but she didn't want to risk her life until her revenge had been complete. There was a significant difference between fighting a level 1 lord with their tribe and fighting a level 2 lord with their tribe. A level 1 lord only had spirit beasts under them, and the gap between spirit beasts and lords was double as wide as the gap between lords. It could be compared to a high-rank spirit beast fighting another high-rank spirit beast with lots of low-rank spirit beasts helping the second one. Yet, with a level 2 lord, it would be like all the low-rank spirit beasts were replaced by mid-rank spirit beasts. This was a massive difference. With a 2-rank difference, the weaker beasts would find it very difficult to injure the combatant. At most, they could slow them down and distract them. Yet, when there was only 1 rank of distance, these beasts would be able to lightly injure the combatant. This made the whole fight harder. Gravis considered moving the headquarters inwards, but he decided against it for the time being. Normally, he would quickly move it to give the lords easier access to powerful tribes, but he didn't do it this time. What was the reason? The reason was the Stone tribe's eventual retaliation. If they moved inwards, the Stone tribe wouldn't be able to find Gravis easily, and he didn't want that. As soon as they realized that their envoy wasn't returning, they would probably send a mid-rank Unity beast, also called a level 3 lord. A level 3 lord would pose a genuine danger to Gravis, and that's precisely what he wanted. Another couple of days later, some significant changes took place inside the River tribe. Silva had managed to return by going through hell. He had barely won against the tribe with 2 lords, and he had eaten both of them. Now, he still had 3 fights left, and he was going to use one of them on Shira. It was time for her to die. Yet, Silva grew angry and frustrated when he returned. The land camp was tired of being suppressed by Shira, and 3 lords had decided to use up her chances of fighting. Shira killed them but was forced to become the 2nd level 2 lord of the River tribe. Like this, the land camp could kill the sea camp all they wanted again, but they had sacrificed 3 of their lords. On top of that, Silva couldn't challenge Shira anymore since she was a level higher than him now. When Silva heard that, he grew angry at his camp and berated them. He wasn't angry at them because of Shira's new power, but because they had thrown their lives away. These meaningless deaths infuriated him. Yet, after seeing that he couldn't fight Shira anymore, Silva decided to use up his 3 last fights to kill the 3 most powerful lords in the sea camp. With that, the numbers of lords would be equal again for both camps. Luckily, the land camp had an experience and power advantage since their lords had already killed several tribes solo. After these 3 fights, Silva also became a level 2 lord. Yet, he wasn't happy about that. As long as Shira was still alive, he could never be happy. She needed to die. Only then would peace come to the tribe. Silva estimated that his combat power was slightly stronger than Shira, but he wasn't that selfless that he would throw his life away to take her down with him. After all, they both had potent venom. He needed to become powerful enough to take her down without dying himself. Because of that, Silva immediately left the tribe again to fight against a level 2 tribe by himself. He needed more power. Shira had noticed Silva's absence. As soon as she noticed that, she grew nervous, angry, and frustrated again. She didn't want to pressure herself more. She only wanted to take a break for now. Yet she couldn't fall behind Silva. If she did, she would die. Because of that, Xianxia was forced to also fight a level 2 tribe alone. Such a fight could mean her death, but it was better than a guaranteed death at Silva's hands. She couldn't bet on the fact that Silva would die in that fight. Meanwhile, Gravis only smirked. "See? That's why I gave Xianxia her position," Gravis said smugly to Orthar. Orthar could only agree. "I wouldn't have expected that such a rivalry and pressure would make the tribe this powerful in such a short amount of time. Without Xianxia, the tribe wouldn't even be close to being so powerful. Who knew that having an enemy inside your organization would make the organization this powerful?" Some more days passed, and the land camp was suppressing the sea camp again. After all, they had the power and experience advantage. Yet, being the most powerful also came with disadvantages. The Stone Tribe was an excellent example. If they weren't so powerful, Gravis would just ignore them and move his tribe further into the continent. But since they were so powerful, Gravis grew interested and wanted to kill more of them. This phenomenon also happened to the Land Tribe now. They had mighty lords, and they would serve as some excellent tempering. Now they were ripe for the picking. One shouldn't forget that it wasn't only the land camp and sea camp that required tempering. It was time for Orthar and Morn to temper themselves. For this, they only chose the most powerful beasts in the tribe that didn't take up key positions. And sadly, right now, the most powerful lords were all from the land camp. On this day, the apocalypse arrived for the land camp. Orthar and Morn fought one powerful beast after the other. Of course, all of this didn't only take place in one day. After all, these fights were brutal, and these two required some rest between fights. If these fights weren't so dangerous, they wouldn't fight. After some more days, Silva and Xianxia returned to the tribe. Yet, they almost couldn't believe that all the most powerful lords in the land camp were dead. The land camp now had fewer lords than the sea camp, and the individual battle strength of both camps was also comparable. When Silva and Xianxia heard that Morn and Orthar were at fault for that, they grew incredibly frustrated, but for different reasons. Silva wasn't frustrated with Orthar or Morn but with himself. He should have known that something like this would happen. He had completely forgotten that Morn and Orthar also required tempering. At the same time, Xianxia grew frustrated because of what this meant. This meant that suppressing the land camp by having her sea camp be more powerful became useless. On the next day, Xianxia and Silva met for the first time to negotiate. Seeing that overpowering the other camp wouldn't solve the issue, they decided to keep out of the fights between the camps. Like this, the camps would remain equal. They decided that their fight was only between the two of them. One shouldn't forget that this wouldn't be the last time for Orthar and Morn to become active. Xianxia and Silva both knew that the same thing would repeat when they had many level 2 lords. Because of this, suppression by camp became absolutely meaningless in their power struggle. This situation also reminded them of another terrifying thought. When they became level 3 lords, something even more terrifying might happen. At that point, they might even become interesting to Gravis. The next couple of days were peaceful. With Xianxia and Silva no longer scheming against each other, the camps had a way easier time. Neither of the two decided to suppress the other camp anymore. After all, the power of their camps was meaningless in the struggles. Orthar and Morn would just kill all the more powerful beasts. But now, the tribe already had 5 level 2 lords: Xianxia, Silva, Morn, Orthar, and Liza. Such a tribe could already be counted as the strongest inside the area where level 2 tribes congregated. Yet, the tribe had only just reached that area. Orthar and Morn had also killed a level 2 tribe solo, but it had proven to be incredibly difficult. Both had been injured severely, which showed that they were no longer stronger than Xianxia and Silva. By now, all 4 of them were at about the same power. They wanted to continue tempering themselves, but Gravis stopped them. Because, "Who killed my son?" An angry shout thundered through the whole river tribe. A 2-kilometer-long shark flew above the spire. When Gravis felt his power, he grew excited but also nervous. Normally, he would only be excited by such a powerful opponent. But what made him nervous was that the opponent hadn't come alone. Beside him stood a massive crab, which was even slightly bigger than the shark. This crab was also a level 3 lord. Gravis hadn't expected that the Stone Tribe would send 2 level 3 lords. Didn't they need to hold their own territories too? Surely, they didn't have an overabundance of level 3 lords. So why had they sent 2? The reason for that was that the Stone Tribe had lost twice. Losing a level 1 lord was no issue. Losing a level 2 lord hurt them a bit because level 2 lords took up positions as powerful commanders and officers. What if they lost a level 3 lord? The whole tribe only had 3 of those, and losing one would prove devastating. Because of that, they had decided to make a show of strength to deter their enemies. After that, they sent 2 of the 3 level 3 lords to finally end this matter. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Fighting 1 level 3 lord is already very dangerous to me. Fighting 2 of them is certain death. I need my will aura to deal with 1 of them. If I split it amongst 2, it won't be as effective, and if I focus it only on 1, the other one will be too fast for me to react. Additionally, I can't even flee. I am faster than a level 2 lord in my lightning form, but not as fast as a level 3 lord. They could catch me and use up all my lightning. This would also be certain death. Gravis narrowed his eyes further as he felt the sensation of pressure return. He hadn't felt this much pressure since standing in front of that powerful priest from the Heaven sect. His mind went wild as it started thinking about every eventuality. There's only one way left, Gravis thought with determination. BZZ. BZZ. 2 lightning bolts entered Gravis' body as he deactivated the lightning fork. He needed his full power to deal with one of them. Silva, Shira, Morn, Orthar, you need to kill the crab together. Alone, you will only die helplessly. But together, you have a chance, Gravis transmitted to them. The 4 remained silent for a while. Jumping a whole level was incredibly difficult. One had to know that 1 level meant that the body of the opponent was 4 times as powerful as theirs. Theoretically, by adding the power of their 4 bodies together, they would have the same power. Yet power didn't work that way. A body with quadruple the power would have quadruple the attack, quadruple the defense, and quadruple the speed. Such a powerful beast would be able to kill one of them in a heartbeat. Without incredible combat experience, they wouldn't even be able to evade or survive a single attack. I am ready, Orthar transmitted to everyone. When I decided to follow Gravis, I knew that a time like this would come. It's make or break. Orthar's voice sounded wild and powerful. He knew that this would be his most dangerous fight ever. I have accepted the philosophy of the River Tribe, Morn said. If my death comes today, then so be it. Morn sounded just as aggressive as Orthar. I am ready to protect the tribe, Silva shouted. This tribe is my home, and the members are my comrades. We have a chance of survival, and I am ready to bet on that chance. I won't sacrifice my life for others, Shira said slyly. I'm not fighting. All 4 of them concentrated their presences on her. The fact that she declined angered them. It's her decision, Gravis said evenly. Risks come with rewards, and if she isn't ready to take this risk, she won't get the rewards. Fighting something way more powerful is different than fighting many things with equal power. You still have a shot if only the 3 of you fight. It will just be many times harder. I only see death, Shira answered slyly. I can't harvest any rewards if I'm dead. So sorry, but I decline. The other 3 grew more nervous, but they decided to try it. This was a chance to become way more powerful. They might die, but they were ready for it. As soon as they joined the River Tribe, they decided that they never wanted to be mediocre again. It was time to decide who was outstanding and who was mediocre. With this, everyone came out of the spire. In just a second, all 4 of them had gathered in front of the 2 visitors. I thought beasts didn't care about the survival of their children? Gravis asked. The 2 visitors looked at the 4 of them and quickly realized why the envoy had died. This tribe was unreasonably powerful in relation to the area they occupied. Yet, who was able to keep so many level 2 lords in check? Was there a level 3 lord in the tribe? Where is your leader? The crab asked. Gravis smirked with narrowed eyes. I'm right here, he said. You? The crab asked with disdain. The body of this beast felt as weak as the body of an energy beast. How could someone with such a weak body possibly lead 3 level 2 lords? Of course, since Gravis was flying, all his power had been concentrated into his spirit. This was the reason why his body was so weak right now. "Yes, and we will fight to the end," Gravis said with narrowed eyes. "My 3 companions will deal with you," Gravis said as he looked at the crab. "While I will deal with you," he said as he looked at the shark. The two were surprised by the fighting spirit of the beasts. An incredibly weak beast would fight one alone while the other 3 fought the other one. Were they suicidal? "Interesting," the shark said with burning eyes. "And to answer your earlier question, you're right. I don't care about the death of my son." The shark's eyes narrowed. "But I care about the death of one of my tribesmen." Gravis laughed a bit. "Good. Then let's get to it, shall we?" he said and then shot into the sky. The shark sneered and followed Gravis leisurely. Meanwhile, the crab looked at the 3 others. "Where do you want to fight?" it asked. "Follow me," Orthar said, and then shot into another direction. The other 2 followed him. The crab didn't mind this and thought that this was quite an entertaining game. Because of that, it also just followed. After a minute, the 2 enemies were over 150 kilometers away from each other. Level 3 lords had a sense that covered the surrounding 40 kilometers. Like this, the 2 lords wouldn't be able to watch the other fight. Gravis had told his 3 companions to do this. After all, if their enemy realized that Gravis was way more powerful than they had assumed, he might drop everything and help his colleague. The 3 beasts from the river tribe could fight him but not stop him from fleeing. Gravis also flew for a while until he was high in the sky. As soon as Gravis stopped, the shark accelerated. The shark had already taken the initiative, and like this, the fight immediately began. There was no talking or posturing. It was just a direct battle to the death. The shark shot directly at Gravis. He wasn't taking Gravis seriously, but he still remained a bit careful. After all, his son had died inside this tribe, and something had to be powerful enough to kill him. Maybe it was one of those other level 2 lords, but it could have also been Gravis. After all, Gravis was the leader of this tribe. Gravis started falling as he pushed all of his power into his body. Now, his body was about 3 times as powerful as an average level 1 lord. The shark was surprised when he felt the difference. Earlier, Gravis had the weakest body of any level 1 lord. But now, he had the most powerful body of any level 1 lord. The shark rose from below as Gravis fell from above. Just as the distance was just 50 meters, Gravis immediately transformed into lightning and shot at the shark with over double his speed. The shark was shocked by the sudden speed. In no time at all, Gravis arrived at his teeth. Bang! With an absolutely unreal speed, the shark closed his mouth. Gravis hadn't expected his mouth to be so fast, and the teeth destroyed part of his lightning since he wasn't fast enough to retreat fully. Gravis immediately transformed back, but 10% of all his power had been lost due to that sudden attack. Bang! The bite had been stopped, but the shark was still charging. The closed teeth hit Gravis' body, and he was thrown into the distance. The bite was the shark's most powerful attack, but his charge was also impressive. His full weight, fueled by his incredible speed, hit Gravis like a hammer. Gravis got shot into the distance and the shark followed up. 3 concentrated beams of water appeared and shot at Gravis. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning again and split apart to evade the beams. Then, the lightning congregated again and recreated his body. Gravis had already lost 10% of his total power, but, luckily, his scales were powerful enough to withstand the shark's charge. Like this, it wouldn't be a waste to change into lightning again. An injury to the body also counted as wasting power. If Gravis transformed into lightning while being injured, he would be able to recreate a fully healed but weaker body. Additionally, Gravis couldn't afford to get injured in a fight. Why? Because his whole body was made up of lightning. This meant that he didn't have any inherent energy inside his body anymore, which meant that he couldn't create life lightning anymore. Now, when Gravis was injured, he had no way to immediately heal himself effectively again. Transforming his body into pure lightning destroyed any possibility of creating life lightning again. This was also the reason why Gravis was so adamant about watching the CMO all the time. If he managed to learn laws about life, he might find a way to heal himself again. Yet, luckily, his scales had been powerful enough so that he hadn't gotten injured by the shark's charge. One shouldn't forget that these scales were incredibly powerful. If Gravis used all of his power on his body, the scales would be about as hard as some average scales of a level 3 lord. They managed to protect him from the charge, but the water beams would have injured him. Gravis looked at his opponent with burning eyes. Yes, this is what I longed for. The feeling of losing my life at any moment. The fight is already difficult with my full power, but my realm has now decreased by 10%. I feel anxiety and fear for my life, but that is exactly what I want. I love this feeling, Gravis thought crazily. Gravis immediately transformed into lightning again and split himself in two. Then, he started controlling the lightning bolts separately to move around the shark. A mighty tail swipe nearly hit one of the bolts, but Gravis split that bolt in two again to evade. The shark immediately summoned 2 additional water beams that shot at the lightning bolts. BZZ, but they split again. Yet, controlling all these individual lightning bolts was incredibly stressful for Gravis' concentration. He couldn't keep this up for long, but he had no other choice. Then, the individual lightning bolts gathered again until there were 2 left. BZZ. Xing. The other lightning bolt transformed into a Gravis. The shark hadn't paid much attention to the second lightning bolt, which had been a big mistake. Gravis' body appeared directly at one of the shark's eyes. On top of that, this Gravis wasn't barehanded. He carried a powerful, big, black saber in his claws. It was nearly 2 meters long and wide like a meat cleaver. Sabers were basically huge knives, and this specimen showed the resemblance even better. This was one of Gravis' newly forged weapons. The saber stabbed into the eye but didn't manage to go far due to the power difference. Yet, boom! ARRGHHH! The shark shouted in pain as a considerable part of his head exploded. Gravis had preloaded a lightning crescent into the saber. The humongous explosion destroyed a huge chunk of the shark's head and then returned to Gravis. The lightning crescent wasn't able to absorb much energy from the still-living shark, but it also wasn't fully used up. The gathered lightning from the lightning crescent and the other lightning bolt all gathered together again. Then, Gravis recreated his body. Since he had put some of his lightning into the saber, its energy didn't count towards his normal realm. After all, it was backup energy that remained outside his body. By reabsorbing this energy, Gravis' realm increased again until he was at his old peak. Yet, he had used up one of his trump cards. Gravis looked with narrowed eyes at the injured shark. His body is really hard. Even with such a point-blank explosion into his eye, he still managed to survive. On top of that, his battle strength didn't get reduced. The shark grew angry and looked at Gravis in rage. "You! Die!" He shouted and shot at Gravis with his full speed. Additionally, over 10 beams of water appeared around his body. As long as he kept them there, he could shoot them whenever he felt like it. Hum! 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 The water beams shot at Gravis, and Gravis couldn't evade them like this, forcing him to finally activate his will aura. He wanted to keep it for a surprise moment, but he had to use it early to survive now. The water bolts slowed down a bit, but they were still incredibly fast. Thanks to his evasion training, Gravis managed to bend his upper body in such a way that he was barely evading the blasts. This was only made possible by Gravis' constant dodgeball training in the lower world. Yet, the shark wasn't stupid. As soon as he noticed that Gravis could evade his beams, he fired all of them in a spread to keep him from evading. After all, he was already very close to Gravis. If Gravis decided to evade the shots, he would get eaten. Gravis gnashed his teeth and transformed into lightning to evade the shots. Yet, the mouth came closer and chomped down on him with incredible force. The lightning currently inside the shark's mouth detached from the central lightning bolt and transformed into another Gravis, who took out a saber. Bang! This Gravis was immediately destroyed under the bite. Yet, due to this, Gravis lost 33% of his foundation. As long as one of his lightning bolts didn't have enough power to qualify for the Unity Realm, he wouldn't be able to condense it into a body. Yet, he needed a body if he wanted to access his spirit space. Boom! Teeth and blood shot out of the shark's mouth as it seemingly exploded. The earlier lightning crescent had only had half of Gravis' power. The other half of his power had been saved in a second saber. Gravis had a lot of sabers by now, thanks to his smithing practice, but he noticed that he couldn't store more than 100% of his power in weapons. As soon as he did that, he would lose control over his stored power. Like this, Gravis had decided to save 50% of his power each inside his two sabers. The shark's bite was mighty, and destroying such a weak body of Gravis was not an issue. Due to that, the bite also had enough force to completely break the saber. Yet, as soon as the saber broke, all its saved power exploded out of the saber. The explosion created a vast hole inside the shark's mouth, and he lost around 20% of his teeth. Yet, such an attack wasn't enough to kill him. The shark quickly regained his control and noticed that the biggest lightning bolt was charging into his mouth. When he saw that, he immediately bit down with all his force. Boom! More teeth broke away from the shark's mouth as his powerful bite was now condensed onto a smaller area of teeth. Yet, even with such a reckless bite, he hadn't been able to hit Gravis. In all his panic and rage, the shark forgot that he had lost a lot of teeth. Obviously, Gravis charged right through one of these gaps. As Gravis entered the shark's mouth, the remaining lightning from the second lightning crescent returned into him, bringing him up to 80% of his foundation. Then, Gravis condensed his body again and moved all of his power into his spirit and lightning. Bzzzzzzz. A powerful lightning bomb was created as Gravis used 90% of his power to create it. Then, he resummoned his first saber and moved it through the lightning bomb to absorb it. After that, he shot towards the ceiling of the shark's mouth. Shing! The saber stabbed into the soft flesh until only its hilt could be seen. Then, the lightning crescent was released from its tip, right towards the shark's brain. Boom! A gigantic explosion appeared as Gravis' mad grin got illuminated by the white lightning. From the outside, it looked like the head of the shark was swelling to nearly twice its size. His remaining eye was pushed out of its socket as it hung loosely from the inflated head. Then, the shark stopped moving and started falling to the ground. Boom! Another explosion of lightning appeared as the will of the shark left this world. And with that, the lightning had full reign over the body now, as it completely absorbed it. In only 10 seconds, all traces of the shark were gone from this world. Digesting such a powerful prey took longer than digesting a level 2 lord. Yet, that difference only meant a couple more seconds with Gravis' peculiar method of eating. After that, all the lightning gathered together into a new Gravis. Finally! He shouted with all his power, making the earth tremble. Finally, I can temper my will again, he shouted. The fight couldn't be counted as one of his most difficult fights, but it was undoubtedly an actual danger to his life. He had used up all his saved-up power and nearly all of his own power as well. If that attack hadn't killed the shark, he would only die helplessly. As soon as Gravis recondensed his body, he noticed multiple things. First of all, his realm hadn't increased, which didn't conform to his earlier calculations. Normal beasts required 8 beasts of their level to become more powerful, and Gravis needed double of that due to his scales. Yet, every level also increased the power by 4 times. So, Gravis needed 16 beasts on his level. Yet, a level 3 lord was 16 times more powerful than a level 1 lord. Like this, Gravis should have been able to level up with this corpse. On top of that, Gravis had also eaten a level 2 lord previously, which would put his level 1 lord power count to 20. Yet, Gravis hadn't leveled up. In the beginning, he was confused, but as soon as he noticed another thing, his question was answered. My lightning has increased tremendously, he said as he scratched his chin in thought. Gravis knew how his body, lightning, and spirit worked the best. Therefore, he could also deduce what had happened. The growth process of his spirit and body went through something that Gravis called hard breakthroughs, while his lightning grew via soft breakthroughs. He had come up with these terms after learning smithing with his father and remembering how he had grown in the lower world. When his spirit and body received some tempering, their power didn't increase immediately. It always required them to amass enough resources to break through into the next level in one motion. This was what Gravis dubbed as a hard breakthrough. Meanwhile, ever since Gravis got his lightning, it never went through these kinds of hard breakthroughs. It just grew autonomously. There were no boundaries, borders, or direct realms that he could assign to his lightning. It simply became more powerful. This was what Gravis dubbed as a soft breakthrough. Gravis estimated that his lightning's power had gone from 100% to about 230%. 400% would be the boundary for the early Unity realm. Yet, how had a beast 2 entire levels above him only given him so little? The reason for that was that 2/3 of the power went into his body and spirit. Yet, since these two went through hard breakthroughs, he hadn't noticed that before. Gravis had also started calculating in something that he called power units. One power unit was equivalent to a corpse in the same realm and level as the combatant. Normal beasts required 8 power units to break through, which was equivalent to eating 8 beasts at the same level as them. Of course, power units would always adapt to the realm of the beast. Gravis' body required double of that, which meant that he needed 16 power units for his body. Yet, that had only been true up until he had achieved unity. After all, his spirit and lightning already had the power of unity, which didn't require them to grow more powerful. But now all of this had changed. Now, it wasn't only his body that required resources to grow. Now, his spirit and lightning also needed to grow. Gravis estimated that his lightning was special and that it also required 16 power units. This bumped up the total to already 32 power units, quadruple of what an ordinary beast needed. His spirit, on the other hand, just became more powerful by feeding off of his lightning. Therefore, it shouldn't require more than a normal beast. With these clues, Gravis guessed that his spirit only needed 8 power units. This would bump up his total to 40. Gravis had guessed these things by thinking about what he had been eating in relation to what he had gained. He had eaten a level 2 lord and a level 3 lord, which would equate to 20 power units. This should cover half of his level up cost. Yet, his lightning had only grown by 130% instead of the estimated 150%, but Gravis knew how that had happened. When he had been fighting the shark, his realm had decreased by liquefying his foundation when he transformed into lightning. Yet, he was back at his old peak now with more powerful lightning. This meant that part of the absorbed power went into restoring his foundation immediately. Therefore, his realm was only a third of its way to the next level instead of half. That was also how Gravis deduced that his spirit didn't require as many resources as his body and lightning. If it did, his lightning wouldn't have grown by so much. So, I need about 3 beasts 2 levels higher than me to achieve a breakthrough. 16 times 3 is 48. Yet, since my foundation may require repair, some of my food will go to waste. That's a lot of food, but I'm actually quite happy with that. I don't like wasting resources, and if it takes that much for me to become more powerful, I get more opportunities to temper myself. Gravis muttered as he looked at his right hand. Then, Gravis sighed. I think I can count myself lucky for once. If I needed to meditate and filter the energy in the air into my lightning, a breakthrough would take forever. Like this, I at least can always walk forward. Gravis looked at the world around him as he floated in the sky. So, not only are beasts more straightforward, but my cultivation in this world is also more straightforward. I only need to eat to raise my realm. But then Gravis smirked. But of course, it isn't as easy as it appears to be. After all, this doesn't take laws into account. I still need to understand some of them to raise my battle strength. Additionally, they probably become a requirement for my realm later on. Gravis quickly shook his head. I should check up on the others, he thought. Bzzzzz. Bang! Gravis transformed into lightning and shot into the distance with a mighty thunder. He was a bit faster than before, thanks to his more powerful lightning. After traveling for around half a minute, Gravis split into 3 again. Then, 2 of them retreated while the third Gravis stayed and shrunk to a height of 20 centimeters. Why was he doing that? Because the fight was still going on. If any of the combatants noticed that Gravis had already won, things might change. The crab might start fleeing at that point, and Gravis didn't want that. He wanted to keep that crab here, even if it meant killing all his companions. They deserved this supreme tempering opportunity. Gravis watched the fight with narrowed eyes. Right now, his companions were all being torn apart one by one. On top of that, Orthar was completely missing. Yet, Gravis didn't jump to conclusions immediately. Morn had incredibly vast crevices running through his body. One could see that these were the spots where the crab managed to grab him, judging by their form. Morn probably decided that it was better to sacrifice a huge chunk of his body than to remain inside the crab's grip. Silva had a deformed head, and one of his arms was missing. On top of that, one of his fangs had broken off. The fight looked incredibly bitter. Yet, the crab also had some injuries, but they were minor in comparison. The crab had some cracked parts on its carapace, but nothing too big. Yet, one of its eyes had utterly vanished. Silva had probably managed to bite the eye, which forced the crab to get rid of it entirely. Otherwise, the venom would tear through its entire body. Silva's chipped fang probably came from a time when he had tried to bite the carapace, or a part that he had assumed was softer. Morn was probably tanking most of the incoming damage with his huge body. His body might not be more powerful than the others' bodies, but he had more body to waste than them. The crab was swinging at Morn crazily. It was almost like it was pressed for time. Morn barely dodged most attacks but got still hit occasionally. When that happened, another huge part of his body would get torn off. The terrain, as far as the eye could see, was completely destroyed. Vast holes and craters had appeared as many weaker beasts and spirit plants died. Their fight had also spanned over a massive territory since they didn't just stand still. It was almost like the apocalypse had arrived. Gravis looked at their eyes and noticed that they still held glimmers of hope and fighting intent. Apparently, they thought that they could win now. Gravis looked at the crab and noticed something interesting. The hole where the eye had been had some black flesh coming out of it. Yet, this was not rotten or dead flesh but something entirely different. Gravis narrowed his eyes and scratched his chin in thought. Interesting, he thought as he watched. This almost looks and feels like some kind of metal. Yet, this isn't something that has been created by smelting some material. The flesh of the crab itself seems to have transformed into metal. Apparently metal is also an element. Gravis was right. Cultivators and beasts with the metal affinity could transform parts of their bodies into powerful metal. Such a body part was way harder and more powerful. This increased their attack and defense substantially. Yet, it also cost a lot of energy to keep the transformation going. Metal beasts had an edge in attack and defense but had a weakness in sustainability. That was also the reason why the crab seemed so pressed for time. Gravis had also guessed why that eye hole was always in a state of metal. The missing Orthar was probably in there, wreaking havoc. The crab was then forced to isolate Orthar by making its eye hole impenetrable. Orthar probably knew about metal affinity and decided to keep attacking to force the crab to continue using its metal element. As long as the others could keep the crab distracted, it couldn't deal with Orthar. After all, this would reveal an opening for them to exploit. If Silva managed to bite it again, it could prove even worse than its current situation. Like this, the fight continued for several more seconds. After some time, Morn was near death, but Silva continually risked his life to save Morn. The crab also grew more panicked and then did something that no one had expected. The crab lifted one of its powerful shears and slammed down with all of its power. Yet, it didn't slam down on the others but onto its own head. Boom! Nearly half its head caved in as the eye hole was completely destroyed and buried. Everyone took a deep breath of shock as they watched. Orthar had still been inside that hole, and they hadn't seen anything leaving that hole. On top of that, Orthar wouldn't be able to dig fast enough to escape the collapse. There was no way that Orthar could have survived that. Silence came over the area as everyone tried to process the fact that Orthar had died. His body was simply not powerful enough to survive such a shocking attack from the crab. Yet, Silva and Morn only had burning eyes as they looked at the crab. Then they directly charged at it again. Such a wound was devastating to it, and it would surely weaken its battle strength. Orthar had given his life for this opportunity, and they wouldn't waste it. Meanwhile, the crab started laughing loudly as it went into a defensive position. Its shears blocked all the attacks as it slowly retreated. It intended to gain some time to get some energy back. Ha ha ha! The crab laughed as it transmitted its laugh to everyone. The annoying octopus is dead. I don't feel any attacks hitting my head anymore. It transmitted to everyone. Silva and Morn grew frustrated as they realized that it would become even more difficult to kill the crab. Now, it only needed to pay attention to them. They attacked with fervor, but as soon as the crab went into a defensive position, it was incomparably hard to hit it. ARRGHH! The crab suddenly shouted in pain and panic. Do you feel it now, crab? A transmission rang from inside the crab. To everyone's disbelief, that was Orther's voice. But how? Impossible. You couldn't have, sir. The crab tried to say, but it seemed to grow more confused and abject as it continued. That was because Orthar had started attacking the crab's brain. His mind stopped working, and after some more seconds, it fell over to the side. The crab was dead. Silva and Morn were still shocked. They had survived? Orthar had also survived? Were they dreaming? Poochie! A tiny hole appeared between some parts of the broken carapace. After that, a long and thin worm came out of the hole. After the worm left the hole, it transformed into Orthar. Yet Orthar looked horrible. His whole body was deformed, and all his tentacles only hung loosely off of his body. Boom! Morn also collapsed as he just lay on the ground. He had been stressing his body immensely, and after the pressure had vanished, he collapsed to the ground. He was breathing heavily, but his life wasn't in danger. Orthar also fell to the ground. He was nearly as heavily injured as Morn. Silva was the only one that could still move, and he quickly checked on Morn. After seeing that Morn wasn't in life-threatening danger, he went over to Orthar. What happened? Silva asked in disbelief. How did you manage to survive that attack? Orthar only laughed weakly. Honestly, I don't know, he said. I only saw him raise his shear and knew that my death was about to come. In order to reduce the impact, I used my disguise ability to increase the area of my body. Like this, I wouldn't receive the entire brunt of his attack. Orthar laughed bitterly again. Yet, that was only an empty dream. I knew that my death would arrive. Yet, as I saw my death come, my life flashed before my eyes. I thought about everything in my life and also thought about my disguise ability. It was then that I realized something. What did you realize? Silva asked in interest. I have never used my disguise ability to its true potential. A disguise is more than just acting as something else, but becoming something else. As soon as I realized that, I used this new knowledge to flatten my entire body. I moved all essential parts to the side, where the strike wouldn't be that powerful. And, who would have thought I managed to survive somehow? Orthar explained. When fighting more powerful opponents, your mind is under immense pressure, Gravis said as he appeared in front of them. I have seen a cultivator that managed to achieve a breakthrough in his will aura in the middle of a fight before. Something similar happened to you. The three beasts looked with shock at Gravis and then sighed in relief. The fact that Gravis was here meant that the shark was dead. On top of that, Gravis looked completely uninjured. At least they didn't have to deal with another powerful opponent now. The shark is dead? Silva asked. Gravis nodded. Yes, I've been watching your fight for a while now. You managed to go through a rebirth with this fight. The three beasts sighed again. Could you tell me more about what happened to me, Gravis? Orthar asked. Gravis nodded again. Back when I was in the middle continent in the lower world, I was tempering my will aura. I had a brief run-in with some darkness cultivators from the Darkness Guild. Yet, they weren't my opponents at all. I simply suppressed them with my will aura and killed them. Yet, one peculiar disciple managed to achieve a breakthrough under my suppression. Of course, I still killed him, Gravis said as he had a heartfelt smile on his face. You can't achieve a breakthrough in your realm while inside a battle, but your will, experience, and law comprehension can increase. A deadly battle pushes all of your being to its absolute limits. When that isn't enough, there might come an opportunity for you to realize a new truth. Then Gravis shrugged. Sadly, I never had that opportunity myself. What did I understand? Orthar asked in confusion. Gravis only smiled happily at Orthar. He was happy that Orthar had survived and also happy that Orthar managed to take a step that even Gravis himself hadn't been able to take yet. You managed to comprehend a law, Gravis said. A law? Orthar asked in confusion. We haven't talked about that yet. What is that? Gravis laughed a bit. Laws are what define how the world works. For example, you know that water always flows down, but you don't know enough about water to manipulate it in very complex ways. In order to do that, you need to comprehend the workings of the world. When you understood something, and when you can use this understanding to increase your power, you have comprehended a law. Orthar remained silent for a while as he thought about his new understanding regarding disguise. I think I get it, Orthar said. I think I know more about changing my body's shape and its makeup. Somehow, I feel like I can manipulate my body in more ways than before. Gravis nodded. This probably also allows you to change your shape faster. Like this, you could evade attacks by changing the shape of your body. Maybe you could also appear many times weaker or as more than one creature. A law can increase your battle strength significantly. Orthar didn't answer any more as he continued thinking about his new comprehension. Gravis didn't bother Orthar anymore and turned to Silva. This is the difference between fighting something more powerful than you and fighting many equally powerful opponents. By fighting many opponents, you see progress and know that the battle will become easier the more you manage to weaken your opponents. By fighting against a more powerful opponent, you feel life-threatening danger until the very end. This can push you much harder, Gravis explained. Silva remained silent for a while as he also thought about the fight. By fighting against many smaller opponents, Gravis continued explaining, you learn how to use your resources more efficiently and how to win against many opponents. Yet, that experience only partially carries over when you fight a more powerful opponent. A more powerful opponent is faster than you, which is a significant advantage. If you're not used to dodging attacks that are way above your class, you will go through hell. Yet, you can only learn how to dodge such attacks by going through this hell. Going through this hell is the first and most important step to being able to jump a level. Jump a level, huh? Silva mused as he looked to the horizon in thought. The concept of jumping an entire level felt foreign and like a dream to Silva. One level increased the body's power by 4 times. Something like this seemed impossible to overcome. Gravis only laughed a bit. You're already halfway there. The 3 of you could count as half a level 2 lord. As long as you keep at it and gain more experience, you can overcome this hurdle. Then Gravis grinned. If I can jump 2 levels, you can at least manage to jump 1, right? Gravis said as he playfully hit Silva on the side. Silva's body swayed a bit from the punch, but his eyes widened when he heard Gravis. Yes, he slowly said. You can jump 2 levels, so why can't we manage to jump 1? If jumping 2 levels isn't impossible, then jumping only 1 level is definitely possible. That's right, Gravis shouted. Keep at it and keep gaining new experiences. As soon as we get to the level 3 tribes, you guys can do the same thing again. Then, you can try it with only 2 of you, and before you know it, you feel confident enough to try it alone. He's right, Morn said as he sat up. In the beginning, I thought that I would die. That thinking had also not changed when we had already started fighting. Yet, the more the fight progressed, the easier it felt for me to evade the crab's attacks. Near the end, I felt like I could see the crab's entire power and what it was capable of. Silva nodded as his eyes burned with battle intent. Yes, I felt the same thing, he said severely. At the beginning, the crab looked like an impossibly tall mountain that I couldn't climb. Yet, as the fight continued, I was finally able to see the peak. I saw hope and victory on the horizon. I didn't know if I would be able to reach it, but, at least, I knew that there was a chance. Same thing for me, Orthar said from the side. Gravis nodded with a smile. I knew that you 3 had a chance. If you didn't, I would have forced Shira or Liza to fight with you. As long as I threatened them, they wouldn't dare to disobey me, Gravis said with a smirk. Orthar and Morn felt Gravis' trust, but Silva narrowed his eyes. Where is that cowardly snake? He asked with rage. Gravis only smirked at Silva's question. Do I really need to answer that? he asked. Think of what she would do in this situation. You should be able to guess what and where she would be right now. Silva went back into thinking and then snorted. She is probably 90% sure that we all have died. So, to not get killed by the two powerful level 3 lords, she should have left the tribe. Gravis nodded. But that's not all, is it? He asked. Silva snorted again. Of course, she would also plan for the fact that we actually survived. In that case, she would need to go through a hell of tempering to not fall behind. So, she probably went to the territories of the level 2 lords and wouldn't return until she is confident enough in her power. Gravis nodded. Exactly. I'm pretty sure Shira is currently tempering herself against some other powerful tribes. Silva only sneered. It doesn't matter. I felt the difference between fighting many equal opponents and fighting a more powerful one. I am pretty confident that I can kill her without dying when she returns. Then Silva's eyes became icy. As soon as she returns, I will kill her. Gravis only smiled and nodded. Sure, you can. Nobody will stop you if you decide to do that. But don't you think that killing her now would be a waste? Silva looked with skepticism at Gravis. What do you mean? He asked. Think about it, Gravis said. Without her constant threat, would you or your land camp be as powerful as you or they are now? Didn't the constant pressure push you further than you would have ever thought? Silva became a bit frustrated but continued thinking. Seeing that Silva remained quiet, Gravis continued. Less than a month ago you were a spirit beast. Now you have killed a level 3 lord with your companions. Without Shira you wouldn't be a level 2 lord now, and you certainly wouldn't be such a powerful one. Silva sneered again. What? Are you saying that I should be thankful to her? He asked with disdain. Gravis only shook his head with a smile. Of course not. She is your enemy, and killing one's enemies is as normal as water flowing down. Yet killing her now would be a waste. She still has her uses. Silva narrowed his eyes. You say I should keep her alive? For now, yes. If I were in your position, I would give her the chance to become a threat to me again. Only with her pressure would I be able to grow to my true potential. Without pressure, my growth will become way slower. So, as long as she still has the chance to become a threat, I wouldn't kill her. Then, Gravis smirked. But, of course, as soon as I am way more powerful than her, I would kill her. After all, she is my enemy in this scenario. Silva furrowed his brows. So, you say I should use her to become more powerful, and only when she is no threat anymore should I kill her? He asked. Gravis nodded. Yep. But what if she becomes more powerful than me and kills me? He asked. Gravis laughed when he heard that. That's the point. If there weren't a risk of her killing you, what tempering and pressure would she be able to give you? When you're tempering yourself, you're always playing with fire. Burning yourself is one of the risks that you have to accept. Then Gravis shrugged. But, as I said, you can also just directly kill her when she returns. In the end, it's your decision. I only told you what I would do in your case. You are still you. Silva sighed. Thank you for your guidance, leader. But I think I will kill her as soon as she returns. She has killed too many of my companions, and I don't want her to kill more of them. Gravis nodded. Sure, then go ahead. It's your decision. Silva only nodded with determination. And like this, the tribe went back to its old ways. The lords went back to temper themselves. Yet, as the weeks passed, the urgency that they had had before vanished. Shira was no longer here, which reduced the pressure of the river tribe immensely. Because of that, the lords didn't temper themselves nearly every day anymore but actually took several breaks. After all, without Shira, they were not under as much pressure to become more powerful. When Silva saw this, he grew frustrated. Gravis had been right about Shira's uses, and he didn't like to acknowledge that one bit. By now, he started doubting himself. Should he really kill her directly for what she had done? Hearing and seeing were two different concepts. Hearing about Shira's uses and pressure was different than seeing the effects of her absence. It actually took nearly 2 entire weeks until another level 2 lord appeared, and then it took another 2 weeks until the next one appeared. The tribe was rapidly expanding into the continent, and their headquarters had shifted many times by now. There was no reason anymore for Gravis to wait at the coast. After all, he doubted that the Stone Tribe would send more enemies after their defeat last time. Yet, there still appeared 2 level 3 lords during this time. The reason for that was that the River Tribe had infringed on territories of tribes that paid allegiance to these powerful tribes. Therefore, the powerful tribes had sent level 3 lords to stop them. Gravis killed the first level 3 lord. The fight had been a bit difficult, but not as difficult as his fight against the shark. The main reason for that was that Gravis' lightning had more than doubled. This strengthened his lightning-based attacks immensely. Gravis had only received a slight bit of tempering, which made him a bit sad. Yet there was nothing he could do about it. It was not possible for him to artificially make himself weaker. After all, he could always return to his previous peak whenever he wanted. This would not put more pressure on him. Because of this, Gravis decided to wait for a time when 2 level 3 lords attacked at the same time. When that happened, he would be able to temper himself again. He knew his power, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to kill a level 4 lord yet. The second level 3 lord had been killed by Silva, Morn, and Orthar. The fight had been incredibly difficult, and sadly it also proved fatal for one of them. Morn had died. He had taken most of the attacks, and in the end he succumbed to them. Yet Silva and Orthar managed to kill the level 3 lord. Silva also managed to comprehend a law while fighting. He had comprehended a law related to his venom. He had been close to death when that happened, and if he weren't able to do something, he would have died. Under this immense pressure, he managed to control his venom like water and shoot it out in a beam. The opponent hadn't been ready for that at all. Because of that, the venom beam directly entered their body and corroded it. Since Silva's venom was 1 entire level lower than his opponent, the enemy didn't die immediately. Yet, an immense amount of life energy had been used up to deal with the venom. This made the opponent succumb to their other, smaller injuries over time. Orthar, Silva, and Gravis grieved for Morn. He had had the most experience in regards to tribes, and he had always been a stalwart companion. Yet, not everyone had the power, talent, and luck to reach the peak. The fact that they cared for him didn't change this truth, sadly. No more level 3 lords attacked them in the following month, but the tribe still expanded. 2 entire months after Shira's departure, they finally managed to reach the territory of the level 3 tribes. By now, the distance to the coast was longer than 50.000 kilometers. This proved that this world was truly immense. Several more level 2 lords appeared inside the river tribe in these 2 months, much faster than before. The reason for that was Morn's death. The death of one of the strongest beasts inside the tribe had awakened the tribe from its laziness. They realized that, even though Shira wasn't here anymore, they were still not safe and required more power. Yet, another 2 weeks later, something momentous happened. Shira had returned. When Shira returned, Silva grew even more frustrated. He had thought a long time about her effects on the tribe and had concluded that he would kill her, even if it slowed the growth of the tribe. He just couldn't forgive her for what she had done. Yet, this plan was thrown out of the window as soon as he saw her. Shira had become a level 3 lord. Silva and Orthar had decided to only temper themselves against level 3 lords. Sadly, that decision had impacted the growth of their realm. After all, there hadn't been many level 3 lords that had attacked their territory. On top of that, they had only reached the area with the level 3 tribes recently. They had intended to go out and temper themselves soon, but Shira had returned before they could start. Shira's new power infuriated Silva to no end. As soon as Shira returned, she went to visit Gravis in their new headquarters. The new spire was many times bigger and harder than the previous one. A spire was a symbol of status, and the bigger and harder it was, the more powerful the earth movers inside the tribe needed to be. A gigantic and powerful spire like this required an earth mover that was, at least, a level 3 lord. Yet, the most powerful earth mover inside the tribe was Orthar, who was a level 2 lord, wasn't it? That was not entirely true. Sometimes there would be fights when both enemies died. At that point, there would be 2 corpses that no one had killed. Gravis didn't want his tribe to get free food, which was why he forbade the beasts to eat corpses that they hadn't killed. Yet, would Gravis just waste these corpses? Of course not. So he fed the corpses to his fungus. He never intended for the common fungus to fight, which was also the reason why he had it eat all these corpses. His battle strength was irrelevant. Gravis was using the fungus more for manual labor. Thus, the fungus had become a level 3 lord, and with its new power, it managed to create this impressive, new spire. It was fully made out of some kind of powerful ore and stretched far into the sky. The spire was over 25 kilometers tall. Gravis also decided to live on top of the spire now, instead of in its middle. The reason for that was that terrain wasn't important anymore, starting at the Unity Realm. There was no reason for the tribe to create an abyss at this place. After all, only lords lived at this new headquarter. The immense amount of spirit beasts that the tribe had gathered over the months all lived further outside. The reason for that was that the current headquarters resided deep in the territories of the level 2 tribes. Spirit beasts wouldn't even be able to temper themselves here and might accidentally die when lords fought. On the coast of the continent, the spirit beasts could temper themselves against each other and some newly created tribes. When they became lords, they would travel to the new headquarters if they were interested in becoming more powerful. Yet, one shouldn't forget that level 2 tribes also generally had several level 1 lords. What about them? Gravis had also found a solution for them. These new level 1 lords couldn't compare to the level 1 lords of the river tribe. Because of that, he couldn't keep them at the headquarters. If he did that, all the level 1 lords that had risen from the river tribe would just harvest them to raise their level. Yet, such a fight wouldn't benefit their battle strength. Because of that, Gravis created a camp between the coast with the spirit beasts and the headquarters. There, the level 1 lords that came from other tribes would go through the same thing as the spirit beasts. The only difference was that they would fight other level 1 lords instead of spirit beasts. With this, the survivors would be able to compare to the other lords inside the tribe. Shira had heard about all this and narrowed her eyes. The tribe had become even more powerful than she had imagined. She had thought that it would slow down as soon as more level 2 lords rose, but that hadn't been the case at all. When she returned, she saw over 20 level 2 lords, which had surprised her to no end. On top of that, she knew that there were more of them. After all, some of them were probably tempering themselves outside of the tribe right now. So Shira and Gravis met on top of the spire. Shira first asked if she was still part of the tribe and Gravis nodded. It had been her choice to fight, and he wouldn't throw her out just because of that. Yet, he also warned her that Silva had become incredibly powerful. When Shira heard Gravis describe Silva's power, her eyes showed a fiery motivation. Right now, Silva was not a level 3 lord, but that could change very quickly. She also trusted Gravis' knowledge about power. When Gravis said that Shira would die the day that Silva became a level 3 lord, she believed him. Gravis had also told her that she needed to temper herself more if she wanted to stay alive. If she didn't, she only had 2 options: die or flee. Shira fell into thought when she heard that and then sighed. After that, she looked at Gravis. "Or I kill him right now," she said. Gravis only smiled, but before he could say anything, boom! The whole top of the spire exploded as Shira shot at Gravis. Gravis wouldn't allow her to kill Silva, and she knew that. So, in order to survive, Shira had to kill Gravis first. This was the decision she had made as soon as she decided to return. Bzzzzzzz. Gravis immediately transformed into lightning and shot into the sky. Shira became enraged when she saw that. She had assumed that, with her speed, she would be able to kill Gravis with a sneak attack. Yet, Gravis had reacted like he had already expected such an attack. The whole tribe went into a frenzy as the top of the spire exploded. Silva and Orthar appeared beside the spire and looked at Shira. Orthar wasn't surprised at all, but Silva nearly lost his mind in rage. "How dare you?" Silva shouted. Shira only smirked. "Isn't that why our leader has invited me into the tribe? He wanted me to become powerful enough to pose a threat to him. I am only doing what he wanted me to do in the first place," she said with a bloodthirsty smirk. "Yet, our dear leader hasn't seen what I have gone through in these last 2 months. I went through hell, and I have become more powerful than he would have expected." He has played with fire for long enough, and it's high time for him to get burned. Silva grew enraged, but there was nothing he could do. He knew Shira's combat power very well, and he knew that she couldn't be compared to the other level 3 lords that he and Orthar had killed. If those two fought her, they would definitely die. Ha ha ha! Gravis laughed from the sky. Man, when it comes to you, I really make one mistake after the other, Gravis said in between laughs. Shira only continued smirking. Yes, you do. You wouldn't have expected me to grow this powerful in such a short amount of time. But that is your own fault. I am not like the other level 3 lords you have killed. This time, you have bitten off more than you can chew. Gravis only continued laughing. Oh, Shira, Shira, he said with a shake of his head. This is not what I meant. I am not talking about your power, but about your personality. Shira only sneered. What do you mean? She asked in a mocking tone. Gravis shook his head again with a smile. I have expected you to be a beast that can estimate the power of your enemy without much problem. Yet you have disappointed me. I would have thought that you were smart enough to realize that you're not my opponent right now. Shira only scoffed at Gravis. Your tricks and battle experiences won't help you this time. You are 2 whole levels below me, and I am experienced enough to defend myself against everything you can use. As long as I don't commit a mistake while defending myself, you won't be able to even hit me with your slow speed. Shira laughed a bit. After all, it was you who taught me that power is everything. In front of supreme power, schemes and experiences won't save you. Gravis only smirked. Right, that's what I said, and that holds true, he said. But then Gravis' smirk disappeared. And that is also the reason why you have no chance against me anymore. Shira narrowed her eyes at Gravis and shot at him. Meanwhile, Gravis continued transmitting his thoughts. A voice transmission was instant, after all. 3 months ago, my lightning was only powerful to injure a level 3 lord. 2 months ago, my lightning became powerful enough to kill a level 3 lord. 1 month ago, my lightning became powerful enough that not a single level 3 lord in this world can withstand a single attack from it. Then, Gravis smirked again. Shira was still charging at him with quite some speed. Bzzzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning and shot at Shira with incredible speed. Gravis' lightning was now over 3 times as powerful as when he had reached unity. This meant that his speed, while being lightning, had also become a lot faster. Gravis' lightning caught Shira off guard. But her battle experience was incredible. Instead of just looking at him, she immediately used one of her 2 heads to bite him. I'm disappointed in you, Gravis said as he summoned a saber and slashed forward. A lightning crescent with 100% of Gravis' power shot at her, and there was no way for her to evade from such a distance. He had intended to use this fully loaded lightning crescent on one of his 2 enemies when they appeared. Like this, he would be forced to only fight with his own power. That would create a challenge again. Sadly, that plan had fallen out of the window. She felt the power of the approaching lightning and knew that she couldn't possibly survive that. What a disappointing death! Gravis transmitted one last time. Boom! An explosion nearly 10 kilometers wide appeared in the sky. All watching beasts had their eyes burned and lost their sight. They needed to regrow new eyes to see again. The shockwaves also destroyed the whole spire and threw chunks of them far into the distance. With their senses, the lords were able to evade the chunks. If they hadn't, they would have helplessly died under their incredible hardness and weight. After a second, the explosion vanished. Only Gravis remained hovering in the sky, a gigantic saber in his hand. At the same time, the lightning from the explosion gathered together and entered his body. Then, Gravis only smirked as he put his saber on his shoulders. And that's that, he commented. Shira had died before she could even put up a fight. The tribe remained silent for several seconds. Had the sea commander died just like that? Yewa! And then, the whole tribe cheered, including the sea camp. Everyone hated Shira. She was dangerous to the land camp and just as dangerous to the sea camp. If it had been 2 months ago, the sea camp would have felt devastated. After all, back then, they had believed that the land camp wanted to eradicate the sea camp. Yet, in these 2 months, with Shira's absence, they had come more into contact with the land beasts. Over these 2 months, the sea camp realized that they weren't the land camp's enemy. The real enemy of the land camp was Shira. With Shira's death, the land camp and sea camp would no longer be enemies. During this time, the sea camp and land camp got to know each other better. By now, they had acknowledged the other side's power, and with power came respect. With Shira's death, the enmity between the camps would also die. While all of this was going on, Gravis started growing. He had absorbed Shira's full power, and finally he had enough to reach the early Unity realm. His body shook, and in just 1 minute he grew to be around 6 meters tall. When Gravis' breakthrough was over, he only sighed. The internal pressure of the tribe has lessened with Shira's death. Also, I need to forge new weapons for my new size. Well, I have enough, or for that, at least, Gravis thought. Gravis had a humongous amount and variety of ores inside his spirit space. After all, he and the fungus had regularly searched for ores. By now, he had also developed a feeling regarding the different kinds of ores. He only needed to smelt anew or twice to immediately know how it worked. So, Shira's dead, Silva commented from the side. Gravis nodded. I wanted to keep her alive for you, but she decided to attack me. Sorry about that, Gravis said. Don't mention it, Silva said with a sigh. It just feels kind of empty to me. She had been my goal, and suddenly, my goal is just gone. Gravis only lightly hit Silva's side. She was just a temporary goal anyway. Isn't becoming stronger and protecting your companions the purest goal? Just strive for that instead, Gravis said with a smirk. Silva sighed again. I guess I could do that, but it feels different. That's because there is not as much pressure anymore. You've grown used to the benefits that constant pressure gives you. Now, the survival of the land camp is secure even without you. Wasn't Shira's threat the only reason why you even decided to stay inside the river tribe? Gravis asked. Silva thought back to the day when he had decided to join the river tribe. Gravis was right. Silva had only joined the river tribe because he couldn't watch as all his companions would die to her. He had been completely against the philosophy of the river tribe back then. So, you can leave if you want, Gravis said with a smirk. Yet Silva only sighed. Don't play games with me, he silently said. You know exactly that I can't return to my previous self after seeing my incredible growth in the last couple of months. Gravis only laughed loudly. I know, he said. So, now you have to do the same thing I've been doing for the past couple of months. Silva looked with interest at Gravis. Which is? He asked. Try to create pressure for yourself. After all, Shira had been right. This was exactly what I wanted her to do. With a greedy and sneaky snake constantly at your back, you can't relax. Thanks to that, the river tribe managed to grow with insane speeds. Silva listened to Gravis and sighed. Did you know that something like this would happen from the very beginning? He asked. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Not entirely, he said. I was about 80% sure that she would betray me when she thought she had enough power to kill me, but there was also the chance that she would genuinely change. Then Gravis shrugged. Sadly, she wasn't able to correctly estimate my power. Silva sighed again. Honestly, I'm not sure what I should do right now. I don't even know how I can put myself under more pressure, he said. Gravis only smirked and laughed a little. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. I have that aspect covered, he said. Silva looked with surprise at Gravis again. How? Simple, Gravis said with a smirk. Our tribe has been constantly attacking and killing other tribes. We have probably already decimated several tribes associated with powerful tribes or kingdoms. In the coming weeks, more and more powerful lords will arrive. Then, Gravis narrowed his eyes while maintaining his smirk. So, in order to protect the river tribe, you need to fight those intruders. You haven't realized it yet, but Shira's internal pressure has been converted into external pressure. Now, you don't need to fear her anymore, but are actual enemies. Gravis laughed a bit more. After all, we're arriving at the territories of the level 3 lords. Silva took a deep breath. Like this, all the pressure had returned. Additionally, Gravis said, I won't get involved when level 3 lords attack. They don't pose any threat to me anymore. So, if 2 level 3 lords attack, you have to deal with them. If you can't, I will just watch how the entire tribe gets annihilated. Silva was shocked when he heard that. You would do that? You would just watch as the entire river tribe was killed. This was utterly new to Silva. He had expected that Gravis would step in to protect the tribe. Wasn't this one of the leader's jobs? Gravis nodded. Yes. Orthar should have told you our goal in creating this tribe. The whole tribe is there to create pressure for us. I have never put any kind of rule on any beast that forbade them from leaving. If you want, you can tell it to the whole tribe. Whoever wants to leave can leave. Silva released a shaky breath. Then his body shook in frustration. You know exactly that most beasts won't leave with me after seeing their own power increase like that. Aren't you doing the same thing that Shira has done? He asked in anger. Gravis shook his head. No. I don't target the tribe specifically. I just let everything take its course. Either the tribe is powerful enough to rule the world, or it will die trying. I don't know if the tribe has that capability unless I let it take its course. Either you follow me on this path, or you abandon it and take a new one. It's your decision. Then Gravis smiled. Of course, I will consider you a friend either way, he said. Silva was still angry, but some of his anger had vanished as he listened to Gravis' words. Gravis gave the beasts every freedom. The members of the river tribe were powerful enough to create their own tribe. On top of that, they were way above average in battle strength. If the beasts wanted to create their own tribes, no one would stop them. They could become the hegemons of their own tribe and rise to power. Yet, nearly no beast inside the river tribe wanted that. Silva sighed again. Why do you give the beasts of the tribe so much freedom? Are you not afraid that they will just leave after hearing your stance? Because freedom is the most important thing to me, and if I don't grant others that freedom, I don't deserve it myself. Suppressing others while being totally free is hypocritical in my opinion, Gravis answered. Silva listened to Gravis and sighed again. Yet, this time he didn't sigh out of helplessness but because he had made a decision. Then I will use that freedom to convince as many beasts to leave the river tribe. At the rate we're going, we will sooner or later anger an opponent that we can't fight against. I don't want my companions to walk to their deaths. If they decide to stay, I will let them stay. After all, they are their own beasts with their own decisions. Yet, I want them to realize the whole picture and what could happen in the future. I'm sorry, Silva said. Gravis only smiled. Don't be. If I were angry about the beasts using their freedom, then it couldn't be considered true freedom. Go ahead and do whatever you want. If you believe your path is better, then follow it to the end. Who knows? Maybe your path truly is better, Gravis said. Silva only felt worse when he heard Gravis' words. He already felt guilty that he was basically going against Gravis with this decision, and he would have preferred an angry Gravis. Yet, Gravis' kind words only made him feel even more guilt. I'm sorry, Silva said. Then he left the spire. You're fine with this? Orthar asked as he came closer to Gravis. Gravis nodded. It's okay. I knew that true freedom wouldn't keep beasts and people united. After all, there are infinite paths in these worlds, Gravis said with a heartfelt smile as he looked at the river tribe. They can all follow their own paths. The more paths you know, the surer you can be about your own. Silva had only known one path when he joined us. That is not freedom. Yet, by staying with us, he has seen my path, Shira's path, Liza's path, and your path. Back then, he didn't have a choice, but now he does. It's a good thing that he decided to follow his own path now, and I'm genuinely happy for him. Orthar remained silent a bit. I don't know. If I were you, I would have killed Silva when he said that. After all, by acting against us, he stopped being a friend and became a hindrance. But you're our leader, and I won't get involved. Gravis only laughed a bit. That's your path, not mine. You can follow your path just like Silva can follow his. Orthar started looking into the direction where Silva went. So, if I wanted to, I could kill Silva? Gravis scratched his chin. If you want, sure, but don't forget that he is no longer part of the river tribe. This means that the rules no longer count for him. If you try to stop him, all his followers might unite against you. I want to give you freedom, but I don't want you to commit suicide, you know? Orthar listened to Gravis, but then his eyes began to shine. Then that goes both ways, right? It's your decision, Gravis said. If you die, I won't save you. You can let him leave peacefully if you want, or you could attack him. Honestly, I see both of you as my friends, and I wouldn't want to see you guys fighting. Yet, if that's your decision, I won't stop you. Orthar remained silent for a bit more. Then he released a breath as he made his decision. Then I have to disappoint you, Orthar said as he shot away. Gravis only looked at the leaving Orthar and sighed. Morn and Shira have died. By allowing them total freedom, Orthar and Silva are about to enter a life and death fight. At least one of them will die, maybe both. Then, Gravis released a shaky sigh. They are both my friends, and I don't want either of them to leave me. Yet what can I do? I want to give them total freedom, but this freedom also makes them kill each other. I either force my principles on them or watch as they kill each other. Gravis muttered to himself. Then, Gravis looked in melancholy at the sky. Father, I wonder, is this how you feel with all your children? You grant them freedom, but they grow apart from each other and might even start killing each other. Is this also what you feel? Of course, no one answered Gravis. After looking for a couple more minutes into the sky, Gravis sighed again. I think I can understand why you grew so emotionally distant. It's not easy to watch your companions kill each other. Then, Gravis slowly left the spire to watch what was going on. The tribe was about to fight itself. You're my friend, Orthar. Don't force me into this situation, Silva shouted in rage and helplessness. Several level 2 lords stood behind him. Starting at the Unity realm, no beast could be counted as stupid anymore. As soon as Silva explained everything to them, they realized the actual danger they were in. If 2 level 3 lords attacked, they would all get annihilated. Yet, just as many beasts stood behind Orthar. They had seen their insane growth and noticed how the pressure had helped them. Of course, this also meant that they realized how dangerous it would be for them if so many lords left them. They wanted to stay, but if so many lords left, the chances of them dying would increase significantly. You have stopped being a friend to me after your words, Silva, Orthar said coldly. I want to become powerful. That's my goal in life. Yet, by convincing so many lords to leave with you, you have become a hindrance to me. You can leave by yourself if you want, but I won't allow so many lords to leave with you. Meanwhile, the beasts were all in distress. The 2 most powerful beasts beside the leader were about to kill each other. They didn't want to go against each other, but both sides had their own goals. Ironically, the goals of both sides were identical. Both sides just didn't want to die. Yet, the same goal manifested in different ideologies and mindsets. Because of that, even though both sides just didn't want to die, they were about to kill each other. Give up, Orthar, Silva shouted. Even if I were to die to you, my followers will just leave. They know the truth now and will leave, even without me. Killing me won't change anything. Many of the onlookers, who hadn't decided on a side, felt themselves sway to Silva's camp. Yes, what could the Oracle even do? The beasts would leave either way. They might as well just join Silva in leaving. So, Orthar answered, by killing you and your followers, our tribe will get some supreme tempering. On top of that, your deaths will give rise to several level 3 lords. At that point, we won't have to fear the invasion of level 3 lords anymore. Now, the onlookers were swayed towards Orthar's camp. If they all killed Silva's side, they would become even more powerful. If a level 4 lord invaded, the leader would get involved. They only needed to be powerful enough to resist level 3 lords. They knew that their lords were way more powerful than average lords. One level 3 lord in their tribe might be able to take on 2 invading level 3 lords. Silva's body shook in rage and frustration. That is only true if you still have enough level 2 lords after this fight. Additionally, if so many level 2 lords become level 3 lords, you would have a shortage of level 2 lords. What if lots of level 2 lords invade then? Would the level 3 lords care about those? Your leader won't protect you from death. Are you willing to stay in such a dangerous tribe? Silva shouted at the beasts behind Orthar. This is nothing new, Silva, Orthar shouted back. The leader has never protected our tribe from beasts that pose no danger to him. Yet look at where we are now. The way of the leader has proven that this is the fastest way to grow more powerful. If it were up to you, you would have directly left back then. And then what? Orthar continued. Then we might not even have a single level 2 lord now. Every beast behind you will just forever remain at their current power. Maybe their realm increases, but then they will only count as average level 3 lords without any proper danger. Are you willing to remain at your current strength forever? Don't twist the facts, Oracle. Silva shouted with fury. My decision today is different from my decision back then. I will still allow everyone to temper themselves to their heart's content. The only difference is that I won't make enemies with tribes that can eradicate all of us with a wave of their claws. And like that, your tribe will feel nearly no pressure and become average like any other tribe, Commander. Orthar shouted back. Your path might work if all other tribes in this world are passive. But that isn't the reality of this world. At some point, a stronger enemy will get interested in your territories and will attack you. What then? How can you protect the tribe like that? Orthar answered. This has always been an eventuality, Oracle. Silva shouted back. But by deliberately angering such powerful tribes, you transform this eventuality into certainty. Your tribe is doomed to die, while my tribe only has a possibility of death. What you're doing is not tempering but suicide. Is not every fight a gamble with death? Orthar answered. The best fights are the ones where we don't see a chance of victory but still win. We have fought together against 2 level 3 lords. Right now, we are close to being able to jump an entire level. Yet, have these fights appeared winnable in the beginning? Of course not. Yes, you're right on that point, but to commit to such a fight should be a choice for the individual. Silva shouted back. Not every beast wants to go through such insane fights as you and I. Yet, by angering such powerful tribes, you don't give the individual a choice. They will be forced into fights that are beyond their current level. Despair, helplessness, and uncertainty tore the beasts apart. Both sides sounded incredibly convincing, and the beasts that had chosen their side had also begun to sway. Now, they were no longer so sure about the side they had chosen. Slowly, one beast after the other left Silva and Orthar. The beasts weren't able to decide which side to join, which made them join the onlookers. This decision was just too hard to make. Orthar and Silva noticed that their sides were growing smaller, but they both reacted in different ways. Silva grew more frustrated. He had expected that his followers were ready to join him. Yet, the beasts that he had seen as companions were leaving him. Meanwhile, Orthar took the development in stride. The beasts that stood neutrally at the sidelines would follow the victor. Orthar only needed to kill Silva. Then, no beast would leave the tribe. As the beasts behind Orthar and Silva saw their companions leaving, they felt more pressure and also left. In a minute, Orthar and Silva stood alone. Silva felt incredibly betrayed and infuriated, while Orthar felt smug about his victory. Silva and Orthar were in different positions. Silva was the active one, while Orthar was the passive one. By remaining undecided, the beasts had shown that they wouldn't leave together with Silva. No one is willing to follow you, Viper, Orthar said. I have said that you can leave by yourself. So I won't stand in your way any longer. Then Orthar moved to the side. Leave, Orthar said. Silva was incredibly infuriated, but after some time he seemed to calm down. Then, a sneaky sparkle appeared inside his eyes. Sure, I will leave, Octopus, he said with a calm voice. Then he turned to the onlookers with a smile. If you want to leave the river tribe, just travel to the east from here. I will welcome you, he said. Then Silva looked at Orthar again. By not killing anyone today, you have weakened the tribe. No level 3 lords will appear while your most powerful level 2 lord will leave. You think you might have one, but that's not the case. Then Silva narrowed his eyes. Now, it doesn't even need 2 level 3 lords to endanger the tribe. With only you, 1 level 3 lord is plenty enough. Then Silva laughed as he passed Orthar. I wonder when the next level 3 lord will invade. Because without the leader intervening, that day will be the last day of the river tribe. Orthar realized Silva's scheme and grew angry for a second. Yet he quickly calmed down. That won't be an issue, Orthar said. I will become a level 3 lord today, and I will protect us from other level 3 lords. Your scheme has fallen flat, Viper, Orthar said with a laugh. All of Silva's rage returned. Nearly all beasts would have left after him if the power dynamic stayed like this. Yet, Orthar had sacrificed a tempering opportunity to save the tribe. Like this, no one would leave but him. So, you are prepared to fight me to the bitter end, Silva said as he looked at Orthar. Without killing you, I won't be able to save my comrades, is that it? He asked icily. Orthar laughed a bit. That's true. Without killing me, you won't be able to convince anyone to leave. The beasts like it here. You should finally accept that fact. Fine, Silva said with a vicious tone. Then, let's have a duel to determine the winner. Orthar laughed some more. You are not part of the river tribe anymore. You don't get to decide who fights whom. This is not a duel, but a war. It's my side against your side. This won't make a difference since only we two will fight, Silva said. Let's go to the arena. The arenas are only for members of the tribe. We don't need one, Orthar said, and then he charged at Silva. Silva only sneered and also attacked Orthar. Gravis was watching this from a distance and felt like his heart was being torn apart. His 2 closest friends in this world were about to kill each other. Yet, Gravis had decided on his path. If his path required his companions to kill each other, then so be it. Orthar and Silva charged at each other aggressively. Yet, they both knew the fighting style of the other perfectly. Silva wanted to use his venom beam to quickly end the fight, but Orthar never gave him any chance. Silva knew that Orthar could morph his body into different shapes. Shooting a venom beam wasted a lot of his power, which meant that he needed a good opportunity to hit Orthar. Yet, Orthar never gave him that opportunity. On the other side, Orthar tried his best to dig into Silva's body, but Silva never gave him an opening. Silva knew that he would die if Orthar managed to dig into his body, while Orthar knew that he would die if he were hit by Silva's venom beam. Like this, the fight continued for several minutes. The beasts looking on were incredibly nervous and scared. They were all scared of the possibility that both Orthar and Silva died. If that happened, they had no one to protect themselves anymore. If Orthar survived, they could stay. If Silva survived, they could leave. Both of these options were fine, but what if both of them died? Everyone knew that the chances of both of them dying was high. The reason for that was Silva's venom. Orthar was better in a melee fight, but Silva only needed to land 1 hit to win. The beasts knew that Silva wouldn't give Orthar the edge to attack him. If Silva were backed into a corner, he might sacrifice himself to take down Orthar with him. Orthar had no reason to die, but Silva had. If Orthar died, his path would come to an end, but if Silva died, he could, at least, take solace in the fact that his companions lived on. Of course, that would only be the last option. Slowly, the beasts started looking at Orthar with some hints of battle intent. If Orthar gained the upper hand, they would probably both die, but if Silva gained the upper hand, only Orthar would die. Because of this, some beasts decided to follow Silva. Boom! 1 beast jumped forward in a bit to distract Orthar. It only needed to give Silva a slight edge for him to win. Boom! Yet, a powerful blizzard appeared that stopped the beast. Then, a powerful body threw the beast to the side. Liza got involved. I won't allow any interference, she said with her usual smile. They have decided to fight each other, and even though Silva has left the tribe, I still consider him as part of it. Because of that, I won't allow any interference in this fight, she shouted. The beast that Liza had thrown away stood up with rage. Why did this useless good-for-nothing that never fought others get involved? Enraged, that beast charged at Liza. Liza laughed and engaged that beast. It's been a while since I last tempered myself, Come on, she shouted with battle intent. The beast and Liza traveled away from the ongoing fight between Orthar and Silva. Liza didn't want their fight to interfere between Orthar's and Silva's fight, while the beast didn't want to distract Silva. The beast knew that Silva cared for them, and if Silva saw the beast losing, he might try to save it. Then Orthar would get an opportunity. Silva had noticed that fight and grew frustrated. "Don't involve yourselves in my fight," he shouted while defending against Orthar. "I am fighting so that you all can survive. If you get involved, my fight is meaningless." Yet, that small distraction gave Orthar an opportunity. Orthar used this opportunity to tear one of Silva's arms off. Luckily, that didn't hinder Silva too much. After all, he depended on his venom, not his arms. Even though Silva had told them to stay out of it, another beast charged forward. Silva's mindset didn't matter. They got involved not because of him, but because they didn't want both of them to die. Silva's words changed nothing. Boom! Another beast attacked the attacking beast. "This is a duel. We are all members of the river tribe, and I won't allow anyone to involve themselves in this," the second beast shouted. Then these two beasts also started fighting. As the fight between Orthar and Silva dragged on, more and more beasts got involved. After several minutes, more than 10 fights raged across the lands. "I said that this is not a duel but a war," Orthar shouted at Silva. "Ideologies clash, and the more powerful one will emerge victorious. My followers fight for me while your followers fight for nothing," Silva shouted back. "We have a bond that keeps us together, while your ideology keeps us apart. What use is supreme power when you're alone?" Silva proclaimed. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Gravis felt terrible. He had made his decision, but that didn't mean that he wasn't hurting inside. He didn't want his friends to kill each other, but he couldn't get involved. After all, such a decision would encroach on his friend's freedom. As Gravis heard Silva's words, he fell into thought. What is the sense of supreme power if you're alone, huh? Didn't Mom say the same thing? He thought as he remembered his talk with his mother. Is it really the right decision to allow my friends to kill each other? Gravis thought, but then shook his head. Yet, if I forced them to stop fighting, would they still be my friends? At that point, they would only be followers. That's not what I want. Like this, Gravis continued watching and thinking. The fights became increasingly more vicious as time passed. Whenever Orthar or Silva received an injury, Gravis felt himself hesitate. What sense is there in supreme power if you're alone? Isn't this also true for freedom? What sense is total freedom if you're alone? Gravis thought. Yet, is companionship worth the sacrifice of freedom? Could I even live with myself if I forced my friends to follow my every command? By now, Silva and Orthar were both injured. Some beasts had gotten involved, but Silva wanted to protect them while Orthar wanted to kill them. Because of this, the opportunities that these beasts opened up for Silva vanished without Silva using them. Several beasts died to Orthar, but Silva had been busy trying to defend them from him instead of dealing a fatal strike. Silva is trying to keep his companions alive but also win, Gravis thought. He doesn't realize that this will result in him having neither of the two outcomes. Suddenly, Gravis' body seized up. Isn't that just like me right now? After another minute, Silva readied himself to deliver a fatal strike to Orthar, even if it meant his own death. He couldn't allow more of his companions to sacrifice themselves. Yet, before he could commit to the attack, an incredible pressure appeared around him that stopped him from moving. The same thing was true for Orthar. Stop! Gravis shouted at every beast. Every beast that continues to fight will be killed by me right now. And like this, complete silence fell over the river tribe. No one dared to defy the leader. What is the meaning of this, Gravis? Silva transmitted in anger. You said you allowed me the freedom to pursue my own path. Have you lied to me? Gravis shook his head. No, I haven't lied. You will get your freedom. Then, why did you interfere in our fight? Silva asked angrily. Gravis only sighed. Because I have been mistaken. I realized that I couldn't keep my friends alive if things continued like this. I have realized several things during that fight, and I will rectify these things. Today, none of you will die. Silva and Orthar remained quiet while the beasts also listened to Gravis. Silva, your mindset is not made for achieving supreme power. By following me, you have been forced onto a path that you don't want. You have realized this today and want to leave. That is your freedom, and I will grant it. Yet, I also realize that you require help in order to achieve your goal. Today, I will grant you that help. Silva was unsure what Gravis meant. Orthar, Gravis continued as he looked at Orthar. You have forgotten your original mindset. When we met, I told you that only your own power is important and that this tribe is only there to create pressure for ourselves. Yet, today you have put the power of the tribe above your own growth. Orthar remained silent and started thinking. A tribe is external power. By sacrificing our own potential to keep the tribe alive, we are sacrificing the very thing that the tribe is meant to give us. You always had the correct mindset to achieve supreme power, but you have lost your way. Then Gravis smiled bitterly. Just like me. Orthar remained silent for some seconds and then relaxed his body. You're right, he said slowly and calmly. I was ready to sacrifice a tempering opportunity to keep the tribe alive. I have forgotten my true motivation. The pressure vanished from everyone as Orthar, and Silva just continued hovering there in the sky. Silva, Gravis said, you value companionship over true power. I want you to realize that you can't have supreme power and perfect companionship. This is something that I have realized today. If you want your companions to follow you on your path to power, you must allow them to die. You obviously can't make that choice. Therefore, please, don't expand your future tribe recklessly. Sacrifice your own power to keep them alive. I realized that it was wrong of me to force you onto the path of supreme power. So, please forget every rule and policy of the river tribe. Then, Gravis turned to the beasts. Starting today, the river tribe will be dissolved. The surrounding 500 kilometers will be my personal territory, and I will ruthlessly kill any beast that remains in this territory. You have 6 hours to leave. If you haven't left by then, I will kill you. The beasts were shocked when they heard Gravis' words. What did he mean by dissolving the river tribe? Could he do that? What about them? Why? Silva asked. Why are you dissolving the river tribe? He asked in shock. Gravis only sighed. I have realized that my feeling of companionship has blinded me. I wanted for everyone to stay until the end. Yet, this desire has blinded me to the truth. And the truth is that the end is not far off. The beasts were shocked again when they heard that. What did the leader mean by that the end wasn't far away? Silva is right. We have angered not only tribes but kingdoms too. They won't just send some level 3 lords. They will also probably send several level 4 lords. I can fight against one of them but not against 2. So, as soon as the enemy arrives, everyone will die. Suddenly, the beasts felt like they were dropped into hell. Their leader had said that they were about to die. As soon as Gravis said that, it felt like they woke up from their dream. They had been blinded by their ridiculous growth and had ignored the reality. The insane expansion of their tribe couldn't remain secret forever. Silva, you can lead the beasts that want it safe to a different land, Gravis said. Orthar, you can lead the more extreme beasts to a less dangerous land. The river tribe is no more. The beasts that want to temper themselves can leave with Orthar while the other members can join Silva. It's your decision. I will remain here and wait for the enemy. If the enemy finds nothing here, they will search for you. If they find me, they probably won't look for you. I wish you all the best. Gravis finished and then flew to the spire, leaving the beasts alone. Right now, the beasts were helpless and indecisive. Should they follow Silva or Orthar? Silva only sighed. Thank you, Gravis, he said silently. Silva knew that Gravis was protecting them by staying here. It was unknown what army awaited him. Death was not only a possibility but a certainty in Silva's mind. To him, it felt like Gravis was sacrificing himself so that they could live. I will allow tempering, but we won't make enemies with any tribes that are too powerful for us. Yet, I won't allow the mindless killing amongst each other. Every beast that wants to follow my path can follow me, Silva declared. Meanwhile, Orthar sighed. Even until the end, I have still considered you a companion, Silva, Orthar said. Silva only smiled. Thank you. I also didn't want to fight you. Yet, if our paths clash, there is no other way. But, of course, if there is a way to resolve this peacefully, I will always take it. Thank you, Orthar answered. Then he also turned to the beasts. Silva might have forgotten something. Since we are no longer enemies, I don't want you to die. So I will tell you. Silva looked annoyed again. Had Orthar's words been empty? A mix of land and sea beasts is an abomination in the eyes of other tribes. If the sea beasts follow Silva, the future tribe will only attract more enemies. This is not what Silva wants. Therefore, I will follow this path and will create a tribe for all willing sea beasts, Orthar said. Silva's eyes widened in realization. Yes, he had completely forgotten that fact. By taking as many of his companions with him as he could, he would have doomed all of them to die. Nearly all beasts outside the river tribe wanted their line to remain pure. By having both kinds of beasts inside their tribe, they would become the enemy of everyone. Silva only sighed. Orthar is right. I'm sorry, companions from the sea camp, but I can only take the land camp with me. Otherwise, I risk the death of all my companions. Many of the sea beasts felt sad when they heard that, but they understood Silva's point. My tribe will temper themselves more aggressively than Silva's tribe, Orthar said. Of course, all the beasts that want to live peacefully can establish their own tribe. With your battle strength, nearly no beast will be able to kill you, Orthar said. With that said, the beasts all went their separate ways. Nearly every land beast decided to follow Silva, while less than half of the sea beasts decided to follow Orthar. Yet that was still plenty. After all beasts that stayed here were level 2 lords. After every beast decided their future path, Silva looked at Orthar one last time. Goodbye, friend. It has been a blast with you. Goodbye, friend, Orthar answered. I wish you peace and quiet. Silva smiled. Thank you. Then he looked at the lone spire. Goodbye, Gravis, he said quietly. Then Silva left with his new tribe. Meanwhile, Orthar flew closer to Gravis. I'm expecting that you don't want me by your side anymore? He asked. Gravis felt awful when he heard that. That's not it. You're my closest friend in this world, and I want to stay with you. Yet, the enemies I will face are beyond your current power. If you follow me, you will only die. Instead, I wish for you to temper yourself against enemies that you can actually win against. Orthar remained silent for a while. Then, he flew to Gravis' side and looked into the distance. You have opened my eyes to a new path forward. I am no longer content with remaining inside my own enclosed space. I want to become powerful and dominate this world. Then Orthar hesitated. Yet, if that path is cut short by staying with you, I will leave. I'm sorry, but my path is more important to me than your companionship or life, Gravis. Gravis only laughed bitterly. Don't be sorry. Isn't it the same thing for me? If I were more important than your path, then we couldn't be friends anymore. At that point, you would only become a follower, and that's not what I want. Orthar remained silent for a bit. If there ever comes a day when my strength can reach yours, I will accompany you. Right now, I am too weak for your opponents. I only need to become powerful enough so that we need the same enemies for tempering. Gravis smiled. That sounds good to me, Orthar, Gravis said. Then Orthar turned around to leave. I'll keep an eye out for any appearance of you. I refuse to believe that you will die to the coming enemies. My power will increase just like yours, and at some point we will meet again. After all, there is only one beast in this world that can be considered the most powerful. If we both reach the top, we will meet each other again. Gravis looked at the sky. Yes, we will. Goodbye, Orthar. Goodbye, Gravis. Until we meet again. And with that, Orthar left the spire. A couple of minutes later, he left Gravis territory with his new following. Some stragglers that still weren't sure what to do also started leaving. After all, Gravis had said that he would kill them if they remained. Nearly every beast shot one last, sad look at the lone spire. They had become incredibly powerful inside the river tribe, but not all good things would last. It was time for them to leave the tribe and make their own legacy. Yet, they would always remember the river tribe and their mysterious and powerful leader. Some hours later, Gravis was completely alone. As soon as he saw no more beasts, he sighed again. Goodbyes were painful, and Gravis didn't want his companions and friends to leave. Yet, he also realized that they needed appropriate enemies. Nearly no beast could keep up with Gravis' growth. By pulling them along forcefully, he would sooner or later kill everyone. Day turned to night as Gravis only looked at the sky. The hardest decisions are often the right ones, huh? Gravis muttered to himself. A silent and cold wind blew over the lonely spire. Nothing else could reach the spire's height or power as far as the eye could see. Yet, that made the spire appear solitary and isolated. My enemies will arrive soon, Gravis said to himself. Father, there is a high chance that I will die. I hope you can understand my decision to remain here. As time passed, Gravis felt cold and uneasy, yet he remained. I haven't been in such a situation before, Gravis said silently. I know that the enemy won't send only one level 4 lord. Such a fight seems completely hopeless. It doesn't feel like I am waiting for a fight, but waiting for my death. Yet, Gravis said, isn't this the same feeling that Orthar, Morn, and Silva had felt when they fought their first level 3 lord? They thought that they would die, but they still won. Whoop! A couple of pictures appeared in front of Gravis. These were the pictures of his friends from the lower world, and he wanted to look at them. They probably went through something similar, yet they have all survived such things. I have taught them to take risks, and I'm sure that they followed that philosophy, Gravis said with a smile as he looked at the pictures. Whoop! The pictures vanished, and Gravis stood up with a fiery sparkle in his eyes. Even if my enemy is many times more powerful than me, I will persevere. Even if I am meant to die, I will die while giving it my all. Then he looked into the horizon with narrowed eyes. Whoever comes will die, Gravis said with a deep and powerful voice. That's him, right? A 500-meter-tall ape with powerful muscles asked the beast beside him. The other beast was a skinny and long lizard, just a bit longer than the ape. According to the description, yes, the lizard answered. Right now, they both looked down at Gravis, who was still sitting on top of the spire. The two beasts were outside of Gravis' spirit's range. Luckily, since they were level 4 lords, their awareness reached further than Gravis. Because of that, they could see him while Gravis couldn't see them. The ape looked around with furrowed brows. I see no other beasts. Wasn't he supposed to be the leader of some river tribe or something? The ape asked. The lizard sneered. According to intel, yes, but we received that intel several weeks ago. Some things might have changed. We can just ask him before we kill him. The ape furrowed his brows further. Don't forget what the commander has ordered. According to what the two-headed snake has said, this beast has the ability to fight 2 levels higher than itself. I don't believe that shit, but our commander wanted us to test it out. Sure, the lizard commented nonchalantly. We just need to test it and then kill him. After all, that's why both of us have been sent to this shitty backwater place. The ape sneered and huffed. Yeah, we're so far away from our home that the beasts here don't even know about our kingdom. It's been a long while since some weaklings dared to question me. If our commander hadn't said that we shouldn't waste food, I would have annihilated these weaklings. The lizard only rolled his eyes. Why do you care what some ants think about you? That's exactly what the commander meant when she said that this is your biggest weakness. We stand above them. After all, only power matters. The ape huffed again and crossed his arms. Yet, he seemed to have accepted the lizard's words. This showed that they respected their commander quite a bit. Anyway, let's greet him, the lizard said with a bloodthirsty smirk. The ape nodded. Then they both shot at the spire with quite some speed. Soon, Gravis noticed them too and narrowed his eyes. Several things surprised and impressed him. The first thing was that both beasts were relatively small for being level 4 lords. This meant that they knew the advantage of having a small body, which showed that they weren't inexperienced. On top of that, they would have needed to decide on their size as soon as they became lords. According to his calculations, the beasts should have been only about 10 meters tall when they became level 1 lords, quite small in comparison to other beasts. This showed that they knew the importance of size even before becoming lords. Most spirit beasts didn't know about the advantage of having a small size. This also means that they have been guided in their past. They probably came from a power that had established itself for a long time and had a lot of experience. The other thing that surprised Gravis was the ape. It wasn't his body that impressed him, but what he carried in his hands. The ape carried a thick and powerful tree trunk in his hands, which was quite impressive for a beast. After all, this showed that the ape realized that he could use weapons. Only very few beasts realized that they could use something other than their body to fight. Using something external like or a tree trunk was basically a completely unknown concept to these beasts. The tree trunk was 100 meters long and quite hard. Gravis felt the power of the tree and guessed that it was the trunk of a late unity plant. This meant that the trunk was probably even harder than all the sabers that Gravis had crafted. Gravis had a lot of sabers, but none of them would be able to withstand or damage that tree trunk. Interesting, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. Then, he slowly stood up and readied himself. 2 level 4 lords had arrived, and both of them seemed to be quite experienced and skilled. "Weren't you supposed to have a tribe?" the lizard directly asked Gravis. "According to our intel, you should be the leader of some abomination called the River Tribe." "I disbanded the River Tribe a couple of weeks ago," Gravis said slowly. "I knew that I had offended enemies above our ability to withstand. So, to protect my beasts, I disbanded the River Tribe and let them scatter all over the world." The two beasts looked at each other in uncertainty. Then the lizard turned back to Gravis. "Have they created another River Tribe somewhere else?" he asked with narrowed eyes. Gravis bitterly laughed a bit. "They aren't as reckless as me," Gravis said. "The sea beasts and land beasts have split into several camps." The ape looked at the lizard again with a questioning look. In answer, the lizard only waved one of his claws dismissively. "I think we can consider the first part of our mission complete then. After all, our mission was to destroy the River Tribe. As far as I see, the River Tribe doesn't exist anymore. So, less work for us, I guess," the lizard transmitted to the ape. The ape huffed a bit. In comparison to the lizard, the ape had actually looked forward to showing his power to a tribe of weak beasts. Sadly, the commander had said that the lizard would make the calls during their mission. It wasn't that the lizard was stronger, but that he was smarter. The lizard had a cooler head than the ape. "Anyway," the lizard said as he turned to Gravis with a grin, "that only leaves the second and third part. I'm guessing you want to take the honors?" he asked. The ape grinned maliciously as he also looked at Gravis with bloodlust. "Gladly." Gravis felt the ape's battle intent and knew that it was about to attack him. He only hoped that they took him lightly and that he could kill the ape before the lizard got involved. If they both attacked together, Gravis would likely die today. Boom! In an instant, the ape shot forward and slammed the tree into the spire, right onto Gravis. The spire completely broke apart with a mighty explosion since it couldn't withstand such a powerful attack from the ape. Whoosh! Suddenly, the lizard moved to the side of the ape and opened his mouth. A second later, the lightning bolt that had been there a second ago transformed into Gravis. Gravis only narrowed his eyes at the lizard, but inside, he was nervous. Gravis wanted to kill the ape with an attack from the side when it didn't pay attention, but the lizard had been too careful. His best chance at winning the fight was gone. "You've been careless," the lizard said to the ape as he looked at Gravis. "You didn't take your opponent seriously." The ape grew angry when he heard that. "No one would believe that a beast can jump 2 levels, the ape said in his defense. The lizard only smirked as he didn't let Gravis leave his eyes. "I know, but the commander said that the intel was rather reliable. You should trust the commander more." "Anyway," the lizard said as he stretched his body, This concludes the second part of our mission. The fact that this beast managed to nearly sneak attack you shows that it can threaten you. So, this proves that the intel had been true. The ape narrowed his eyes but then only grinned maliciously again. So that leaves only the third part, right? He asked. The lizard also grinned. Correct. Good, the ape shouted. Then, let's kill this abomination, the ape transmitted. After that, the lizard and ape flanked Gravis on both sides. Gravis only looked at them with narrowed eyes. Sorry, the ape said in a sarcastic tone. Our commander doesn't like gambling, so we're supposed to use everything in our power to kill you, even if we believe that one of us can take you on alone. So, just lay down and die, okay? The ape said as he lifted the tree trunk. The lizard on the other side opened his mouth, and some green mist escaped it. Both of them were readying powerful attacks. Gravis only summoned his saber. Bzzz. Gravis immediately transformed into lightning as the tree trunk shot at him with incredible speed. The speed of the ape was incredible, and Gravis needed to anticipate the attack to dodge. Otherwise, his speed wouldn't be fast enough to evade the wide trunk. SSSSSSS. A sizzling and powerful cloud of something green shot at Gravis from the lizard's mouth. The lizard had waited to see where Gravis would evade to and shot his attack at that position. Gravis immediately transformed back and summoned a lot of or between himself and that green cloud. The ore immediately started sizzling as it was quickly corroded into nothing. In less than a second, the 100 meters of or completely vanished into nothing. Luckily, this gave Gravis enough time to flee the area of the breath. Acid, Gravis concluded. Gravis knew a lot about materials, and the fact that this breath had been so effective against mid-unity rank materials showed that it wasn't poison. This was actually acid. Poison and venom were more effective on living matter, while acid was more effective on dead matter. Yet, acid is also quite effective against natural armor, like scales, for example. Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. My scales won't help me at all if I get hit by that. Bzzz. Gravis barely dodged another hit from the trunk, but the ape wasn't stupid. A punch came from the ape's other hand immediately after the trunk had missed. Bang! Gravis transformed back and moved all his power into his body to block the attack. He held his massive saber in front of him to block. Of course, he wasn't blocking with its flat side, but with its edge. Blocking with the flat side would only destroy the saber. CRCK. PSH. Yet, the saber still broke under the ape's overwhelming power. The saber was made of middle unity rank material, but Gravis couldn't utilize its full potential. Because of that, the saber could only be considered as an early unity rank weapon. At least Gravis' saber managed to leave a deep cut inside the ape's fist. Several pieces of the broken saber shot at Gravis, but his scales were powerful enough to block these fragments. Then he turned to his right. Bang! Gravis summoned another saber to block an attack from the lizard. Yet, this time his saber managed to hold. Instead of feeling relieved, Gravis felt more nervous now. The lizard should also be able to destroy his saber. The fact that the attack wasn't powerful enough showed that the lizard had something else planned. Bang! Gravis saw the tail coming too late. He could have transformed into lightning, but he wouldn't have been able to evade. If the tail hit him while Gravis was inside his lightning form, he would use up most of his power. That's why he didn't transform into lightning. The tail hit Gravis and destroyed a lot of his scales. On top of that, the tail shot him into the distance with incredible power. Bang! 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 Gravis shot through several mountains until he hit the earth. The sudden stop made him spit out some blood. His scales had done incredible work, but the power difference between him and his enemies was just too great. Because of that, several of his organs had been damaged from the impact. Luckily, his bones didn't break thanks to his scales. Boom! The ape smashed the tree trunk at Gravis, burying him beneath it. A huge crater appeared around them as the shockwave from the hit destroyed everything in their surroundings. Yet, the ape didn't grin victoriously. Inside his awareness, he saw Gravis digging through the dirt at rapid speeds. Gravis had used the earth as a shield from this powerful attack. This attack couldn't be compared to the earlier attack from the lizard. If that tree trunk hit him, Gravis would become a pile of scattered meat. While fleeing, Gravis grit his teeth. I'm completely outclassed. They keep coming at me, giving me no time to act. I can only defend and dodge, Gravis thought in frustration. On top of that, I don't have my life lightning anymore. Every injury I take will reduce my battle strength. Gravis quickly came out of the earth and summoned more ore in front of him. The acid cloud had returned, and Gravis had to sacrifice an incredible amount of ore to protect himself. Yet, instead of running away, he shot directly at the lizard in front of him. Then, he summoned another saber and slashed towards the lizard. Bzzzzz. A fully powered lightning crescent shot at the lizard. It hadn't been ready for such a sudden attack. Usually, the lizard's enemies were too busy dealing with the acid to attack him during it. This left him completely open. Boom! Yet, the lightning crescent didn't hit the lizard, but the tree trunk. The lizard wasn't alone, and the ape had noticed Gravis' peculiar actions. The ape wasn't stupid and knew that Gravis wouldn't have sacrificed so much stuff for some random attack that wouldn't make a difference. This was probably one of Gravis' most powerful attacks. Because of that, the ape had slammed the lizard away with his tree trunk. The lightning crescent exploded on the tree trunk and destroyed nearly half of it. Meanwhile, the ape received some burns on his skin, but that was it. The lightning crescent hadn't directly hit him, and the tree used up a lot of the lightning crescent's power. At the same time, the lizard hit some distant mountain, destroying it in the process. The ape's hit hadn't been weak. After all, he needed to throw the lizard as far away as possible. This gave the lizard some broken ribs and decimated some scales, but at least it was still alive. If that lightning crescent hit the lizard, it would most likely be dead right now. Gravis grew frustrated when he saw that. This lightning crescent had had 100% of his power saved up. It had failed, and now he didn't have anything else to rely on. He only had his own power remaining. Yet, he also saw the opportunity that this created. The lizard was currently far away. This gave him some seconds alone with the ape. I need to kill it immediately, Gravis thought, and then directly shot at the ape. Whoosh! The ape attacked Gravis with the trunk, but he wasn't used to the trunk's new shape, which made him barely miss Gravis. Gravis passed the trunk but was immediately greeted by a powerful fist flying at him. The ape had a lot of battle experience and always had a backup plan ready. Bang! The speed difference between them was too significant, and Gravis couldn't evade that fist. Gravis barely blocked the fist with his saber. Sadly, the power behind the fist destroyed the saber and shot Gravis into the distance. On top of that, the ape was smart enough not to shoot him towards the lizard. Gravis smashed through some mountains but managed to stop himself before he hit the ground. Yet, this attack broke some bones in his body. Fuck! My body is too injured. If I transform into lightning, I might fall back into the initial Unity realm. Nevertheless, Gravis stood up again and charged at the ape. The ape was closing the distance quickly as it also charged at him. On top of that, the lizard also started returning to them. Gravis summoned a new saber. In the last couple of weeks, he had created a lot of these sabers. After all, he knew that the sabers were too weak to withstand the power of level 4 lords. And like this, Gravis and the ape charged at each other while the lizard would soon return. Gravis used one trump card after another. Yet, the fight was still going on. On top of that, his body had also already been injured with several broken bones, destroyed scales, and damaged organs. In comparison, both of his opponents were still quite healthy. The lizard had some broken bones, but it could still fight. Meanwhile, the ape remained nearly uninjured. Gravis had to find a solution to this or he would die. His lightning form was too slow to flee from these beasts. On top of that, with his injured body, he would probably fall back into the initial Unity realm if he transformed into lightning now. Then, his death would be inevitable. Right now, the lizard was still far away, but it would reach them in no time. Gravis needed to gain as big of an advantage as possible during that time frame. He had been on the defensive the whole fight, and he needed to change the flow of the battle into his favor. Gravis charged forward directly and slammed his saber forward at the ape's incoming fist. CRRK. The saber broke, but it managed to cut off an already injured finger. Gravis had been prepared for the punch and had slashed at the fist while it was above him. Like this, he didn't need to retreat. Yet the ape was also ready. The trunk quickly slammed down on Gravis. Whoosh! Since about half of the trunk was missing, Gravis was able to evade the attack. Right now, the ape was completely open, and Gravis summoned another saber. Then, he summoned a powerful lightning bomb and infused it into the saber. Without waiting another second, he slashed forward. Bang! The lizard returned at just the right time and slapped the ape away with its tail. The lizard had seen the power of Gravis' last attack, and he couldn't risk losing his companion to that attack. The ape flew away while its arm broke from the tail slam. Yet no explosion came. Instead, Gravis only grinned. He had only feinted using an attack since he knew that the lizard would save his companion. Instead, Gravis summoned some kind of sphere. Then, Gravis infused some of his remaining lightning into it. Bang! The sphere exploded. Yet, this wasn't an explosion that dealt damage, but an explosion that converted nearly all power into light and shockwaves. Gravis had been ready for the explosion, but the lizard hadn't been. Because of that, the incredibly bright ball of light completely blinded it. Luckily, the beast still had their awareness. Yet, for some reason, the surroundings felt distorted to the lizard. This was the second use of the device. Gravis had created it so that it shook the surrounding space and distorted it while blinding the receiver. Gravis wouldn't forget something as fundamental as a beast's awareness. Like this, the lizard had been completely blinded. Gravis had waited for the lizard to return precisely for this reason. They would surely drop their guard when they thought that they blocked Gravis' most powerful attack. If they were prepared, the beasts would have been able to deal with this explosion. Gravis used the perfect moment, which was why this explosion was so effective. Right now, Gravis couldn't use his spirit to see the surroundings, but he could use his eyes. Eyes were generally seen as an inferior version of a beast's awareness, but if the awareness failed, the eyes would become their primary sense again. Sadly, the explosion had also blinded the lizard. Because of that, it lost the use of both of its primary senses. The lizard knew that something was about to happen, so it released some of its acid breath in front of it while retreating. It had to get away from Gravis until the surroundings calmed down again. Boom! Suddenly, the lizard felt an incredible power hit its back. A gigantic explosion made of lightning tore half of its back off. Gravis had decided to immediately fly upward and then shot his lightning crescent at the lizard from above. The explosion quickly vanished, and a lot of singed bones were exposed on the lizard's back. Gravis hadn't been able to put all of his power into the lightning crescent since he still needed to keep some of it. The lizard realized that it was still alive and wanted to retreat further in panic, but it quickly felt something cutting into its back again. Gravis knew that this lightning crescent wasn't enough, so he immediately charged at the lizard while it was still recovering from the lightning crescent. Then, he started summoning another saber and wildly cut into the lizard's back with two sabers. SSSHHHH. A storm of blood and meat flew away from the lizard's back. Gravis had basically become a living meat grinder as he spun wildly with his sabers inside the lizard's body. Its scales had been its most powerful defense, but the lightning crescent had completely decimated that defense. Now only the relatively weak meat remained. The lizard screamed in panic, fear, and pain as it felt Gravis dig through its entire body. Meanwhile, Gravis' eyes were bloodshot, and he also screamed in fury. He only had 10% of all of his power remaining. He needed to kill the lizard now, or he wouldn't be able to survive. The ape immediately came back and saw what was going on. With determined eyes, he looked at the lizard. "Sorry, friend," he said. Boom! Then, the mighty tree trunk slammed down onto the lizard's back. His back broke, and a lot of its organs exploded. Yet the lizard was still alive, barely. The lizard screamed in pain, but the ape only stared at it. "Is he dead?" he asked. The lizard still screamed, but the ape felt no more movement coming from inside the lizard. On top of that, no more blood and meat shot out of the lizard. The attack with the tree trunk must have squashed Gravis. Some more minutes passed, and the lizard became increasingly weaker. By now, it had calmed down a little and only waited for its death. "I don't want to die," it said weakly. "I know," the ape answered. "No one wants to die. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have taken him lightly in the beginning." Then, the ape gnashed his teeth. The commander was right. This is really my biggest weakness. The ape waited until the lizard took its last breath. When the lizard died, the ape released a bitter sigh. "This is my fault," he said to himself in a quiet voice. Bzzz. A bit of lightning appeared at the lizard's back. The ape was surprised for a second, but in nearly no time at all, the lightning violently expanded until it engulfed the entire lizard. The ape saw how the body of his companion quickly dissolved. The eyes of the ape burned in rage as he lifted the tree again. Then he slammed down with all his power, right into the lightning. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The lightning completely ate up the tree, but it also seemed to become weaker. Then, a small metal sphere flew out of the corpse. As soon as the ape saw that, it closed its eyes and only watched with its awareness. Bang! Another bright explosion appeared, but it vanished just as quickly. As soon as the bright explosion vanished, the ape opened its eyes again. The surrounding space was distorted, and it couldn't use its awareness anymore. Without waiting, the ape jumped forward and slammed both of his fists down into the lightning. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The ape's fists vanished as the hair and skin burned away. After that, even the muscles started disappearing. Yet, the lightning was also visibly becoming weaker. After some seconds, the lightning completely vanished while only bones remained of the ape's arms. The ape took some deep breaths. It was exhausted and in incredible pain. Not everyone had the privilege of feeling their entire arms burn away. After some seconds, the ape took a deep breath and exhaled. The fight was over. Thump! The ape's eyes widened in shock as it felt something horrifying. Something had just parted its ass cheeks to enter. And then, an incredible pain shot throughout its entire body. What had Gravis done during all of this? As soon as Gravis noticed that the ape had returned, he quickly fled to the lizard's behind. The attack completely missed him, but Gravis knew that the lizard would die. So, he simply waited until the lizard ultimately died. Then, he used his last remaining power to absorb the lizard's body. The next attack with the trunk ate up nearly 20% of his new absorbed power. If the ape attacked again after that, Gravis would vanish before the ape died. So, he threw another bomb out. Creating a blinding light didn't cost much energy, but distorting the space took an incredible amount. One of these bombs cost Gravis an entire 20% of all his power. While the ape closed his eyes, Gravis split his lightning. Enough of the lightning left the lizard to make a body that could harness all of Gravis' physical power. The power of his spirit and lightning was left behind to make it appear like he had never left. The lightning continued raging while the body kept itself hidden behind the ape. The ape wouldn't be able to notice him as long as the surrounding space remained disturbed. Then, when Gravis saw the ape relax, he saw his opportunity. He didn't like it, but it was his last chance. He jumped and directly entered the ape's body from its behind. As soon as he entered, he summoned more of his sabers and started destroying everything he saw. As soon as he hit a bone, he moved away and cut into a different direction. Erg! Bang! 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 By now, the space wasn't distorted anymore, and the ape jumped at different mountains in an effort to kill Gravis. Since its arms were destroyed, the ape couldn't use them to hit Gravis. Sadly, its own body was a powerful shield against these impacts, and Gravis only received some light injuries. After around a minute of destruction and panic, the ape became weaker. Then, it fell over and remained motionless as something beneath its skin moved violently around. Some seconds later, the ape also died. Boom! An incredible amount of lightning appeared from the ape's corpse. Then, the lightning dissolved its corpse in a matter of seconds. As soon as the ape had completely vanished, Gravis appeared again. I survived, he thought in relief. This fight had been pretty close. Initially, he had expected to die, but he managed to survive. Gravis closed his eyes, and he felt his will aura become more powerful. The shark from a couple of months back had also tempered him, but not as much as this fight. Then Gravis closed his eyes and thought about the fight. "You survived?" A new voice suddenly commented from the side. Gravis was shocked since he hadn't felt anyone else being present. He immediately became alarmed and looked over. Gravis immediately noticed a beast standing just a couple of meters away from him. He hadn't noticed that beast at all with his spirit, but he managed to see it just fine. It was a harmless-looking red hawk. It wasn't even a meter tall and looked like the pet of someone. It simply didn't look dangerous at all. On top of that, Gravis felt no danger and no power radiating from the hawk. Yet this made him nervous. Usually, Gravis only wouldn't be able to feel the power of someone else if they were either much weaker than him or way more powerful than him. Sadly, the fact that Gravis hadn't noticed the hawk showed that the second case was true this time. When Gravis had been back in his homeworld, he had been able to feel the power of someone at the early nascent nourishing realm. By now, he had risen by one stage, and his will aura had also become more powerful. Yet, he felt absolutely nothing from this red hawk. This meant that this hawk was, at least in the late nascent nourishing realm. That realm would also be called a level 4 king in this world. "Why is someone as powerful as you interested in me?" Gravis asked directly. The hawk only smirked and gently flew closer to Gravis. "You reacted very quickly and noticed my power. Tell me, how powerful do you think I am?" The hawk asked with interest. "You're probably a level 4 or level 5 king," Gravis said with narrowed eyes. The hawk was a bit surprised. "Not bad. Yes, I am a level 5 king. Quite impressive that you can place my power with such accuracy. Tell me, how did you manage that? When I was weaker, I was able to feel the power of a level 2 king once. By now, I have become more powerful, and I guess that I would be able to feel a level 3 king too. Yet I can't feel your power. I don't think that an emperor would come to this place just for me, so you had to be a level 4 or 5 king," Gravis explained. The hawk laughed a bit. "Impressive, really?" it said. "I am the Red King, leader of the Red Kingdom. The 2 beasts you just killed were part of my kingdom," it said. Gravis had a sinking feeling. He had just killed this hawk's underlings. Would it want revenge? Yet, Gravis realized that it could have saved them if it wanted. Right now, battle strength wouldn't help him to survive. "You wanted to test me, right?" Gravis asked. The hawk smirked as it circled him slowly. "Yes," it said. "One of our associated tribes has received some news from a 2-headed snake around 2 months ago. It said that there is a beast leading a tribe made up of sea and land beasts. Originally, I didn't care about that. Let the weaker kingdoms deal with that. Yet, I was interested in the news about your battle strength. Apparently, you are able to jump 2 whole levels. Something like that is only possible for some very rare divine beasts. So, I sent an agent to keep watch over you. The agent noticed a very one-sided fight between you and a wolf. After that, the agent returned to me and informed me of what was going on," the hawk explained. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he listened. The wolf that the hawk was talking about was the second level 3 lord that Gravis had killed. He had fought against that wolf a couple of weeks after he had fought the shark. Also, in the couple of months that Shira had been away, she had, apparently, not only tempered herself. My constant suppression of her probably annoyed her to no end. She also couldn't be sure that she could kill me. So, as a backup plan, she spread some news about me. Like this, I would die even if she failed to kill me, Gravis thought. "What are divine beasts?" Gravis asked. One of the sharks he had killed had said something about some divine beasts too, but the shark hadn't bothered to answer. The hawk landed in front of Gravis. Divine beasts are beasts with an incredible affinity for battle. Additionally, their bodies are around double as powerful as usual. Only the powerful bloodline of an emperor can create divine beasts. Gravis' eyes shone as he realized several things. So, divine beasts could be considered as powerful, young geniuses. Yet, as soon as they become emperors, all their advantages would vanish. After all, if their progenitor was an emperor, They probably already had these qualities in the first place. The hawk smirked. Right? Being a divine beast is like having a shortcut to the Emperor realm. Of course, there are still a lot of divine beasts out there that will never reach the Emperor realm. Gravis listened to the hawk's words and nodded. Then he looked at it. I presume you don't want to kill me right now? He asked. The hawk only continued smirking. Then it hummed for a bit. It depends on how you define right now and how you define kill, it said with a grin. Gravis sighed when he heard that. He had expected that this situation wouldn't resolve itself that easily. The fact that such a powerful king arrived in front of him showed that it was interested in him. Right now, Gravis was so incredibly weak in front of this hawk that he could probably only act as a toy for the king. Gravis gritted his teeth in frustration. He had no control over his life right now. This meant that he was being suppressed, and he hated being suppressed more than anything else. What do you want? Gravis asked with annoyance. He knew that it wasn't the smartest choice to sound rude, but the lightning inside of him was angry, and it didn't care about the power of the other party. The hawk only grinned. I like that aggressive tone of yours. Maybe you can entertain me some more. Then, the hawk leisurely flew to a big stone and stood on it. You're probably interested in the reason why I've come so far just to watch you fight, right? Gravis only nodded. Well, you see, my associated empress is very interested in peculiar and powerful beasts. You could say that's one of her hobbies. If I bring such beasts to her, I will be rewarded. So, as soon as I heard about you, I grew interested. The Empress would love to have you. Gravis gritted his teeth again. The Red King was looking at him like he was some slave or commodity, and he absolutely hated this feeling. Meanwhile, the hawk continued speaking. So, I sent 2 of my soldiers to test you out. Of course, they didn't know what the reason for their mission was. As far as they knew, they only needed to kill you. And what if I died? Gravis asked. The hawk laughed a bit. Then you would have died. But I was pretty sure that you would survive, he said. Gravis narrowed his eyes in skepticism. How? He asked. He wasn't even sure if he would win, so how could this hawk, which didn't even know him, be so sure that he would survive? Because you search for fights against lords that are 2 levels higher than you. This means you see a good chance of victory in such fights. So, I wanted to see how powerful you would be under genuine pressure. Gravis remained silent as he listened to these words. Had he truly grown complacent? He had managed to kill 2 level 4 lords, but he had only wanted to fight one of them. Yet, hadn't he managed to survive against 2 of them anyway? Gravis released a sigh. Then he turned to the hawk and slightly bowed. Thank you. You have made me realize that I have unconsciously grown complacent. I have searched for a beast that was 2 levels higher than me but have tried to avoid fighting anything more dangerous. I think, deep inside, my fear of losing my life has taken priority over my desire for power. Thank you for showing me this weakness, Gravis said. Gravis wasn't acting. He actually meant everything he said. He still remembered how he had pushed Morn, Silva, and Orpheus into an incredibly dangerous fight. Yet, he had avoided fighting such a dangerous fight himself. Gravis felt like a hypocrite right now. The hawk was quite surprised when it saw Gravis' actions. Then, it started laughing loudly. Great! It shouted. Then, it seems like we have similar goals right now, it said with a smirk. Gravis frowned again when he heard that. What do you mean? He asked. The hawk laughed some more. Simple. I said I came here to see how you would fight under genuine pressure, but I haven't seen that yet. When you fought my underlings, there was a certain absence of despair and fear. In the beginning, the fight had been good, but later you seemed to take control of the fight. The hawk shook its head. A fight that's under your control isn't what I would call genuine pressure. So, I still need to see such a fight. Gravis took a deep breath. This fight wasn't dangerous enough for you? He asked. The hawk grinned. No, it wasn't. As I said, it depends on how you define right now and kill. So, let's see if this meets your definition. Grrr. An absolutely apocalyptic amount of fire came out of the bird and shot into the sky. The clouds immediately got vaporized, and as far as the eye could see, no clouds remained. Even from 100 meters away, Gravis still had to protect himself from the heat. The gigantic pillar of fire raged on for around 10 seconds. After that, it vanished like nothing had happened. Gravis had been protecting his face with his arms, and as the fire disappeared, he put them down. Nothing had changed. The bird was still sitting atop the stone, which, surprisingly, wasn't burned in the slightest. Now, Gravis was confused, but that confusion quickly cleared up. On the horizon, Gravis could see a beast coming closer. It was a 5-kilometer-long snake-like thing with arms, legs, and horns. It was completely golden and had impressive spines. Additionally, long whiskers danced in the wind as it came closer. Meanwhile, the hawk grinned excitedly. "Meet your opponent. How fitting for you to ask about divine beasts earlier, because that will be your opponent now. This is a divine beast called the Golden Dragon. He's a level 4 lord that can take on level 5 lords." Gravis gulped. The hawk smirked. "As I said, it depends on how you define right now, and kill." Gravis took a deep breath when he heard the Red Hawk's words. Fighting one level 4 lord was already difficult, but fighting a level 4 lord divine beast. The Red Hawk had also said that this golden dragon could fight level 5 lords. Right now, Gravis felt like his death was about to arrive. Yet, hadn't he just said that he had realized his complacency? So, even though he felt like he was about to die, he didn't lose hope. Even if the fight seemed unwinnable, Gravis would try absolutely everything he had. If he died, so what? The golden dragon quickly arrived and landed. His massive body shook the earth as he coiled into a sitting position. "Master," it said deferentially. The hawk flew over and landed on the golden dragon's head. The golden dragon didn't react and just stayed as it was. Apparently, it was used to this blatant display of dominance from the Red King. "This beast has managed to kill 2 of our soldiers. They were both level 4 lords, but he managed to win either way. His battle strength is definitely more powerful than yours," it said with a grin. The golden dragon looked at Gravis, and Gravis felt its indignance and disregard. It was indignant about what the hawk had said while it disregarded Gravis. In its eyes, Gravis was only some weak level 2 lord. The golden dragon never fought beasts equal to its level. It always fought beasts at higher levels than it, but this time it was supposed to fight a weaker beast. On top of that, this beast wasn't only 1 level weaker, but 2. What kind of joke was this? "Master, this beast might be talented in combat, but it's still just a level 2 lord. In front of absolute power, it can't do anything," the golden dragon said. The hawk smiled slyly. "I know, but I want to see him become truly powerful or die while showing all of his power. That's why I called for you. I want you to fight this beast and kill it. If you win, you will be my choice for the Empress." The golden dragon looked with boredom at Gravis. "If you can't," the hawk said with a smirk, "you will die. I don't care what it takes. I want you to kill this beast. Even if you have to chase him to the end of the continent, I don't care. Only when you've killed him will you be eligible for my Empress." The golden dragon still looked with disregard at Gravis. "No problem, master," he said calmly. The earth shook and broke apart. Gravis was unsure what the golden dragon was doing, but he knew that it couldn't be something good. Gravis immediately summoned his saber and readied himself for a battle. As more and more earth broke apart, a gigantic pile of ore flew out of the earth. It was massive and several kilometers wide. Gravis immediately recognized the ore and knew that it was a mid-unity rank material. Then, the ore floated above the golden dragon while it only sneered. "This trashland doesn't even have proper stone," he said as he looked at the mountain of ore floating above him. "But I guess this will do against you," he said. The ore split apart until an uncountable amount of 2-meter-wide pieces remained. Shing! Immediately, all pieces transformed into long and pointy spears. When Gravis saw that, his eyes widened. Now he knew what the golden dragon had planned. "Goodbye," the golden dragon said. Whoosh! Over half of the spears shot forward at Gravis. Avoiding them was impossible for him since they were shot in a widespread. Yet, Gravis only smirked. This was an incredible weapon against beasts, but Gravis wasn't really a beast. Gravis was a human. One shouldn't forget two things. First of all, when humans fought, they were never able to summon their element directly beside an opponent. The will aura of the opponent could deal with that easily. The other thing was that these spears didn't come from the Golden Dragon's power, but by shaping a natural or into the shape of a spear. Gravis was sure that the Golden Dragon had the metal element. Yet, if that were all, the Golden Dragon wouldn't be able to control external materials like this. There was something else going on. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The metal spears all stabbed into the earth surrounding Gravis, but the spears that had been aiming directly at him suddenly stopped in the air. Gravis' will aura had destroyed the will lingering on the spears, while his spirit simply stopped the spears. The Red King was quite surprised when he saw that. He had never seen anything like it, and his interest in Gravis grew. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon was incredibly shocked. How had this ant blocked his attack this easily? But then, the Golden Dragon only sneered. Interesting ability, but something like this surely uses up your resources. I am 2 whole levels higher than you. So, as long as I keep doing this, I will outlast you, ant. The Golden Dragon said arrogantly. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he heard that. The Golden Dragon had been right with his words. Stopping so many heavy and fast spears used up some of his spirit. He wanted to make it seem like he could do this without end. But the Golden Dragon had seen through his plan. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning and shot at the Golden Dragon with all his speed. Even though he had consumed 2 level 4 lords previously, his lightning was only about double as powerful as before. That was because of all the power he had used up when he fought the ape. Yet, he was still fast enough to only be slightly slower than the Golden Dragon. Right now, the Golden Dragon was underestimating him, and this was Gravis' best opportunity to end the fight. Gravis quickly reached the Golden Dragon, who was shocked by Gravis' speed. He had never expected that a level 2 lord was this fast. Gravis transformed back into his body and loaded his saber with a lightning crescent. The fights had been back-to-back, so he hadn't been able to save up an additional lightning crescent. Right now, he could only depend on his own power. Gravis' saber quickly started exhibiting an incredible amount of lightning, and Gravis slashed forward. Clank! Yet, Gravis decided against unleashing his lightning crescent. That was because some spears shot at him from beside the Golden Dragon. It hadn't shot all the spears at him, and there were still a lot left over. If Gravis unleashed his lightning crescent, it would only hit a spear. So, the spear hit the saber and shot Gravis back a bit. Clank! 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 More and more spears shot at Gravis, and he blocked all of them with his saber. He didn't want to use his spirit since that would waste more of his power. As he blocked, he also retrieved his power from the saber so that he was at his peak again. Clank! 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 More and more spears shot at Gravis. Yet, they nearly all came one at a time. It wasn't like earlier where all of them shot at him simultaneously. However, Gravis wished that they all came simultaneously. Gravis had to use all his power to block the spears one by one, and he barely managed it. The spears were incredibly powerful and fast. If Gravis hadn't trained his evasion so much, he would have many more holes inside his body now. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon only smirked. Gravis had realized the Golden Dragon's goal, and he gritted his teeth. Gravis was being pushed back by these spears and was too far away to attack reliably. I see, the Golden Dragon commented as he continued shooting spears. You don't want to waste resources, so you decide to block. On top of that, you can destroy the connection between me and my metal without a problem, but that doesn't stop its movement. The Golden Dragon laughed. As long as I just throw stone at you, you're forced to either block or evade. Something simple as that doesn't even require much power from me. I wonder what you will do, the Golden Dragon said with a smile. One spear after the other shot at Gravis, and he had to block them continually. By now, he was far enough away to dodge the spears reliably, but he also couldn't attack the Golden Dragon from this range. He didn't need to block anymore at this distance, but such rapid movement used up a lot of stamina. Gravis could fight for a full day like this, but the golden dragon could probably keep going for much longer. Several hours passed in which Gravis was only dodging the spears without a way to get closer. He had tried to surprise the golden dragon by transforming into lightning again, but the golden dragon never lowered his guard again. As soon as Gravis did anything other than dodging, the golden dragon would just shoot even more spears at him. On top of that, the golden dragon kept a lot of or lying around his body too. If Gravis decided to use any sneak attack, he would just use this or to defend himself. Gravis was constantly dodging under high pressure. The attacks were avoidable, but he couldn't allow himself to lose concentration. A single one of these spears would create a hole inside his body. The contrast between Gravis and the golden dragon was striking. Gravis was constantly dodging to keep his life while the golden dragon only sat on the ground, playing with Gravis. They were not at the same level at all. Gravis had been continuously dodging for over 3 hours now. He slowly started to feel the drain while the golden dragon seemed to be as relaxed as ever. Originally, Gravis had intended to wait for an opportunity when the golden dragon became careless, but that opportunity never came. Even though the golden dragon looked relaxed, Gravis felt that he never took his guard down. Gravis had already gotten an idea some hours ago, but he wanted to use that opportunity to kill the golden dragon. If he didn't manage to kill it, he would have committed too many resources into the attack and would be disadvantaged for the remaining fight. The longer this fight dragged on, the harder it would be for Gravis to make a comeback. At least, that's what Gravis wanted the golden dragon to think. In actuality, Gravis was simply moving the power of his lightning into his body as soon as it lost stamina. Because of that, the used-up lightning would quickly regenerate. The body's stamina didn't regenerate as quickly as it was used up, but his lightning would completely regenerate in a couple of hours. Like this, he had basically infinite stamina. Additionally, Gravis could also use his spirit and regenerate that at the same time. This meant that as long as Gravis had enough concentration, he could go on forever. Of course, the drain of concentration couldn't be ignored. This was something that he couldn't easily fix. Gravis had enough experience to know that the drain of his concentration was more significant than the drain of the golden dragon's power. Gravis knew that it was usually impossible for a beast to manipulate something outside their body, even if it conformed to their element. Beasts with an affinity towards metal normally only were able to transform their own bodies into metal. The manipulation of external metal wasn't part of their power. So how did the golden dragon do that? There was only one answer that Gravis came up with, and he didn't like it one bit. The golden dragon had comprehended a law related to metal. Otherwise, it would be completely impossible for the golden dragon to manipulate the metal this easily. On top of that, even though the golden dragon only used external metal to attack him, Gravis never forgot the actual ability that a beast with metal affinity had. Gravis knew that if he managed to get close to the golden dragon and attack, his opponent would simply transform his body into metal. At that point, his opponent's body would transform into a late Unity rank material. Even if Gravis used a fully powered lightning crescent, he would still not be able to injure the golden dragon in any significant way. At most, he could create a flesh wound. Yet what then? Gravis would have nothing left after that. Gravis was thinking all these things, but it didn't matter what he came up with. He never found a way of dealing with the eventual transformation of the golden dragon's body. Its defense would just be too powerful at that point. Fleeing also wasn't an option. The golden dragon was faster than Gravis in his lightning transformation. Another option would be to quickly find other beasts while evading the golden dragon until Gravis had enough food to become a level 3 lord. Yet that option was also thrown out. The issue was not the golden dragon but the Red King. The Red King wanted to see him under some real pressure, and if Gravis just fled until his realm became higher, the Red King would probably just find a new opponent. That one might actually be even more powerful than this one. Even after hours of thinking, Gravis found no other way. He was truly out of options and could only bet his life on a gamble. For the first time in a long while, Gravis felt like he had no control over the battle. Continuing like this would only spell doom for Gravis. Sooner or later, he would make a mistake and get hit. Gravis took a deep breath as he evaded another spear. Then, he made up his mind and started putting his plan into motion. The only way how Gravis could win was if the golden dragon became careless. This would be a lengthy and time-consuming plan, but it was his only option. Like this, several more hours passed in which Gravis tried to get closer to the golden dragon from time to time. He was using these opportunities so that the golden dragon thought that Gravis still had an ace hidden away. After all, no experienced fighter would continue charging in mindlessly like that. Experienced fighters would only do this if they wanted to achieve something. So, ironically, even though Gravis was doing the same useless thing, again and again the golden dragon only became warier. The golden dragon knew that Gravis was planning something. Even though the golden dragon looked down on Gravis, he didn't believe that Gravis was that stupid. And sure enough, after several more minutes, Gravis did something new. He transformed into lightning and split himself into multiple bolts. After that, the bolts scattered into different directions but still charged at the golden dragon. The Red King and the golden dragon were surprised by that. Gravis had surprised them multiple times by now, but being able to split his body like this was on a whole different level. Yet, the golden dragon noticed something and smirked. Xing! 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 Since the lightning scattered into multiple bolts, the power also got scattered. Because of that, the lightning bolts slowed down somewhat. The golden dragon noticed this and shot a whole spread of spears again. While fighting, it had summoned a lot more and it wouldn't run out of or anytime soon. As soon as the spread of spears arrived, the lightning bolts transformed into multiple Gravises again. Then they blocked the spears with their spirit. Poochie! 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 But not before the golden dragon shot more spears. The Gravises quickly switched into lightning and back into their bodies successively. It seemed like they wanted to take advantage of the higher speed of the lightning form. Yet, some lone spears managed to penetrate several Gravises. A lot of holes were created in their bodies during that. The Gravises gathered together and fused again as they saw that their plan had failed. Yet, Gravis' new body had several holes scattered across his entire body with blood flowing out of them. Apparently, all the injuries of the spears had gathered in one body. Gravis seemed to sway as his body became weaker. Every onlooker would believe that he was heavily injured. Yet that wasn't the case. In actuality, Gravis wasn't injured in the slightest. The reason why he continually transformed into lightning and back wasn't because of the speed advantage. Every time he created a new body, he could make some small alterations. As long as they weren't too big, the feeling of estrangement with his body wouldn't appear. So he acted like the spears had hit him. Yet, whenever a spear penetrated him, it merely flew through an already created hole inside Gravis' bodies. These small holes were the little changes that Gravis had made to his body. He had not been injured in the slightest. As soon as he fused together again, he acted like the injuries were transferred to his new body. After all, the enemies didn't know how his lightning form worked. As far as they knew, an injury was an injury and wouldn't just vanish. Making the holes bleed also wasn't difficult for Gravis. Yet the hard part would start now. Now he needed to actually get injured. The golden dragon wouldn't believe that these fake injuries were enough to kill him. It would make sure and injure Gravis more. So, as more minutes passed, Gravis seemed to slow down and become sluggish. From time to time, he was hit by some spears that remained stuck inside his body. To make his act realistic, Gravis couldn't consciously decide where the spears hit him. After all, he would need to take some injuries to his vital areas to make it convincing. Gravis slowly collapsed as his body filled with more spears. These injuries were serious, but Gravis could still fight. As long as the golden dragon came closer, he could surprise it with an instantaneous lightning crescent. By now, Gravis had gathered nearly all his power into his saber. This had the effect of making his act even more convincing since the golden dragon felt Gravis' power weakening. Gravis' body hit the ground, and blood flowed out of his entire being. When the golden dragon saw that, he stopped attacking. Gravis was definitely at death's door. "How truly pathetic," the golden dragon said with disdain. "You didn't even manage to make me move from my spot. I knew that I was more powerful than you. But your display hasn't even managed to fulfill my already low expectations." Gravis just continued lying on the floor and didn't answer. When the golden dragon saw that Gravis didn't answer, it simply huffed. Then it readied several more spears from a distance. Meanwhile, Gravis was becoming nervous. He had invested so much in this plan. If the golden dragon remained at its current position, everything would be for nothing. "Go die," the golden dragon commented as it shot a spread of spears again. When Gravis saw that, he became genuinely fearful for his life. His plan had failed. Bzzzzzzz. Gravis immediately transformed into lightning and dodged the spears. Then, he materialized at a different position with a fully healed body. Yet, the injuries had taken their toll, and Gravis' foundation had fallen. By now, his lightning was no longer double as powerful, but only 1.5 times more powerful than when he had reached the early Unity realm. Nearly all the energy of the previous level 4 lords had gone to waste. The golden dragon looked a bit surprised. "I was kind of suspicious about your sudden weakness, but I wouldn't have thought that you could directly heal yourself like this. Truly impressive," it commented. Meanwhile, Gravis' mind was going insane. He had no idea what he could do now. Now, he was truly out of options. Gravis had no more plans that could guarantee his success. This fight felt similar to his battles with Red and the priest in the Heavens trial. Back then, he also had no idea how to win. Only through finding an opening or a new path had he been able to prevail. Yet, Gravis really had no idea what he could do now. His battle strength was just too low. The biggest issue was the opponent's defense, since he could shrug off even Gravis' most powerful attack. As soon as he transformed into metal, Gravis' lightning crescent would only be able to melt off some parts of his body. Yet, the golden dragon had a length of over 5 kilometers. Even if Gravis managed to melt off 100 meters, he would have only given the golden dragon a flesh wound. In order to damage the golden dragon's organs, Gravis would need to melt off way more than that. As soon as the golden dragon received a flesh wound, Gravis would have committed way too many resources. After that lightning crescent, Gravis wouldn't even be able to transform into lightning without falling out of the Unity realm completely. Yes, he could maybe evade the golden dragon's attacks until he refilled his power storages, but that was only considering the golden dragon's current approach to combat. One shouldn't forget that the golden dragon hadn't even moved. If it saw that it was injured and that Gravis was regenerating his power, it would immediately attack with its full force. Then, Gravis would have to deal with the golden dragon's overwhelmingly powerful body too. Some more hours passed in which Gravis only dodged. The golden dragon was still playing with him, but this was not what Gravis felt. The spears just never stopped. On top of that, Gravis' realm had already dropped when he had been injured previously. This meant that he was weaker than when the battle had started, while the golden dragon was just as powerful. The pressure started mounting on Gravis as evading the spears became harder and harder. Sure, the constant avoiding of spears had given him great training in evading enemy attacks, but this was not training. If he failed, he would die. The fear and frustration grew stronger inside Gravis. He couldn't increase his attack any further. He couldn't increase his defense any further. He wasn't even as fast as in the beginning. His current battle strength just wasn't enough. Gravis gritted his teeth as he realized that the whole situation completely glided out of his control. He had always felt some kind of control in his fights, even if the opponent was way stronger than him, but now, Gravis could only hope for a miracle. His own power just wasn't enough to win. "I won't help you," the Red King transmitted to Gravis as he saw how distressed he became. "If you die, you die. This is what I wanted to see. All control escapes your grasp, and you have no idea how to win. You have given it your all, but it's not enough." The Red King still stood on top of the golden dragon's head. He had never needed to move since the golden dragon also hadn't moved much in the fight. While the Red King was talking, Gravis found it increasingly more difficult to evade. By now, some of the spears even started grazing him. His stamina was still at full thanks to his lightning, but his concentration was failing. "This is what we call true tempering," the Red King transmitted. "You can temper yourself against opponents that are about as strong as you, but what does that accomplish? This allows you to keep your current battle strength in relevance to your level. You are able to fight 2 levels above you, and if you keep going like this, it will just stay the same. By fighting against normal beasts 2 levels higher than you will always only remain on that level. The Red King transmitted with a smirk. You are forever stuck at this level like this. Yet, do you not want to become even stronger? Are 2 levels enough for you? 2 levels are already unprecedented in regards to normal beasts, but not in regards to divine beasts. There are some that can fight 2 levels higher than themselves. I don't want to give my Empress something like this. After all, she has enough divine beasts around her. No, I want to give her something truly unique. I want you to become even more powerful. I am betting everything on you. I don't know if it's possible, but I want to try it anyway. Gravis could hear the Red King's craziness. Gravis knew that if he couldn't kill the Golden Dragon, the Red King wouldn't save him. The only way out of this was to raise his battle strength. Yet was that so easy? He couldn't just make himself stronger. Blood started flowing out of Gravis' mouth as he gnashed his teeth violently. He was making a decision, but he hated making this decision so much. He had decided to rely on pure chance. There was no other path left. Gravis had to bet everything on one card, and that card was incredibly weak. If I fail, I die. I need to succeed. There is no other way left. Gravis thought in craziness. Boom! Gravis shot forward and started blocking the spears with his spirit. This used up his resources, but he needed to get closer. The Golden Dragon saw that and narrowed his eyes. He wasn't so inexperienced that he would take Gravis lightly now. This was probably Gravis' last-ditch effort, and he might explode with more power than he had previously shown. So, the Golden Dragon grew even more careful. Bzzzzz. Nearly all of Gravis' power concentrated into his saber, which made it crackle with powerful lightning. Then he lifted it and slashed forward. A lightning crescent filled with nearly all his power shot at the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon quickly noticed that this attack was quite powerful and shot nearly all his remaining spears at it. Whoosh! Yet, the spears vanished into thin air before they could reach the lightning crescent. The eyes of the Golden Dragon and Red King widened in shock. Where did the spears go? This was Gravis' last trump card, his spirit space. They had seen him summon a saber, but they hadn't seen him absorb something into his spirit space. His will aura destroyed the will on the metal while his spirit simply collected all the ore. With this, his lightning crescent would be able to hit the Golden Dragon. Boom! A mighty explosion appeared as nearly the whole Golden Dragon was engulfed in lightning. It was incredibly bright and destroyed kilometers of land. The explosion vanished just as quickly as it had appeared, and the Golden Dragon was finally visible again. True to its namesake, the Golden Dragon had transformed into a fully golden material. It had a ferocious expression on its face as it felt incredible pain. It managed to withstand the attack, but it still hurt immensely. Plop! Plop! Its body had become incredibly hot, and a lot of its outer layer became liquid and slid off. All of these droplets had been part of its body before. The Golden Dragon became enraged from the pain and looked at Gravis. The Golden Dragon looked at Gravis, but it quickly grew confused. What was he doing? All the liquefied ore of the Golden Dragon's body was gathered above Gravis' hand as he concentrated on it fully. Some lightning encased the liquid metal, and Gravis stared at it intently. I need to successfully forge this metal on my first try. I don't have enough energy to try it another time. I must succeed now. Gravis thought crazily as the metal started changing shape. CRK. Yet it started breaking apart. Gravis grew panicked as he saw that. This was a sign of failure. Why? Why wasn't he able to smith new materials on his first try? Fueled by the pressure, Gravis' mind went into overdrive. His concentration reached a peak it had never reached before. Gravis remembered all the diagrams about the different materials' makeup, and, slowly, he realized several patterns between them. He remembered what had happened with all the materials he had tested previously and instantly recognized some patterns, which he hadn't seen before. Bang! As if struck by lightning, Gravis suddenly realized why the materials all acted in such unforeseen ways when he had tried to forge them previously. The whole makeup of the different materials fused together into a single concept in his head. The ore stopped cracking as it quickly morphed into the shape that Gravis envisioned. By now, the golden dragon realized that Gravis was using its own body to create something abominable. The golden dragon was able to shape the metals in the earth into whatever shape it wanted. But this weak ant was now doing this to the golden dragon's body. Rage exploded inside the golden dragon. This was the most disrespectful thing that had ever been done to it. It wasn't some material that some weak ant could manipulate however it wanted. The golden dragon shot forward with unreal speed and attacked Gravis with one of its claws. Bang! Bang! A loud noise erupted, but that wasn't the noise of the attack. This was made by the metal that had been compressed together into a new form. This was what the opposer had shown Gravis. This was the second way of tempering a weapon, something that Gravis would only be able to learn later. The second loud sound was the attack of the golden dragon. His claws hit something incredibly hard, and Gravis was shot into the distance by this attack. Gravis' body smashed through more mountains until he finally managed to stabilize himself. The attack injured his body, but the injuries were only minor. Most of the damage had been absorbed by the thing Gravis currently carried in his right hand. Was it a saber? No. Gravis carried a massive, golden shield in his right hand. He knew that if he made a saber, he would only be helplessly suppressed. He would have never gotten a chance to regenerate his power like that. Instead, he decided to make a shield. As soon as the droplets of the golden dragon's body left it, they became their own entity. They still had the golden dragon's will on them, but as long as they didn't touch the golden dragon's body, Gravis could easily wipe that will away with his will aura. Like this, these droplets had truly transformed into late Unity rank materials. As soon as Gravis understood the law about these materials, he also immediately realized how he could compress them. He simply needed to move the energy that made up the materials in a peculiar way to press it together. Thanks to that understanding, Gravis managed to create a shield with a hardened layer. If Gravis hadn't hardened that shield, it would break apart with a powerful attack from the golden dragon. Only by being hardened would it be able to resist the golden dragon's attacks indefinitely. When the golden dragon saw that Gravis wasn't even that injured, it grew furious. Boom! It charged at Gravis with all its power, destroying the earth under it in the process. Then it summoned more spears, which it quickly threw at Gravis. Whoop! All the spears vanished immediately, infuriating the golden dragon even more. Bang! Gravis got shot into the distance again, but the shield absorbed most of the damage. Yet, Gravis still got injured by this hit. Gravis also quickly realized that his injuries accumulated even faster than the regeneration of his power. This meant that he would still die. Bang! The golden dragon attacked again, but this time, Gravis evaded the attack. The golden dragon had been too straightforward with this attack, allowing Gravis to evade it. When the golden dragon saw that, it grew even angrier. Bang! 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 It started going absolutely crazy as it used its claws, legs, teeth, and even its tail to crazily attack Gravis. Gravis only managed to evade some of the attacks, which was already a miracle in and of itself. Sadly, several attacks still hit him. Luckily, these attacks didn't have the earlier power since the golden dragon distributed its power among multiple attacks instead of concentrating it into one. This attack didn't even injure Gravis at all. Reowa! The golden dragon released a primal roar as it charged crazily at Gravis. Then, it transformed parts of its body into metal to make its attacks stronger. This would increase the power of the attacks again, allowing it to continue its onslaught. Gravis started becoming injured again as these attacks rained down on him. He had only regenerated a minuscule amount of lightning during this onslaught. This couldn't continue. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he infused his shield with some of the spirit and lightning that he had managed to regenerate. Boom! Lightning exploded out of his shield as an attack from the golden dragon hit it. Yet, this explosion was enough to liquefy more of the golden dragon's body. It wasn't nearly as much as when the lightning crescent had hit it, but it was still a good amount. Gravis retrieved the droplets into his spirit space as his body smashed through more mountains. Then, he immediately resummoned them and started forging again. His knowledge about the material had allowed him to release just enough lightning to heat the material to its optimal temperature. The golden dragon had lost nearly all its rationality in its fury. The fact that Gravis still managed to hold on infuriated it to no end. Why wouldn't this weak ant just die? Bang! Another hit, but Gravis only received some very minor injuries. The reason for that was the new pair of shoes he had just created. Gravis knew all the basic formation arrays for forging, which included formation arrays for armor. Gravis hadn't fought someone with a real set of armor yet, but that didn't mean that those didn't exist. Gravis had made shoes filled with formation arrays that absorbed shock. As long as he managed to land on his feet, he wouldn't get injured as much. Many more attacks rained down on Gravis. Bang! But after some minutes, Gravis had regenerated enough of his power to release another lightning blast from his shield. On top of that, this blast was even more powerful than the one before. More droplets fell from the golden dragon's body as Gravis used them to create gauntlets. He filled these with formation arrays that allowed the gauntlets to connect with the shield. With this, he would have more control over his body's position. It had happened a couple of times that Gravis hadn't been able to stop his fall with his feet due to the golden dragon's power. Whenever that happened, he had received heavier injuries than usual. Gravis saw this as the biggest issue and quickly rectified that. Yet, since Gravis was using all of his power to injure the golden dragon and Smith, his body was quickly becoming increasingly injured. Some of the golden dragon's rationality returned, and it stopped transforming its body into metal. Couldn't allow Gravis to accumulate more of its body. Sadly, this decreased its attack power again, and with the new gauntlets and boots, Gravis didn't even get injured in the slightest. Now, Gravis simply saved up his power without using it. The fight dragged on for another 2 hours. The golden dragon was absolutely sure that Gravis couldn't keep going. Being tossed around like this would reduce his stamina crazily. Sadly, the golden dragon didn't know that Gravis' stamina was basically endless. Yet, that wasn't the golden dragon's fault. It simply had no idea about how Gravis' spirit and lightning worked. On top of that, Gravis was losing control over his body more frequently. This could only come from exhaustion, right? Wrong. Gravis wasn't in full focus anymore and used this time to exchange some injuries to allow his concentration to regenerate. He had been running on fumes in that department for a while now. His eyes lost some of his focus as he now reacted mostly on instinct. The golden dragon interpreted that as exhaustion, but Gravis simply became more relaxed. As long as this kept going, everything would be fine. After some more minutes, bang, bang, Gravis transformed into lightning and then transformed back. His body was now fully healed again, but his realm dropped slightly. Luckily, he had managed to regenerate all his lightning and spirit during that time, so his realm only dropped a little bit. Yet, since Gravis' lightning was still more powerful than his spirit or body, only his lightning decreased. This was the concept of balance, and only the most powerful aspect became weaker. This meant that his body was just as powerful as before. When the golden dragon saw that Gravis was fully healed again, it exploded with anger. It wanted this ant to die no matter what. Boom! Suddenly, an incredibly powerful beam of golden light shot out of the golden dragon, right towards Gravis. Gravis saw this beam and nearly felt his heart stop. This beam was way beyond everything that the golden dragon had used previously. This attack wasn't even on the same level as all its previous attacks. Gravis knew that, even with his shield, if that beam hit him, he would die. Gravis had to find a solution to this beam. Fast. His shield could only block regular attacks of level 5 lords, which would be a little bit stronger than the full power attack of a level 4 lord. Yet, this beam was about as powerful as the trump card of a level 5 lord. As soon as he felt the power of the beam, Gravis knew that his shield wouldn't be able to survive that. Gravis also couldn't evade to the side since the beam was barreling towards him with insane speeds. It was also rather wide, which surprised him even more. The beam's power was spread over such a wide area, yet, it still was so powerful. Usually, no level 4 lord should be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Nevertheless, Gravis had to find a way out. Arrrrrr. Bang! Gravis transformed into lightning and shot backward while leaving his shield there. It would buy him at least some time. After the blink of an eye, the beam destroyed the shield and closed in on Gravis. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr body, and immediately summoned all the or inside his spirit space to block the beam. He needed to exhaust the beam's power as much as possible. The beam rapidly ate through the ore like it didn't even exist. Yet, the ore weakened the beam even further. If Gravis had the time, he would have forged the ore into shields. Sadly, he didn't have such a luxury. The beam hit Gravis' feet since Gravis had angled his body so that his feet pointed towards the beam. The beam ate quickly through the boots, but, boom! A lightning blast came out of his boots, which pushed the middle of the beam back. Gravis couldn't evade to the side since most of the beam's power was shooting past him. Xianxia. Yet, the lightning blast wasn't enough to stop the beam entirely, and it quickly attacked his boots again. After another blink of an eye, his boots broke apart, and the beam started destroying his legs. It quickly traveled up towards Gravis' torso, but Gravis quickly curled his tail so that it was between the beam and his torso. Then, the beam started destroying the tail, but before the tail was completely incinerated, the beam weakened and eventually stopped. Gravis took a deep breath of relief. He managed to survive. That had been close. Yet, he was still shocked about the power of the beam. It had destroyed his shield, all his boots, his legs, and half his tail. This power was incredible. On top of that, Gravis had wasted around 50% of his regenerated power in the lightning blast. Sadly, Gravis couldn't transform into lightning right now to heal his body. If he did, all his wasted power would throw him back into the initial Unity realm. Then, he wouldn't even be able to put up a fight anymore. All of these thoughts shot through Gravis' head in less than a second, and he quickly narrowed his eyes and looked back at the golden dragon. Yet, he was shocked by what he saw. The golden dragon looked incredibly weak. It took deep and rapid breaths, and the golden luster of its scales had dimmed severely. On top of that, Gravis saw something that made him release another sigh of relief. The golden dragon had fallen to the middle Unity realm, also called a level 3 lord. No wonder this attack was so powerful. The golden dragon literally unleashed all its power and even realm to kill me, Gravis thought. Well, I would have done the same thing, only earlier. If Gravis were the golden dragon, he would have used that beam after seeing that his attacks weren't as effective anymore with the new addition of the shield. At that point, his enemy still hadn't recovered at all. The golden dragon had committed a mistake by waiting this long. Yet, this was the golden dragon's weakness. It had disregarded Gravis from the beginning, and that disregard only became stronger as Gravis helplessly evaded the onslaught of spears. Even when Gravis hit it with his lightning crescent, the golden dragon still viewed that as a last-ditch effort of an ant. So, when this ant suddenly became able to block its physical attack, the golden dragon became increasingly angry, which clouded its judgment. It refused to believe that this ant could hold out in front of it. That's why it hadn't even thought about using this attack until the moment when it saw Gravis slowly gaining the upper hand. The golden dragon was incredibly shocked when it saw that Gravis had survived. Yes, he lost his equipment and legs, but something like that wasn't life-threatening to lords. Even a normal lord would be able to regrow their legs in a day or so. The golden dragon couldn't believe that this ant had managed to survive its most powerful attack. How was this possible? How did such an easy fight suddenly become so hard? Rahhh! The golden dragon screamed in rage as it shot at Gravis. Yet, it had fallen by an entire level, which reduced its speed by a huge margin. On top of that, Gravis had continuously used his will aura, and the golden dragon had grown used to this kind of pressure. After all, this pressure had only lowered its speed by about 10% previously. But now, this pressure felt many times more powerful. One shouldn't forget that by falling an entire level, the level suppression towards Gravis' will aura had also become way weaker. Right now, the golden dragon was only a single level higher than him. Usually, Gravis didn't even consider beasts at that level as food. The Willora's suppression increased immensely. Earlier, the golden dragon was only slowed by 10%, but now, its speed got reduced by 70%. This meant its already lowered speed got lowered even more. Whoosh! 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 The golden dragon unleashed multiple attacks, but Gravis easily evaded them by moving his body with his spirit. Now, Gravis was faster than the golden dragon. This was no longer a fight. The golden dragon kept on attacking, but Gravis easily evaded every single attack. Comparing its current speed to its old speed only showed how laughably slow it was now. If one assigned a value of 100 points to the unsuppressed peak speed of the earlier golden dragon, it would have fallen to 90 points with Gravis Willora. Yet, by falling an entire level, the 100 unsuppressed points became 25. Then, if one factored in Gravis' stronger Willora, it would fall to about 7 points. 7 points compared to 100 points, that was the ridiculous difference in speed. Yet, the golden dragon never stopped attacking. It refused to believe that it had lost. Bzzzzzzz. They had fought all over the place, and Gravis found more ore with his spirit. He quickly summoned that ore into his spirit space and then resummoned it before him. After that, he created a new saber with a hardened edge. Gravis had used up all his sabers while defending from the beam, so he needed a new one. Gravis evaded the attacks while he finished the saber in around 2 seconds. After that, he charged at the golden dragon while easily evading the attacks. Xing! A deep and long wound appeared at the golden dragon's neck, but the golden dragon was just too big. Even with Gravis' 10-meter-long saber, he could barely reach the muscles beneath. That was the advantage of having a colossal body. Getting to the vital points was difficult. Yet, the disadvantage was also there. By having its whole power spread over such a gigantic body, it wasn't nearly as hard as it could be. Gravis actually had no problems in injuring the golden dragon like this. RHHH! The golden dragon shouted in rage as it continued attacking. Xing! 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 Meanwhile, Gravis just evaded the attacks and created wound after wound. After some seconds, Gravis managed to create a circular cut, going all around the golden dragon's neck. It was a good fight. Thank you, Gravis said. Suddenly, the rationality of the golden dragon reappeared, and it realized its situation. Wait! Boom! It wanted to say something, but Gravis didn't care. He pushed the meat to the side with his spirit and unleashed a lightning crescent with about half his power into the cut. It easily hit its target, and the violent explosion severed the golden dragon's head from its body. Bang! Bang! The head and the body fell to the ground, and their weight created several craters. The golden dragon still managed to live for a couple of seconds, but that was it. After these seconds, the golden dragon died. The fight was over. Gravis didn't immediately consume the corpse since that would waste some of its power. After all, he wasn't at his peak. He first needed to regenerate to his current peak so that he could transform into lightning without his realm falling further. That would only take around 2 hours. Hope! Yet, Gravis also didn't want to just let the corpse lay there. Because of that, he summoned it into his spirit space. His spirit space was quite massive by now, but he still needed to fold the corpse so that it actually fit inside. His spirit space had a width of 2 kilometers, enough for the corpse to fit but not enough for it to lay stretched out. Where did the corpse go? The Red King asked as he flew over to Gravis. Gravis furrowed his brows. He hadn't forgotten about the Red King, but he was still angry that the Red King looked at him like he was a commodity. I have a separate space where I can store dead stuff, Gravis explained curtly and vaguely. He didn't want to tell the Red King more than was necessary. The Red King had a shocked expression on his face. Have you comprehended a law regarding space? He asked. Gravis shook his head. No, it's just something unique to me in this world. You have seen the extent of my power, so you also know which laws I know, Gravis said with an unfriendly voice. The Red King didn't seem to mind Gravis' disrespectful tone, but he still released a sigh of relief. I have never heard of such an ability, but it's more believable than you knowing laws regarding space. After all, these laws have only appeared in legend. Gravis remained silent. When the Red King saw that Gravis didn't answer, he only laughed and circled him a bit. You have many peculiar abilities. You can transform into lightning, make stuff vanish and reappear, increase and weaken your body, heal yourself instantly, make objects levitate, and you even have this weird force field around you that slows your opponents. You're the most bizarre beast I have ever seen. Every advantage has a disadvantage, Gravis simply said. The Red King laughed some more. Yes, I know. All these peculiar powers probably have a cost. Tell me more, the Red King said. I don't want to, Gravis answered. The Red King furrowed his brows. You do know that your life is in my talons, right? The Red King asked. Yes, but you're suppressing me. And that's the thing I hate the most, Gravis answered evenly. The Red King narrowed his eyes. Do you hate it more than losing your life? He asked threateningly. I don't think so, but you won't kill me, Gravis answered as he looked into the Red King's eyes. What makes you so sure? The Red King asked as he landed before Gravis. In comparison to Gravis, he looked incredibly tiny and unthreatening. Yet that couldn't be further from the truth. You just said that I'm the most bizarre beast you have ever seen. And you were even willing to sacrifice the golden dragon to make me even more powerful. If you kill me, all of this will go to waste, Gravis answered. An unreal amount of fire came out of the Red King, which quickly burned Gravis' scales. Any beast would have screamed in pain, but Gravis had gone through worse pain before. Gravis didn't even flinch. Go ahead. Kill me, Gravis said evenly. At least then, I wouldn't be suppressed anymore. For the first time, the Red King actually looked angry. As a beast with a fire affinity, the Red King already had quite the intense temperament. He was honestly thinking about killing Gravis. Yet, after some time passed, the Red King calmed down somewhat. The fire vanished while the Red King looked at Gravis with a malicious smirk. Seeing a bird smirk was quite unique. You really hate being suppressed, huh? He asked sarcastically. You are even willing to bet with your life to give you an illusion of choice. By provoking me, you want to prove to yourself that you still have control over your own life. The Red King's smirk intensified. Yet, if you were really ready to bet with your life, you would have attacked me already. You only want this small victory so that you feel better about yourself. Yes, so? Gravis answered simply. The Red King was taken aback by Gravis' direct confirmation. The Red King had wanted Gravis to doubt himself and convince him that he wasn't ready to sacrifice his life. For some seconds, the Red King had no idea how to follow up. Then he shook his head to regain his bearings. Good that you know. Then tell me more about how your powers work. No, Gravis answered curtly. The Red King waited for some seconds, but Gravis didn't say more. If the Red King had teeth, he would be gritting them right now out of frustration. But you just confirmed that you aren't ready to risk your life for that. I'm not risking my life, Gravis said. The Red King's right eyelid started twitching. It was blatantly obvious that this didn't conform to reality. It was like the Red King said that water was wet, but the other beast just disagreed without giving a reason. This whole situation was surreal. But you are, the Red King shouted. No, I'm not, Gravis answered. The Red King felt his fury return as he realized that this was Gravis' whole answer. But I'm stronger than you, and I can end your life whenever I want, the Red King shouted. Yes, Gravis answered. Bang! The ground below the Red King exploded as he stomped his foot in anger. The hard stone shot into the distance while some stones bounced off of Gravis' body. Then you're risking your life right now, he shouted. No, I'm not, Gravis said. Fire appeared inside the Red King's eyes. How are you not risking your life right now? He asked with a threatening voice. Because you won't kill me, Gravis answered. How are you so sure? The Red King shouted again. You've already asked that question, and I've already answered it, Gravis said evenly. The Red King nearly exploded with anger as he remembered that he had really asked that question before. Boom! A fire beam shot into the distance and destroyed a whole mountain range. The Red King needed to vent his anger. I'm over here, Gravis commented. The Red King's whole body shook in rage as he glared at Gravis. Several seconds passed in which the Red King only glared at Gravis with fury. For some reason, he felt like it was losing control of the situation. Yet how was that possible? He could kill Gravis with a wave of his wing. The whole situation was in his grasp. But why did he feel like it wasn't? After several more seconds passed in silence, the Red King took a deep breath to calm down. Even if you don't accept it, you have really gambled with your life just now, he commented. Yes, I have, Gravis answered. And like that, the Red King's fury returned. What? He asked in rage. I just agreed with your opinion. Is that so weird to you? Gravis asked evenly. Gravis' even voice infuriated the Red King immensely. He felt like Gravis was completely disregarding him. And why has your opinion changed so suddenly? He asked slowly. I wasn't gambling when you asked me earlier, but when you became angry, it became a gamble. The situation has changed, Gravis answered. The answer made sense, but it still angered the Red King. And pray tell, do you think you're gambling with your life right now or not? He asked. That's a paradoxical question, Gravis answered. The Red King remained still for some seconds. He hadn't expected that answer. What? He asked. If I say yes, I wouldn't be gambling with my life since you wouldn't get angrier. Yet, if I said no, you would get angrier and I would be gambling with my life. Because of that, my answer will always be wrong, and therefore it is a paradoxical question, Gravis explained calmly. As the Red King listened to Gravis, he grew angry again. Yet, after some seconds, he took another deep breath to calm down. This is too troublesome, he commented. From now on dash. No, it isn't, Gravis interjected. The Red King's anger exploded again, but he quickly calmed down. Just ignore his comments, the Red King thought. From now on, you will follow me and do whatever I tell you. The Red King explained like Gravis had never answered. No, Gravis answered. Now the Red King narrowed his eyes. You have no choice in the matter. If necessary, I will just drag you to my Empress, he said. I will go to your Empress, Gravis said. Then why did you say that you wouldn't do that? The Red King asked in frustration. I didn't say that, Gravis said. But then, the Red King said but stopped as he realized where this conversation would go. He could already hear Gravis saying that he wouldn't do everything the Red King said but would go to the Empress. After all, as long as he went to the Empress, there wouldn't be any reason for the Red King to kill him. The Red King took another deep breath. Follow me, he ordered. Okay, Gravis answered. Like this, the Red King started flying into the distance while Gravis flew leisurely behind him. Outside, Gravis retained his neutral expression, but inside, he was sneering. You don't realize it, but by forcing you to choose between your anger and profits, you have given me a free pass of angering and frustrating you as much as I want. If I can't kill you, I will just frustrate you to no end. That's the next best thing. Gravis and the Red King traveled for a grand total of around 10 minutes before the Red King turned to Gravis with annoyance. Move faster, he commanded. Gravis had only used his spirit to move forward until now, which was way slower than his lightning form. I can't move faster right now, Gravis said. The Red King became angry again as he heard that. Stop lying. I saw you move faster in your fight, he said with anger. I first need to heal my body. Then, I can move faster, Gravis answered evenly. Then just go heal yourself. You've done it before, the Red King grumbled. You said that you knew about the disadvantages that some advantages bring. Have you lied about that? Gravis asked. Of course I know such a basic concept, the Red King snapped back. So, what's stopping you from simply healing yourself? The disadvantage of healing myself, Gravis answered. The Red King waited for an explanation, but no explanation came. Yet, after his earlier experience, he decided against arguing with Gravis. It was just not worth the frustration. Instead, he just groaned. This is going to take forever like this. Suddenly, the Red King's body seemed to explode. Yet, this was not an explosion but just a rapid expansion of his body. In less than a second, all the light vanished as the gigantic body of the Red King took up all of Gravis' surroundings. Gravis had to admit that he was a bit shocked by the Red King's size. His body was bigger than Gravis' spirit sense, and his spirit sense could reach up to 20 kilometers into the distance. Yet, with Gravis' spirit sense, he was only able to perceive the Red King's legs and parts of his actual body. Gravis guessed that the Red King was probably 40 kilometers big. Such a size seemed absolutely ridiculous in Gravis' mind. He had never seen a beast even remotely this big. "How did you suddenly grow so much?" Gravis involuntarily asked. The Red King only snorted, his snort booming throughout the surroundings. "I'm not telling you," he said spitefully. "Okay," Gravis answered evenly. When the Red King heard Gravis' answer, he grew annoyed again. He wanted to give Gravis a taste of his own medicine by not telling him anything, but Gravis' calm answer showed that he had failed. Pack. Gravis was grabbed by one of the Red King's talons. "We're going," the Red King declared after grabbing Gravis. Grabbing Gravis like this gave the Red King a sense of victory. He was more powerful than Gravis, and Gravis should finally realize that. "Okay," Gravis answered simply from between the talons. The Red King only growled a bit when he heard Gravis but flew into the distance anyway. He only had to deal with this annoying beast until he could deliver it to his empress. After that, all of his struggles will be rewarded. Gravis could only describe the speed of the Red King as absolutely insane. He was many, many times faster than Gravis. Even with his spirit, Gravis wasn't able to keep track of his surroundings. As soon as they appeared, they were already gone. Yet, Gravis was able to feel the energy density in the air increase as time passed. The energy density had already doubled after only traveling for 2 minutes. After traveling for around 2 hours, the Red King finally stopped. Now, Gravis could also actually take a look at his surroundings, and what he saw surprised him a little bit. Gravis couldn't see a spire, but he saw a lot of tall mountains. Yet that wasn't the surprising part. Gravis was quite surprised by the shapes of some of the mountains. Most of them seemed to be flat on top while some cave systems ran through the mountain range. Gravis checked the caves out and found that they were rather complex. Some big, central corridors ran through the mountains, while some small caves even worked as rooms. If one ignored the fact that all of this was carved into a mountain, they would believe that this was the inside of a castle. The caves and corridors were not as straight and angular as the ones that humans made, but one could see the resemblance. Gravis was so surprised about that because this reminded him a bit of a city. Gravis had thought that the beasts didn't know the concept of a city, but apparently he had been wrong. Even though the mountains weren't in the shape of houses, they still acted as a kind of isolated living space for the beasts. These mountains were at the core of the territory, and the terrain quickly changed when one flew away from them. Gravis could see a lot of tall and towering trees on the horizon. Some of these trees were even taller than the mountains. Sadly, Gravis could only see them with his eyes but not touch them with his spirit. Right now, his vision reached further than his spirit sense. Another surprise was the incredible density of energy. It was many times denser than his previous location. Apparently, they had traveled rather far into the continent. When Gravis felt this energy, he grew interested. He probably wouldn't be able to achieve much tempering in the future since he would be under someone else's heel. So, because of that, Gravis no longer intended to stay at his current realm. Hunting and eating was the best way to become more powerful for Gravis, but it wasn't the only one. By staying in such an energy-rich environment, Gravis could temper his body the old-fashioned way. He could just unload his lightning into his spirit and then refill his lightning via the energy. Bang! The Red King landed on top of the tallest mountain and threw Gravis to the side. Gravis easily recovered and just hovered in the sky to look around. The Red King saw Gravis' interest and felt a bit smug. "This is my kingdom," he declared. "Okay," Gravis answered. The Red King took a hidden, deep breath. "Aren't you impressed?" he asked, almost helpless. He had never met such an infuriating beast. "Is your kingdom more impressive than your strength?" Gravis asked back. The Red King snorted and transformed into his small form again. "Of course not," he said. "Then why would I be impressed when I have already seen your power?" Gravis asked back. For once, the Red King didn't get angry. Yes, why would this beast be impressed when it had already seen the Red King's true form? Of course, the Red King was more impressive than his kingdom. I will bring you to the Empress in around 5 years. That's the time for the gathering, the Red King said. When Gravis heard that, his brows furrowed. 5 years? He asked, but quickly realized that if he continued like this, the Red King might find something that could anger Gravis. Gravis had angered the Red King to no end, and if the Red King realized that Gravis didn't want to waste so much time, he might actually postpone it even more. The Red King looked at Gravis. That isn't such a long time, Gravis said with furrowed brows. Gravis couldn't lie without getting a backlash from his lightning, but he could say half-truths. 5 years really couldn't be considered long when compared to his father's age. The Red King snorted. The sooner I'm rid of you, the better, the Red King commented. The mountain below you is my residence. For the next 5 years, you will stay atop this mountain and wait. No, Gravis said. The Red King's rage returned as he heard Gravis' words. What do you mean with no? He asked in an annoyed tone. I won't remain on top of this mountain, Gravis answered. The Red King looked with burning eyes at Gravis. Are you saying that you intend to flee? He asked with a threatening voice. No, but I will wander around. I want to look around and gather some ore, Gravis said. The Red King wanted to just say no, but a word caught his attention. What's ore? He asked. Very hard stones in the earth, Gravis answered. You've seen how I have used the Golden Dragon's body to make weapons and armor. Having a full set of these things will make my battle strength even more powerful. Isn't that what you want? Gravis asked. The Red King thought about this for a bit. His kingdom used these powerful stones as fortifications, but that was it. They never made these things into weapons or armor. To beasts, using something that wasn't their own body kind of felt a bit dirty. Some beasts, like the ape with the tree trunk from earlier, had no such reservations, but most others did. Yet Gravis was right. The Red King had seen what difference the shield had made in the battle. Having more of that stuff would surely make Gravis more powerful. Fine, the Red King said after some seconds. But a king of my choosing will follow you to keep you from escaping. Additionally, to keep your battle strength as strong as possible in relation to your level, you are not allowed to kill or eat any other beasts. I have no problem with someone following me, but I still need to eat the corpse of the Golden Dragon, Gravis said. Eating the Golden Dragon is fine, but I don't want you to eat any other beasts. Having you on the level of a level 3 lord is perfect, the Red King said. Then I have to disappoint you, Gravis answered. The Red King grew annoyed again. What? You're not fine with that either? The Red King asked. Gravis shook his head. That's not it. The point is that I won't be able to reach the level of a level 3 lord like this. The Red King furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Yes, the Golden Dragon has fallen a level, but the corpse of a divine beast gives double the power. Yes, but that still won't be enough for me to become a level 3 lord. I need more food than that, Gravis said. The Red King was taken aback. Are you serious? He asked. Gravis nodded. Yes, I need around 5 times the food that normal beasts need. Five times? The Red King asked in shock. Why do you need so much food? As I said, advantages often bring disadvantages with them. In exchange for my powers, I need more food, Gravis said. The Red King thought about these words for a while. Then he nodded. All right, you're allowed to kill and eat beasts until you become a level 3 lord. Gravis shook his head. I have a better idea, he said. The Red King furrowed his brows. What? You have seen my fight, and you have seen that I have comprehended a new law during that fight, Gravis said. Comprehending a new law increases my battle strength. Yet, in the last fight, I wasn't able to fully make use of this law. Give me some time to gather some ore, and I will create a full set of armor and a weapon. The Red King's eyes shone. And by doing that, your battle strength will be even more powerful than before, right? The Red King asked in some excitement. The more powerful Gravis was, the better. Gravis nodded. As soon as everything is ready, I can fight, kill, and eat a level 5 lord. Like this, I won't waste an opportunity to temper myself. The Red King laughed loudly. Good, good. I agree, he shouted with a smirk. Tell me when you're ready, and I will choose an opponent for you. My king, a new voice suddenly said. Gravis hadn't even noticed the new arrival. It was almost like this new beast had been here all this time without him noticing. Gravis looked over and saw a small, black cat standing in front of the Red King. He was sure that cat hadn't been there before. Kara, keep watch over this beast, the Red King said to the black cat. He is not allowed to kill, fight, or eat any beasts. He is my present to the Empress in the meeting 5 years from now. You should know what that means. Yes, my king, Kara said obediently. I won't let any harm come to him, she said. The Red King nodded. He can be very annoying and infuriating. Try to keep him from running into trouble. As far as I see, he will probably infuriate more than one beast while he's here. Yes, my king, Kara said. The Red King nodded again. Good. You, the Red King said as he turned to Gravis. Go get the ore you need. I'm looking forward to your performance. Gravis didn't answer at all. Shing. Suddenly, one of Gravis' arms was cut off. His legs had only started to regrow, but he had already lost another limb. Insolence. Your king has spoken to you, Kara said with rage. Gravis didn't react when his arm got cut off. Instead, he simply looked at his bare shoulder now. Now I need to wait even longer to fight, he commented. Kara was taken aback by how well Gravis took the situation. She had just cut off his arm. How was it possible that he didn't even react to that? Meanwhile, the Red King simply sighed. This is what I meant. He knows that his life is important. That's why he dares to do anything. Just try to keep him in check, the Red King said. Meanwhile, Kara regained her bearings and glared at Gravis with icy eyes. You better behave, she threatened. Gravis slowly turned his head to her. Or what? He asked. Kara only grinned maliciously. Or your other arm will be next, she said. Okay, go ahead, Gravis said. Shing. And the second arm was gone. Do you think I make empty threats? She asked coldly. Now, Gravis was only a hovering head on a torso with a tail. It looked kinda strange. Gravis commented. I'm losing quite some blood, and my life force is draining away. Would be a shame if I died right now, he said. The Red King sighed again. Meanwhile, Kara was taken aback again. Gravis appeared like he didn't care about his life at all. While Kara just looked on, Gravis slowly floated higher into the sky. After he reached a height of around 200 meters, he simply put all his power into his body and started plummeting towards the mountain head first. One had to know that these mountains were made of incredibly tough ore. Gravis' body wasn't nearly as hard as this ore. Kara looked on in shock while the Red King frowned. Whoop! A split second before Gravis hit the mountain, the Red King enlarged one of his wings and caught him. If he hadn't, Gravis would have died. Meanwhile, Kara was incredibly shocked. She had expected that Gravis was bluffing, but he had actually gone through with it. If her king hadn't caught him, he would be dead right now. The Red King looked at Kara with disregard. Leave. You are obviously not suitable for this task, the Red King commanded. Kara's insides shook as she realized her blunder. Right, if the Red King hadn't intervened, she would have failed at her task. She knew how highly the Red King valued his meeting with the Empress, and she knew that he would probably kill her out of rage if she failed to protect his present for her. She wanted to protest and say that no one would have expected something like this. This beast was as abnormal as it got. Which beast would try to kill themselves just to spite someone? Yet Kara knew that her king would only get angrier. Yes, my king, Kara said weakly as she left dejectedly. She had failed one of her tasks, and she was about to become a joke among her peers. Meanwhile, Gravis hovered in place again with his usual, even expression. When the Red King saw that, he sighed again. I swear, this beast is going to be the death of me, he thought. The Red King quickly found a replacement for Kara. The new beast was also a king, and Gravis felt its level. Level 3 king, he concluded. it would be incredibly easy for this beast to keep watch over him. Ironically, this beast was another cat, but white instead of black. She also looked kind of similar to Kara, but with a different aura. This new cat radiated a rather peaceful and tranquil aura instead of Kara's malicious one. Gravis guessed that these two probably had some kind of rivalry going on. "Hello, I'm Xianxia, and I will remain by your side for the next 5 years. Nice to meet you," the white cat said with a polite tone. Gravis was quite surprised by the friendly tone of Xianxia. This was completely different than nearly every other beast Gravis had met. This Xianxia probably wasn't simple. But hey, as long as she didn't act like a stuck-up prick, why not? Gravis nodded. "Hello, Xianxia. My name is Gravis," he said. The Red King was still present but perked up at these words. He realized that he had never heard Gravis' name before, though he wondered if Gravis would have even told him his name if he asked. Xianxia nodded with a smile. "What do you want to do first, Gravis?" she asked. "Of course, the restrictions that my king has put in place still apply. So, please don't make things hard on me, okay?" Gravis shook his head a bit. "It's okay. As long as no one flaunts their power in front of me in order to intimidate me or force me into something I don't want, I have no problems." Gravis looked at the Red King with a cold gaze. The Red King huffed. "Xianxia, try to keep him in check," he said. "Yes, my king," Xianxia said. The Red King nodded and flew back into his mountain. Meanwhile, Gravis looked all around the Red Kingdom. "First, I need to regenerate my limbs. After that, I need to search for or—" Xianxia looked a bit surprised. "Oh, so this isn't your normal form?" she asked. Gravis laughed bitterly. "No. Have you ever seen a beast that only consists of a head, a torso, and a tail?" he asked. Cynthia's tail was lifted the entire time to show friendliness. Gravis wasn't sure if that were her genuine feelings, but it was fine as long as she didn't antagonize him. At least, he didn't need to spend his entire time alone. "Well, my king said that you are a special beast. So, having no limbs sounds more reasonable, I think," she said with a slight laugh. Gravis shook his head a bit. "I lost my legs in my last fight, and your colleague, the Black Cat, cut off my arms in order to intimidate me," Gravis said. Xianxia huffed a bit as her tail lowered and moved from side to side. "That sure sounds like her. She believes that everyone needs to pay her ample respect for her power. That might be true in some cases, but when dealing with something delicate, it isn't helpful." Xianxia laughed a bit as her tail raised again. "Though, I must thank you for teaching her a lesson. She and I don't get along very well." Seeing her so dejected felt very refreshing. Gravis nodded. He had expected something like this. "Do whatever you want. I will remain here for the next 24 hours until my body has fully healed." "I won't leave during that time," Gravis said. Xianxia smiled a bit sheepishly. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I need to keep watch over you. This means that I need to remain close to you for your entire stay," she said. Gravis nodded. "That's fine. Though it will be boring," he said. "No problem. I'm used to boredom," Xianxia said. With that, the conversation ended as Gravis sat down. While he waited for his body to regenerate, he simply thought about what he should do for the next 5 years. 5 years was a long time for him, and waiting such a long time felt like an incredible waste. Yet he had no other choice. He was surrounded by kings many times more powerful than him. Even if he gave his best, he wouldn't be able to flee. Though not all the surrounding beasts were powerful kings. There were also a lot of lords running around. The higher the power of the individual beasts got, the rarer they became. There were some kings, but the majority of the Red Kingdom were still lords. Yet this was still quite impressive. A level 5 lord would probably have a ton of lords under them, but a level 5 king didn't have as many kings under them. One shouldn't forget that the Red Kingdom was probably one of the most powerful kingdoms out there. After all, the leader of the Red Kingdom was a level 5 king. If the Red King achieved a breakthrough, he would already count as an emperor. When Gravis was finished thinking about his future plans, he started watching the CMO again. After all, he had nothing better to do. Additionally, he really hated the fact that he couldn't heal himself effectively in a fight. His current method of healing reduced his realm, which weakened his battle strength. The opponents that Gravis fought were so powerful that it was basically impossible to win against them cleanly. He would always receive some injuries in these fights, and he needed a good method of dealing with these situations. Gravis had already watched the CMO for several months back when he had been the leader of the River Tribe. Yet, the more time passed, the more he saw the vastness of life. He learned something new constantly, but the more he learned, the more he felt like his knowledge was inadequate. By now, Gravis was pretty sure that he wouldn't learn any kind of life law in the next several years. The knowledge seemed just too vast. It felt even more complex and grand than all his knowledge regarding forging and materials. Gravis guessed that he wasn't only gaining insight into one specific law, but gained many small insights into many different laws regarding life. I think that's what Father meant when he said that knowing the roadmap of the laws would only damage me. If I knew the classifications of the different laws of life, I would probably focus on only one aspect. I might learn that law sooner, but I might miss some clues regarding the other laws, Gravis thought. Speaking of, what was the name of the law I have comprehended again? I think Father called it middle hard pure or something. I don't remember the full name, but it was rather long, Gravis thought and snorted a bit, eliciting a confused glance from Xianxia. What was he doing? He said I would be able to make a hardened edge as soon as I can smelt every material on the first try. Yet, being able to smelt every material on the first try means that I need to understand the law. What a smartass. Why didn't he just say that I need to comprehend the law? Gravis thought to himself. Then he shook his head a bit. Actually, it doesn't matter. An armor wouldn't have been useful to me previously. But that has changed now. By understanding the law, I can make full use of the materials. Like this, my weapons and armor won't be directly destroyed after a single clash. Additionally, my new weapons will even be able to injure level 5 lords. The biggest issue with my enemies has always been their defense. In order to kill them, I always needed to unload a ridiculous amount of lightning into them. After all, their defenses were just too powerful. Gravis' eyes shone a bit. But with this new law, I can make weapons that can injure my enemies even without using a lightning crescent. This gives me a lot more options. Thanks to this law, my battle strength has increased by a whole level. Except for these few divine beasts that can fight 2 levels above themselves, I should be the most powerful lord in existence as soon as I reach the Middle Unity realm. Yet, this would make tempering really difficult, Gravis thought as he tried to scratch his chin. Sadly, he didn't have any arms right now. Xianxia saw the slowly regrowing stump of Gravis' right arm wiggle a bit and giggled. In comparison to Gravis' wide chest, the tiny wiggling stump looked comical. I would either need divine beasts to temper myself when I become a level 3 lord or directly become a level 4 lord. At that time, I could try tempering myself against level 1 kings, Gravis thought. Gravis continued thinking for multiple hours. Day turned to night and night turned to day. And, finally, Gravis' body had fully regenerated. Bang! Gravis stomped on the ground with his new feet and stretched his arms. Additionally, now that he had some time to cool down and think, he also realized that his will aura had become much more powerful than before. He fought against 2 level 4 lords where he had nearly died, and he had fought against an overpowering opponent directly after that. Gravis guessed that his will aura nearly reached the middle nascent nourishing realm. When he felt his will aura, Gravis realized that some of his motivation, which he had lost when he arrived in this awful situation, returned. With burning eyes, he looked over into Xianxia's eyes. "Let's go," he said. Xianxia looked at the regenerated Gravis with a slightly open mouth. She seemed rather shocked by what she saw. "You look incredible," she commented. Gravis blinked a couple of times out of confusion. Then, he pointed at himself with a questioning look. "Me? How do I look incredible?" he asked in genuine confusion. Where did that comment suddenly come from? Xianxia looked back at Gravis with an annoyed expression. "Don't act like you don't know," she said. Gravis shook his head in surprise again. "But I genuinely don't know. I really don't get it. No one has ever said something like that to me," Gravis said. Xianxia was a bit taken aback. "No one?" she asked. Gravis nodded. "Yes, no one. I really don't get it. You're some kind of cat?" and I'm some kind of lizard thing. My body doesn't even conform to any general look of any other beast. How could something like this be incredible or attractive? He asked. Cynthia lifted one of her eyebrows in confusion. So, you really don't know? Gravis groaned. No, I don't, he said. Cynthia looked at Gravis again and scanned his entire body. The more powerful we beasts become, the more we realize the combat potential of different bodies. At the beginning of our journey, we mainly look at beasts that look similar to us, but at some point we can only see the inadequacies of other bodies. This completely changes our tastes for a mate. Gravis was still confused. But you have fur while I have scales. You walk on 4 legs while I walk on 2. You have paws while I have hands. We both are nearly as far away from each other in terms of looks as it gets. That's why you look incredible, Cynthia said. When you didn't have any arms and legs, you looked weak and vulnerable, something we powerful beasts despise. After all, we all want to reach supreme power, and mating with someone like that would produce weak offspring. But as soon as your limbs have regenerated, all these weaknesses left. Yes, you look entirely different to me, but that is why you are so attractive, and I'm definitely not alone in that opinion, Cynthia explained. Gravis closed his eyes a bit to get the mental image of mating with a cat out of his mind. He was a human, and he really didn't have any romantic interest in a cat. He hadn't felt any attraction for any beast. Felt disgusting to him. Could you explain it in more detail? Because I still don't get it, Gravis said. Cynthia scoffed. If I weren't so sure that you're not lying, I would suspect that you're fishing for compliments, Cynthia said, but then sighed. It's like, by looking at you, I can see the weaknesses in my own body, Cynthia slowly said as she scanned Gravis, which made him really uncomfortable. Your scales are superior to my fur, which means your defense is better than mine. Your tail is longer and more powerful, and I can see that even if you lost that tail, you would still have no issues with your balance. You can use that tail more effectively than I can use mine. Your legs have claws and have a form that gives you optimal acceleration. Your waist is thin and flexible, but the defensive weakness of your waist only exists in theory. Your claws, chest, and forward-leaning position keep your waist protected. Like this, your waist has no disadvantage while simultaneously granting you great flexibility. Your chest is wide, which allows you to use more power with your arms. Your arms are long, powerful, and allow you to grab stuff. Additionally, you can injure your enemy with them. Your mouth has strong teeth and a powerful jaw, but your head isn't big enough to become an obvious target for the enemy. Cynthia sighed again. All in all, you have the most effective body for combat I have ever seen. I see no weaknesses at all. The only thing I could criticize is that you only have 2 arms. A second pair of arms could make you even more powerful, Cynthia said. Gravis scratched his chin with his right claw. So it's all about the power of the eventual offspring, right? Gravis asked. Cynthia looked at Gravis like he asked a dumb question. Of course, power is everything. No powerful beast wants to have weak offspring. The more powerful our offspring, the better. Don't you feel that? She asked skeptically. Gravis still felt uncomfortable with this whole topic. Talking about the sexual attractiveness of his weird lizard body with a cat really wasn't something he had expected he would ever do. This whole situation felt bizarre. Gravis shook his head wildly to get his bearings back. How could you even consider me as a mate? We are so different. I doubt we would even be able to produce offspring. How would such offspring even look like? Gravis asked. Cynthia looked again like Gravis had asked a stupid question. Of course we can mate, she said. As soon as we become lords, there is no restriction regarding species anymore. Our bodies are powerful enough to force the conception of a new life, she said. Gravis was taken aback. What? He simply asked. Cynthia huffed. Now you're just messing with me. Every beast knows that. After all, we all feel the change in attraction. It's instinct. You're a beast, so you should have felt that too, Cynthia said with an annoyed tone. Meanwhile, Gravis remained silent. After some seconds, his right claw went back to his face to scratch his chin. I've never heard about that before. Is this some kind of rule or law that the highest heaven put into place? I mean, it would probably increase the quality of the beasts without needing to increase their energy consumption. This would force humans to become more powerful. Gravis continued thinking with narrowed eyes. I mean, something like this would make sense. Beasts would also act as more powerful tempering. Yet, if every beast can mate with every other beast, how come I haven't seen a single really weird-looking beast before? All of the beasts I have seen previously could fit into a specific category. If that's true, how come I've never seen some weird-looking beast? If beasts can just mate with anything, the beasts would start looking really weird after some point. Gravis asked Xianxia. By now, Xianxia realized that Gravis honestly didn't know about these things, which felt unreal to her. Because the offspring looks identical to the parent with the higher combat potential, she said like it was something obvious. Gravis' eyes widened. So that's it, he thought. This would explain why I didn't find weird amalgamations of meat running around. So, in comparison to humans, the offspring of beasts don't take on a mix of both parents' looks but copy one of them. Gravis looked at the horizon. And since every beast can modify their body as much as they theoretically want, their appearances all still make sense. After all, beasts wouldn't just make their bodies half and half. Gravis had been thinking for quite a long time, while Xianxia just looked at him in confusion. Why wasn't he saying anything? He just had this awkward and painful expression on his face while he looked at the horizon. Suddenly, Gravis shook his head wildly. Then he turned to Xianxia. Thank you for telling me these things. I honestly didn't know about them. Xianxia was a bit surprised by Gravis shaking his head like that, but she giggled a little. You're weird, she said. But no problem. You can ask me anything, she said. Gravis nodded. I will. Anyway, I should get going. It's time for me to gather some ore and forge some armor and weapons. Now Xianxia looked confused again. How can you forge armor and weapons? Your body is full of weapons, and your scales are powerful armor. Also, what's ore? She asked. Gravis sighed. Since you've shared some knowledge with me, I see no issue with sharing some knowledge with you. After all, it's your king that's forcing me to stay here, not you, Gravis said. I'll tell you on the way. Xianxia nodded with interest. Then, Gravis and Xianxia started hovering. After a second, Gravis flew in a random direction, and Xianxia followed. It was time to search for some ore. Gravis and Xianxia flew around for a bit. Gravis always kept his spirit up and searched through the ground. The ground was just littered with incredible ore that Gravis wanted. He was way closer to the core of the continent, which meant that the quality of ore increased significantly. In less than 30 minutes, Gravis had gathered a plethora of ore. All of the ore was of different levels in the nascent nourishing rank, which was quite impressive. Sadly, Gravis wasn't powerful enough to smelt such ore yet. With his lightning, he was barely able to make use of late Unity rank materials. It required incredible power and spirit to manipulate and forge with such ore. One shouldn't forget that Gravis had barely molten some of the Golden Dragon's body with a lightning crescent, which was his most powerful attack. With his current lightning and spirit, he wouldn't be able to forge anything with peak Unity rank materials. Because of that, most of the ore remained unused inside his spirit space. Yet, Gravis had gathered a lot of that ore and could already see that his future equipment was basically taken care of. The biggest issue right now was to find weaker ore. While collecting all this ore, Gravis found out more about the Red Kingdom. Apparently, most of the beasts had claimed their own territories inside the Red Kingdom, and they weren't exactly happy when some weaker beast came to their territory. Yet, as soon as they saw Xianxia, they remained quiet. They only carefully asked some questions about why those two were in their territories. Gravis had explained a lot of things about ore and forging to Xianxia while they flew, so she had no problems in answering the question. After they heard that Gravis was after the hard stone in the earth, nearly all of the beasts stopped caring. This hard stone had no use to them, and they didn't really care about it. It literally made no difference to them. Yet some beasts weren't exactly happy about that. Beasts with a metal and earth affinity felt drawn to powerful ore. When they remained near such ore, they felt themselves become more in tune with nature and their element. They really didn't want to give any of that ore away. They owned the ore and they had a use for it. After thinking for a while, Gravis decided to exchange. Gravis had an incredible amount of powerful ore since so many beasts didn't care about it. So, Gravis offered them ore with a higher rank than what they currently possessed. Of course, he only did that if he lacked this particular level of ore. Basically, all the beasts were quite delighted by that offer. The more powerful the ore, the better. After all, most of the places with stronger ore were occupied by more powerful beasts. These beasts, obviously, wouldn't give parts of their territory to weaker beasts. Because of that, it was quite challenging for these beasts to get their claws on better ore. Gravis also wouldn't have gotten any of this powerful ore if Xianxia hadn't followed him. Every beast knew Xianxia, and they respected her. Even kings on the same level as her didn't seem to mind the matter too much. After gathering ore for over 2 hours, Gravis furrowed his brows. "I need weaker ore," he said to Xianxia. "I'm fully loaded with powerful ore, but I can't use it yet. Do you know of a place where I can find weaker ore, Xianxia?" Gravis asked. "We're currently in the core of the Red Kingdom," Xianxia explained. "You might have noticed that most beasts we have met were kings. That's because the closer we get to our king's mountain, the more powerful the beasts get. I don't exactly know where to find weaker ore, but I guess you can find it in the weaker territories." Gravis scratched his chin in thought. "That sounds reasonable," he commented. "Where can I find these fringe territories?" Xianxia pointed to the south with one of her paws. "We just need to travel in that direction for a while. The further we travel, the weaker the beasts become. As long as you don't leave the borders of our kingdom, you can go wherever you want. I will tell you when we reach the borders of our kingdom." Gravis nodded and flew to the south, followed by Xianxia. While flying in the sky, Gravis still kept on checking the ground with his spirit. He was sure that, at some point, he would find some ore that was actually in the Unity rank. Yet, Gravis hadn't expected that the Red Kingdom was so big. He and Xianxia traveled for over 6 hours until Gravis finally found some Unity Oregon. It was a peak Unity rank material and he couldn't use it yet, but it would become useful as soon as he became a level 3 lord. After some talking and negotiations, Gravis received enough peak Unity rank material. Now, he only needed some late Unity rank materials. With that, he would be able to forge his new weapon and equipment. Before Gravis understood the law regarding the materials, he hadn't been able to make full use of them. In general, a material in its raw form was about as hard as the hardest part of a beast's body at the equivalent level. This meant that, for example, raw ore of the late Unity rank was about as hard as the claws or teeth of a level 4 lord. This seemed weak at first glance, but one shouldn't forget the hidden advantages of having a body made of ore. The golden dragon was a good example. When it fully transformed into metal, it became many times heavier without becoming slower, which increased the power of its attacks. Additionally, its whole body became as hard as its hardest part. That's why beasts with a metal affinity became more powerful when they transformed into metal. Forging would change the properties of these materials. Before Gravis understood the law regarding the materials, he could have created a weapon or armor that was just as powerful as the raw ore. If, for example, Gravis didn't understand the law and made a shield of the golden dragon's body, an attack from the golden dragon would have destroyed the shield and parts of its claws. After all, they had the same hardness. Yet, by understanding this new law, Gravis was able to compress and elevate the material. With this new method of forging, Gravis could increase the power of the ore by 1 level. So, by creating the shield with this new smithing technique, the golden dragon lost the ability to destroy it. After all, the shield had been as powerful as raw or from a peak Unity rank material. Yet, peculiarly, such a powerful weapon that was a level harder than its base form would only count as a weapon 1 level weaker. Example, by forging a weapon with a late Unity rank material with the newer and better method, one would still create a late Unity weapon instead of a peak Unity weapon. At first glance, this didn't seem to make much sense. Yet, if one thought about it more, one would see the logic behind that. A peak Unity weapon should be able to fight against a peak Unity beast, right? Yet, if the weapon got severely damaged by such a beast in one attack, one couldn't really consider it as a peak Unity weapon, could they? Because of that, the classifications for weapons were always one level lower than the actual hardness of it. So, all in all, Gravis could now create a late Unity weapon with his current power. Theoretically, he could also create one with peak Unity rank materials and the old smithing technique, but he couldn't manipulate such powerful materials. All of these explanations boil down to one point. Gravis could now forge weapons and armor 2 levels higher than himself instead of 1. Now, Gravis only needed some late Unity rank materials to fully equip himself. After that, he wouldn't need to search for any new or for a long while. Yet, finding such a relatively weak material wasn't easy. It took Gravis another couple of hours until he finally found it. He went over to the beast and asked for the ore. "Scram, weakling!" the beast shouted with disdain. Gravis was a bit surprised since that was the first time that anyone had talked to him like this after he went ore gathering. Xianxia was always directly behind him, and she never hid herself. The beasts immediately saw her and never acted as arrogantly as this one. Gravis looked behind him, and, sure enough, Xianxia was just standing there. Then Gravis looked back at the beast. It was some kind of bronze-colored bear and was a level 3 lord. "I'm willing to trade some higher-grade stone for your stone," Gravis explained. "I don't care. You're weak, and you should quickly leave before I tear you to pieces," the bear said aggressively. "The only reason why you're still alive is because of the powerful cat behind you." Gravis blinked a couple of times out of confusion. So, the bear actually did notice Xianxia. Yet, he just didn't give a shit about her. That was quite surprising to Gravis since even level 2 and level 3 kings seemed to give quite a lot of shits about Xianxia. Gravis looked at Xianxia and saw that she had quite an uncomfortable expression on her face. Apparently, the background of this bear wasn't so simple. "Why do you look so troubled, Xianxia?" Gravis asked with a voice transmission so that the bear didn't hear their conversation. "You should search somewhere else for your or Gravis," Xianxia answered. When Gravis heard that, he furrowed his brows. "But you said we are already reaching the borders. I might not find the or I require somewhere else." "I understand that, but this beast is troublesome," she answered. "How is he troublesome?" "He's only a level 3 lord," Gravis answered. Xianxia sighed. "It's not about his power, but about his background. He is a follower of one of my king's most outstanding disciples. You can still find some or somewhere else, but if you force this bear to comply with you, the disciple of my king will go after you. You have no chance against that disciple." Gravis scratched his chin with his right claw. "I mean, I don't like to rely on others, but the Red King said that he doesn't want me to die. It's different when it involves his disciple," Xianxia answered. "He values the freedom and choice of his disciples greatly. If that disciple is hellbent on killing you, my king might allow it. After all, you are only a present to his empress for him, while his disciple is the beast he's most proud of." Gravis continued scratching his chin in thought. "Would the Red King show favoritism if that disciple and I were to fight?" Gravis asked. "No. My king believes that everyone should bear the consequences of their own actions. He wouldn't involve himself in that fight," Xianxia explained. Gravis just continued thinking for a couple of seconds as the bear started to become annoyed. Those two were obviously talking, but their presence was still annoying him. Yet he didn't interrupt them. He knew that he didn't need to do anything. At some point, those two would leave. Then, "How powerful is this disciple?" Gravis asked. "In regards to absolute power, he's many times weaker than I, but that's not why he's my king's disciple," Xianxia explained. "He is a divine beast and incredibly talented. Very few lords manage to understand a law, but he's one of them. A divine beast that has comprehended a law is mighty and talented." Gravis hummed a bit. "So, that disciple is still a lord, right?" When Xianxia heard that, she sighed helplessly. "Gravis, I know that your battle strength must be incredible. After all, you have become the present to the Empress. This means that my king thinks your battle strength is superior to his disciple. Yet, you're still too weak to fight him." Gravis hummed a bit more. "What's the power of this disciple?" Xianxia sighed again. Gravis was just not giving up. "He's currently a level 4 lord, but he might soon become a level 5 lord. Additionally, he is already able to win against level 5 lords. Gravis continued scratching his chin. In actuality, if he managed to create his new equipment, such a fight would become manageable. It might also serve as some good tempering. Yet, Gravis still wanted to remain careful. What's the affinity of this disciple? And how do they look like? Gravis asked. Cynthia realized that Gravis planned to fight that disciple and grew a bit worried. Gravis' health was her responsibility, and if he managed to infuriate the Red King's disciple and died, she would have failed her task. He has the metal affinity and has comprehended a law in regards to metal as well. This law allows him to control that stuff you call or and shape it into powerful projectiles. Cynthia explained. When Gravis heard that, his eyes widened in surprise. What? He asked. Cynthia continued her explanation. He's 5 kilometers long and has a long and slender body. He is very powerful, and his species is called the Golden Dragon. Gravis had a weird look on his face when he heard that. That sounded quite familiar. This also reminded him of the fact that he hadn't eaten the Golden Dragon yet. Gravis found this turn of events quite funny and ironic. Gravis snickered a bit, confusing Cynthia. Nothing she said could have been considered funny. Didn't Gravis realize how dangerous the Golden Dragon was? Hey, bear! Gravis suddenly shouted, eliciting a disgusted side eye from the bear. I just remembered that I haven't eaten my food yet. You might want to watch. Hope! Bang! Why would I dash? The bear started saying, but stopped talking as he realized that a colossal corpse had appeared in front of him. A pristine, golden body appeared in front of him, and he quickly noticed that he was very familiar with this corpse. "My master?" he asked in shock. Cynthia's eyes widened in immense shock as she saw the corpse. Wasn't this the disciple she just talked about? How did he suddenly appear? Also, was he dead? What was going on? When Gravis saw their shocked expressions, he broke into laughter. After some seconds of laughing, Cynthia looked with shock at Gravis. She remembered that he had said that his legs had been cut off due to his last battle. Did this mean that his last battle had been against the Golden Dragon? Are you trying to intimidate me? The bear shouted aggressively. This is a level 3 lord. This beast might look similar to my master, but it's way weaker. Now, Cynthia also noticed that this corpse was of a level 3 lord. The Golden Dragon had been a level 4 lord. So, this meant that this couldn't possibly be the Golden Dragon. Yet, she didn't remember a second Golden Dragon. She had only ever seen one. Gravis continued laughing. No, that is your master. He unleashed some kind of powerful beam, which made him drop to the 3rd level. Cynthia remembered that divine beasts really had the ability to unleash their realm in an all-or-nothing attack. This could actually be possible. Though, having an identical-looking second Golden Dragon corpse had a higher chance of being true than a level 2 lord killing a level 4 lord divine beast. It was just too unbelievable. Anyway, time to eat, Gravis said. Bzzzzz. Suddenly, Gravis transformed into lightning, and his lightning quickly engulfed the whole corpse. Since the corpse was only a single level higher than Gravis, it didn't take him more than 2 seconds to fully consume it. So, in about 2 seconds, the whole corpse vanished. Bang! Gravis transformed back and stood in the same position as before. Yummy! He commented with a smirk. Cynthia received one shock after another. Did Gravis just transform into lightning? Also, did he just eat this massive corpse in 2 seconds? The bear also had no idea what to say. What was going on? Yet, the bear would never believe that this weak beast, which even he could kill, would be able to kill his master. This whole thing had to be some kind of elaborate ruse. The bear looked at Gravis with cold and bloodthirsty eyes. Then he turned to Cynthia. This beast has violated my master's honor. I will kill it now, so keep yourself out of this, he said. Cynthia had no idea how to react right now. If Gravis had really killed the Golden Dragon, killing this bear would be nothing difficult. Yet, did he really kill the Golden Dragon? If he didn't, this bear could be a fatal threat to Gravis. Luckily, Cynthia wasn't some naive girl. She had been a powerful commander for a long time, and she was able to make a decision quickly. she decided to let Gravis fight the bear. Her king said that Gravis wasn't allowed to kill other beasts, but with her speed, Gravis wouldn't be able to kill the bear under her watch. As soon as a winner was apparent, she would intervene. "Imma kill it," Gravis transmitted to Cynthia. Cynthia narrowed her eyes in seriousness. "You can't, not under my watch," she said. "Imma do it," Gravis transmitted with a smirk. "You can't," she answered. The bear saw that Cynthia didn't react and took it as a go-ahead. Boom! The earth under the bear exploded as he jumped forward with his full speed. Gravis only grinned and pulled his fist back. Then, for some reason, his body seemed to become way weaker. Cynthia was shocked when she felt Gravis' body becoming weaker. What was going on? Whoop! 2 gauntlets appeared on Gravis' hands. He had lost the shield and the boots to the beam, but he still had his gauntlets. "Lightning punch!" Gravis shouted as he punched forward. The bear only sneered as it saw Gravis' slow and easily avoidable punch. Also, why did he shout lightning punch? The bear saw nothing threatening in the punch, and he also saw no lightning. The bear aggressively swiped Gravis' hand away with his paw, boom, and promptly exploded. Gravis had loaded the gauntlets with a lightning crescent, which erupted as soon as they hit something. Sadly, since the gauntlets didn't have any fitting formation arrays on them, they also got destroyed in the explosion. The huge explosion vanished quickly, while Cynthia watched with an open mouth. Fragments of the bear's body had been scattered into the surroundings since Gravis had no interest in eating the bear. If he had, his lightning would have consumed the corpse. "Man, I always wanted to use that attack," Gravis said with satisfaction. Ever since he had seen the fight between the priest and Old Man Lightning, Gravis wanted to try that. Shouting the name of his attack kind of felt exhilarating. It was like some hot-bloodedness from his youth had returned. Then he turned around and looked at Cynthia with a shit-eating grin. "What was that about not being able to kill it while you were around? Could you repeat that?" Gravis asked with a mocking voice. Cynthia couldn't believe what she had just seen. She had been incredibly sure that she had the ability to stop any of the 2 beasts from dying. After all, she was many levels higher than both of them. Cynthia had also looked at the attack and saw the same thing as the bear. It just looked like a weak and unassuming punch. In actuality, she was even ready to intervene on behalf of Gravis as soon as the bear attacked him. She knew that he probably had some incredible battle strength, which was also the reason why he was the Empress present. So, the fight should have been either even or slightly in favor of Gravis. But she hadn't expected such a one-sided slaughter. This hadn't even been a fight. It was basically just a weak slap, and the bear exploded. This whole fight had caught her completely off guard. Yet her reasoning quickly returned, and she felt incredibly nervous and fearful. Her king had said that Gravis wasn't allowed to kill any beast. This meant that she had failed in her duty. Gravis saw her mood go from surprise to fearful and laughed a bit. "Calm down, Cynthia," Gravis said. "The Red King has said that you should try to keep me from killing beasts. He has dealt with me for a while, and he knows that you can't do much." Cynthia was still nervous, and her nervousness transformed into anger. "Shut up," she snapped. "You were not supposed to kill anyone." Gravis furrowed his brows. "Oh? I'm not supposed to do something?" he asked with a cold voice. "You're nice, but don't forget our relationship. You're a temporary guard, and I'm just some commodity to you." Cynthia was still overwhelmed with anger and nervousness. She hadn't failed a task yet, and she feared that this could have dire consequences. "Shut up. We will return to the Red King right now," she ordered. Gravis huffed. "So that's your true face, huh? The whole being nice thing was only an act to siphon information from me." Cynthia felt slightly hurt when she heard that, but her anger overwhelmed this slight bit of guilt. "It doesn't matter. We return right now," she ordered. Gravis snickered a bit. He had already gathered the ore beneath the ground and was fine with returning. Now only forging it into equipment was left. He could do that wherever he wanted. So, returning to the Red King literally made no difference to him. "Sure, but you'll have to drag me," Gravis said evenly. Cynthia grew angrier when she heard that. Don't act like a child, she said. Gravis huffed again. You blind yourself with being nice and try to look at me like we're friends or equals. But you're only ignoring the reality. I'm your commodity, your slave, your toy, your present. So, go force me to do something against my will, Gravis said evenly. Cynthia grew more frustrated as she heard that. She could be considered as a friendly beast, and she wasn't a fan of this whole thing. If it were up to her, she wouldn't want to force any beast into doing anything. She quite liked her freedom. Because of that, she had completely ignored Gravis and her status. In order to deal with the situation, she just looked at him like he was her client, and she was some bodyguard. It could also be likened to being a babysitter. So, when Gravis confronted her with reality, she felt like he was attacking and insulting her. She wanted to keep this illusion up so she didn't have to think about forcing someone to do something. Yet Gravis had torn that illusion down. Stop being stubborn. This won't help you in any way. If you continue being this stubborn, I am just forced to drag you there. So we can do this the easy way or the hard way, Cynthia commanded. The hard way, please, Gravis commented evenly. Cynthia gritted her teeth. You will need to go to the Red King either way, so why are you making this so difficult? She shouted. Gravis snickered a bit. So that you're forced to recognize reality. You try to be nice, but that doesn't change my current circumstance. You giving me some emotional solace might be appreciated by some slaves, but that only means that those slaves have already accepted their position. Gravis laughed a bit again. You are complicit and supportive in suppressing me and forcing me to do things against my will. Giving me some respect only grants you some sort of moral justification to keep doing it. After all, you're better than everyone else, right? After all, you at least treat me with respect, right? Gravis sarcastically asked with a sneer. Cynthia's body shook. It wasn't in shock or realization but anger. To her, it felt like Gravis was attacking and insulting her while she had been nothing but pleasant to him. She had talked to him with respect, even though he was over a whole realm lower than her. She had followed him and allowed him to go through the Red Kingdom unhindered. So, how dare he insult her like this? After all she had done for him, he dared to insult her? Cynthia's eyes became colder as all respect for Gravis left her. This was an ungrateful and stupid beast that didn't know its place. She tried to be nice, but he wasn't able to appreciate what had been given to him. Cynthia suddenly became bigger and transformed into a powerful and shining panther. Her ethereal shine gave her some angelic qualities that would elicit worship from weaker beasts. She also emitted a holy and benevolent aura. Yet, her eyes currently were only cold as they looked down upon Gravis. When Gravis saw that, he snickered a bit. It's really true, Gravis thought. In the lower world, I never had the luck to come into contact with the light sect. Everyone always called them hypocrites that act all benevolent but are greedy and selfish deep down. Guess they were right. The current scene right now perfectly depicted the duality of light. When everything went their way, their holy light healed and helped everyone. Yet, if something didn't go their way, they would suppress it with force. The holy, benevolent, and angelic cat looked with righteous indignation and disdain at the slave that dared to defy its orders. Why was the benevolent cat so angry? The cat was angry because the slave didn't accept the cat's benevolence. This could only mean that the slave was a depraved and evil being that couldn't comprehend her benevolence and empathy. Her right arm extended, and her claws took a hold of Gravis, injuring him in the process. Then she flew up and shot back to the core of the Red Kingdom. While doing this, she didn't feel bad at all. After all, Gravis was a lost cause and a depraved beast. He was unworthy of her feeling any kind of emotion but disdain towards him. After a couple of minutes, Cynthia had dragged Gravis back to the Red King. She landed on top of the Red King's mountain and threw Gravis forward. Then, she contacted the Red King and informed him about what had transpired. In a couple of seconds, the Red King flew out of his mountain and landed before Gravis. The Red King looked at Gravis intently. Gravis, meanwhile, only looked back with his usual, even expression. "Did you gather all the necessary, or?" the Red King asked. "Yes," Gravis answered. Then the Red King smirked. Great. When will you be ready for a fight? He asked. I should be done in about a month or so, but I don't want to fight yet. Since you're forcing me to stay here for over 5 years, I want to keep my sense of danger sharp. I want to fight 3 years from now, Gravis said. The Red King hummed for a bit. It's a bit later than I'd like, but I can see your point. It would be horrible if you wouldn't be able to perform in front of the Empress. I've heard from my commander that you have eaten the golden dragon, but you're still a level 2 lord. Apparently, you told the truth, and you actually really need much more food. If the golden dragon hadn't fallen to the 3rd level, he might have been enough for me to reach the 3rd level, Gravis said. The Red King only smirked. It's better this way. Like this, you can test your new battle strength more effectively. Gravis shrugged. I guess. Though, the fight against my future opponent will probably not be as devastating as my fight with the golden dragon, Gravis answered. The Red King nodded. That's all right. The fight with my disciple was to force you to become even stronger. The next fight is only for you to keep and test that strength. I've already risked and sacrificed enough for you to become this powerful. I don't want to risk even more. Gravis sat down on the mountain. I will remain here for the next 3 years. I see no point in going anywhere else. The Red King felt relieved when he heard that. The less Gravis moved around, the better. When he had told Xianxia to keep watch over him, he had already accepted the fact that Gravis would maybe kill several beasts. After all, the Red King knew that Gravis knew that his life was way too valuable. So, since only one beast died, the Red King saw that as a positive surprise. Then the Red King turned to Xianxia. Xianxia had heard their entire conversation, and she had been incredibly shocked. She wasn't shocked about the topic that they were talking about, but about the absence of even a mention of the beast that Gravis had killed. It was almost like the Red King didn't even care that one of his beasts died. You can return to your duties now, the Red King said. As long as I'm inside my abode, no one needs to watch him. I'll call you to watch him when I'm going somewhere else. It was challenging for Xianxia to process the current situation. Hadn't she failed her duties? Her king had said that Gravis wasn't allowed to kill a beast, but he had killed one under her watch. Was this some kind of elaborate punishment from her king? My king, I am sorry that I failed my duties, Xianxia said nervously. She felt like it would be easier if she just directly apologized. Maybe her king wanted to test her loyalty towards him? The Red King was a bit confused for a couple of seconds, but then remembered something. Oh, you mean that beast he killed? Forget it. I've already expected that something like this would happen. He got all the ore he needs now. A death in exchange for that is a good trade, the Red King said with a smile. Xianxia was still in shock. Why did her king act like she hadn't failed? I don't mean any disrespect, my king, but haven't you said that he isn't allowed to kill a beast? Haven't I failed in my duty? She asked nervously. The Red King waved one of his wings dismissively. You're too uptight, Commander, he transmitted to her nonchalantly. I already knew that he would kill some beasts. I don't care about some weak beasts dying. I only care about him not eating himself into becoming a level 5 lord. That would be horrible for his battle strength. Xianxia was still in shock by her king's dismissive response to her failure. Actually, the Red King transmitted after some seconds. The fact that he only killed a single beast and didn't even eat it is better than even the best-case scenario I had in my mind. So, I could say that you actually did quite a good job. Xianxia just couldn't wrap her head around the current situation. I did a good job? She asked in confusion. Yes, the Red King answered. He has gone through a large amount of my territory, gathered everything he needs, and only killed a single beast during that time. That's a good job, in my opinion. Xianxia still couldn't fully accept the reality of the situation. But he has gone against your commands by killing that beast. He has shown no respect for your authority, she argued. Of course not, why would he? The Red King answered like it was obvious. He's constantly taunting me directly without any fear for his life. It's frustrating me to no end. But he's not stupid. He has a lot of guts to gamble with his life like that, and that's a quality I admire even if he's angering me by doing that. Also, The Red King continued. Why would he respect my authority? I'm forcing him to do something he doesn't want. Of course he's going to fight back. Powerful beasts have their own pride, and they hate it when someone suppresses them. Cynthia remained silent for a while and thought about her king's words. After some seconds, she finally came to terms with the situation. Then, thank you for your praise, my king, she said with a slight bow. Yes, yes, the Red King said in annoyance. Go back to your duties. I'll call for you if I require you to watch him. Gravis hadn't heard the majority of the conversation, but he could guess what they talked about based on their body language. There were very few things that Gravis hated more than hypocrisy, and Cynthia's conduct had been extremely hypocritical in his eyes. So, Gravis wanted to confront her with more of her own hypocrisy by unveiling the truth of the current situation. If she could deal with it, maybe her mindset would change. If she couldn't, she would go through hell. This was also a kind of tempering. Yet, not everyone wants to temper themselves. Cynthia just turned around and wanted to fly away to get back to her duties, when she heard Gravis' voice from behind her. I will destroy the Red Kingdom in the future, Gravis commented evenly. Cynthia halted and almost couldn't believe what she had just heard. Did Gravis just say that he would kill all of them? The Red King didn't seem to mind his words. In actuality, he had completely expected them. He was forcing Gravis into doing something he didn't want, and the whole kingdom was complicit in it. Who wouldn't want to destroy their captors? To him, this sentence had no relevancy at all. It wasn't that the Red King thought that Gravis was too weak to pull off something like that. It was just that this sentence changed nothing about the situation and was basically meaningless. Both the Red King and Gravis knew that Gravis would want to avenge this enmity in the future. On top of that, the Red King believed that Gravis had the potential to actually succeed. So why was he even commenting on it? But you don't care about that, do you? Gravis asked the Red King. You don't care about the destruction of your kingdom. You are probably sure that you would soon become an emperor. As long as you're still alive, you can always make a new one. Why are you talking nonsense? The Red King asked with a bit of annoyance. You know that we both know that we will become enemies in the future. What's the point of saying this? In truth, I'm looking forward to our fight in the future. My life has been too easy and calm for the past 100 years. Gravis smirked. I thought that you would want to use me to put pressure on you. You are already very powerful, and someone like you should know that pressure is the best way to become powerful. So, by suppressing me, you not only get a reward from the Empress but also get a powerful future enemy. That's quite smart, in my opinion, Gravis said with a mocking tone. The Red King also smirked. To be honest, I stole that idea from you. I've heard about the snake that you invited into your river tribe. I thought this was a great idea, but why use just any beast if I can use the beast that originally came up with that idea? This makes your situation just that much more ironic and entertaining. Wouldn't you agree? Cynthia listened to this conversation with incredible shock. Was this really the truth? Did her king plan on putting her home, the entire Red Kingdom, into mortal danger just so that he had a chance of becoming more powerful? In her mind, the Red King had always been incredibly wise. The Red Kingdom had flourished under his leadership, and he had given the members of the Red Kingdom power, freedom, and relative peace. Cynthia had seen what the Red King had accomplished, and she had looked up to him with worship. Yet, this kind and benevolent king had invited mortal danger into her home willingly? This didn't conform with her impression of her king at all. What are you still doing here? Leave, the Red King said with annoyance as he noticed that Cynthia was still there. Cynthia quickly regained her bearings. I am sorry, my king, she stuttered and then fled into the distance. The Red King was a bit annoyed by her and flew back into his abode. He had more important things to do than talk about such useless stuff. Meanwhile, Gravis only smirked. Gravis had a lot of experience with people and beasts, and he knew that the Red King was incredibly proud and only respected power. This was an outstanding mindset for becoming powerful and was probably one of the main reasons why the Red King had become so powerful. Gravis knew that people and beasts often judged others by their own mindsets and standards. The Red King was proud of his kingdom and trusted in his followers' thirst and greed for power. He trusted in the fact that his beasts would also be ready to risk their lives for power. Yet, this implicit trust and pride in his beasts made him subconsciously think that his powerful followers had a similarly powerful mindset to him. Sadly, by being so prideful in his own mindset, the Red King didn't even realize that many beasts in his kingdom didn't share his mindset. He had talked with Gravis openly in front of Xianxia because he believed that she also had this mindset. To him, this was no secret. Yet, how we perceive people and beasts and how they truly are can be frighteningly different. Gravis had only stated and talked about the things that he and the Red King thought as evident. To both of them, this whole dynamic seemed so obvious that it even felt like a waste of time to talk about it. But only Gravis realized that it wasn't as obvious. The image of the Red King in Xianxia's mind was utterly upturned and destroyed. With her mindset and loyalty, she would go through an astronomical amount of uncertainty, fear, and anxiety in the coming future. Xianxia, Gravis thought coldly. You also suppressed me like the Red King. Yet you spoke to me like I should be thankful for that. This makes you even worse than the Red King in my books. I can respect the Red King's power and mindset, but I despise yours. So, if I can't kill you physically, I will kill you mentally and emotionally. Gravis spent the next couple of weeks forging his new equipment. He had always only used weapons and hadn't even considered using armor before. What was the reason for that? The reason for that was that he always fought enemies that were way more powerful than him. For example, an armor would do wonders against an opponent in the same realm and stage as the armor wearer. If the enemy were one stage higher, the armor would still be useful, but the blunt force of the attack would still injure the body behind it. Yet, Gravis had always fought against opponents at least 2 stages higher than him. If any of these attacks hit him, his body would just get completely destroyed. An armor wouldn't have made a difference. So, he never had a reason to consider buying or forging a set of armor. But by understanding the law regarding the materials, he finally had the ability to create a customized set of armor for himself that could actually prove useful. Though, the reason for creating such a set of armor was different than one would initially believe. People wore armor in order to increase their defense. Yet, Gravis went about this topic with a different approach. After all, he was about to fight a beast 3 levels above him. One attack from his opponent would injure him severely. So, instead, Gravis decided to create armor that would help in his evasion and attack. If he wanted to defend himself against an attack, he could just summon a shield. The shield would break after one attack, but it would severely weaken that attack. Gravis' new armor set consisted of a pair of boots, a pair of gauntlets, a tail armor, a chest piece, and a helmet. Every piece of the armor had a different specialty and different formation arrays. His boots had the same formation arrays as his sabers. This allowed him to save up a lightning crescent inside them. Gravis knew that his enemies would always be careful of his saber, his hands, and his teeth. After all, his enemies were beasts, and most beasts used their claws and fangs to injure their opponents. So, his enemies wouldn't be able to anticipate his foot suddenly shooting forward with an attack that was as powerful as his sabers. After all their attention was drawn to the upper half of his body. His tail armor was spiky and looked incredibly intimidating. Yet, Gravis had designed that whole look with misdirection in mind. His enemies would believe that this was also one of his primary weapons when, in reality, it wasn't. His tail armor only had formation arrays on them that increased the impact of an enemy attack. At first glance, this seemed utterly contradictory. Increasing the impact of an enemy attack would make the attack stronger instead of weaker. Why would he do that? The reason for that was that if he blocked an attack with his tail, his whole body would get thrown away before the sharp claws or teeth of his opponent could injure his torso. Sure, his tail would probably explode after receiving that attack, but it was better to sacrifice his tail than to receive a mortal injury. The enemies he would fight in the future would have such a ridiculous power advantage that, if he increased the tail's defense and defended with it, their attacks would destroy the tail and injure his torso heavily. If he got hit, he would get injured either way. Like this, he could at least mitigate the damage so that it only destroyed his tail. If someone hit his tail, Gravis' body would receive the impact, and due to the formation arrays, he would get thrown away with speed faster than the opponent's attack. The blunt force would still injure him, but that was better than being gored by a claw. His gauntlets were filled with formation arrays that built a powerful connection with whatever he was carrying in his hands at the moment. If he carried a saber in his hands, these formation arrays would make it impossible for the enemy to disarm him without literally disarming him. If he carried a shield and the shield was destroyed in an attack, Gravis' arms would receive his enemy's blunt force. What exactly did this mean? Usually, if an attack were powerful enough to completely decimate a shield, the user standing behind it would be hit by the powerful attack too. After all, the force would break the shield and continue going forward, eventually hitting the person behind it. With these gauntlets, the force that the shield received would fully hit his arms, even if it broke apart. Like this, his arms would break, but similarly to his tail, his torso would remain safe. After all, the force would have thrown him away before the actual sharp weapon could hit him. His helmet was filled with similar formation arrays to his boots and saber. Of course, they weren't completely identical. Instead, Gravis could release a kind of lightning blast from his head. This lightning blast wasn't nearly as powerful as his lightning crescent, but it had enough physical force to create a shockwave that would create space between him and his opponent. Gravis couldn't just sacrifice his head like his arms, legs, and tail. Because of that, if an attack managed to close in on his head, he would need to sacrifice some of his lightning to blast himself away. Such a weak attack wouldn't injure his powerful opponent, but it would bring Gravis to safety. The last part of Gravis' armor was his chest plate. By knowing the purpose of all the other parts, one could guess the chest plate's effect. The chest plate was all about diminishing the force of an impact. By having the option to sacrifice his legs, tail, and arms, Gravis could deal with his opponent's primary weapon. So, the only dangerous thing left was the blunt force that his chest would receive. That's where the chest plate came into play. Gravis' whole fighting style was based around countering his opponent's attacks by concentrating all the damage into an unessential part of his body. The chest plate would be able to resist the majority of the blunt force. Gravis created this entire armor in a couple of days since he needed to use a lot of his lightning to manipulate such powerful materials. So, his progress wasn't that fast. He could have simply unloaded a lightning crescent to make it faster, but there was no reason for haste. He had to wait for 3 years anyway. Also, a lightning crescent would destroy parts of the surroundings. Gravis also created several sabers and shields. The shields were filled with formation arrays that lessened the impact. An attack powerful enough to break the shield would throw Gravis away due to the formation arrays in his gauntlets, but by lessening the force via the shield, there was a chance that Gravis' arms might survive the impact. Also, if the shield didn't lessen the impact, Gravis' arms would break either way by blocking an attack, even if the attack didn't break the shield. Thanks to his spirit space, Gravis never needed to carry both the shield and his saber at the same time. If he wanted to attack, he would use his saber with both hands. If he wanted to defend, he would summon the shield and also use it with both hands. That was the advantage of having a spirit space. The new sabers he created were no different from the previous ones, just harder. It was a weapon, and the more powerful its attack, the better. After a couple of weeks, Gravis had used up all the late Unity rank, or he had created several sets of armor, shields, and sabers. Nearly everything could break with just one attack, so he needed plenty of spares. After finishing everything, Gravis stood up, decked out in his new equipment. The armor had nearly no openings and snugly fit his body. It didn't look bulky or heavy. After all, Gravis needed as much of his flexibility and agility as possible. Sadly, Gravis had only found a single vein of late Unity rank, or this meant that he couldn't choose the armor's color. So, he was stuck with an armor that was completely emerald green, not a color he preferred. Gravis preferred black, white, and silver over the green. Well, beggars can't be choosers, Gravis thought. Guess I'm stuck looking like some green nature boy. After Gravis was done with forging his equipment, he didn't have much else to do. His future tempering would come to him by itself, and he didn't have to search for it. Now, he only needed to spend his remaining time as productively as possible. So, Gravis simply split himself in two for one simple reason: law comprehension. He remembered the picture of Manuel that he had received on his birthday and also remembered the name of the sixth realm, which was also called the law comprehension realm. In Manuel's picture, Gravis had seen him sitting inside a massive storm. Gravis was pretty sure that Manuel was thinking about some kind of law and trying to understand it. Gravis also knew that, at some point, he would probably need to do that too. After all, the comprehension of laws would definitely become paramount in the future. One Gravis would keep watching the CMO to gain some knowledge about life, while the other one would simply watch his surroundings. The CMO was his main priority, but focusing only on it felt like a waste of resources to Gravis. So, he decided to also just look at basically everything. When Gravis first split in two, the Red King shot out of his abode in shock. He always kept watch over Gravis, and when Gravis suddenly split in two, his eyes nearly popped out. He had never even imagined that something like that was possible. The Red King immediately started questioning Gravis fervently, but Gravis always only answered with a plain no. The Red King grew frustrated and angry again, but there was nothing he could do about Gravis. Injuring him showed no effect at all and might even make him act out in violent ways. The Red King knew that Gravis wasn't just peacefully sitting there because the Red King forced him. He knew exactly that Gravis was only sitting there this quietly because he had no interest in doing anything else. If Gravis wanted, he could start flying away, which would force the Red King to get him back. Then what? Then Gravis could just fly away again. What could the Red King do in this case? He would either need to waste all his time on Gravis or get a commander to waste all their time on him. This would eat up way too many resources. What if he let Gravis roam around? That was an even worse idea. He could just go on a rampage and kill a mountain worth of lords without eating them. The Red King knew that Gravis knew that his life was just too valuable to kill him over that. So, even though Gravis was basically forced into slavery, he could still kind of do whatever he wanted. What about threatening his life? The Red King knew that Gravis would simply call that bluff. What then? Then, the choice would fall back to the earlier two anyway. Officially, Gravis was a slave and commodity to the Red King. Officially, the Red King could do whatever he wanted to him. Yet, unofficially, Gravis was basically only under lighthouse arrest. While Gravis was around, the Red King almost felt like Gravis was the owner of this place instead of him. This frustrated the Red King to no end. So, in the end, the only thing that the Red King could do was force Gravis into staying in the Red Kingdom and going to the Empress in a couple of years. Other than that, Gravis could do whatever he wanted. The Red King had already thoroughly thought about the potential disasters that Gravis could create. The Red King knew that Gravis was very smart, and he believed that Gravis could also come up with all these scenarios. For example, Gravis could run around the Red Kingdom and insult powerful kings. Then, these kings would have two options. One option was to swallow their anger and do nothing. Yet, that would make them frustrated and might even motivate them to leave the Red Kingdom. After all, they were smart enough to know that they couldn't attack him. The other option was to try to kill him. Yet, that would go directly against the Red King's explicit orders and would be seen as an act of betrayal. The punishment for that was death. So, even though Gravis was not powerful enough to kill the kings himself, he could still kill them by proxy. This would, again, fall back to forcing a powerful king to keep watch over him. Another disaster would be if Gravis simply destroyed all the plants, mountains, grass, and terrain. He wasn't killing anyone by doing that, but the whole Red Kingdom would feel desolate, weak, and broken. So, if the Red King tried to force Gravis to answer his questions, Gravis might just decide not to be as compliant as before. This whole thing was basically an unspoken pact between the Red King and Gravis. As long as the Red King didn't suppress him further, Gravis wouldn't create disasters for the Red Kingdom. It was true that the Red King only looked at his kingdom as a tool to become more powerful. Yet, that didn't mean that he didn't care that someone damaged or destroyed his tool. After all, this was his tool, his property. He couldn't just let anyone threaten it. Because of that, the Red King was forced to go back into his abode without having received a satisfactory answer, which frustrated him even more. The Red King wanted to know these things so badly, but some weak lord completely stopped him in his tracks. The Red King knew that he could kill this weak lord with a simple sneeze. Yet, that would make all his previous sacrifices meaningless. He had sacrificed his most outstanding disciple, who would have been the present for the Empress, to Gravis. If he now killed Gravis, he would have no good present for his Empress. This would be devastating to him because the Red King knew how much this present was worth. With this present, he would be able to get something that he had always wanted, becoming an emperor. This was how much Gravis' life was worth to him. Several months passed in which Gravis seemingly only stared into nothing. Yet 6 months after arriving in the Red Kingdom, something happened. The Red King would leave his abode for a couple of days. So, to keep watch over Gravis, the Red King called over Xianxia. Don't antagonize him. Don't give him any reason to go and create trouble. Just stay to the side and do nothing. You're only allowed to intervene if he starts going crazy or if he leaves the Red Kingdom. If that happens, suppress him until I return. Of course, he is not allowed to die under any circumstance. The Red King transmitted to Xianxia. If he dies, you will be next, he transmitted coldly. Xianxia took a nervous breath to calm herself down. I understand, my king, she said deferentially. The Red King narrowed his eyes at Xianxia and inspected her closely, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. After nearly half a minute of doing this, the Red King averted his gaze and flew away. Don't forget your duties, Commander, the Red King transmitted one last time before he left. Then, silence came upon the mountain. Xianxia just sat silently to the side, watching Gravis, while Gravis only seemed to aimlessly stare into space. Several hours passed in which nothing happened. No one spoke a word, and Xianxia didn't avert her gaze. By now, nighttime had arrived. CRCK. Gravis heard the sound of claws lightly gliding across stone. He looked over and saw that Xianxia had stood up. On top of that, her claws were out. When Gravis saw that, he already knew what was about to happen. It seemed like Xianxia didn't change her mindset. Xianxia only looked coldly at Gravis like he was a piece of rotten meat. She looked at him like he was the most despicable existence in this world. You have poisoned my king's mind, she transmitted to Gravis so that no one else could hear her. He has always been a kind and benevolent king, and he would have never let our kingdom come into danger. You are the most wretched manipulator I have ever seen, she transmitted coldly with disgust. She had waited several hours to make sure that the Red King wasn't here anymore. If the Red King were close by, she wouldn't be able to see the next day. Gravis just evenly looked at her, which made Xianxia's rage explode. She hated this look. When Gravis looked at her like this, it felt like everything was in his control. How could such a weak beast be in control in a situation like this? And you truly believe that I have the ability to cloud your king's judgment to this degree? Gravis asked emotionlessly. I may be smart, but I'm not omnipotent. Shut up, Xianxia shouted in rage. She didn't know why, but as soon as Gravis spoke a word, she just got irrationally angry. Xianxia had gone through hell for the last couple of months. She just couldn't believe that her benevolent king was so malicious and selfish. Yet, her king had said these words himself. So, she came upon a crossroad. Either she accepted that the revered image of her king inside her mind was a lie, or she decided to believe in her king regardless. Xianxia tried to justify her king's behavior in her mind. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't find a good reason why he would say something like that. So, after weeks of deliberation and pain, she found her answer. Her king had been pure and benevolent, but everything had changed as soon as Gravis appeared. Her king had sacrificed his best disciple to Gravis. Then he brought Gravis to the Red Kingdom. After arriving at the Red Kingdom, Xianxia had seen that Gravis could do anything he wanted. He was under constant protection, and no beast was allowed to touch him. Was this a slave? No, this was not a slave. In order to protect his image, Gravis had manipulated the Red King into putting on a show. Gravis would appear as a slave to everyone so that no one minded some new upstart. Yet, in reality, Gravis was in control. This wretched beast had manipulated and changed her king into doing his bidding. He had corrupted her king until he forgot all benevolence and only saw personal gain in his eyes. Xianxia knew that if she didn't do anything, the Red Kingdom would die out. The longer Gravis remained, the more his influence would spread. In Xianxia's mind, Gravis was the most manipulative and dangerous beast out there. These were the conclusions that Cynthia had come to after thinking for a long time. She just couldn't accept the true mindset of her king and shifted all blame onto Gravis. It was all Gravis' fault. Your vile manipulation has gone on for long enough, pest, Cynthia said coldly. Today, I will kill you to protect my king and kingdom. When you die, everything will return to normal, and my king will be able to see you for what you truly are, a vile and sneaky manipulator. Prepare yourself, she said coldly as she readied herself to pounce. Gravis only looked at her with his usual even look. I won, Gravis said evenly as he looked at Cynthia. Cynthia was taken aback as she heard Gravis' words. What did he mean by he won? She was about to kill him and he said that he won? Did he expect that he would be able to fight her? Gravis might have an impressive battle strength, but Cynthia was sure that he wouldn't be able to fight over a full realm above himself. Cynthia shook her head to regain her bearings. It didn't matter what Gravis said. She just had to kill him and everything will return to normal. Bang! The ground below Cynthia exploded as she burst forward with ridiculous speed. The Red King's abode was made out of incredibly powerful ore, and not even Gravis would be able to damage it. Yet Cynthia just randomly destroyed it by accelerating. Instead of getting ready for battle, Gravis just continued sitting there. If he were to fight her, he wouldn't be able to survive. Her speed was just way too fast for him. He wouldn't even be able to react to any of her attacks. Boom, but it wasn't Gravis fighting her. Cynthia got flung back as a powerful fireball exploded before her, and her skin received a tremendous amount of cuts and burns. If that fireball had hit her directly, she wouldn't be alive anymore. Cynthia's eyes widened in shock, terror, and fear as she realized who had attacked. There was only one beast inside the Red Kingdom that outclassed her to such a degree. A small, red hawk landed between Gravis and Cynthia as it looked at Cynthia with unending fury. One of his commanders had betrayed him. Am I king? Cynthia quivered in terror. Why was the Red King here? Didn't he say that he would be gone for a couple of days? Explain yourself, Commander, the Red King said with an icy voice that didn't allow for any disobedience. The Red King's powerful voice took Cynthia out of her shock. My king, this beast has clouded your mind. Please, you must see the truth. I'm only doing this to protect you, my king, she rapidly said in nervousness. When the Red King heard that, he grew even angrier. This level 3 king dared to think that she would be able to protect him, the Red King? He was one of the most powerful level 5 kings in existence. He could even resist emperors for a while. How dare this weak beast assume that it could protect him from anything? Did this weak cat believe that she was more powerful than him? How has this lord clouded my mind, Commander? The Red King demanded in an icy tone. Cynthia's breathing quickened as her fear rose. I don't know, my king, she shouted in panic. But ever since this beast appeared, you have spoken words that you would have never said. You said that the Red Kingdom is only a tool to increase your power. The Red King, I know, would have never said something as selfish as this. You are a kind and benevolent king. You always wanted the best for us, and I believe in you, Cynthia said weakly and sadly. Please, you must see reason, my king. This lord has put thoughts in your mind about grandeur and power, and that you boom. And Cynthia was no more. Weak, pathetic, naive, stupid. The Red King spat one word after the other. Gravis could hear the Red King's genuine disgust and hatred for Cynthia. The Red King respected power above everything else. But to achieve power, one had to be cruel and make sacrifices. The Red King knew these things and was ready to go through with these sacrifices. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so powerful. Yet, this level 3 king spoke about kindness and benevolence. Even lords knew that power was everything. So how did this beast reach the power of a level 3 king while still believing in these childish and naive things? When Cynthia had said that he was benevolent, the Red King took that as an insult. Being benevolent meant that he wasn't ready to give everything for power. If there were no gain, only a naive fool would help someone. When Cynthia had said that he was kind, the Red King also felt insulted. He had killed so many beasts and had enslaved so many others. The Red King was proud of himself, but he wasn't a hypocrite. He knew that he wasn't kind in the least. His lack of kindness only showed his ambition and hunger for power. Kindness was weakness, while a lack of kindness was strength in his mind. Xianxia saw the words benevolent and kind as a positive character trait, but to the Red King, these two words only meant stupid and hypocritical. He just couldn't believe that there was a high-ranking beast inside his kingdom with such a weak mindset. The Red King felt a mixture of shame, disgust, hatred, and rage towards Xianxia. "Called it?" Gravis said from behind the Red King, which nearly made him explode in rage again. The Red King turned to Gravis with burning eyes and glared at him. Gravis only looked back with his usual even look. Some seconds passed, and the Red King's body shook slightly. He hadn't been this angry in a really long time. Then he turned around and took some deep breaths to calm down. Gravis didn't interject since he wasn't willing to gamble with his life right now. He shouldn't push the Red King too far. 2 minutes passed in which the Red King glanced at the burned crater to his side. Nothing was left of Xianxia. Usually he wouldn't have wasted a valuable corpse like that, but he had just been too furious. "How did you know that the cat would betray me?" the Red King asked as he looked at the blackened crater. Subconsciously, he had already degraded Xianxia from commander to just a common cat. He couldn't bring himself to call such a weak beast a commander of his kingdom. "I didn't," Gravis answered. The Red King furrowed his brows and turned to Gravis. "Explain," he commanded. "I wasn't sure if Xianxia would betray you or not. After all, I only know her superficially. There was a 50% chance in my mind that she would change her mindset, a 30% chance that she would remain the same and do nothing, and a 20% chance that she would betray you," Gravis explained. The Red King snorted. "And this 20% chance was enough for you to make a bet with me?" the Red King asked with annoyance. "Yeah," Gravis answered. "Because if these 20% turned out to be true, I would be dead right now." The Red King sighed when he heard that. "Understandable," he commented. "Also," Gravis added, "telling you how I'm able to split into multiple bodies like that would literally be no loss to me. It makes no difference if you know or don't know." The Red King grew a bit angry again as he glared at Gravis. Then and immediately stopped himself. He knew exactly what answer would come. Gravis would just say that he didn't want to tell him. "So, as for my payment," Gravis said as he trailed off. The Red King only sighed again. A couple of months ago, Gravis had contacted the Red King and told him that Xianxia would kill Gravis as soon as the Red King left. Of course, the Red King didn't believe that one bit. Xianxia was one of his most powerful commanders, and he looked very favorably upon her. She would never betray him. Then, Gravis explained to him how he was judging her incorrectly and that he assigned his own mindset to her due to his pride in himself and her. Of course, the Red King still didn't believe it. So Gravis made a bet with him. The Red King should act like he would leave for a couple of days but just keep watch from a hidden location. If Xianxia followed her orders, Gravis would tell him how he could split into multiple bodies. The Red King wanted to know how that worked so badly. He had tried everything to get Gravis to tell him before, but he had been completely helpless. Yet, in his mind, as soon as Gravis offered the bet, he grew ecstatic. He would get to know Gravis' secrets without having to do anything or angering him. This was great. Also, it would feel like he would have won against Gravis, which would have felt great. Gravis had been the greatest source of frustration he had ever had. Yet, if Gravis won... "So," Gravis said slowly, "tell me, what will happen to me as soon as you hand me over to the Empress?" The Red King sighed again and looked at Gravis with a serious expression. What he was about to say will change the whole dynamic between him and Gravis. "The Empress has a fondness for special food, and you fulfill all these Shut up, you lying piece of shit," Gravis interrupted the Red King with a sneer. The Red King was shocked when he heard that. At first, he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Did he just get insulted by some lord? He would have never believed that a mere lord would insult him like that. This felt so surreal to him. "Lying?" the Red King asked in a threatening tone. "Yeah, lying," Gravis answered. The Red King was still taken aback. but he soon recovered. Then the Red King just laughed menacingly. "So that's it," the Red King said. "You aren't able to handle the truth and avert your eyes, dash." "No, you're just lying." Gravis interrupted him again. The Red King took another deep breath to calm down. Gravis' constant interruptions made his blood boil. "And what, pray tell, makes you think that I'm lying?" he asked with narrowed eyes. "For starters," Gravis said as he pointed at the Red King, "you objected to me calling you a liar but didn't object to me calling you a piece of shit. That's a pretty good indication that you're lying." The Red King's face transformed into a grimace. He hadn't even thought about that. "Additionally, if I would be killed in 5 years, you could just kill me now and freeze my body. Like this, you wouldn't need to fear me going for a walk. Also, you want power above everything else, and you sounded pretty convincing when you said that I would be your future enemy. This means that you know that I won't just die as soon as I arrive there. On top of that, such a powerful beast like the Empress wouldn't waste her valuable time with such nonsense. She has become this powerful by fighting for her life, time and time again. If she had such a weak mindset, she would be a lord on the fringes of the continent. Finally, when I said I would become your enemy in the future, you didn't show even the slightest reaction. If you knew that I would die, you would have had a self-satisfied smirk on your face. With your petty mindset, you wouldn't have been able to hide your mirth. So yeah, that's why you're a lying piece of shit," Gravis shouted. "I thought you had some self-respect. I thought you would think such mere deceptions to be beneath you." Then, Gravis' sneer intensified. "Oh, how wrong I was." The Red King's body shook in rage as he heard that tirade. He had never been this disrespected in his entire life. Xianxia. The sound of scales scratching on stone could be heard as Gravis stood up. "So, anyway, since you aren't ready to pay up, I think I'll go for a walk." The Red King took a deep breath to calm himself. "Okay, yes, I lied to you," he confessed with a grumbling tone. Gravis only looked at him evenly. The Red King took another deep breath. "I wanted to shock you and make you fearful of your life as a payback," he grumbled. "I would have told you the truth either way." Gravis huffed. "Oh, is that so?" he asked in a sarcastic tone. "Don't push it," the Red King threatened. Gravis just rolled his eyes. In truth, Gravis believed the claim that the Red King would have told him the truth later. Gravis already had a pretty good picture of the Red King's personality. Something as petty as that seemed to fit his mindset. "All right," Gravis said as he sat back down. "The truth, then." The Red King sighed as he felt a headache coming on. He only wanted to frustrate Gravis a bit to get one over him. But Gravis wouldn't even give him that. "You will be one of the Empress breeders," he said with a dejected tone. Gravis blinked a couple of times out of surprise. "Breeder?" he asked. "Yes, a breeder," the Red King repeated. "Your battle strength and body are shockingly powerful. The more powerful the parent, the better the offspring. Your battle strength is powerful enough that the offspring will take on your traits while receiving the nourishment from the Empress. This will produce a divine beast with your appearance and powers." Gravis was still taken aback by this turn of events. He had expected many things, but he didn't expect to become a child factory. He thought that he would maybe become some commander in her army or some trainer for some beasts. He had even considered being a slave. The Red King saw that Gravis remained silent and sighed again. "You really don't know how lucky you are," he said with some dejection. "So many beasts want to breed with my powerful Empress but can't because they are unworthy." "But I don't want to have any children yet," Gravis interjected. When the Red King heard that, his head shot up in confusion. "What do you mean by you don't want to have any offspring?" he asked in confusion. "I don't want to have any offspring," Gravis repeated. "I'm still not at the end of my journey, and creating offspring will create a new bond that will restrict me. What if I want to leave? I wouldn't be able to do that due to my responsibility and obligation towards my children. Having a child will only hinder me in my path to power." Even though Gravis explained his reasoning in great detail, the Red King only grew more and more confused. "What do you mean with, they will stand between you and your path to power? Also, we beasts don't much care for our offspring. The bond between parents and offspring isn't even as deep as the bond between one of my common soldiers and me. Well, I'm not like you, Gravis said. If I had a child, I would want to give it the best possible life. I couldn't rest easy or cultivate in peace if I didn't know that my child could be in danger. To me, a bond between a parent and a child is deeper than any bond in the world, Gravis explained. The Red King was still confused and looked at Gravis like he was a freak. You're really a strange beast, he commented. Even something as basic as this is different when it involves you. Then the Red King suddenly smiled victoriously. But you have revealed something new to me. Apparently, there's some common information that you don't know about. Then the Red King snickered. Oh, I want to see your face when you find out, he commented. Gravis furrowed his brows. What do you mean? I'm not going to tell you, the Red King said with a smirk as he turned around. Gravis grew a bit nervous when he heard that. Apparently, there was something that he didn't know about, and the fact that he didn't know that information delighted the Red King. Something like that couldn't be simple. Yet what could he do? Just like the Red King wasn't able to force Gravis into answering his questions, Gravis couldn't force the Red King. On top of that, Gravis was sure that the Red King would never tell him. Gravis had frustrated the Red King to no end by keeping information from him, and with the Red King's petty mindset, he would want to do the same thing to Gravis. The moment that Gravis had shown interest in that particular piece of information was the moment he was destined to never hear it from the Red King's mouth. Well, at least Gravis got to know what would be waiting for him in the future. Yet he didn't look forward to it at all. The situation with Cynthia was over, and Gravis went back to staring into space. Trying to comprehend laws was the only thing that could help him become stronger. Sadly, Gravis knew that he could understand some parts of some laws but wouldn't be able to fully grasp them without some kind of sudden comprehension or enlightenment. And most of those happened in perilous fights. The days stretched into months, which eventually stretched into years. Gravis just continued looking at the CMO and his surroundings in a trance as his fight with the level 5 Lord drew near. And before he knew it, the time for the fight had arrived. Today was the day Gravis' fight was supposed to take place. Gravis had already readied himself by putting on his emerald green armor and only waited for the Red King to bring his opponent to him. He wasn't sure where they would fight, but it would probably just be atop the Red King's abode. After some hours passed, Gravis felt a beast approach his spot. Normally, all beasts kept themselves away from the Red King's abode, since this wasn't a place where they were supposed to walk around. After all, the Red King held great pride in his power. Gravis inspected the beast and, sure enough, it was a level 5 lord. This would probably be his opponent. The beast was a 2-kilometer-long, silver bird. It looked quite sharp and fast but also had a certain amount of aggressiveness to it. Silver color, above average speed, powerful attack. Gravis thought as he had a weird expression on his face. Was the Red King serious? Your opponent has arrived, the Red King transmitted to Gravis as he left his abode and landed before Gravis. Some seconds later, the silver bird also landed on top of the abode. Yet, instead of concentrating on Gravis, it only bowed to its king. My king, the silver bird transmitted to the king in a deferential tone. Then it remained silent, as if it was waiting for orders. The Red King nodded to the bird in acknowledgement and turned to Gravis. This will be your opponent, he said to Gravis. The silver bird also heard these words and looked at Gravis with a mixture of skepticism, confusion, and insult. This was the reason why it had been called? It was supposed to fight some level 2 lord? Such a level 2 lord couldn't even be considered a snack to the silver bird. I would advise you to search for a different opponent, Gravis said to the Red King. The silver bird only sneered when it heard that. Gravis was already showing signs of fear in front of it. Yet what would that accomplish? This obviously wasn't a fight but an execution. Why else would it have been called to deal with a mere level 2 lord? The Red King narrowed his eyes. You said you wanted a level 5 lord, the Red King answered. Yes, Gravis said. But I want it to be an actual challenge. This bird won't even be able to launch an attack before I kill it. The silver bird felt shocked and insulted when it heard that. A mere level 2 lord was looking down on it? Silence, weakling, the silver bird shouted. How dare you disrespect Dash? Shut up, the Red King said. The silver bid immediately fell silent and didn't dare to utter another word. Then the Red King looked at Gravis again. Explain, he demanded. Gravis pointed at the bird. This bird has the lightning element, he said. So? The Red King asked. You don't know, but I have an unprecedented affinity towards lightning. The fact that my lightning is so powerful and that I can transform my body into lightning should give you an inkling. Any beast with the lightning affinity will die when confronted with me, no matter its power. This includes emperors, Gravis said evenly, like he was explaining the most obvious thing. Both the Red King and the Silver Bird were shocked by what they heard. Had this level 2 lord just said that he could kill an emperor? This wouldn't even be possible inside a dream. Yet the Silver Bird remained silent. The Red King had rebuked it once, and it wouldn't want to get rebuked again. Meanwhile, the Red King narrowed his eyes in thought as he looked down at the ground. Usually, he would throw such a ridiculous claim out of the window before the beast saying it could even finish their ridiculous boast. Yet Gravis was different. He had shown many peculiar things that appeared impossible. This could actually be true. However, the Red King didn't believe the emperor part. Gravis just had no idea how powerful an emperor was. That was why he was boasting so grandly. After some seconds, the Red King made his decision. I want to see it, he said. Gravis only lifted an eyebrow when he heard that. This will waste one of my tempering opportunities, Gravis said. The Red King sighed when he heard that. You're even more greedy than me, he said. You already understand 2 laws, and one of them is already more powerful than average laws. Gravis knew that the Red King was referring to his punishment lightning. Your battle strength is already unprecedented, and there is not a big difference between lords. The real difference in power only appears as soon as a beast becomes a king, the Red King explained. Additionally, you haven't had enough time to understand new laws. The law you learned last time showed the accumulation of all the wisdom you've acquired. You're not on the cusp of understanding a new law. I can feel that, the Red King said. Gravis furrowed his brows. How would you know? He asked. Beasts that are on the cusp of understanding a law have a certain type of aura around them. You can't distinguish this aura since you're too young. This feeling allows me to say with certainty that you won't be able to understand a new law right now. Gravis looked to the ground for a bit. Did I have this aura when I was fighting the Golden Dragon? The Red King nodded. Yes, you did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put you into such a suicidal fight. You were already outstanding enough as a present. Sacrificing you like this would have been a colossal waste. Gravis sighed when he heard that. Deep inside, he had already known that he wasn't ready to grasp a new law. He had spent years forging and had learned a ridiculous amount of information from his father about materials. This was the only reason why he had been able to understand this law so quickly. Yet, he hadn't had these kinds of advantages in regards to other laws. Everything else had to be gathered by him alone. So, even though Gravis had spent 3 entire years comprehending his surroundings and the CMO, he wasn't even close to understanding anything. Gravis had an excellent guide with the CMO, but the more he watched it, the more he understood how little he actually knew. All of this meant that Gravis would need to spend a lot of time comprehending laws. He had charged through the realms without a break, but now, time was catching up to him. Cultivation took longer and longer, the more one progressed on the path to power. Gravis had been able to shorten the time of the spirit-forming realm. Theoretically, he could also reach the nascent nourishing realm in a matter of hours, as long as he had enough food. Yet, at some point, he would be forced to comprehend laws, and that would take its time. Now that Gravis thought clearly, he also realized that his combat experience basically couldn't be increased anymore. There was only so much genius, creativity, and effectiveness that Gravis could use. Gravis couldn't increase the efficiency of his fighting style anymore. He had perfect control over his power, was incredibly good at dodging, and he had a tremendous amount of creativity and experience. There was nothing more that he could learn in regards to his body and fighting style. This showed Gravis the cruel reality. In order to increase his battle strength further, Gravis needed to comprehend laws. There was basically nothing else he could do. The only other thing would be to increase his will aura, but that required a perfect opponent. A level 5 lord would give him some tempering, but it wouldn't be that much. Gravis could sacrifice a part of his body and attack the opponent with a lightning crescent. His lightning was already 2.5 times more powerful than initially, and this would be enough to injure even a level 5 lord. This meant that he was in an awkward spot. Level 5 lords were slightly too weak, while level 1 kings were way too powerful. Even if Gravis became a level 3 lord, he still wouldn't have any chance against a level 1 king. He would at least need to become a level 4 lord. After remaining silent for half a minute, Gravis sighed. I don't like to admit it, but you're right. In regards to tempering, I'm in an awkward spot right now. Fighting a level 5 lord would give me some tempering, but not much. Gravis sighed again. Fine, he said. The Red King nodded and then turned to the Silver Bird. You two will be opponents. The winner gets to eat the loser. You can start whenever. The Silver Bird narrowed its eyes and looked at Gravis with bloodthirst. This beast had dared to disrespect it, its king and all emperors as a whole. It would enjoy killing Gravis. Meanwhile, Gravis felt down. The realization that he couldn't continue fighting and slaughtering his way to the top weighed heavy on his mind. Gravis only looked at the horizon with a melancholic expression as he realized that, in the future, there would be a lot of aimless and boring sitting around. He was not in the mood to fight. He had thought about a flashy and impressive way in which he could win the fight, but he just couldn't bother right now. This bird would die anyway, and who would even see his performance? The Red King? What was the point of impressing him? In Gravis' mind, the Red King was just a bird close to its death. The Red King had suppressed Gravis, and that had severely crossed his bottom line. Even if the Red King acted nice now, it changed nothing. So, what was the point of putting up a performance for some bird that would be dead in the near future? Before this fight started, one had to pay attention to a particular thing. That thing was that Gravis had never fought someone with the lightning element ever since he had reached the spirit-forming realm. In the core continent, all the lightning cultivators were part of the lightning sect, which had a close relationship to Gravis. The priests also hadn't had the lightning element. The closest enemy in the lower world to having a lightning affinity had been the lower heaven. Yet, it was more of a mix of all elements with lightning as its most powerful one. As for the middle world, Gravis had seen some beasts with a lightning affinity, but they had either been too weak to count as his opponent or had been part of his river tribe. This would be the first time he would fight someone with a lightning affinity after adapting his spirit to lightning. Bang! The Silver Bird leaped off the stone and started circling Gravis with crazy speeds. He planned to strike Gravis with a dive. He wouldn't be able to evade something like that. The fight would be over in no time. Gravis only sighed. Boom! And the Silver Bird exploded. No one could manipulate an element that had a will controlling it, except Gravis. Due to his unprecedented affinity towards lightning, he could control it wherever and whenever it was present. This included the body, dantian, and spirit of all living beings. Gravis hadn't been able to kill the lower heaven with that since it had isolated itself with that weird egg shield. If it hadn't, the fight with the lower heaven would have gone down exactly like this one. Of course, the lower heaven knew Gravis' powers, so it had taken precautions. Yet what of the beasts? Firstly, they didn't know his powers, and secondly, they didn't have the same powers as a heaven. Beasts with a lightning affinity were helpless in front of Gravis. He could kill all of them with merely a command. Gravis only needed to command the lightning inside of them to explode. This didn't even require him to use any of his powers since their own element would go against them and destroy them in the process. That was why Gravis could even kill emperors if they had a lightning affinity. He himself might be too weak to kill them, but their own power was easily enough. The Red King's eyes widened in shock. Did that bird just explode for no reason? Bzzz. The lightning consumed the corpse and shot at Gravis. In no time at all, Gravis absorbed all the lightning and powers of the dead bird. This was plenty enough for him to become a level 3 lord. Do you understand now? Gravis asked. The Red King looked at Gravis in shock. Gravis hadn't even moved, but he had killed a lord 3 whole levels higher than him. No one would even believe the Red King if he told them what had happened. Yet, the Red King wasn't stupid and had a lot of experience. He saw the power of the explosion and had also noticed that the lightning had been different from Gravis. He quickly concluded that Gravis had, somehow, taken control of the Silver Bird's lightning and had used it to kill the Silver Bird. The Red King also realized that, following this logic, as long as Gravis was able to release a thought, he would even be able to kill an emperor. He truly hadn't overestimated himself. This was the first time the Red King had felt a bit of fear towards Gravis. He was thanking all his lucky stars that he didn't have the lightning element. If he did, he would already be dead. Some minutes passed in which the Red King was still thinking about hypothetical scenarios while Gravis started growing. He was becoming a level 3 lord. The evolution only took a couple of minutes. And when he was done, Gravis' body had reached an impressive size of about 40 meters. Of course, such a size was only impressive when compared to cultivators. Gravis still counted as one of the smallest lords. "You're really the perfect counter to anyone using lightning," the Red King commented as soon as Gravis was done evolving. "It's just a side effect of choosing my path," Gravis said. This was true. After all, Gravis' goal was countering heaven, not other lightning cultivators. "What is your path?" the Red King asked. "I'm not telling," Gravis said. And with that, the Red King's frustration returned. Another thing that he wanted to know desperately was added to the pile. Sadly, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get a satisfactory answer from Gravis. The Red King grumbled a bit and then looked at Gravis one last time. "We'll be leaving in around 2 years," he said before he entered his abode. Meanwhile, Gravis sighed again as he looked at the sky. "I have no idea what law I should concentrate on," he thought. "I gained some insights into various things, but nothing that could come even close to an actual law. The only direction I have is the life law with the CMO as a guide." Then Gravis looked at the ground. "But what then? When I comprehend a life law, what am I supposed to comprehend next? I only have an affinity towards lightning, but it's difficult to comprehend something I can't observe. I already know everything about my own lightning, which makes observing it meaningless. I wonder, is this how everyone feels? Cultivators probably have a law that is very compatible with them, and they can focus on comprehending that. Yet, as soon as they comprehend it, they will probably also be aimless." Gravis sighed another time, something he had been doing quite often today. Cultivation really isn't easy. Gravis stewed in his melancholy for a couple of hours until he shook his head wildly. "If everyone goes through this, I can as well. I only need to comprehend and understand one thing at a time. At some point, I will have accumulated enough to actually comprehend a new law. Anyway," Gravis thought as he summoned a ton of ore, "I should first forge a more powerful armor." Gravis' melancholy vanished as soon as he concentrated on forging more powerful armor. 2 more years passed in which Gravis simply tried to comprehend anything. By now, he had stayed 5 full years in the Red Kingdom. He had never been in one spot basically doing nothing for such a long time before. In the lower world, he had always changed environments and learned new things. Even the entire rise and fall of the River Tribe had only taken a bit less than a year. So, 5 years felt like an eternity to him. Yet, it only felt like an eternity when compared to his earlier life. In truth, the time actually passed rather quickly for him. In the beginning, every day had felt like forever, but as soon as he got used to ignoring everything else, time seemed to pass much faster. Gravis had always been on edge, trying to put himself into as much danger as possible in order to not fall behind. This was the first time Gravis was basically forced to only wait. Was it a bad thing? Gravis wasn't entirely sure. He just didn't have enough information to make an informed decision on that. For once, the absence of pressure had, ironically, put Gravis under more pressure. He felt like while he was just sitting here, other cultivators went through one life and death fight after the other. Only sitting here made him feel like he was falling behind. Yet, Gravis also realized that this was only his own ambition talking. In truth, other cultivators also needed to just sit down and comprehend their laws. At some point, everyone would have developed their own fighting style to the peak. So, Gravis tried to change his mindset regarding tempering. Tempering no longer gave him any combat experience. He was already able to foresee nearly all of his opponent's attacks, and fighting more wouldn't increase that skill any further. Now, it was all about the laws. Gravis was sure that the cultivators all concentrated on their laws as long as they reached his power. Gravis was wrong. Cultivators and beasts at his realm generally weren't even close to finalizing their perfect fighting style. Gravis had gone through more crises than nearly every other cultivator and beast at his level. In the Unity realm, comprehending a law was a luxury. Very, very few cultivators and beasts in the Unity realm had the chance of comprehending a law. After all, the Unity realm wasn't a realm where one was supposed to comprehend a law. Comprehending laws came much later generally. Cultivators would only start looking at laws as soon as they reached the later stages of the nascent nourishing realm. After all, in order to reach the law comprehension realm, one needed to have understood at least one law. Without that, they wouldn't be able to reach the law comprehension realm. At that point, everything would focus on laws. Gravis simply reached this step much sooner. He was already focusing his eyes entirely on the laws while being inside the Unity realm. Yet, was that a good thing? Usually, one would say that it was a good thing. After all, Gravis would have had much more time to comprehend laws. Yet, that mindset was wrong. The reason for that was longevity. Someone in the Unity realm could already grow to be 1,000 years old. If someone comprehended a law in 10 years and reached the nascent nourishing realm while another cultivator needed 500 years to accomplish the same thing, would that make a difference? In truth, it made no difference because, in the end, both of them would have comprehended one law and would be in the same realm. Many geniuses often argued that being able to comprehend a law faster would allow them to remain young. Yet what was the point of that? As soon as someone reached the spirit-forming realm, the dulling of the mind via age had already vanished. An old man near his dying bed could comprehend just as much as a youngster. Arguments like these were only spoken by the geniuses to give them a sense of superiority. In their mind, reaching supreme power was a sprint, when, in actuality, reaching supreme power was an ultra-long-distance marathon. Being faster in the beginning made no difference. When running such incredible distances, it was more about actually reaching the goal instead of having a good time. Old Man Lightning was an excellent example of this fact. He had remained at his level for over 100 years. Yet, he still had an amazing battle strength and managed to ascend. The only difference between him and other Unity realm cultivators was their remaining longevity. Old Man Lightning only had less than 800 years left, while others had more than 900. Yet, no one needed 800 years to reach the nascent nourishing realm. This was such a large time frame that everyone willing to risk their lives would easily reach it. After that, the longevity would only increase, and in no time at all, Old Man Lightning would count as one of the young people again. Because of all these factors, comprehending laws in the Unity realm only helped with the current battle strength, identical to having a powerful will aura. It gave a momentary advantage, but if one couldn't keep building on it, they would lose that advantage very quickly. Sadly, Gravis knew most of these things, but not all of them, which was why he had made the wrong conclusion regarding other cultivators. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter what other cultivators did. It was all about one's own power. All in all, tempering oneself every week or tempering oneself once every decade made no difference, as long as the realm didn't progress faster. Cultivators and beasts had enough time to waste. Of course, that was only true up to a certain point. When one reached the point when someone needed to comprehend laws, the time frame of tempering became important again. One should never forget that every tempering experience came with a risk of death. There needed to be a worthwhile reward to make taking the risk worth it. If one crazily tempered themselves, they would only increase their will aura, while the comprehension of a law would only increase by a slight bit. Yet, if one tempered themselves after accumulating a lot of understanding, one might be able to understand a new law. Therefore, taking more time between tempering was actually way better than doing it constantly. Gravis was now only beginning to understand this concept. He had some inklings about the truth, but his tempering crazy mindset made it hard to accept. It just felt too different. After these 5 years of comprehension, Gravis managed to grasp some things, but nothing really conclusive. He still remembered how it felt when he had been close to understanding the law regarding the materials of the middle world. Right now, he didn't have this feeling at all. Back then, he felt like he was so close to understanding something. It felt like there was something there, and he just needed some type of breakthrough to understand it. This feeling was wholly absent right now, even for any of the life laws. Gravis sighed as he realized that today would be the day when the Red King would bring him to the Empress. 5 years. He had spent 5 years here, continually comprehending as much of the world as possible. Yet what had he gained? In Gravis' mind, he felt like he had gained nothing. Yes, he understood some things, but was that really worth it to waste 5 entire years of his life? Gravis had been so used to just smashing through the realms, and when the cruel reality hit him, it hit him harder than any other cultivator. Gravis was special in regards to his spirit, energy, and body. Gravis was also special in regards to his will aura and fighting style. Yet, Gravis wasn't special in regards to laws. When it came to laws, he was just as aimless and slow as everyone else. "You ready?" the Red King suddenly asked Gravis, bringing him out of his thoughts. Gravis looked at the mountain on which he had sat for years now. Yet, he didn't have any sentimental attachments to the mountain. This wasn't his home, and the Red Kingdom wasn't a place where he wanted to stay. Xianxia. Gravis slowly stood up and stretched himself for the first time in 2 years. "Let's go," he said evenly without motivation. The Red King nodded when he heard Gravis answer. "This time, I won't carry you since some other beasts might think I'm your servant." "I don't mind," Gravis answered. "Also, it would be better for you not to transform into lightning. I want that to be a surprise for the Empress," the Red King advised. Gravis rolled his eyes. "Fine. I don't see the point of that, but take my acceptance as some sort of parting gift. After all, the last 5 years weren't as bad as I had initially believed." The Red King groaned. "You really don't know how lucky you are. Do you honestly believe that a breeder of the Empress would be held in some confined room or something? You will just join her empire with a distinguished status. This means you can do whatever you want." When Gravis heard that, his brows furrowed. "That really is different than I had expected. Does it mean I can also leave if I want?" The Red King nodded immediately, surprising Gravis. This was completely different from what he had expected. Gravis thought that he would be some kind of breeding slave. Yet, if he so chose, he could simply leave the empire? "Wait, you're serious?" he asked. The Red King sighed. "Yes, that's why I said you don't know how good you'll have it. The only rules that bind you are the rules that every member of the empire has to follow. No one will suppress you." "So," Gravis said slowly, "I could also choose not to join the empire if I wanted to?" "Sure," the Red King answered directly and calmly. "I'll get my reward either way. However, I'm very convinced that you will stay." The Red King motioned for Gravis to follow him after he said that. Then he started flying towards the north. Gravis followed him and used his full speed without transforming into lightning. The Red King simply looked at how fast Gravis was flying and adapted his speed to Gravis. "Why do you think I would want to join someone else's empire?" Gravis asked. "Because the rules in an empire are different than the rules in a tribe. Do you honestly think that an empire led by an emperor wouldn't know how to create powerful beasts? The empires are set up to produce as many powerful beasts as possible," the Red King explained. "I know the rules of your river tribe, and the rules in the empire aren't much different, though there are a few more. For example, you can't just randomly kill a beast on your realm. In comparison to the rules you've created in the empire, it requires both parties to agree," the Red King explained. Gravis thought about this for a bit. "Then, as soon as I've proven my strength, I wouldn't be able to challenge other beasts that easily anymore?" The Red King hummed for a bit, which sounded surprisingly melodic. Gravis guessed that this was because he was a bird, and birds had a particular talent to sound nice. "It depends," the Red King answered. "On?" Gravis asked. "Whom you challenge," the Red King said. "Some beasts 2 levels higher than you certainly won't accept the challenge as soon as they have seen your power. However, A beast 3 levels higher might accept the challenge for tempering. Another thing would be a fight for status. Since everything depends on power, including status, you might get some beasts that want to replace you as a breeder. Of course, these challenges follow different rules. An average beast 3 levels higher than you obviously wouldn't be worthy of being the Empress breeder, even if he managed to kill you. In order to challenge your status, a beast would need to fulfill the initial requirement of the Empress and then have the same level and realm as you, the Red King explained. Gravis sighed. Sounds like a waste of time, he commented. The Red King scoffed. If any other beast heard these words coming out of your mouth, they would believe you have your head up your own ass. Every potential candidate for a breeder position is outstanding, the Red King said in annoyance. Gravis only looked at him with his typical even look. After some seconds, the Red King groaned. But yes, it would be a waste of time for you, at least at your current realm. If you can't learn any new laws, sooner or later, the candidates will come for you. I know, Gravis said. All my battle strength is only temporary. If I don't stay at the forefront, I will sooner or later become average. However, that wasn't entirely true. Gravis still had his unique status as the only human and was, therefore, the only one able to shift his body's powers around. This fact alone already guaranteed him the power to fight one level above himself. One should remember that being able to fight one level higher than oneself was very impressive in normal circumstances. Yet, this wouldn't even be considered as meeting the requirements to become a candidate for the Empress. After all, the Empress was in the law comprehension realm, which made her one of the world's most powerful beasts. She would only consider the very best of the world as potential mates. Right now, Gravis was probably the most powerful beast on his level. Yet, there were a lot of incredible beasts out there. For example, Gravis had heard that there were divine beasts able to fight 2 levels above themselves. This was already very impressive. Right now, Gravis was the strongest, but as soon as he relaxed, these impressive beasts would overtake him. This had already been the case when he had reached the Unity realm again. One should remember that Gravis had had some issues with dealing with level 3 lords when he had been a level 1 lord. Back then, his battle strength had been just as powerful as these impressive divine beasts. Only after the fight with the Golden Dragon had Gravis' battle strength grown to this degree. Of course, another aspect was the soft breakthroughs of his lightning, which allowed him to grow more powerful without reaching the next level. Because of all these things, Gravis knew that he couldn't relax. He had to stay at the forefront and concentrate on understanding laws. These candidates might not be a threat to him right now, but they might become a threat in the future. Yet, instead of fearing such fights, Gravis welcomed them. Finally, he felt some pressure again. The threat of these candidates would push him forward to become more powerful. The more Gravis heard about the Empire, the more he liked it. This sounded like a great place to temper himself. Yet, the breeding part still weighed heavily on his mind since he really had no interest in making children right now. Also, he held no attraction towards beasts. He preferred humans. It actually sounds quite nice, Gravis commented. That's why I said that you were lucky. There are also places in the Empire that allow you to easier comprehend laws, the Red King said. Gravis immediately grew interested when he heard that. There are? He asked. The Red King nodded. Yes. Of course, you can't just go there for free even with your future status. You need to earn contribution points, he explained. Gravis hummed for a bit. Let me guess. I can only get contribution points by fighting against sea beasts, correct? He asked. The Red King nodded. That's right. The war with the sea beasts is continually ongoing, and it is the duty of every land beast to join the war. Yet, without enough enticement, most beasts wouldn't want to go. That's where these special areas for laws come into play. Gravis actually didn't mind this development. To him, there was no difference between killing land beasts and sea beasts. Joining a war or invasion might also give him some tempering. To him, the condition was a win-win. By the way, how will this whole thing with the Empress go down? Gravis asked. I will present her to you, she will inspect you, and then she will test you. Of course, this isn't just a private meeting between us, but a regular meeting with the other subservient kings. Nearly every king will have a candidate prepared for this. Usually, there would be one spot on a podium, and the candidates can challenge the beast on the podium until every beast had had a chance to fight. However, I think that this won't happen today. After all, you far outclass any candidate that might appear, the Red King explained. Gravis had no more questions after this one. Staying in the Empire actually sounded way better than he had assumed. He might even decide to go there without the Red King forcing him to. Sadly, the whole breeding thing still laid heavily on his mind. Gravis and the Red King traveled for a couple of hours. The Red King was many times faster than Gravis and probably could have already arrived at their destination, but due to him adjusting his speed to Gravis, they hadn't even left the area of the Red Kingdom. After these couple of hours, they finally managed to reach the edge of the Red Kingdom, and the Red King suddenly stopped. This is the border between my kingdom and the Empire. Luckily for you, my kingdom is directly beside the Empire, which makes this whole journey much faster and easier. As soon as we approach the border, some guards will come to us. Just remain silent and don't say anything. I'll handle the talking, the Red King said. Gravis nodded. I have no reason to go against you right now. In the future, we will have our fight. Sowing problems for you now would just be petty. The Red King felt a mixture of emotions when he heard Gravis' words. On the one hand, he was quite relieved about the fact that Gravis agreed to remain silent. But on the other hand, Gravis had reminded him again that he wanted to kill him. This part made him feel more disdain and a bit of aggression towards him. Of course, that was just the Red King's battle intent. The Red King nodded. Good, he said. Then they flew towards the border again but slower. A couple of minutes later, some beasts came charging at them with impressive speeds. Gravis felt the power of them as soon as they reached his spirit sense, which had grown to a radius of 40 kilometers by now. One of them was a level 2 king while the rest were level 5 lords. Welcome, Red King. The leader of the guards shouted. Is it time for the regular meeting again? He asked. The leader of the guards was a blue snake, making Gravis wonder why he was meeting so many snakes in this world. The Red King nodded. Yes, he simply answered. He didn't even greet the guard. However, that was to be expected. After all, power was everything, and it didn't matter that this guard was part of a stronger organization. In terms of personal power, the Red King could sneeze this king to death. The guard also didn't mind. He was probably used to the Red King's conduct and then moved his attention to Gravis. The leader of the guards looked at Gravis with judging eyes. Any beast had an innate sense of power and superiority, which other beasts could feel. Gravis felt the king's superiority reaching out to him, which made him lift one of his eyebrows in a questioning look. This king was nearly a whole realm above Gravis, and such a display would weaken the fighting intent of any weaker beast. This wasn't the first time Gravis had been in such a situation. Back then, when Gravis had been ready for his final practical exam, Fornius had also used his will aura to suppress Gravis. This situation was very similar to back then. Yet, Gravis had grown way more powerful, and even the Red King wasn't able to make Gravis react in any way. So, in the end, this whole display of power went past Gravis like it didn't even happen. His only reaction was a calm, questioning gaze. Gravis simply looked into the eyes of the king like he was asking what he was doing. This surprised the king quite a bit. He felt a bit of respect for Gravis due to his resistance to his pressure, but he also felt some disdain, which was quite contradictory. The king was way more powerful than him, and by not reacting, Gravis had basically shown that he didn't acknowledge his power. Who? The king said with an impressed tone. You found quite a good one this time, but I'm also a bit surprised. I thought you wanted to bring your disciple. He died, the Red King commented nonchalantly. If it were his disciple in Gravis' shoes, the Red King might have intervened. However, the Red King knew Gravis, and he also knew that not even he could intimidate him. All in all, he didn't even care about this guard's disrespect towards him. My condolences, the guard said. Of course, this was only meant to mock the Red King. Everyone knew that this guard didn't give a shit about the Red King's disciple. Can we go now? The Red King asked in annoyance. The king looked at Gravis again, but this time, Gravis didn't even react at all. He simply looked past the king with his usual even look. The guard huffed. Okay, you can pass, the guard said. You know where the mountain is. Please don't go anywhere else. Sure, the Red King said. Then all the beasts went back to their earlier positions while the Red King and Gravis continued their journey. After some minutes, Gravis looked at the Red King. Was this some kind of test? No, that guy is just an ass, the Red King said. If I were part of the Empire, I would just massacre this guard. Sadly, if I did that now, it would be seen as a betrayal towards the Empire. As soon as Gravis heard that this was no test, he immediately lost interest. Because of that, no follow-up questions came from him. After this brief intermission, the two beasts traveled for nearly 3 days. The Empire was way bigger than Gravis had estimated previously. He had to fly with his full speed for over 3 days just to reach the center of the territory. One had to remember that Gravis was already a level 3 lord with his speed nearing the level of a level 4 lord. After these 3 days, the two finally arrived at their destination. The beasts became much more powerful, and Gravis couldn't even feel the power of a single one of them. This meant that all of them were probably at least level 5 kings, which surprised Gravis quite a bit. Normally, an emperor shouldn't have so many level 5 kings, right? After all, they were pretty rare. This gave Gravis the suspicion that the Empress wasn't weak, even in comparison to other emperors. Gravis also guessed that there were probably also some emperors among the beasts he had seen. Impressive, isn't it? The Red King asked with a smirk. Gravis nodded. How powerful is the Empress? He asked. The Red King only smirked when he heard that question. She's a level 3 Empress. Quite powerful, right? He asked. Gravis narrowed his eyes. He had already expected something like this after he had witnessed the power of the surrounding beasts. A level 3 emperor would be in the middle law comprehension realm. 3 more breakthroughs and she would ascend. This really was near the peak of this world. Right now, Gravis felt like he was out of his depth. In the lower world, he had always resided in areas appropriate for his level. Yet now, he was already in an area with the most powerful beings in the world, while his journey in this world had just begun. Suppose one compared the current power dynamic with the power dynamic of the lower world. In that case, Gravis could count as someone in the middle of the body-tempering realm while the surrounding emperors were all in the spirit-forming realm. It was like Gravis was already inside the core continent while still being in the body-tempering realm. We're here, the Red King said, interrupting Gravis' thoughts. Gravis looked forward and saw the most massive mountain he had ever seen in his entire life. From his current position, it simply looked like a wall that split the world apart. The appearance of this massive mountain reminded Gravis of the time he had seen the walls of Opposer City. The mountain easily reached beyond the clouds. Gravis grew surprised when he realized that his spirit sense didn't even reach far enough to see the top of the mountain. This meant that this mountain was over 40 kilometers tall. Gravis also noticed another detail, which made him even more surprised. This absolutely gigantic mountain was made entirely out of materials in the law comprehension rank. Gravis wasn't able to feel or study these materials with his current realm, but he recognized the materials due to their appearance and properties. After all, Gravis had learned about every available material in the Middle Worlds. Welcome to the Mountain of Pride, the Red King said to Gravis with a smirk. When Gravis heard the name of the mountain, he felt his insides shake. For some reason, he felt a resonance coming from the mountain when he heard that name, which was something he hadn't felt before. For some seconds, Gravis remained silent as he took in this feeling. The Red King noticed Gravis' reaction and smirked. Yet, he didn't say anything to bring Gravis out of his thoughts. Some beasts had this sort of reaction when they saw the mountain and heard its name. Gravis felt like the mountain became even more powerful in his vision. To him, the mountain felt like it was sending out an aura of absolute hegemony. It was like this mountain was showing him that no one would ever be able to suppress it. Felt like the mountain would stay here forever. Some beasts feel this resonance, the Red King said after some minutes. He had already seen that Gravis had somewhat recovered, which was why he continued speaking now. Gravis looked to the Red King. What does this mean? He asked. The Red King smirked a bit. It means you have a chance of comprehending the law of pride in the future. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Law of pride? Something like that exists? He asked. The Red King nodded. Emotions are part of the world, and therefore have their own rules. So, you can also understand them and use the laws associated with them. Gravis thought about this for a bit. The fact that emotions could also take the form of a law was something he hadn't expected. He had thought laws were more like the natural workings of the world. He didn't think that something as elusive and personal as emotions could also have laws associated with them. Of course, Gravis noticed something else. This mountain is not natural, is it? He asked. The Red King nodded. The Empress has spent countless years and countless resources to create this mountain. She knew that she was close to understanding pride but was just missing the last realization to understand it. So, she decided to create the most powerful and most imposing mountain in the world. It took countless years to complete it, but when she managed it, she also felt this feeling. Yet, her viewpoint is vastly different from ours. We can only look at the mountain from here and witness its magnificence. Yet, the Empress is the owner of this mountain. It belongs to her, and she has created it. Witnessing such a display of pride and power is different from realizing that this incredible display of power belongs to you and is, therefore, below you. When the Empress witnessed the power of her mountain, she finally realized the full law of pride. After all, her pride must be grander than the pride of this mountain. The Red King finished explaining. So you don't need to fight someone to the death to understand a law, Gravis commented. Of course not, the Red King said. It's all about your personal understanding. A life and death fight puts you under immense pressure and forces your mind to work as hard as never before. Yet, that is not necessary to understand a law. After all, if your mind is already powerful enough to understand the law, it doesn't need the help of a fight. All in all, you could say that a real fight is an extraordinary stimulus, but it's not necessary. It's just a tremendous help, the Red King explained. Gravis remained silent as he looked at the mountain some more. We still have a couple of days until the meeting, the Red King said from the side. We will remain at the foot of the mountain for now. Without the explicit consent of the Empress, no one is allowed to step foot on this mountain. It symbolizes her pride, and therefore herself. Gravis remained silent as he simply stared at the mountain. The Red King didn't mind since he had already expected something like this. Most beasts would fall into a trance when witnessing the mountain for the first time. So, the Red King simply flew to the ground and waited for the time of the meeting. Some days passed, and Gravis noticed more beasts appearing in his surroundings. He was able to feel the power of most of them, but some were still too powerful for him to sense. The ones whose power he was able to sense were all level 4 kings, which allowed Gravis to confirm that he could feel the power of level 4 kings but not level 5 kings. Hello, Red King. Weren't you supposed to bring some golden dragon or something to this meeting? A voice appeared from the side suddenly. Gravis looked over and saw 2 beasts. One of them was a water buffalo, just a bit taller than the Red King's current small body. Gravis wasn't able to feel the buffalo's power, but he was pretty sure that this was a level 5 king. Behind the water buffalo was some kind of lizard, which looked different from the usual lizards that Gravis had met. Gravis had learned a lot about beasts, and he was sure that this kind of lizard was called a monitor lizard. In comparison to the water buffalo, this brown monitor lizard was much bigger. It was probably around 800 meters long. Yet, in comparison to beasts of its same power, it was still relatively small. This monitor lizard was a level 4 lord. Gravis was pretty sure that the water buffalo was another affiliated king of the Empress and that the monitor lizard was his candidate. What's it to you, Buffalo? The Red King answered neutrally. Well, I'm just interested in your candidate. I want to know why you decided to replace your previous one, the water buffalo said with a calm voice. In comparison to the Red King, the water buffalo sounded completely different. When the Red King talked, his voice directly showed his emotions. His voice radiated the pride of his power and showed his disdain towards others clearly. Many humans would think of the Red King as an arrogant asshole when they heard his voice just once, but beasts were different. Beasts were straightforward and weren't the biggest fans of schemes. Of course, there were some exceptions to that rule. Shira was a good example of an exception. So, when the Red King talked, they only felt it natural that he was showing his superiority. After all, he was stronger than most beasts. Yet, in comparison to the Red King, the water buffalo sounded calm and reticent. He sounded like some kind of hermit elder that kept himself away from the ongoings of the world. Of course, Gravis noticed that there was a flaw in this logic. After all, if the water buffalo were some hermit, he wouldn't be here with a candidate of his own. My old candidate died, the Red King answered evenly, his voice showing his disregard for the water buffalo. Oh, my condolences, the water buffalo said with his calm voice. So you had to find the next best thing. Seems like you won't get the reward this time, he said with compassion. Gravis guessed that the water buffalo didn't mean these words. Yet, for some reason, Gravis couldn't be entirely sure. You sound like you're sure of your victory, buffalo, the Red King said in disregard. The water buffalo grinned in a sheepish manner, making Gravis lift an eyebrow. This didn't seem like how a level 5 king would typically act. I think I have a pretty good shot this time, he said with a smile. If other kings heard these words, they might become interested in the monitor lizard and investigate it. But the Red King simply didn't care. There was no way that a more outstanding beast than Gravis was present here. The water buffalo saw the Red King's disinterest in the monitor lizard and misinterpreted it. In his mind, the Red King's disregard showed that he had already given up. He was simply here to make up the numbers. Why else would he not care about a powerful enemy of his candidate? Due to the Red King's conduct, the water buffalo never paid any attention to Gravis. The Red King was showing the weakness of his candidate with his conduct. Well, it was nice talking to you. I'm going to say hello to the others. Wish you luck anyway, the water buffalo said with a smile. Then, he flew away without waiting for a goodbye from the Red King because he knew that no goodbye would come out from his mouth. Some seconds after the water buffalo left, Gravis looked at the Red King. I guess you two are not on the best of terms? Gravis asked. The Red King snorted. You're lucky that you're my candidate. If any other beast pushed their nose into my affairs, I would kill them directly. Gravis just looked evenly at the Red King. What's with this pointless show of strength? Gravis asked. The Red King took a deep breath to calm down. He hated it when Gravis directly called him out whenever he just wanted to feel superior due to his power. The Red King simply wanted to release some steam by threatening someone and showing his power. Yet, Gravis didn't even allow him that small solace. The Red King released a sigh. No, it's not like that, he answered. The buffalo meant everything he said. He genuinely feels bad for the death of my disciple. You could call him a genuinely nice guy, and that wouldn't be wrong. And that's why I hate him, the Red King said. Gravis was a bit surprised by the Red King's words, and he also realized why he hadn't fully believed that the water buffalo was a false snake. Apparently, the water buffalo had been sincere in his words and had actually meant what he said. Usually, Gravis would talk to the Red King more about his dislike for the buffalo since he was pretty sure of the reason why the Red King disliked the water buffalo, even though the water buffalo was kind in nature. Gravis was also sure that the Red King didn't even know the reason himself. Yet, since Gravis viewed the Red King as his enemy, he saw no sense in trying to convince him. How did Gravis know the reason for the Red King's dislike even though the Red King didn't know it himself? The reason for that was that Gravis had been in a similar situation in his past. Back in the core continent, Gravis had thought kindness to be a weakness. He had looked down upon the Freya clan due to their kind nature and thought it to be a defeatist attitude. Yet Joyce had shown him that he had been wrong. Gravis had thought of them as weak because he hadn't been willing to confront the emotional pain that kindness brought with it. After all, if Gravis helped others and something happened to them, Gravis would feel pain. The Red King had a similar attitude towards the water buffalo for the same reason. The Red King tried to justify his cruelness and willingness to sacrifice everything for power by believing kind beasts to be weak. After all, if kind beasts were able to reach the top, then why had he sacrificed so much? Admitting that kindness could also result in power would force him to acknowledge that there was a better path to power. Of course, Gravis didn't believe himself to be a kind person. He knew that he had killed a lot of innocents due to his feud with the lower heaven. Such a person couldn't be considered kind. Yet, Gravis acknowledged that there were many paths to power, some of which didn't require one to sacrifice all feelings of empathy. This was the difference between the Red King and him. The Red King believed that his path was the only one to power, while Gravis knew that his path was only one of many. Of course, the word power in path to power refers to different levels of strength depending on who said it. It was very possible that only one path led to the absolute top, which was the opposer's level, but for the current horizons of this world, one could say that many paths lead to power. Usually, Gravis would have told the Red King all these things, but he didn't bother since he viewed him as an enemy. Instead, as soon as he heard that the water buffalo genuinely meant everything he said, Gravis simply stopped caring. It wasn't important what the Red King thought of the water buffalo. It was only important what Gravis thought of him. Another day passed in which a lot of new beasts arrived. Some of them greeted the Red King, while others simply ignored him. The Red King didn't care about any of them, judging by his conduct towards them. The next day, no new beasts arrived. Gravis guessed that they were probably very close to the time of the meeting. No beast would want to come late to a meeting with the Empress since that would be a sign of disrespect. Sure enough, in the evening of the next day, the Red King suddenly looked at the mountain. "It's time," he said. "Follow behind me." The Red King, as well as all the other gathered beasts, flew towards the mountain. They didn't dare to fly very fast, but they still reached it in a matter of seconds. "Your candidate is not a divine beast," a voice suddenly said from Gravis' front. Without him noticing, a white, silverish ape with a long beard had appeared in front of them. He was only around 2 meters tall, but Gravis had already learned that size meant nothing to kings and emperors. Gravis also noticed that, for the first time, the Red King suppressed his own pride and lowered his head. Due to the Red King's conduct, Gravis was pretty sure of the White Ape's power. The Red King had ignored the emperors that they had passed, but he had completely suppressed his pride in front of this beast. The Empress probably wouldn't have another level 3 emperor among her following, which meant that this White Ape was probably a level 2 emperor. "Greetings, Grand Elder," the Red King said politely. "Yes, my candidate is not a divine beast." The White Ape looked at Gravis, but no feeling of superiority washed over Gravis' body. The White Ape held his superiority back probably because he feared that he would influence the competition of the candidates. "You know the rules," the White Ape said after turning back to the Red King. "I do," the Red King said politely. "You're willing to bet your life?" the White Ape asked. "I am," the Red King answered immediately. The White Ape looked at Gravis again, turned back to the Red King, and nodded. "All right," he said. Then he seemingly vanished before Gravis' eyes. Gravis was sure that beasts inside the law comprehension realm weren't able to teleport. This meant that the White Ape's speed was just too fast for him to comprehend. Yet, Gravis had felt something interesting while the White Ape had been there. Gravis had felt the powerful lightning inside the White Ape's body. If he so wanted, Gravis could have killed the White Ape then and there. Gravis smirked slightly. "Don't do anything stupid," the Red King transmitted to Gravis. "Just for your info, the Empress has a water affinity." The Red King said this to dissuade Gravis from killing the White Ape. If Gravis believed that the Empress also had a lightning affinity, he might do something unexpected. "I'm not some brainless brute," Gravis answered evenly. "Just because you can kill someone doesn't mean that you should do it. A good example would be our relationship right now." The Red King wanted to groan, but he stopped himself. He didn't want to appear disrespectful while being on the mountain of pride. "Also, what was that about betting your life?" Gravis asked. The Red King wanted to huff but stopped himself for the same reason. "We are only allowed to bring beasts that can confidently win against beasts one level higher than them. Just being able to fight such a beast wouldn't be enough," the Red King explained. "If I were to bring a beast that can barely win against another beast one level higher than them, I would have disrespected the Empress' orders. Thus, I would pay with my life." Gravis lifted an eyebrow. "And you have no problem with putting your life in my hands?" Gravis asked. The Red King transmitted a short chuckle but remained expressionless on the outside. "Our lives are intertwined right now," If I die, you die as well. What if I wanted to take my revenge due to your suppression? Gravis asked. Who's the one pointlessly flaunting his power now? The Red King transmitted with a sarcastic tone. If you were such a beast, I wouldn't have taken you with me. What makes you so sure? Gravis asked. Because of your confidence in your power, the Red King answered. If you had no confidence in reaching my level, you would believe that you would never be able to realize your revenge. In that case, you might just sacrifice your life to take me down with you. Yet, you're sure that you will kill me in the future, the Red King transmitted. In your mind, sacrificing your life to take out mine would be stupid. After all, you believe that you will become more powerful than me. Gravis remained silent for some seconds. Pretty accurate, Gravis said after that. After that, all conversation stopped between them since they had nothing to talk about anymore. In a couple of seconds, all the beasts reached the top of the mountain, which, surprisingly, was flat. There was no peak or anything, and it almost looked like someone had cut off the upper third of the mountain. The beasts landed at the edge of the plateau and split apart. The kings flew to the front while the candidates remained behind them. The Red King had also told Gravis to just stay in the back. Yet, Gravis paid more attention to something else. Right now, Gravis' full attention was on the Empress, sitting on the other side of the mountain top. It was currently dusk, and the last light of the sun appeared behind the massive throne of the Empress. The seat itself was relatively small, only about 2 meters wide, but the throne itself stretched over 100 meters into the sky. On top of this throne sat the Empress. She had a long, snake-like body with ocean blue scales covering it. Her lower body had no legs, which wasn't surprising for such a snake-like body, but her upper body was completely different from what Gravis had expected. The Empress had a very human-like upper body, which surprised him. Her upper body had 2 arms, shoulders, a waist, and a chest. Yet, in comparison to human women, she lacked the additional weight on the chest. That was probably because the additional weight would only serve as a hindrance in a fight. Her face also looked similar to a human's, but she had no hair. Instead, she had some black spines going along her head, which stretched nearly all the way to her tail. Gravis was so surprised about her appearance because a human body generally wasn't seen as very effective regarding combat. Yes, she had her 2 arms that could help her use weapons and tools, but they could be longer for combat efficiency. All in all, Gravis found several things that could be improved. Yet, exactly that was what surprised him. Someone as powerful as the Empress should be able to see these deficiencies. So why did she choose this particular body? Gravis saw no advantage in having a human-like upper body if it wasn't paired with the other strengths of a human, like powerful legs for acceleration. A human-like upper body with a snake-like lower body created several problems in regards to speed and acceleration. Sure, a snake body was flexible, but if one weren't fast enough to make use of this flexibility, it would all be wasted. There must be a reason for her to choose this kind of human-like appearance, Gravis thought. This can't be pure coincidence. Right now, the Empress had her eyes closed, but not for long. Soon after everyone stopped moving around, the Empress opened her snake-like eyes and looked upon her visitors. Gravis felt an incredible feeling of pride wash over him, and it became incredibly hard for him to remain rational. His feelings told him that she was superior. His feelings told him that nothing could possibly kill such a powerful being. Gravis activated his will aura but kept it only around his body. Like this, no one else would be able to know what he was doing. This was close, Gravis thought with some nervousness. Her pride has nearly infected me. It almost made me believe that I would never be able to reach her level. Luckily, for once, my will aura can fight against this feeling. Gravis' eyes narrowed. This is different from the inherent superiority of a beast. Her feeling of power and pride has manifested and can manipulate the world around her. This is probably the effect of the law of pride that she has comprehended, Gravis thought. Suddenly, the Empress smirked. She wasn't looking at anyone in particular, but Gravis felt like she was focusing entirely on him. Gravis felt his insides shake a little. Has she found out that I can resist her? How, he thought. Yet, As he looked at his surroundings with his spirit, he noticed something. Every beast had lowered their head a little and looked with shame onto the ground. Gravis was the only beast that didn't look down at the floor. Not only that, but Gravis' eyes were also narrowed. Surprisingly, no other beast noticed Gravis' situation. Gravis guessed that they, including the white ape, were all concentrating on the Empress instead of each other. "Rise," the Empress said with a quiet voice that seemed to stretch over the entire world. Immediately, all the beasts recovered and raised their heads. The pressure of pride vanished, and everything was back to normal again. It was almost like this moment had never happened. Only the white ape and Gravis remembered the moment while everyone else completely forgot the last couple of seconds. Gravis watched the other beasts and noticed that they weren't different than before. Based on how they appeared, Gravis was rather sure that this situation had no impact on them. The Empress probably only wanted to play around and test her powers. 23 level 5 lords, 64 level 4 lords, and 147 level 3 lords, the Empress commented. These were all the candidates that were present. Gravis had already known the numbers as soon as they had all gathered. "Which level 5 lord can fight a king?" the Empress asked. Everyone remained silent for a couple of seconds. The Empress seemed to have expected this. Theoretically, the power difference between a level 5 lord and a level 1 king were 2 levels. Sadly, that only considered the power of the body. As soon as a beast became a king, they received a gift from the world, which increased their battle strength immensely. There might be beasts present that could fight 2 levels above themselves, but none of them dared to say that they could fight a king. "Is there a level 5 lord that can't fight a half-step king?" the Empress asked. A couple of seconds passed in silence. "I can't," a beast shouted from the back. It was a gray wolf whose whole body shook in rage and fear. It had taken all of his power to say this. At the front, one of the kings felt his world crumble. This couldn't be real. This was a nightmare. He knew for a fact that his candidate could win against a half-step king. Why was his candidate lying? The king turned around and looked at the hateful eyes of his chosen candidate. The king lost his control and shouted, "Why are you Xing? Xing! Bang! Bang!" 2 ice spears appeared out of nowhere and penetrated the wolf and the king. Then, their bodies froze, and they exploded into a shower of ice. "And that's why I wouldn't have taken you if you didn't have confidence in your future," the Red King transmitted over to Gravis. "Because that could have been me." Even though the Empress was much more powerful than anyone here, her power wasn't strong enough to intercept voice transmissions. To do that, one needed to be an immortal, at least. That's why the Red King wasn't afraid of appearing disrespectful by talking with Gravis. "I'm guessing that the wolf was forced into this scenario and wanted to take revenge?" Gravis transmitted back. "Definitely," the Red King transmitted. "Some kings want to receive the reward for finding a powerful beast and ignore the mindset of their candidate. All these beasts fulfill the battle strength requirement, which was why this other king was so shocked when he heard the wolf's words. The wolf was obviously lying about his battle strength. No other beast moved while they talked. This makes both of them unqualified, Gravis transmitted. A participant that uses schemes to kill their opponent doesn't value true power, while a king that doesn't notice such a flaw dug their own grave. Therefore, the Empress killed both of them, right? Exactly, the Red King answered with a voice transmission. After some more seconds in silence, the Empress continued. All level 5 lords go to the side together with their respective kings. If there is no outstanding candidate among the other lords, I will take you into consideration. The level 5 lords, as well as their respective kings, flew over to the side of the mountain, away from everyone else. While all this was going on, Gravis had another question. What's a half-step king? Gravis asked the Red King with another voice transmission. In terms of realm, half-step kings don't exist, the Red King answered. As you know, a level 1 king can be considered as 2 levels stronger than a level 5 lord. This leaves a full level unaccounted for. We refer to beasts that can fight on this level as half-step kings. You are one of them. Gravis took that in and realized that it made sense. He also realized that he should be able to fight someone on that level. After all, he was a level 3 lord now. After some seconds, all the level 5 lords had flown to the side and were waiting for the Empress to call them. Then, the Empress looked back at the gathered participants in the middle. Every beast with the power of a half-step king will go to the other side, together with their kings, the Empress said. One had to pay attention to a specific fact right here. A level 4 lord who was able to beat level 5 lords easily didn't necessarily have a half-step king's power. It just meant that they were very powerful compared to level 5 lords. A half-step king was an entire level higher. All level 3 lords stayed, while 7 of the level 4 lords walked to the side. Yet, no one paid attention to these lords because they were all focused on Gravis since he was also walking to the side. The beasts weren't able to believe what they saw right now. Did this level 3 lord really claim that he had the power of a half-step king? On top of that, this beast was the only participant that wasn't a divine beast. A level 3 lord divine beast that had the power of a half-step king was unheard of, but a normal beast claimed to be that powerful? What was happening? The whole mountain remained silent as Gravis walked over. No beast dared to say anything while in the presence of the Empress. After a while, Gravis stood together with the other level 4 lords, who sent disdainful gazes towards Gravis. In their minds, Gravis was only another beast that tried to get its king killed. Pack. Yet, the sound of 2 feet hitting the stones surprised everyone. That was because the Red King had taken his position in front of Gravis, which showed that he agreed with Gravis' claim that he was a half-step king. On top of that, the Red King smirked victoriously, something no other beast dared to do right now. None of the kings were sure how to even react to this current situation. The Red King supported Gravis' claim of power? Yet, how is that even possible? He was a level 3 lord. None of the kings dared to say anything and just waited for the Empress' judgment on this matter. Meanwhile, the Empress looked at the Red King and then at Gravis. Her pride came out of her body and concentrated entirely on Gravis. None of the other beasts, except the white ape, noticed what the Empress was doing. The pride washed over Gravis with more power than before, but he had already experienced this. Without waiting another second, he released his will aura to withstand the feeling of pride. Yet, the feeling was many times stronger than before, and Gravis had to use the entirety of his concentration to keep his will aura steady. His will aura deformed into multiple shapes as the pride pressed into it. Some seconds later, the feeling of pride became even more powerful, and Gravis had to grit his teeth. He wasn't willing to admit her superiority and accept her as his ruler. The other beasts looked at Gravis and wondered why he looked so distressed right now. What was going on with him? The power increased more, but just before Gravis' will aura broke, it vanished. Of course, Gravis knew why that was. The Empress was only testing him. After all of this had passed, the Empress showed an interested smirk. To her, it was incredibly interesting that a lord was able to withstand so much of her pressure. She realized that Gravis had some peculiar techniques and powers. After all, the other kings didn't even notice her pride, while he was able to withstand it. Of course, she hadn't used her full power. "What is your name?" she asked Gravis. The beasts almost couldn't believe what was happening. The Empress only asked the names of beasts she found worthy. She didn't even bother to learn the names of the kings and only referred to them with their titles. "Gravis," Gravis said directly with some spite in his voice. Withstanding the Empress' pressure felt to him like she was trying to suppress him, which he didn't like one bit. The Red King felt a bit nervous when he heard Gravis' tone. This beast was even ready to show disrespect to the Empress. He only hoped that he would not be dragged into this mess. Meanwhile, the other beasts almost went crazy. Gravis hadn't called the Empress as Empress and even sounded like a rebellious prisoner. Not even the beasts that were ready to die dared to be disrespectful towards the Empress. The feeling of the Empress' power gave the beasts the illusion that disrespecting her was worse than dying. "Interesting," the Empress mused with a grin. It had been a while since someone had talked to her that way. Usually, she would just kill the offending beast. After all, if someone dared to disrespect her, it meant that they hadn't felt her power before. As soon as they felt her power, they wouldn't dare to disrespect her. Yet, Gravis had felt her power and still dared to talk to her in this tone. Other emperors on her level or above her level also acted like this, but they were emperors. It was wholly different when a lord did the same. The fact that Gravis managed to somewhat resist her law of pride earned him some respect in her eyes. After all, power was everything. "Gravis," she said with a calm voice. For some reason, when Gravis heard his name spoken by her, his whole body shook. To him, it felt like the Empress' power had been fully released and pressed down on him. Yet, that feeling had nothing to do with the Empress. It was just that when she spoke his name, his emotions and body finally realized that an impossibly powerful beast had taken note of him. Earlier, it had still felt like they were in two different worlds. But now, it felt like her power came into his world. "Choose one of the 7 beasts beside you to be your opponent," the Empress said. "If you win, you will become my mate." At first, the kings weren't happy when they heard that. After all, this wouldn't allow their candidates to prove themselves. Yet, when they remembered that Gravis would be able to fight 3 levels above himself, they understood the Empress' reasoning. If Gravis' claim proved to be true, it would be a waste of time for their candidates to even try to prove themselves. The battle strength between the two parties couldn't even be compared. "I will," Gravis said. "But I want to fight one of the level 5 lords after that." "These level 4 lords aren't even a challenge," Gravis said evenly, like it was obvious. Nearly all the present beasts exploded in rage. This arrogant little level 3 lord said that these outstanding contestants weren't even a challenge. Did this little shit's arrogance know no bounds? The Red King furrowed his brows. It wasn't that he thought that Gravis couldn't win against such a level 5 lord. It was just that putting his life on the line like that felt kind of not worth it. Gravis wasn't ready to understand a new law, so why would he put his life on the line like this? Gravis also knew that he wasn't ready to understand a new law yet, but he had something that needed tempering, which the Red King didn't know about: his will aura. The fight with the Golden Dragon had increased his will aura tremendously. Right now, Gravis' will aura was more powerful than ever before when compared to his realm. With this more powerful will aura, Gravis had already created a plan for some excellent tempering. Right now, Gravis was too powerful for normal level 5 lords. The only level 5 lords that were a genuine challenge were these incredible candidates. As soon as he killed one of them, he wouldn't be able to temper himself anymore for a while. After all, the next level would be a king. And that's where his new and improved will aura came into play. As it stood right now, Gravis would be able to fight a king when he would reach the power of a level 5 lord. Yet, Gravis didn't want that. He wanted to fight one when he was a level 4 lord. For that, he needed to improve his will aura even further. After hearing Gravis' demand, the Empress grew more interested in him. It was already hard to believe that he could kill a powerful participant 1 level above him, but he even dared to go 2 levels above him? The Empress was even a bit confused as she realized that Gravis wasn't ready to learn a new law. Just like the Red King, the Empress was also able to tell when someone was about to understand a new law. She wondered if Gravis knew about this. Then, her eyes wandered to the Red King and inspected him. After some seconds, she concluded that the Red King would have told him already. This meant that Gravis was ready to bet his life anyway. "Interesting," she thought. "All right, I'll grant your wish," the Empress said. "But first, you need to win against your current opponent." Gravis nodded and inspected the other level 4 lords. They all seemed incredibly eager to fight him. They refused to believe that Gravis was so powerful, and they wanted to kick his teeth in for what he had said. And maybe kill him too. "You," Gravis said as he pointed at a lion. "You will be my opponent." The lion showed a malicious smirk while the others looked with envy at him. Gravis had chosen this lion because he didn't have any elemental affinity. This meant that his body was more powerful than usual and, therefore, had more power which Gravis could consume. The more his lightning improved right now, the better his chances against the level 5 lord after this. The Empress looked at the lion and saw that it was rather big. It was about 3 kilometers long. Normally, she would make them move to a different area since her mountain was only so wide. Yet, since Gravis was rather small, she didn't see the need to make them move. The mountaintop was around 10 kilometers wide, and if two big beasts fought, the fight might become awkward due to the limited space. Yet, since Gravis was so small, it should work out. Everyone, move away from the middle. The two beasts will fight right here, the Empress ordered. The beasts all moved to the side of the mountain, leaving a wide, open space in the middle. Gravis walked into the middle of the arena without paying the lion any attention. Meanwhile, the lion felt disrespected by the fact that Gravis wasn't even looking at him. I will enjoy tearing you limb from limb, the lion thought with disdain and hate. The lion and Gravis stood in the middle of the mountain, merely looking at each other. The lion was absolutely gigantic compared to Gravis, and if Gravis wanted to look at the lion's face with his eyes, he would need to crane his neck quite a bit to look upwards. Yet, since he had his spirit sense, this was unnecessary. Hey! Gravis suddenly said, "Want to see a trick?" he asked. The lion simply looked at Gravis with disdain. "No," he said. "Too bad, you're going to see it anyway," Gravis answered. Bzzzzzzzzz. Suddenly, a powerful ball of lightning appeared in front of Gravis. Yet, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished again. Right now, Gravis was not wearing his armor. He also didn't have his saber in his hands. Because of that, he appeared just like any other beast. The lion was first shocked about the appearance of this powerful ball of lightning but grew even more shocked when it simply vanished. Where did the powerful lightning ball go? It looked around, but it couldn't see the ball anywhere. The other level 4 lords also hadn't noticed what had happened. Yet, the level 5 lords and everyone more powerful than them had seen what had happened. Gravis had summoned some kind of long and sharp stick, which absorbed the lightning ball. Then, the sharp stick simply vanished again. This sharp stick was Gravis' saber, obviously. He had created a lightning bomb with around 50% of his power. The lion's body was only around 10 times as powerful as his, and a lightning crescent with 50% of his power was enough to kill it. All the powerful beasts were surprised by this display, but one beast, in particular, was shocked beyond comparison. It almost couldn't believe what it had just seen. Why was this beast so surprised? It was because of Gravis lightning. None of the other beasts were able to feel the peculiarity of Gravis lightning, but it knew this lightning very well. The shocked beast was the white ape. He almost couldn't believe it, but Gravis had just summoned punishment lightning. Their empire had an area where punishment lightning gathered, and only emperors were able to withstand this lightning. The white ape had tried for many years to understand the law of punishment lightning, but it hadn't managed to understand it. Yet, this mere level 3 lord managed to summon the powerful lightning that the ape wasn't able to understand. The white ape took a deep breath in shock, surprising the empress. Usually, her grand elder never lost his calm. Yet now, she noticed that he was incredibly distressed. She didn't have a lightning affinity, so she couldn't feel the peculiarity of the lightning. "Why are you so distressed?" the empress asked the white ape with a voice transmission. "Empress?" The white ape transmitted back with a shaky voice. This was punishment lightning. If the empress hadn't had so many years of experience, her eyes would have widened. Yet her shock was just as strong as the shock of the white ape. This level 3 lord was able to summon punishment lightning? If she didn't trust her grand elder fully, she wouldn't have believed him. Then, the empress looked at Gravis with burning eyes. No wonder he's so confident in his power, she thought. Punishment lightning is incredibly powerful. Gravis hadn't met anyone that was able to understand his lightning in the middle world until today. He had comprehended the punishment lightning by fighting the lower heaven, and for the lower world, punishment lightning basically didn't even exist. Yet, the more powerful one became, the more normal extraordinary elements became. There had been no way to come into contact with this lightning in the lower world, but that wasn't true for the middle world. In this world, punishment lightning was a natural phenomenon and could, therefore, be comprehended by beasts. Of course, only the most powerful emperors were able to withstand the punishment lightning, and even fewer were able to comprehend it. Yet, there were some emperors in this world that understood punishment lightning. Gravis was no longer the only one in the entire world that could use punishment lightning. "You can start," the empress said. Gravis only smirked as he simply stood casually on his spot. When the lion saw that, it grew even angrier. This level 3 lord was taking the lion way too lightly. Arrrrrrr. Suddenly, the legs of the lion changed shape, surprising Gravis. He hadn't seen a beast change their body like this yet. He wondered what was up with that. The lion's legs became many times bigger while its torso shrunk a little. Now, Gravis realized what the lion was doing. Incredible, he thought as he scratched his chin with a claw. The lion can increase the power of his legs by moving muscle mass from his torso to his legs. Is that a law? It was a law. Nearly everything had a law associated with it, and legs also had several laws associated with them. By understanding such a law, the lion was able to increase the power of his legs many times, which would increase his speed by a lot. Bang! A loud bang thundered throughout the surroundings as the lion shot forward with all its speed. It was even faster than an average level 5 lord, which was incredible. Gravis could only push his speed to be over a level faster than him during his lightning transformation. Shing! Suddenly, the front right claws of the lion grew to several times their size. On top of that, they became way harder and sharper. These 7 level 4 lords were the strongest in their level. Every single one of them had comprehended 2 laws. Even though the golden dragon had been at the same level as this lion, it wouldn't have had any chance to win. The second law that the lion had comprehended had something to do with its claws. It was able to increase their power and reach with this law. One law increased its speed, while the other law increased its power. This was an incredibly effective combination. No wonder the lion could fight 2 levels above itself. Gravis had appeared relaxed the whole time, but he had never dropped his guard. He knew that these lords were outstanding. Yet, even with this terrifying combination of laws, the lion didn't even pose a small danger to Gravis. Why was that? The lion's speed was faster than Gravis. The lion's attacking power would even be able to destroy Gravis' armor. Yet, Gravis had an unfair advantage over beasts with higher battle strength but a lower realm. If there were a realm like a half-step king, Gravis would find it much more difficult to fight an average beast in that level than this lion, who had the same power in theory. The beasts looked with bated breath at the charging lion. Surely enough, the contestants were incredibly powerful. They believed fully that this lion was one of the most powerful level 4 lords in existence. They saw the lion swipe at Gravis, but suddenly, the lion became many times slower. Its speed had dropped by nearly 90%. Was the lion taking Gravis lightly? Why was it becoming slower? Of course, this was Gravis' will aura. Since he concentrated his will aura onto the lion, the other beasts weren't able to feel it. This was Gravis' unfair advantage. When it came to beasts, only a level advantage would weaken the effect of his will aura. The lion could have comprehended 5 additional laws, and it wouldn't have made a difference to Gravis. In regards to beasts, Gravis' will aura was the ultimate counter to battle strength. With humans, it would be different. After all, humans with incredible battle strength also had incredibly powerful will auras, which would be able to suppress Gravis' will aura. Sadly, beasts didn't have this weapon. The lion had no idea what was happening. It just felt some kind of incredible pressure pressing into its body, making it nearly impossible to move. Why was it suddenly this slow? The other beasts watched as Gravis easily jumped over the claw swipe. Then, the sharp stick reappeared inside Gravis' hands. After that, Gravis simply swiped at the head of the lion. Boom! A many kilometers wide explosion appeared, which completely consumed the lion's head. Additionally, some kings hadn't been ready to protect their candidates, which resulted in some level 3 lords dying to the explosion. Luckily, most of the kings had been prepared to block the attack for their participants. Only 9 level 3 lords died to the lightning crescent. The explosion vanished just as quickly as it appeared. The mountain was still fine since it was far beyond Gravis' ability to damage it, but the lion and the dead level 3 lords had vanished. As soon as the lightning killed them, it consumed their corpses. One of the shocked kings saw a flying lightning bolt at the place where his candidate had been previously. He grew angry and swiped a claw at the lightning to destroy it. Boop! Yet, contrary to expectation, the lightning bolt jumped upward, evading the claw. The king hadn't taken the lightning bolt seriously and had only casually swiped. Bzzzzz. Then all the lightning bolts flew into the middle of the arena and entered Gravis' body. Gravis hadn't expected that some bystanders would die because of his attack, but he didn't really mind. In Gravis' mind, since he didn't want to kill them, he simply shrugged it off as an accident. Beasts die. Shit happens. By absorbing 9 level 3 Lord Divine Beasts and absorbing 1 level 4 Lord Divine Beast, Gravis' lightning became much more powerful. Right now, his lightning was a little over 3 times as powerful as when he had just reached the middle Unity realm. 1 more level 5 king should be enough to reach the late Unity realm. He has killed my contestant, one king shouted in rage, while others quickly followed up with more outrage. Killing a contestant without the Empress' consent was a great disrespect to her. One king stepped forward into the arena, while 5 others followed him. All of these kings had their candidates killed and wouldn't receive their rewards because of that. This made them incredibly angry since the reward was the only reason they were here to begin with. The king who brought the best candidate received an incredible reward, while others still received a participation award. After all, they had brought powerful beasts to the empire. After the breeder had been chosen, all other candidates would join the empire. None of the candidates were weak, and they were all valuable beasts. Because of that, all other kings would still get something. Yet, if their candidate died, all of this wouldn't matter. The remaining 3 kings, who had their candidates killed, remained stationary and didn't say anything, as they simply watched. This beast has killed several candidates without your explicit consent, and therefore has disradash. You dropped something, the Empress interrupted. The king felt taken aback when the Empress interrupted him. He immediately took back his anger. Yes, my Empress? He asked deferentially. Shing. Bang. All 6 kings exploded as ice spears penetrated their bodies. Only some icy dust remained of them. Your common sense, the Empress finished. Most of the kings had expected that something like this would happen, but they were genuinely shocked when they heard the sound of suppressed laughter coming from Gravis. They all looked at him in shock since they couldn't believe what Gravis had just done. The Empress had killed several kings to show her power. She did this to intimidate every other king that harbored malice. What was so funny about that? Did this beast's guts have no end? Was he not satisfied until the Empress killed him? The Empress looked with surprise at Gravis, while the white ape only smiled bitterly. He knew that the Empress wanted to make a joke, but he just didn't find it funny when some beasts were killed in the process. These had been valuable kings. The Empress smiled a bit, surprising every beast present. Had the Empress just smiled? They had never seen her smile before. Gravis? The Empress said, a different kind of pride radiating off of her. The other beasts couldn't evaluate this feeling of pride, but the white ape knew it. The Empress was proud of her own joke. The white ape wasn't a fan of that since he always tried to improve the Empress's image. After all, she needed to appear regal and unapproachable to everyone. Gravis turned to the Empress. Yes? He asked evenly. The beasts were surprised again by his even and casual reply. Meanwhile, the Red King only rolled his eyes in exasperation. This tone reminded him of all the times Gravis infuriated him. The White Ape and the Empress noticed the Red King's reaction and drew some conclusions from that. Judging by the Red King's reaction, the White Ape knew that this was Gravis' normal conduct. He wasn't just putting on a show. The White Ape had thought that Gravis tried to appear intimidating and daring in front of the others, but the Red King's reaction showed him that this was just normal to him. After all, the Red King didn't seem surprised at all. The Empress also realized this and started liking Gravis more. Contrary to expectation, she actually hated it when everyone was acting this subservient to her. Yet, there was nothing she could do against that. After all, by understanding the law of pride, she radiated pride all around her, which suppressed weaker beasts. Gravis was a pleasant surprise to her. You're already more than qualified to become my mate. Do you still intend to fight one of the present level 5 lords? She asked. I'm not doing this to impress you, Gravis said, making the present beasts stop breathing. I simply want to temper myself. The Empress looked at Gravis with furrowed brows. You know that you are not on the cusp of understanding a new law? She asked. Gravis nodded. I do, he said. Yet you still want to put your life on the line? She asked. Gravis nodded again. In my current situation, tempering seems like it's not worth the risk to you. But there is something valuable that I gain out of this, Gravis answered. The Empress looked some more at Gravis and then gazed at the level 5 lords standing to the side. All right, she said. If any one of you level 5 lords manages to kill him, I will continue the search for a mate, and I will choose one among you. Immediately, all the level 5 lords gazed with battle intent at Gravis. If one of them managed to kill Gravis, they would all have a chance to become a breeder of the Empress. This was the dream of every beast present. The gathered level 5 lords released their innate superiority, and it hit Gravis. Gravis' mind went wild when he felt that. One singular level 5 lord wasn't able to influence him in such a way, but when so many level 5 lords released their superiority simultaneously, it was wholly different. This feeling of suppression washed over Gravis, and he felt his mind go wild. Yet, among the chaos, his mind became more focused. In no time at all, Gravis felt an incredible feeling of battle intent. By resisting this pressure, his battle intent increased. When the Empress saw Gravis' eyes, she smirked. This had been another test. When confronted with such a feeling of suppression, would Gravis take a step back or resist even harder? Apparently, the second scenario had happened. Choose your opponent, Gravis, the Empress said. Without waiting a second, Gravis pointed at a red hawk, about 500 meters tall. You, he said. The red hawk was surprised that it was chosen, but it quickly grew excited about the incoming fight. It was sure that Gravis had noticed its outstanding power. Yet, the red hawk was surprised when it noticed that Gravis was no longer looking at it. Instead, Gravis had turned his head and looked at the Red King with disdain. The Red King only groaned in annoyance. He knew that Gravis wanted to make an example out of this red hawk since it looked similar to him and also had a fire affinity. The White Ape and the Empress weren't surprised. They had already concluded that Gravis was not a fan of the Red King at all. The Red King had shown his annoyance towards Gravis multiple times, while Gravis had basically ignored him the whole time. This was not how a contestant normally acted towards their referrer. Based on Gravis' casual, even, and disrespectful nature, they had already concluded that Gravis wasn't the biggest fan of the Red King. He was probably pretty angry at the Red King. The Red Hawk noticed this and also realized what was going on. So, you chose me only because I look similar to the Red King? It thought in anger, its feathers standing up. The Empress laughed a bit at this display, but she kept it hidden from everyone. Yet, the White Ape noticed it anyway, which made him sigh. He already saw it coming. Trying to manage Gravis in the future would be a massive pain in his ass. The Red Hawk looked at Gravis with hatred and flew to the middle of the arena. Bang! It landed in the middle of the arena, its weight creating the sound of a loud explosion. Stop! The Empress said, making the Red Hawk's feathers stand up due to fear. Had it done something wrong? Was it about to die? Gravis looked at the Empress with his standard, even look. The mountain is too small for your fight, the Empress said. Use the arena beside the mountain to fight. The lords can go to the edge of the mountain and watch. The kings can watch from where they currently stand. The clouds beside the mountain of pride parted and revealed a seemingly shining crater. Gravis flew over and looked at the crater with surprise. This was the arena? It was a round crater which had a diameter of around 50 kilometers. It was absolutely gigantic. Gravis had never seen such a huge arena before. Additionally, Gravis noticed that the arena was made out of or at the beginning ranks of law comprehension. Even level 5 kings wouldn't be able to damage it. That's truly an expensive arena, Gravis thought with surprise. Creating such a huge arena out of law comprehension materials is something that probably only a natural world could produce. No human would waste so many powerful pieces of or to build a mere arena. Beasts had nearly no use for or, which was why they could build such wasteful buildings. The Red Hawk flew towards the arena without waiting for another second, while Gravis looked at the ore with a complex expression. The Empress and the White Ape noticed Gravis' peculiar gaze. Only beasts with a metal affinity looked at the arena like this. Yet, Gravis had clearly shown that he had a lightning affinity. So why did he look at the arena like that? After some seconds, Gravis shook his head and sighed. Then he also flew towards the arena. After Gravis left the mountain, the other lords walked over to the edge of the mountain. Their senses weren't developed enough to see everything in detail. That's why they still needed to watch with their eyes if they wanted to keep track of the fight. Meanwhile, the kings simply remained at their positions. The fluctuations coming from the fight would be enough for them to know exactly what was going on. They didn't need to watch with their eyes. Luckily, the lords all had different sizes and didn't need to form a single line. The bigger lords simply looked over the heads of the smaller ones. Gravis landed in the middle of the arena, directly in front of the Red Hawk. They looked into each other's eyes with battle intent. "Hey," Gravis said. "Want to see a trick?" he asked. The eyes of the Red Hawk narrowed. "Is it the same trick as before?" he asked. "No, it's a different one," Gravis answered. "Then go ahead," the Red Hawk said. Then, Gravis pointed grandly to the sky. "Suit up," he shouted. Hum! Suddenly, Gravis' body was completely hidden behind an earthen yellow suit of armor. Only his eyes could be seen behind the layer of yellow. The Red Hawk blinked a couple of times out of surprise. How and why has his opponent changed color? Beasts could change their color when evolving, but the hawk hadn't seen someone change their color just like that. Only after a couple of seconds did the Red Hawk notice that Gravis' shape had also changed. There were new spikes growing out of his tail, and his body showed a kind of metallic gloss. Then, the Red Hawk finally noticed that some kind of or enveloped Gravis. The other beasts nearly felt their eyes fall out of their head. Multiple things shocked them. First of all, the manipulation of ore and metal was only possible if a beast had a metal affinity. Additionally, they needed to understand a law in regards to metal to do something like that. On top of that, the ore layer had appeared instantly. Where had it come from? None of the beasts knew how this was possible, including the white ape and the empress. Something like this just didn't seem possible. Lastly, the color of a beast represented their affinity. Right now, Gravis looked like a beast with an earth or metal affinity. Had he changed his affinity somehow? One couldn't fault the beasts for misunderstanding something so obvious. The concept of armor didn't exist inside a natural world, which made every beast associate the color of other beasts with the elements. The fact that Gravis had a layer of yellow or around him confused them to no end. Has he comprehended a law regarding metal? The Empress asked the white ape out of confusion. The white ape remained silent for a bit. Honestly, I don't know. Beasts rarely comprehend an elemental law different from their affinity. On top of that, he is only a lord. Additionally, he shouldn't be able to control or like this, even if he comprehended a law regarding metal. He lacks the metal affinity, which makes the manipulation of metal impossible, the white ape guessed. Yet, the Empress transmitted to the white ape. He has achieved just that. How else would he have been able to fit the or so perfectly around his body? This would be impossible without an affinity for metal. The eyes of the white ape narrowed as he watched Gravis more closely. Is he one of the legendary beasts with two elemental affinities? He transmitted to the Empress. The Empress took a deep breath. I don't know, but he gives me one surprise after the other. It might actually be possible if it's him, she transmitted back. I think we should wait until the fight's over before we jump to conclusions, the white ape transmitted back. The Empress nodded inconspicuously to the white ape. Meanwhile, in the arena, the Red Hawk started taking Gravis very seriously. Gravis had just unveiled another one of his powers. Apparently, this meant that he didn't even need to use his full power to kill the lion. Gravis might actually have a chance to win this fight. Yet, Gravis had said that this was tempering. This meant that he believed that his victory wasn't assured. Otherwise, this couldn't be considered tempering at all. Impressed, Gravis asked, his helmet opening together with his mouth. How are you able to manipulate ore? The Red Hawk asked with narrowed eyes. I'm not telling, Gravis answered with a grin. Do you also have a metal affinity on top of your lightning affinity? The Red Hawk asked. Are you stupid? Gravis asked back. I just said that I'm not telling. These words ruffled the red hawk's feathers as its anger rose. It had tried to gauge the truth of Gravis' powers by looking at his reaction, but he had shot back with a provocation. Bang! The red hawk took to the sky and started circling the arena. Gravis remained standing inside the arena as he waited for the red hawk to attack. The circling continued for a couple of seconds until the Empress finally signaled the start of the fight. Start! She transmitted to all beasts simultaneously. Brrrr. 5 enormous balls of fire came out of the red hawk's mouth, the fire crackling loudly in the sky. Yet, instead of shooting directly at Gravis, the balls remained in the sky and only circled the red hawk's body. The 5 balls of fire followed the red hawk's movement perfectly and never hit it. Gravis tried to scratch his chin but only felt metal. Unperturbed, he decided to just scratch the metal. This is definitely not normal, Gravis thought. This is probably one of the laws that the bird has understood. The bird can keep creating fireballs and ready them. After a while, he can use them all freely, which allows him to create a wider spread or make a more powerful attack. On top of that, my armor is weak to fire. Fire was a huge counter against any kind of metal or ore. Breaking the ore or destroying it was harder than liquefying it. A level 5 lord won't be able to break this armor normally, no matter what they did, except when they used fire. One had to remember that Gravis used the heat generated from his lightning to forge the armor. This meant that his lightning generated enough heat to melt the ore. So, obviously, the fire of a level 5 lord would also have enough heat to melt the ore. On paper, the Red Hawk was one of the 2 worst opponents Gravis could have chosen. Another bad choice would have been a beast with an earth affinity. After all, it would be difficult for Gravis to break through their defense. Yet, advantages came with disadvantages and vice versa. Looking at the situation from the outside, one would think that Gravis was at a huge disadvantage. Yet, that was only because they didn't know that he was a human. Why did such attacks never appear when humans fought? They always shot their elements directly at the opponent without gathering them like this, nearly stupidly so. One would think that there was so much more potential to be found by fighting differently. Yet, that simply was not true. Hum! Bang! Bang! Gravis activated his will aura and deleted the will from the fireballs, which made them stop moving. Yet, the Red Hawk still continued flying, which made it fly right into 2 fireballs. Of course, the fireballs exploded right onto the Red Hawk's body. Ha 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 ha! Gravis laughed loudly. One of the fireballs had hit the Red Hawk's face, creating quite the funny scene. This was why it was impossible for humans to fight like this. As soon as they summoned their element, the will on it would simply get wiped out by the opponent's will aura. When humans fought, they could only shoot their element forward at the opponent. Meanwhile, the watching beasts felt like their eyes were falling out of their heads. What happened? How did the Red Hawk suddenly get hit by his own fireballs? Gravis didn't even move. The Red King was also a bit surprised. He remembered that Gravis had managed to make the Golden Dragon's spears uncontrollable, but he hadn't thought that this ability could also be used like that. The Red King realized that the ability to cancel the opponent's control of the elements was more dangerous than he had initially believed. The Empress and the White Ape were also taken aback. Did he just cancel the control of his opponent's law? The Empress asked the White Ape. The White Ape narrowed his eyes. I think so, but that's only possible if he has comprehended the same law. The Empress furrowed her brows in an unsure expression. Does that mean that he knows 3 laws from 3 different elements? This doesn't seem possible, at least not on his current level, she transmitted back. The White Ape combed his beard with his right hand as he fell into thought. 2 seconds later, the White Ape stopped combing his beard as he found an answer. I'm going to ask the Red King, he said to the Empress. The eyes of the Empress also widened in realization. Right? Why hadn't they thought about that before? Can you please explain Gravis' powers? The White Ape transmitted to the Red King. First, the Red King was a bit taken aback by the White Ape suddenly contacting him like that, but then he sighed in annoyance. I don't know much more than you, he confessed. The eyes of the White Ape furrowed. How is that possible? Isn't he your candidate? the white ape asked with annoyance. The Red King sighed again. Yes, but I wasn't able to learn much about why he has these weird powers. I only know what powers he has, but not why he has them or how they work. The white ape still wasn't convinced. You're stronger than him. Why didn't you just order him to tell you? He asked. The Red King sighed again, something he had been doing quite a lot. He felt like he was being humiliated right now. I tried. I really tried. Yet, the little shit knows that I wouldn't kill him for that. Pain and injury also don't affect him at all. I threatened him so many times with his life, but he always called my bluff. It feels like it wasn't me forcing him to do stuff, but him doing whatever the fuck he wants and forcing me to adapt. That's why I don't know much about the workings of his powers. I only know what powers he has, and what laws he has comprehended. The Red King finished ranting. The white ape thought about the scenario for a bit and realized that what the Red King had said was most likely true. What are the laws he knows? He asked. Gravis knows 2 laws. The Red King transmitted, surprising the white ape. Only 2. One of them is his lightning, while the other one seems to have something to do with metal. Do you know how he can manipulate thee or like this? The white ape asked. He isn't manipulating thee or at all, the Red King answered, eliciting a skeptical look from the white ape. He has some kind of space where he can store stuff. He used his lightning to form the ore into this shape and then summoned it around his body. I think he calls it armor. This whole conversation had only taken around 5 seconds since voice transmissions were nearly instantaneous. The white ape still had more questions, but those had to wait since the Red Hawk had recovered. The fight was about to continue. "Raa!" The Red Hawk shouted in rage and pain. The fireball that had hit its chest had incinerated all the feathers and created quite a big hole. The fireball that had hit his face had destroyed his beak, his feathers, and nearly all the skin and flesh on his head. His head looked like a bloody skull now. A mortal beast would have died to these injuries, but lords could withstand such an attack. Yet, these were still heavy injuries for a lord. On top of that, the Red Hawk had completely lost his eyes. This was an important weapon for them since eyesight was still very relevant to lords. Yet, instead of being happy, Gravis looked annoyed. It's no danger in this state. It can feel my body's movement with its senses, but only as long as I stay in my physical form. As soon as I transform into lightning, it won't be able to feel me. Then I can just close in and kill it directly. Gravis frowned. This isn't tempering. Sometimes horrible mistakes happen. Usually, such a beast would have offered excellent tempering to Gravis. Yet, it had committed a mistake that would make it nearly helpless in front of Gravis. Gravis really wasn't happy about this development. Yes, it had been quite funny to look at, but it had ruined his entire tempering experience. "Hey!" Gravis shouted at the mountain. "I want a different opponent. Mine's broken and is no longer a challenge." All the beasts were shocked. The fight still wasn't over, and the Red Hawk should have more weapons at its disposal. How could he already say that the fight is over? The Red King sighed again. He's right. The Red King transmitted to the white ape. Gravis has a weapon that makes him invisible to a beast's sense, except when they know what they're dealing with. And, right now, the hawk has no idea what's waiting for it. Gravis will go in without being noticed and kill it with one easy strike. The fight really is over, the Red King transmitted to the white ape. "I don't agree to this," the Red Hawk shouted with rage. "I can still fight, and an ability like this only works once against me." The white ape transmitted what the Red King had said to the Empress. She would need to be the one to make the decision in this matter. The Empress remained silent for a bit as she went over all the things that the white ape had told her. The information came from the Red King, and it should be pretty reliable. Yet, should she really ask for a new opponent for him? In actuality, she just wanted to get this whole matter over and done with. Gravis had already proven himself more than worthy of being her mate. After some seconds, the Empress sighed inconspicuously. A sigh was a show of emotion and frustration and shouldn't be seen by her subjects. "Any beast ready to fight him, step forward," she announced, shocking the gathered beasts. The Empress had agreed, but the fight wasn't over. "Empress, a king said as he stepped forward. I honestly don't mean any disrespect, but the fight isn't over yet. Maybe the Red Hawk can still win. This was the referrer of the Red Hawk. Some beasts became nervous when that king stepped forward. But, surprisingly, the Empress didn't kill him. This isn't some kind of trick from him to save his life, the Empress said. If it were some sort of trick, he wouldn't ask for a different opponent. Even if it's hard to believe, he genuinely has already won. The king that had stepped forward was a bit unwilling, but he stepped back and no longer said anything. His polite and deferential attitude had saved his life. I don't agree to this, the Red Hawk shouted again. I can still Y-Xing. Bang! And the Red Hawk was no more. The Empress had overlooked the first time when the Red Hawk had objected. Yet, after seeing its king stepping forward and also being unsuccessful, it had dared to object again. A powerful beast needed to remain calm and had to have the ability to judge its current circumstances accurately. The Red Hawk obviously didn't have this quality. Any beast ready to fight him, step forward. The Empress announced again, glossing over the fact that she had just killed someone. Meanwhile, the king of the Red Hawk grew incredibly frustrated. He wasn't frustrated because of himself or the Empress, but because of the Red Hawk. Its stupid hot-headedness had cost him his reward. Surprisingly, not many level 5 lords stepped forward. Gravis' display had intimidated a lot of them. He had shown one weird power after the other, and they were sure that he had more things and abilities stashed away. It was simply too risky to fight him. Yet some still stepped forward. They were confident in their abilities and knew that this weapon wouldn't work against them. Those beasts were beasts with no elemental affinity, earth affinity, metal affinity, and one with lightning affinity. They didn't rely on ranged attacks and could attack him without any issue. The Empress nodded. This time, I will choose an opponent, she said. Gravis shrugged, his shoulders creating a metallic sound. Sure, he commented. There was still a little bit of surprise that the beasts felt due to Gravis' casual manner, but they had mostly gotten used to it by now. You, the Empress said as she pointed at a brown mammoth. This beast obviously had the earth affinity. On top of that, it was gigantic, with a body nearly 5 kilometers long. The mammoth grew excited when it had been chosen. Then it took flight and flew over to the arena. Bang! A mighty explosion could be heard as it landed on the ground. It looked at Gravis with bloodlust and battle intent. Gravis looked back with the same battle intent. This fight would be way better and more challenging than the previous one. Finally, he could get some real tempering. Your weird ability won't work on me, the mammoth proclaimed with a booming voice. Gravis smirked. You're right, and that's good. I don't want to win. I want tempering, he said. The mammoth also smirked. Good, because I will give you more tempering than you've expected. In fact, I'm going to temper you into a footprint of mine. That's the best you can come up with? Gravis asked after some seconds. The mammoth grew a bit angry when it heard Gravis answer. Listen here, you little dash. Can we start now? Gravis asked as he looked to the mountain of pride. The mammoth grew angrier, but the Empress found Gravis quite entertaining. Usually, such powerful and talented beasts had quite a strong ego, which often resulted in a lot of posturing before a fight. Yet, Gravis didn't seem to be interested. Start! The Empress transmitted to everyone. Gravis flew backward for a bit and landed around 10 kilometers away from the mammoth. The mammoth didn't care and simply stayed there. Might as well. I need some space anyway to reach my full speed, it said. Oi! Less talking, more fighting, Gravis shouted from a distance. Then he clapped into his hands a couple of times, creating a metallic sound. I've been waiting for this all day. So, hurry up, he shouted. The mammoth gritted its teeth and sneered. Oh, I will enjoy squashing Dash. I just said less talking. Are you stupid? Gravis shouted from a distance. Now the mammoth was genuinely enraged. Its eyes became yellow as it gathered all its earth power. Then, boom, 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 boom. The mammoth started accelerating quickly, its footsteps thundering into the horizon. Its body's weight became heavier and heavier, and its hardness also increased manifold. Yet, its speed was still incredible. In fact, it seemed to be even faster than an average level 5 lord. Gravis realized that this was probably a law related to speed. Otherwise, there would have been no way for a beast with the earth element to be that fast. Together with its affinity, this was a terrifying combination. It completely solved the weakness that the earth affinity had. As Gravis watched the mammoth charging at him, he felt his blood boil. Finally, this is a proper fight, he thought. Gravis watched the mammoth coming closer, and he felt his mind going into overdrive to save his life from this charge. The mammoth's charge was too fast, and evading it wasn't an option. He somehow had to find a way to block it. Yet, even if he used his shield, the mammoth's incredible power would injure him severely. This feeling of having one's life hanging by a thread was exciting to Gravis. He loved it when he didn't know how to survive but then managed to find a solution to his predicament. And the same thing happened this time too. Gravis found a solution to the mammoth's charge. Yet, when he realized this solution, he felt his heart ache. Why? He lamented. Yes, he had a solution, but he didn't like that solution at all. In fact, he hated the solution. The mammoth saw Gravis' expression and felt disdain towards him. Gravis had obviously realized that he couldn't withstand the mammoth's charge. The mammoth closed in quickly and was ready to attack Gravis. Boom! An incredibly loud, explosive noise resounded throughout the surroundings. It was absolutely deafening. Gravis still stood in his earlier place, grieving over his lost tempering opportunity. The charge of the mammoth had also stopped. Yet that stop hadn't been voluntary. Boom! The mammoth collapsed as it lost consciousness while Gravis sighed. What happened? That was easy to explain. Right now, the mammoth and Gravis couldn't see each other. That was because something was in the way. Between them was a massive chunk of, or inside the nascent nourishing ranks. Gravis had a lot of powerful or inside his spirit space, and he only needed to summon a random one of those in front of him to stop the mammoth's charge. This powerful or was impossibly heavy and hard. No lord was even able to scratch it. So when the mammoth charged into it, its tusks, skull, trunk, and neck broke. Luckily, it was still alive but barely. The eyes of all the watching beasts opened widely. Where did that massive chunk of or come from? Also, was the fight already over? Hey! Gravis said with some embarrassment. Can I have another opponent? He asked quietly. I will also put my or away. I kind of forgot about it. Is it okay if I just put it to the side? Gravis didn't sound confident at all. To the beasts, it seemed like his whole demeanor had changed. Wouldn't a beast that had managed to win against two such powerful opponents in succession brag about its power and shout in confidence? Why did Gravis look and sound like he had done something wrong? Oh yeah, right, the Red King transmitted to the White Ape. I forgot that he had a lot of powerful or in his separate space. Yeah, if you want the fights to be somewhat fair, you should allow him to empty his separate space. Otherwise, none of these fights will be a challenge to him. The White Ape didn't answer the Red King as he was too busy coming to terms with the current situation. Had a level 3 lord who was not a divine beast just won against two really outstanding level 5 lord divine beasts. The sound of suppressed laughter could be heard coming from the Empress' direction, but she had isolated the sound as soon as she realized what had happened. So only the White Ape was able to hear her. After he heard that sound, he could only sigh. Then the White Ape looked at the sky. What is even going on anymore? He asked himself. This is not how this day was supposed to go. The beasts still weren't able to come to terms with the current situation. A normal level 3 lord had easily won against two of the most outstanding level 5 lords in existence. Those were beasts that could fight 2 levels above themselves. Move your or away from the arena, the Empress commanded. Gravis sighed in relief when he heard that. He was afraid that he wouldn't get another opponent after this last fight. In truth, Gravis even felt a bit guilty. He asked for 2 opponents, got 2, and then messed up the fights. It was like he was a kid that had gotten 2 toys and quickly broke both of them. Actually, he even felt a bit embarrassed by asking for a 3rd one. He wasn't even sure if he had the shamelessness to ask for a 4th one if he broke this one too. Only an insane person like Gravis could look at life and death battles like they were toys. Even the craziest beast would act superior and arrogant after finishing these two fights like this. Then, the beast would shout arrogantly into the surroundings and challenge every other beast for a fight. That's how the opponents were normally chosen. Yet, Gravis looked at this whole thing differently. An enemy wasn't really an enemy to him. It was more like a beast that offered up their life to help him increase his power. That's why he felt bad about wasting two such opponents. Gravis quickly flew out of the arena and summoned all his ore around 100 kilometers away from the arena. He needed the ore to be outside his spirit sense so that he wouldn't be able to get it while fighting. Bang! 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 One huge chunk of ore after the other fell to the ground until there was a pile nearly 20 kilometers tall. The sheer amount of ore stunned every beast present. How did he have so much ore? Where did he even keep such a large amount? Many of the beasts had already realized that Gravis could store stuff in some kind of separate space, but this was just way more than they had ever thought. How big does a separate space have to be to store that much stuff? Also, wasn't all this ore incredibly heavy? Even the Red King was a bit surprised. He knew that Gravis had taken a lot of ore from his kingdom, but he hadn't expected it to be that much. This was way more than he had anticipated. He hadn't been there when Xianxia had followed Gravis to get his ore. After all, this so-called ore was only some kind of hard stone. For all he cared, Gravis could take as much as he wanted. Gravis had so much ore due to the eventuality that his body could become way bigger in the future. He had no idea how much his body would grow while he went through the nascent nourishing realm. So, to be on the safe side, Gravis had taken a lot of ore. After all, maybe he would become several kilometers tall in the future. After seeing the mountain of ore and how Gravis had used some ore in his last fight, the beasts quickly realized something terrifying. Gravis might even be able to kill kings with the help of so much powerful ore. He could simply drop these huge chunks onto their bodies. What could they even do against that? This is unfair. Many of the beasts thought in frustration. They could accept Gravis' weird abilities, but to use some kind of storage space like this just seemed to make any fights meaningless. A situation like this never happened, no matter in which world one was. Natural worlds didn't have humans, which made the appearance of such a situation impossible since beasts didn't have a spirit space. Worlds with humans in them also wouldn't have such a situation appear. That was because ore was a precious commodity, and without enough power, one wouldn't even be able to get their hands on such powerful ore, and if they somehow did, it wouldn't be that much. Gravis had gotten his hand on ore that was way beyond his current level, and a huge amount at that, which broke the whole concept of balance in fights. One could debate if something like this could be considered as Gravis' personal power or external power. On the one hand, he was only using his abilities to the maximum effect, which could be considered as his personal power. Yet, on the other hand, such a situation could only happen in these circumstances. In the future, the circumstances would change, and Gravis would no longer have access to such powerful ore. After all, the next world wouldn't be another natural world. This meant that, in the next world, Gravis would lose this advantage. If Gravis relied on that power right now, he would waste a ton of genuine tempering. Also, at some point, there simply wouldn't be any way to gather enough or to kill his opponents. Could he kill the highest heaven by dropping ore on it? That was very doubtful. This meant that this whole ore thing was a short-term, overpowered ability. One could also call it a cheat. By relying on it, Gravis could quickly reach higher realms in no time at all, but he wouldn't have gotten the understanding and tempering during that time. So, relying on the ore was more damaging than helpful to Gravis in his case. Due to all these reasons, Gravis decided to keep his ore away from him while fighting. Grand Elder, Gravis transmitted as he looked at the Mountain of Pride. The white ape was a bit surprised that Gravis talked to him. Yes? He asked. I would like to request something from you. It might seem senseless in the beginning, but it's very important to me. Gravis transmitted slowly and politely. The white ape raised an eyebrow. Go ahead, he answered. I would like you to promise me that if I take any of these ore chunks in a fight, you will send an incredibly powerful beast to kill me directly, Gravis transmitted. Others shouldn't hear something like this. The white ape was quite surprised about this request. This request raised multiple questions in the white ape's head. Why would I need to send another beast? He asked. Gravis sighed when he heard that. This was the question that he dreaded. Obviously, the reason for that was that Gravis could kill the white ape with merely a thought. Yet, if Gravis exposed this power, the white ape might lose his rationality and fear and might kill him directly with a slap. After all, if the white ape took the initiative to attack, Gravis would die before he could even formulate a thought. The reason why Gravis had asked the white ape and not the Empress was because of the white ape's lightning element. He had no idea if the Empress would go through with killing him if she made such a promise, but he could trust the white ape due to the lightning element. Yet, the problem was the white ape's complex threat. It was like both of them had a bomb in their heads that could go off instantly if the other so chose to trigger it. Both of them could kill the other one before they could react. Whoever pulled the trigger first would kill the other person without them having a chance to react. Gravis could kill the white ape with a thought, but the white ape could kill Gravis without him even being able to react due to the speed difference. So, Gravis was not entirely safe from the white ape, even if he had the ability to kill him in less than a second. And what if Gravis killed the white ape? Then, the Empress would probably kill him. After all, this white ape was the Grand Elder and probably also had quite a good relationship with the Empress. If those two had a fair fight, she probably wouldn't mind, but a lord killing an emperor like this couldn't be considered fair. This whole thing was way too complicated for Gravis' liking. The end goal was to make it impossible for him to access the ore, even if he desperately wanted to. Gravis thought for a bit, and the white ape got confused due to Gravis' sudden silence. His question seemed to have thrown Gravis into some distress. Yet, why would such a question throw Gravis into distress? It was his request, after all. Gravis was unsure how to accomplish his goal right now. Gravis thought about this whole thing for a couple more seconds but couldn't find a long-term solution. Yet, he found a short-term solution. Sorry for disturbing you, Gravis transmitted to the white ape. Forget what I said. I found a different solution. Thanks, anyway. The white ape became more confused when he heard Gravis answer. On top of that, it also felt a little weird to have a lord speak to him this casually. Every lord and king always talked to him in a very subservient manner. The white ape didn't know if he preferred this method of talking or the other. Okay, the white ape answered. We can talk more later, he said. Sure, Gravis answered. Then, Gravis simply flew back to the arena without talking to anyone else. His short-term solution was to ask the referrer of his future opponent to keep watch over the ore. They would surely accept when Gravis gave them the possibility to kill him and protect their candidate if he came close to the ore. After all, it was in their interest. I'm ready, Gravis shouted. Most beasts still looked at the mountain of ore in surprise and shock. They had just never seen anything even remotely like this. The Empress nodded and turned to the level 5 lords. Anyone willing to fight him, step forward, she said. Silence. No level 5 lord was willing to take a step forward. Gravis' first display had already somewhat intimidated them, and the second one was obviously even worse. Right now, none of the candidates were ready to fight Gravis. There were simply just too many variables. The Empress was quite happy when she saw that. She wanted this whole thing to be over as quickly as possible. There was no longer any reason to test Gravis, and if there were an even more outstanding beast, they would have already stepped forward and proven themselves. Step. One beast stepped forward, irritating the Empress. She had just thought that this whole thing was finally over, but a beast decided to show its guts now. Obviously, she was annoyed, but that didn't mean that she would suppress this whole event. It was just a bit more time that needed to be wasted. A silver wolf stepped forward. He was only 500 meters long, but his fur stood up like it had been electrified. Judging by his color, he was a beast with a lightning affinity. The Empress released a hidden sigh. Hopefully, this time nothing went wrong. She didn't know if she could allow Gravis to ask for a fourth opponent. At some point, this whole thing would just become ridiculous. I can't fight that one, Gravis suddenly shouted from the arena. Now, the annoyance of the Empress reached new heights. Why could nothing go smoothly on this day? As soon as Gravis got involved, This whole thing devolved into some weird one-beast show starring Gravis. Could this still be considered a contest? What? The Empress asked with obvious annoyance in her voice. She even sounded a bit threatening. Gravis scratched his metallic cheek in embarrassment. Well, how do I put this? Gravis said with embarrassment. Beasts with a lightning affinity aren't my opponents, he said. The beasts were surprised again when they heard that. How could Gravis know that this beast wasn't even his opponent if he hadn't even seen anything of the beast's power? How can you know that? The Empress asked with more annoyance. Watching Gravis enrage others was fun, but it stopped being fun as soon as it involved her. Gravis still had an embarrassed smile on his face. I kind of don't want to explain why, Gravis said, surprising the beasts even more. Being casual was one thing, but refusing to answer the Empress' question was a whole different level. The Empress was a little taken aback when she heard that. How about I show you? Gravis said suddenly before the Empress could react. Then he pointed at the wolf while still staying in the arena. The beasts had no idea what Gravis was doing. Why was he pointing at his opponent from that far away? Stop! Stop! I won't fight you anymore! The wolf suddenly shouted in genuine panic and terror. Then, he quickly stepped back and even buried himself in the sea of other level 5 lords behind him. It was like he was trying to get as far away from Gravis as possible. That the beasts were shocked didn't need to be described or explained. It happened so often on this day that it already became boring. The white ape and the Empress were also surprised. They had seen the genuine battle intent inside the wolf's eyes. He obviously had been ready to put his life on the line. Yet, as soon as Gravis pointed at him, his battle intent immediately transformed into genuine terror. A level 5 lord was too weak to fake something like this in front of 2 emperors. Emperors had far superior senses and could see the tells and symptoms of a lie easily. One first needed to become as powerful as them to lie to them successfully. Because of that, they realized that the wolf felt genuine terror as soon as Gravis pointed at him. What could have made him so afraid so suddenly? Of course, Gravis simply made the lightning inside the wolf go berserk. He moved it around a bit inside his body and burned some unimportant things which could be easily regenerated. The feeling of losing control of one's power was terrifying to everyone. Such a feeling was something that only appeared in nightmares. After some seconds, the Empress turned to Gravis again. What did you do? She asked. Her annoyance had disappeared and was replaced with curiosity. Gravis scratched his cheek again. I made his lightning go out of control, he said. Gravis had to tell them something. After all, they could just force the wolf to answer, who obviously knew what had happened. As long as Gravis didn't tell them that it also worked on emperors, everything should be fine. The Empress and the white ape were surprised when they heard that. Was something like that even possible? How would that even work? The lightning didn't even leave the wolf's body. One had to realize that not even the white ape was able to feel the lightning inside the wolf's body. It was completely hidden inside of him. So, how was it possible that Gravis felt the lightning? Even more, how was it possible to control it like that? The Empress looked at the wolf, who froze immediately as he saw the Empress looking at him. Is that true? She asked. The wolf quickly nodded his head. Yes, he whimpered. He had seen how the Empress killed even kings, and he knew that if he did anything wrong, she would also kill him. The Empress was a bit taken aback when the wolf confirmed it. Something like this just didn't seem possible. Why were all of Gravis' powers so weird? It's the truth, the Red King suddenly said. Gravis can control the lightning of every beast and make it explode. As long as a beast has the lightning affinity, he can kill them with only a thought. Then the Red King looked at the white ape. No, he wouldn't, Gravis thought in terror. No matter how powerful the beast is, the Red King finished. The white ape's eyes widened in realization.